He transitioned into the role of a fragile summoner. Yet due to a lack of funds to nurture his summoned beasts, he garnered skepticism from all. However, Yi-Bei awakened the singular divine-level talent known as Holy Bond, a trait that defied the heavens. Physical manifestation. Upon the death of a summoned beast, the summoner may absorb all its attributes, thereby permanently enhancing his own attributes. This enabled Yi-Bei to attain an astonishingly formidable value across all 4 attributes. The crowd exclaimed, "What on earth? Which summoner possesses strength exceeding 100 million? The boss retorted, "Aren't you the boss here? Stay back." The Empress declared, "Master, your physical prowess is overwhelming. Shall we forego the sparring?" Chapter 1. Transitioning to a rare profession. Choice of 2. Long Nation, Sichuan Province, Rome City. On the playground of the second high school, 4 10-meter-tall, sword-wielding statues encircled the edge of a high platform, resembling guardian deities. Surrounding them stood numerous senior students. All were lined up in orderly rows, taking turns to ascend the stage for their profession transition. Zhou Qingyuan, advanced lifestyle profession, blacksmith. Lu Shanshan, low-level lifestyle profession, foot massage therapist. In the center of the platform, 2 lines of white subtitles materialized in the air, revealing the transition results of the 2 students on stage. Lu Shanshan gazed at her profession, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Oh my, her fate is truly tragic. She will henceforth be accompanied by foul feet. What's so tragic about that? I heard there's someone at the neighboring school who awakened the profession of a dung collector. Now that's truly unbearable. Compared to a foot massage therapist, a blacksmith is vastly superior, capable of forging various equipment. If one could eventually transition to a master craftsman, they could even become a distinguished guest among the elite. Indeed, we must cultivate a good relationship with Zhou Qingyuan. Let's invite him for drinks tonight. Establishing a good rapport is essential. After a few drinks, if we indulge in a foot massage, and if he is satisfied, he will undoubtedly offer us a discount when we seek his services for crafting equipment. Amidst the hushed discussions of the crowd, Yi-Bei, standing at the back, calmly observed everything. He had traversed into this world for 18 years, long accustomed to its eccentricities. This realm was called Blue Star, vastly different from his previous life. In this world, once individuals reach the age of 18, they can undergo a profession transition. Combat professions can venture to the front lines to fend off the encroachment of the abyss. Support professions bolster the strength of combat roles, enhancing their sustained combat capabilities. As for lifestyle professions, they are responsible for societal operations and the crafting of equipment and items. Each fulfills their designated role. Glancing forward, Yi-Bei noticed the number of individuals dwindling, and his turn was approaching swiftly, eliciting a look of anticipation on his face. I wonder if I can transition into a combat profession. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, he still possessed the fervor and aspirations of youth, yearning for extraordinary power that would allow him to soar through the skies and traverse the earth. Brother, why are you daydreaming? It's almost our turn. A 2-meter-tall, robust youth clad in school uniform exclaimed, a hearty grin illuminating his face as he thumped Yi-Bei's shoulder. The sudden impact brought Yi-Bei back to reality, and upon noticing the large hand on his shoulder, he wore a bemused expression. Dahu, could you perhaps be gentler? My apologies, brother. You know I lack control over my strength. Dahu sheepishly scratched his head. Yi-Bei rubbed his forehead, feeling a surge of exasperation. Dahu was indeed incapable of regulating his strength, and he possessed an endearing clumsiness. Previously, during a tug-of-war competition, Dahu had single-handedly lifted 2 or 3 girls into the air. Even the boys were hesitant to engage with him, fearing that an unintentional swing could result in a broken bone. Only Yi-Bei, who practices martial arts daily, is capable of befriending Dahu. After taking a couple of glances at Dahu's imposing physique, he remarked, with your innate strength, should you choose to transition into a berserker, you would undoubtedly excel. The towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height and weighing over 200 pounds, wielding a gigantic axe that stretches a whole yard in length, certainly exudes an aura of intimidation. However, I aspire to become a mage. The mage is so dashing and immensely popular among the ladies, Dahu replied with a simple grin. Upon hearing this, Yi-Bei chuckled. You rascal are born with a rebellious spirit. As the two engaged in their banter, the individual on stage completed their class transition. The instructor overseeing the transition then took the microphone and continued with the roll call. Dahu and Yi-Bei, please proceed to the stage for your class transition. Upon hearing their names broadcasted over the loudspeaker, they ceased their conversation and made their way to the transition platform. Standing on the stage, one on the left and the other on the right, the two prepared to undergo their class transition. With a swift motion, 2 beams of light emerged from the void above their heads, enveloping them in a radiant embrace. Yi-Bei could feel this luminescence radiating a maternal warmth, invigorating his cells and initiating a rapid transformation within his body, akin to evolution. Beside Yi-Bei, a line of faint red subtitles materialized above Dahu's head. Chindahu, rare combat class, forest mage. The crimson hue shimmered vibrantly. A collective gasp echoed from the audience, raising the temperature of the entire playground by several degrees. Even the principal and several class instructors bore smiles of delight. Excellent, excellent. The crimson signifies a rare profession. This student, Chindahu, has brought glory to our school. Principal Zhou Shan remarked, stroking his graying beard, his heart filled with contentment. Meanwhile, Class 1's instructor, Qian Yun, sported a broad smile. Adjusting his reading glasses, he turned to Zhou Shan, a hint of pride in his demeanor, and said, "Old Zhou, you previously scolded me for not teaching my students well. Are you now convinced? One of my students has achieved a rare profession. You must let me sample your treasured wine that you've kept for 20 years tonight." Zhou Shan, observing Qian Yun's smug expression, playfully scolded, "You old rascal, usually calling me principal, yet now you're calling me old Zhou, are you? Fine, we shall drink, but not just that. I will double your performance bonus. How does that sound? Are you satisfied?" "Absolutely satisfied." Qian Yun chuckled. Just as Zhou Shan and Qian Yun reveled in their conversation, a nearby teacher interjected, "Director Qian, what's the situation with the other student in your class? It's been quite a while without any results." Upon hearing this, Qian Yun raised his gaze towards the transition platform. He noticed Chindahu, who had completed his transition, standing beside Yi Bei with an anxious expression. Typically, the transition process lasts only a few seconds, yet Yi Bei had already been waiting for nearly half a minute without any outcome, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Concerned for Yi Bei's well-being, Qian Yun hurriedly rushed towards the platform to ascertain if there was an issue with the magic circle. At that moment, a deep crimson light erupted from the transition platform. Above Yi Bei's head, 2 rows of deep red characters appeared. Name, Yi Bei. Available Class 1, Paladin. Available Class 2, Summoner. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The deep red was far more significant than the faint red. A wave of shock swept over everyone present, leaving them speechless. Moments later, the audience erupted into a frenzy of excitement, with students exclaiming and some even shrieking. The scene teetered on the brink of chaos. Lower grade students, engrossed in their classes, leaned out of the classroom windows, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 2. Career Evolution, Unique Divine Talent. Alas, the dazzling crimson light is almost blinding. What is this? He has 2 career options? How should I choose? Surely, I must select the Paladin. The Paladin Legion is one of the most elite legions, always at the forefront of resisting the abyssal invasion. By choosing to become a Paladin, I could join the reserves of the Paladin Legion and receive top-tier resources for cultivation. Goodness, to transition into a Paladin and become a formidable powerhouse. Eventually marrying a wealthy beauty. This resplendent life fills me with envy, making my eyes burn with desire. Rather than envying, I should contemplate how to ingratiate myself with this fellow. Indeed, I must take him for some top-tier pampering. What if he chooses Summoner instead? Nonsense. Only a fool would make such a choice. On the playground, everyone is abuzz with excitement. Meanwhile, Qian Yun, who initially thought there was an issue with the magic array and rushed towards the promotion platform out of concern for Yi Bei's safety, stumbles upon witnessing this scene, nearly falling flat on his face. Yet, he pays no mind to his fall. Instead, he is overwhelmed with exhilaration, nearly bursting with joy. That deep crimson color signifies a top-tier rare profession. Our school hasn't produced such a profession in over a decade. He mumbles in tremulous excitement, but his actions betray him. He scrambles up the platform on all fours, a comical sight indeed. However, no one dares to mock him, for all attention is captivated by Yi Bei. Principal Zhou Shan and several class teachers hurriedly make their way to the platform. As Qian Yun ascends, the principal follows closely behind, excitedly tugging at his graying beard. He slaps Qian Yun on the shoulder with fervor. "Old Qian, hurry and have your student choose the Paladin. This is a top-tier rare profession. Once he selects this class, his college entrance examination scores will surely place him in the top 3 of our province. Most importantly, he will become a key cultivation target for the military district. Our school will prosper, and your performance bonus could multiply tenfold." The principal exclaims, trembling with excitement and nearly fainting from elation. Qian Yun, not even bothering to dust himself off, nods repeatedly. Right. He then rushes to Yi Bei's side, urging, "Yi Bei, choose the Paladin quickly. After you do, your future will be limitless. Yes, once you select it, I'll report to the higher-ups immediately, and the military district personnel will come to collect you. You will have abundant resources from the military district to support you." Principal Zhou Shan interjects eagerly. The other class teachers trailing behind chime in their agreement. Yet, Yi Bei remains oblivious to their fervent entreaties, for his mind is wholly captivated by the revelation unfolding in his consciousness. Talent, Sacred Bond, Unique Divine Level. Feature 1. Body of Truth. Upon the death of a summoned creature, inherit all its attributes, permanently enhancing one's own attributes. Feature 2. Nirvana Rebirth. After slaying a monster, absorb its life essence to condense into resurrection orbs. 3 can be formed each day, limited to summoned creatures. Feature 3, unlocked at level 10. Feature 4, unlocked at level 20. Feature 5, unlocked at level 30. eBay? Have I just effortlessly awakened a unique divine talent? Moreover, the two features within this talent possess formidable synergistic effects, creating a virtuous cycle. The ability to inherit the attributes of deceased summoned creatures and then resurrect them. This is an unparalleled weapon for amplifying attributes. After several iterations, I could become a statistical behemoth. And the prospect of unlocking the subsequent features? If all are unlocked, would I not be invincible? Initially, eBay had intended to choose the paladin upon seeing that option. After all, selecting the paladin would signify his destined ascent to strength. However, the emergence of the unique divine talent, Sacred Bond, instantly shifted his perspective. Without a moment's hesitation, eBay declared, I choose the summoner profession. In the next instant, the red light above his head began to shift. The inscription of paladin started to blur and transformed into a mist radiating deep crimson that merged with the letters of summoner. It was as if a chemical reaction occurred. The letters twisted and bubbled, initiating the evolution of the summoner profession. Ultimately, several characters emanating a dark crimson hue with hints of lavender appeared above eBay's head. eBay, hidden combat class, sacred summoner. As these words emerged, the previously boisterous playground fell into an abrupt silence. What on earth? Has this person lost his mind? Choosing a powerful paladin only to opt for a summoner instead? Truly, a waste. Indeed, I would have fared better in this choice. So foolish. Many stood dumbfounded, while others wore expressions of sympathy, sighing in disappointment. The summoner profession is notoriously known for its low floor and high ceiling. It requires substantial resources to thrive. Those from powerful families can cultivate their summoned beasts into formidable entities, rivaling even epic-level professions. However, for commoners, if they choose summoner without resources to nurture their summons, they may as well be inferior to mid-tier professions, simply a descent into obscurity. Moreover, the most critical aspect is that summoners are fragile and require the protection of others to avoid being ambushed by monsters, thus maximizing their combat potential. Good grief. Never mind becoming a powerhouse. Surviving seems a daunting task. Summoners are far too vulnerable, reliant on protection. A commoner summoner can hardly afford bodyguards, making survival a rare feat. Indeed, particularly since a summoner initially possesses only one summoned creature, which must be deployed to hunt for experience, necessitating the hiring of protection to ensure their safety. Yet, he is a hidden profession, not an ordinary summoner. Perhaps he possesses untold strength? Nonsense. There have been similar hidden summoner professions before, yet without resources, they were equally as worthless. At this moment, class teacher Qian Yun, upon witnessing Yi Bei's choice of the summoner profession, felt his facial muscles twitch. My tenfold performance bonus. His vision darkened momentarily, nearly causing him to faint. Several teachers rushed forward to escort him down from the platform to the school infirmary. Meanwhile, the principal's countenance dimmed slightly. However, upon seeing the deep crimson letters, tinged with lavender, declaring sacred summoner above Yi Bei's head, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. After a choice between two, the abandoned profession would partially merge into the selected one, resulting in a career evolution effect. Sacred summoner, a hidden profession, perhaps it is indeed formidable? The principal murmured to himself, attempting to reassure his own apprehension. As Yi Bei completed his transition and prepared to depart, the principal hurriedly approached him, grasping his arm. Yi Bei, wait a moment. I wish to ask you a few questions. Chapter 3, Legendary Exclusive Skill, Sacred Baptism. Yi Bei turned at the principal's words, his expression slightly puzzled. Principal, what do you wish to ask? The principal forced a smile, albeit somewhat strained, before inquiring, Yi Bei, are you aware that paladins receive support from the military? Yes, I am aware, Yi Bei responded. Upon hearing Yi Bei's affirmation, the principal fell silent for a moment before continuing his inquiry. It appears that you have awakened a talent related to the summoner profession, which is why you chose to become a summoner, correct? Upon hearing this, Yi Bei was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the principal was so astute as to deduce this so quickly. Indeed, Yi Bei nodded in affirmation. He had no intention of concealing this matter, as those who awaken a talent are afforded certain resources. He merely needed to refrain from disclosing the specifics of his talent. Well, that's a relief. The principal's face brightened somewhat, shedding a layer of gloom. Ah, the temple summoner is a commendable profession. It's a pity that your humble lineage may not suffice to bridge the gap in resources. The principal sighed, for ultimately, the strength of a summoner is determined by the resources at their disposal. After a moment of contemplation, Principal Zhou Shan conjured a red skill book, its radiant light coalescing within his hands. Upon closer inspection, Yi Bei recognized it as a skill book exclusive to summoners. Summon Frenzied Goblin, rare. Yi Bei, take this. You have awakened your talent and transitioned into a unique hidden profession. As your principal, I feel compelled to present you with this token, Zhou Shan said, extending the skill book to Yi Bei. Subsequently, he hunched his back and turned to leave the class transfer platform. Yet, He still found it hard to accept that Yi Bei had chosen the summoner profession. Had he opted for the Temple Knight, combined with the potential for an epic class evolution, perhaps a legendary profession, Temple Commander, could have emerged, and our Dragon Nation would have gained yet another formidable powerhouse. Alas, Principal Zhou Shan muttered in dissatisfaction as he slowly descended the transfer platform. Yi Bei, glancing at the skill book in his hand, contemplated before ultimately accepting it. Upon learning the skill, he and who made their way downwards. Once they returned to the playground, Yi Bei turned his attention to his attribute panel. Yi Bei. Level 10100. Strength 5. Vitality 8. Agility 5. Mentality 20. Summoned Beast none. Skills: Holy Light Healing LV1. Wrath of Summoning LV1. Exclusive skill: Sacred Baptism of the Temple. Effect 1. Can use Holy Light to baptize summoned creatures, allowing the baptized summon to directly elevate one tier in quality. Effect 2. Permanently grants the summoned creature Holy Light attributes, inflicting an additional 100 damage against dark monsters. Talent: Sacred Bond, unique God level. After reviewing his attribute panel, a smile of delight spread across Yi Bei's face. This profession is truly magnificent. Even his basic attributes surpassed those of an ordinary summoner by a considerable margin. Moreover, he possessed an exclusive skill that could elevate the quality of his summoned beast directly. This exclusive skill was nothing short of extraordinary. Brother, did you perhaps misclick while making your choice? Who held back this question until now? Yi Bei shook his head gently, responding, "How could I misclick on something so significant? I deliberately chose to be a summoner." He refrained from explaining his reasoning, as it was prudent to keep such talents under wraps. Everyone needs their own trump card and secrets. Who, upon hearing this, broke into a goofy smile and said, "All right then, brother, I support you. My profession is a guardian-type mage, so when we team up for dungeons, as long as I'm around, you won't suffer a scratch." Truly, he was a good brother. Yi Bei nodded appreciatively and patted Dahu's shoulder. As time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, it quickly approached 5 in the afternoon, marking the completion of the transfer ceremony. Principal Zhou Shan, having gathered his emotions, ascended the platform and proclaimed, "To all students who have transitioned into combat and support professions, you will follow your class teacher's arrangements tomorrow and participate in the novice trial dungeon. This trial will determine your future destinies, so you must perform admirably. A step ahead today leads to a leap ahead tomorrow. Only those who achieve top 3 results in the trial dungeon will qualify to attend the Provincial Genius Training Camp, where superior resources await to bolster your strength." With that, Principal Zhou Shan took a tactical sip of water from his cup, cleared his throat, and continued, "Only by enhancing your strength can you shine brilliantly in the upcoming college entrance examination in a month's time, securing admission to prestigious universities and paving the way for a bright future. Go forth, students. I believe in you, and I will take pride in your accomplishments." As the principal's words echoed through the playground, thunderous applause erupted from the students, who were inspired by his impassioned speech, each envisioning a promising future. Moments later, as the principal departed, the newly transitioned students were granted the liberty to engage in activities. Many combat profession students were surrounded by their peers, showcasing their skills amidst envious gazes. The playground shimmered with a kaleidoscope of skill displays. Yi Bei and Dahu found a bench at the edge of the playground to sit down. After testing his skills, Dahu turned to Yi Bei and said, "Brother, quickly summon your beast. I want to see it." Yi Bei smiled and nodded, eager to ascertain the strength of the gift bestowed upon him by the principal. All right. He focused his thoughts and began summoning his creature. With a flourish, a resplendent array illuminated the ground before Yi Bei. Within this array, a towering goblin wielding a massive axe gradually materialized before him. This goblin was bound in rusty iron chains, its green skin marred by gray scars, unmistakably a battle-hardened warrior. Goblin Saint. Level 1, synchronized with Summoner. Quality, Rare. Strength, 16. Vitality, 12. Agility, 7. Mentality, 5. Skills, Frenzied Charge LV1, Triple Slash with Giant Axe LV1. Bond value, 60. As Dahu beheld the emerging goblin, he subtly took 2 steps back. "Goodness, brother, the goblin you summoned is enormous, far taller than I." He gazed up at the goblin, feeling a sense of trepidation, as if it were a bloodthirsty behemoth poised to rend him apart. After all, as a mage, being in close proximity to a goblin warrior was perilous, hence the unease. Moreover, it felt as though its strength was nearly on par with mine. Dahu remarked with astonishment. Yi Bei, however, simply smiled and replied, "Soon, its power will surpass yours." Dahu's face reflected confusion and curiosity. Just as he was about to inquire why Yi Bei believed this, he witnessed Yi Bei wave his hand, enveloping the frenzied goblin in a gentle golden holy light. A torrent of luminescence surged into the goblin's form, while more light began to envelop the goblin, gradually forming a colossal cocoon of light. Chapter 4, Evolution. Epic Summoned Beast. Moments later, as the cocoon dissipated, the frenzied goblin had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its already imposing stature had increased significantly, now towering at 5 meters tall. The tattered, rusty chains were replaced with gleaming metal armor that shimmered with silvery light. Its weathered axe had been restored to a pristine state, now adorned with numerous menacing spikes. Holy War Goblin. Level 1, synchronized with Summoner. Quality, Epic. Strength, 30. Vitality, 20. Agility, 20. Mentality, 5. Skills, Holy Charge, LV1. Triple Slash of Holy Light, LV1. Holy Shield, LV1. Bond Value, 60. The Sanctum Baptism undeniably lives up to its legendary status as an exclusive skill. Yi-Bei nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. His 3 core attributes, Constitution, Strength, and Agility, had nearly doubled. Furthermore, his skills had grown significantly stronger, and he had acquired a protective shield. His power had escalated exponentially. Observing this, Dahu's jaw dropped in astonishment, nearly dislocating. This truly surpasses my strength by a considerable margin. Although Dahu could not see the stat panel of the Holy War Goblin, the overwhelming aura it exuded was unmistakable. His instincts warned him that the Holy War Goblin could eliminate him within mere moments. The surrounding students, noticing the commotion caused by the evolution of the Holy War Goblin, turned their attention towards it. Wow, this goblin is incredibly impressive. It must be exceptionally powerful. Heh, it's merely due to the rare skill book provided by the principal. If I had a rare skill book, I could be even stronger. Yes, he may only be ahead of us for a few levels, but his summoners advance. They require increasingly more resources. When he becomes burdened by resource scarcity, we will easily surpass him. Indeed, and besides, summoners are quite fragile, without anyone to protect them closely. They can easily perish in dungeons, so there's no need to worry. Upon hearing this, many students nodded in agreement. After all, commoner summoners truly lack any formidable allies, none at all. Yi-Bei meticulously examined the skills and attributes of the Holy War Goblin for a while before returning it to the summoning space. After all, maintaining a summon continuously would drain his mental energy. Although the consumption was minimal, with no monsters around, keeping the summon active would be a waste. Just after Yi-Bei returned the Holy War Goblin to the summoning space, a group of individuals approached him and Dahu. At the forefront was a stunningly beautiful woman, her curves accentuated by her skin as fair as snow. Clad in revealing light armor, her hips swayed enticingly as she walked, exuding an air of allure. She strode directly to Yi-Bei, displaying a flirtatious smile, and leaned down close to him, saying, "Little brother Yi-Bei, it's nice to see you again. Do you remember your sister?" Her melodious voice was laced with seduction, utterly captivating. Yi-Bei raised his gaze slightly toward the woman, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He recognized her as Bai Jie, the second daughter of the Bai family, known for her flirtatious nature and her penchant for keeping numerous young men. The last time he attended a gathering with Su Xinyue, she had fixated on him, persistently pursuing him for several days before he finally managed to shake her off. He never expected her to seek him out once more. "I don't remember," Yi-Bei replied flatly, then stood up and forcefully brushed past Bai Jie, turning to leave. However, she grasped his arm, saying, "Little brother, don't be so cold. I've heard you've become a summoner. My Bai family is renowned for nurturing summoners. We know exactly how to cultivate them." With that, she playfully winked at Yi-Bei, her hand reaching towards his face, her soft body leaning against him as she giggled. "If you agree to be my boyfriend, I will provide you with ample resources to nurture you. What do you say?" This scene left many students around them utterly dumbfounded. Such an exquisite woman was throwing herself at Yi-Bei, offering resources. Jealousy ignited in their hearts. How lucky can he be? Just a moment ago, he was an inexperienced summoner. And now he is being courted by a beauty who also offers resources. It's infuriating. They initially thought he would be useless after choosing summoner. But now he's back in the game. Damn it, he has got both wealth and beauty. How enviable. TCH, look at him pretending to be reluctant. Why don't I step in instead? Many self-proclaimed handsome students moved closer, hoping to catch the eye of the beautiful heiress. Yet, upon witnessing Bai Jie's advances, Yi-Bei's expression turned icy. He pushed her away. "Bai Jie, stop acting cheap. I have no interest in public transport." His face was unmasked with distaste. His words unapologetically blunt. After all, having rejected her several times before, her persistence had become irksome, and he felt no obligation to temper his words. Upon hearing Yi-Bei's remark, Bai Jie's expression soured. She detested being compared to a public transport vehicle. Yi-Bei didn't even glance back at her, striding away. However, just a few steps later, he was halted by a man who had been trailing Bai Jie. The man, with an unattractive visage and a menacing glare, directed his ire at Yi-Bei, saying, "You little brat, what nonsense were you just spouting? Apologize to Miss Bai immediately, or I will not let this slide." Yi-Bei looked up, recognizing him as Yuan Tong, the sycophantic lackey who had been fawning over Bai Jie at the gathering. Yi-Bei had no intention of indulging such a sycophant. "Apologize for what? You and your public transport are disgusting me. Shouldn't it be you who apologized to me?" Yuan Tong's face turned crimson with rage, his eyes blazing. "You little brat, what can you do besides talk? How about a wager? If you lose, you'll become Miss Bai's kept man, obeying her every command. If you win, I shall grant you a full set of level 10 golden equipment." What do you say? Do you dare to wager? Yuan Teng lifted his chin, challenging Yi Bei. Yi Bei, taken aback, was filled with questions. What kind of bizarre sycophant was Yuan Teng to stoop so low? Nevertheless, the allure of golden equipment was significant, and Yi Bei had no reason to decline. What are we wagering? Yi Bei inquired casually. Seeing Yi Bei's agreement, Yuan Teng's spirits soared. I want to make it unfair for you. My brother just became a summoner too. You two will enter the trial dungeon together, and whoever ranks higher wins. Yi Bei nodded in agreement, acknowledging the fairness of the wager, as the novice trial dungeon allowed everyone only one entry. However, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the stakes, so he added, I have one more condition. If I win, both you and Bai Jia must avoid me. I don't wish to be disgusted by you again. Chapter 5, You Are So Arrogant. Enter the trial dungeon. At this moment, Bai Jia could no longer endure being looked down upon, her expression turning sinister as she said, Little brother, you've gone too far. Are we betting or not? Yi Bei ignored her, directly asking, Bet? Bai Jia responded with a venomous tone. She was confident in their victory, for she understood summoners well. She knew precisely how weak a summoner could be without resources. Commoner summoners not only summoned feeble beasts, but were also fragile themselves, lacking defensive and offensive skills, making them easily perishable in dungeons. She hoped fervently for Yi Bei to survive. After all, she wanted him alive, not a corpse. Yi Bei's insult had enraged her, and she was determined to make him her kept man, so she could humiliate him tenfold to assuage her resentment. Then prepare for the stakes. Don't try to back out when you lose. Yi Bei concluded, turning away. Not long after, Yi Bei returned home. The house was empty, for his parents had vanished over a decade ago while searching for materials in the Despair Lands, and his sister had gone to the capital university years prior. The entire household felt eerily desolate. After a simple meal, Yi Bei began his usual practice of martial arts. After finishing, he washed up and went to bed. The following morning, under the guidance of their respective homeroom teachers, the newly transferred students arrived at the trial plaza in the west of the city. Students, today marks your first foray into the dungeon. Ensuring your own safety is of utmost importance. After a few more words of caution, they were allowed to choose the difficulty level of the dungeon freely. Yi Bei and Da Hu prepared to head towards the entrance of the dungeon when, from a distance, a group of individuals approached. It was Yuan Teng and his companions from yesterday, accompanied by a level 1 newcomer clad entirely in gleaming golden armor and wielding a long sword. However, Bai Jia was absent, after being disparaged by Yi Bei yesterday. She naturally would not return for more ridicule today. The surrounding students erupted in excitement upon seeing the shining level 1 newcomer. Wow, who is that person? Their gear is glowing. Damn, that's all golden equipment. They must be incredibly lucky to have a full set at level 1. Wah, oh great one. Please take me under your wing. I'm stuck with basic gear. The envy in the voices of the crowd made the newcomers' smiles broader than an AK-47. Their eyes filled with pride, clearly savoring their moment of ostentation. In a moment, the group reached Yi Bei and Da Hu. Yuan Teng scrutinized Yi Bei and his summoned creature, then scoffed. Look at your ragtag gear. Yi Bei, you might as well concede now and go serve under Bai Jia as her dog. Just look at my brother, Yuan Shao. He has a top-tier rare-class shadow blade, adorned in golden equipment. What do you, a mere summoner, have to contend with us? In response, Yi Bei did not even lift his gaze, replying coolly, Winning against you requires no exceptional equipment. The moment he uttered those words, Yuan Shao's brow furrowed, his anger rising. He hadn't expected this humble civilian summoner to dare disregard a top genius like himself. With a sardonic smile, Yuan Shao retorted, Yi Bei, you are quite arrogant. When I stand at the pinnacle in the future, I hope you can still afford to be so brazen. With that, Yuan Shao strode into the trial dungeon, selecting the normal difficulty level. This left the onlookers momentarily stunned. What is going on? Why would such a strong individual choose normal difficulty? Is he afraid of dying? It's obvious. He intends to start from normal difficulty and progress through each stage to nightmare difficulty. Understood, in the novice trial dungeon, each person can only enter once and must complete it from low to high difficulty, otherwise it won't count. Thus, he must start with normal difficulty to achieve a better ranking. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Yuan Teng approached Yi Bei with a contract in hand, taunting, Yi Bei, do you dare to sign this heaven-s contract? Once signed, our wager cannot be retracted. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Bei accepted the contract. After scrutinizing it for any discrepancies and finding none, he pressed his palm onto the document, channeling his internal energy. In the next instant, the paper transformed into shimmering motes of light, signifying the establishment of the contract. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Wait, that individual is an immensely powerful shadow blade, clad in golden armor. Does Yi Bei really dare to wager? What is there to fear? If he loses, he'll merely become Bai Jia's dog. I wouldn't mind being her dog. You're really something, wanting to be someone else's pet. After signing the contract, Yi Bei paid no further heed to Yuan Teng and his group, instead making his way with Da Hu to the dungeon entrance. Bro, let us enter a dungeon together. I can protect you, Da Hu said with a goofy smile. Yi Bei shook his head slightly. The contract clearly states that one must tackle the dungeon solo. so I'll be entering alone. Yi Bei understood Dahu's good intentions, yet realistically, having Dahu alongside would not significantly aid him and might hinder both their progress. Thus, it was best for them to tackle the dungeons independently. Dahu, still a bit worried, was reassured by Yi Bei's wave of his hand. It's all right. My summoned creature is quite formidable, as you know. Okay, Dahu nodded, recalling the powerful goblin he had seen yesterday. Subsequently, the two entered the dungeon separately. Above, 3 golden crows hung in the sky, their fierce sunlight cascading onto the desert, sending waves of heat soaring into the air, transforming the entire realm into a colossal furnace. The dungeon's desert bore a striking resemblance to the endless sands outside. However, unlike the boundless expanse of the external desert, the dungeon's desert was confined. After walking a couple of kilometers, Yi Bei noticed a gray mist that obscured his view. This ordinary-level dungeon spanned approximately 5 to 6 kilometers, marking it as a relatively large ordinary-level dungeon. After surveying the dungeon briefly, Yi Bei proceeded forward. Accompanying him was the towering Holy War Goblin, clad in silver plate armor, its vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Master, be cautious. The Holy War Goblin intoned in a stilted voice. It then lunged towards a nearby sand mound, swinging its massive axe down with force. At that moment, the sand mound stirred ominously. Whoosh! A great cloud of sand billowed up, and a gigantic scorpion emerged from within. Single-eyed sand scorpion. Rank, ordinary. Level, 2. Skills, flame jet. Poison sting. Remarkable. This creature can indeed conceal itself, Yi Bei mused, having previously overlooked the single-eyed sand scorpion. Fortunately, the Holy War Goblin was highly perceptive and quickly detected the threat, instilling Yi Bei with a profound sense of security. In the next moment, the Holy War Goblin's line of sight was obscured by the sand kicked up by the scorpion, yet it did not flinch. With unwavering resolve, it brought its axe crashing down towards the single-eyed sand scorpion. Sensing a great danger, the scorpion unleashed its attacks. Flames erupted from its mouth, while its tail struck out with venomous stingers. In the blink of an eye, a faint clattering sound echoed as the flames and stingers collided against the Holy War Goblin's plate armor, leaving not a single mark nor inflicting any harm. Yet, the Holy War Goblin's axe was already poised above the scorpion's head. Chapter 6. The Value of Hidden Classes. With a swift motion, the axe, gleaming with a faint golden light, cleaved through the 2-meter-long single-eyed sand scorpion with ease, as if slicing through tofu. A shrill cry escaped its mouth, brief and desperate. Defeated single-eyed sand scorpion. Experience 3. Seeing the experience points, Yi Bei nodded in satisfaction. He had anticipated that the experience gained from this ordinary-level novice trial dungeon would be quite substantial. The experience from nightmare and even hell levels would surely be even greater. As Yi Bei pondered, a wisp of life essence entered his summoning space. This was his unique talent, enabling him to absorb the life force of defeated monsters to coalesce into resurrection pearls. Thus, when his summoned creature fell in battle, he could revive it immediately. Typically, summoners needed to purchase resurrection scrolls for their creatures, which were exorbitantly priced and often unaffordable even for wealthy summoners. Consequently, most summoners stocked up on numerous recovery potions to restore their creature's health and stamina. However, Yi Bei felt no need for potions at all. After all, if he used potions and the summoned beasts remained immortal, wouldn't that prevent him from inheriting their attributes indefinitely? The thought of wanting his summoned beast to perish seemed a bit sinister, but then again, it was merely a matter of talent, not his fault. Yi Bei mused confidently. Suddenly, the sound of shifting sand jolted Yi Bei back to reality. He turned to survey his surroundings and noticed that other sand mounds were also stirring. He promptly addressed the Holy War Goblin, saying, "Little saint, continue the slaughter, do not cease." "Yes, master," the Holy War Goblin nodded slightly in response. It then took enormous strides, covering 2 to 3 yards with each step, and charged towards the monsters that had just emerged from the dunes. Swish, swish, swish. With a flurry of movements that required no special skills, it effortlessly dispatched all the one-eyed sand scorpions. Killed one-eyed sand scorpion, experience 3. Killed one-eyed sand scorpion, experience 3. Before long, the Holy War Goblin had nearly annihilated all the one-eyed sand scorpions in the vicinity, having slain over 20 of them. Several luminous orbs appeared on the ground. Yi Bei approached and collected them all. Most were ordinary materials, along with a few gold coins. For a standard dungeon, this drop rate was quite impressive. Yi Bei was exceedingly satisfied, as typical ordinary dungeons offered a meager drop rate. Killing 100 monsters might yield only 5 or 6 materials. The high drop rate in this dungeon was attributed to it being a novice trial, which boasted a rate several times better than that of an ordinary dungeon. Previously, some had even acquired dark gold-grade equipment within novice dungeons, resulting in a sudden windfall. This could be considered a boon for beginners. Yi Bei gathered the materials and coins without hesitation. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. He then continued onward with the Holy War Goblin. Shortly thereafter, they encountered another wave of monsters. Several enormous serpents, each measuring 7 to 8 meters in length and adorned with a single horn, coiled atop the dunes. Raising their heads to gaze at the distant oasis, seemingly assessing their prey. Unicorn giant viper. Rank, ordinary. Level, 3. Skills, constriction, poison spray. Upon observing the skills of the unicorn giant vipers, eBay instinctively retreated several steps. These creatures possessed the ability to spray venom, a ranged attack capability. So it was wise to maintain a safe distance. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The movement of eBay and the holy war goblins startled the monsters, prompting them to turn their heads. Their forked purple tongues flicked in and out, clearly sampling the sense of eBay and the holy war goblin, perceiving them as prey. In the next instant, their massive bodies propelled through the sand with alarming speed, rushing towards eBay. The friction of their scales against the sand produced a rustling sound, carving serpentine trails into the ground. The holy war goblin, upon witnessing this, positioned its formidable form in front of eBay, with the radiant light of its armor shimmering. It raised its massive axe and swung it at one of the unicorn giant vipers. Swish! In a flash, a slender line of blood appeared at the base of the unicorn giant viper's neck, and its head slowly toppled away, blood gushing forth. Killed unicorn giant viper, experience 5. The remaining unicorn giant vipers, witnessing the demise of their companion, displayed no signs of fear. Instead, their ferocity was ignited. Several of them bared their venomous fangs and let out silent howls, unleashing jets of poison at the holy war goblin. Unfazed, the holy war goblin stood its ground, motionless. Just as the venom was about to strike, a faint golden protective shield emerged, nullifying all the poison and causing it to evaporate. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The venom that splattered onto the sandy ground emitted a piercing, corrosive sound, turning the sand into a black liquid and causing Yi Bei to squint, retreating a few more steps. After all, he currently possessed no protective or dodging skills and could only temporarily avoid danger. However, once the holy war goblin met its end, and he inherited all its attributes, he would no longer need to evade. The holy war goblin, undeterred by the venom, remained steadfast due to the protective shield. In the next moment, it slightly crouched, and the holy light flickered. The skill divine charge was activated. Boom. It charged forward like a speeding bulldozer, barreling towards the unicorn giant vipers. In an instant, several of them were sent flying, collapsing to the ground. Their bones and muscles shattered by the impact. Killed unicorn giant viper, experience 5. Killed unicorn giant viper, experience 5. Predictably, more materials and gold coins dropped, which eBay promptly collected. Additionally, he gained a substantial amount of experience points. eBay naturally leveled up to level 2. As the holy light flickered and faded, he sensed his body evolving once more, his strength significantly enhanced. His strength, agility, and constitution each increased by 5 points, while his spirit rose by 10 points. Most importantly, he received 20 free attribute points. Gazing at the data on his panel, eBay raised an eyebrow, noting, it appears that Temple Summoner class is exceptionally valuable, granting me 20 free attribute points, truly deserving of its status as a unique hidden class. High school textbooks clearly state that practitioners at the first tier, or below level 10, receive varying amounts of free attribute points upon leveling up. Low-tier practitioners gain 3, medium tier gain 5, high tier gain 8, rare classes gain 12, while epic classes receive 18. Yet, Yi Bei's current class, Temple Summoner, astonishingly yielded 2 points more than an epic class, underscoring its inherent worth. Chapter 7. Continuous leveling up. Resurrection Gem successfully condensed. Indeed. First allocate all the free attribute points before slaying more monsters. However, where should I allocate them? Yi Bei fell into contemplation. After a brief moment, he resolutely distributed the 20 free attribute points evenly across all attributes, adding 5 points to each. After all, he did not need to prioritize strength or spirit like a warrior or mage. With his unique ability, once his summoned beast perished, he could inherit all its attributes. Therefore, he needed to be well-rounded, becoming a versatile warrior with all stats maximized. After distributing the points, Yi Bei proceeded onward with the Holy War Goblin, beginning to eliminate monsters in clusters. Killed One-Eyed Sand Scorpion, experience 3. Killed Unicorn Giant Viper, experience 5. Killed Spiked Lizard, experience 8. With the Holy War Goblin's newfound strength post-leveling, dispatching the monsters in this ordinary dungeon was akin to slicing through vegetables, utterly effortless. In merely half an hour, they had slain over 100 creatures. Of course, the time spent killing was only a few minutes. The remainder was devoted to tracking the monsters. In this desert, most monsters concealed themselves beneath the sand, making them elusive to find. Nevertheless, in this half hour, Yi Bei had reaped significant rewards, having leveled up to level 4. Moreover, after absorbing the life essence of so many monsters, his resurrection gem had successfully condensed. Yi Bei's spirit ignited as he gazed at the softly glowing, pale red orb, a smile illuminating his face. At long last, a single essence has crystallized. Henceforth, I can confidently allow the Holy War Goblin to meet its demise, for it can be resurrected. In due course, I shall exploit the characteristic of inheriting attributes through the physical form, thereby absorbing all the properties of the Holy War Goblin. However, it is not prudent to dispatch the Holy War Goblin just yet. The current monsters are utterly incapable of defeating it. Moreover, commanding the Holy War Goblin to its death would diminish the bond value, risking rebellion from my summoned beast. Thus, it would be far wiser to wait until we face a more challenging dungeon, where I can lure it into a throng of monsters and let it be overwhelmed. This would be the optimal strategy. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Yi Bei's mind. Trial ranking refreshed. Your current rank is 12,689. This is the ranking for the novice trial dungeon, determined entirely by the system based on the number of monsters defeated, the time taken, and the damage sustained. In less than an hour, I have already surged past the 10,000 mark. Quite commendable, Yi Bei mused, raising an eyebrow. He felt no shame in his rank. After all, our school was among the last to enter the novice trial dungeon, while others had begun as early as yesterday afternoon. Thus, this temporary ranking holds little significance. It is the final standings that truly matter. He was confident in securing a place in the genius training camp. After all, if he could not even rank among the top 3 in the city, it would be a monumental waste of his extraordinary talent. Outside the trial square, a vast translucent screen floated in midair, displaying the trial rankings. At that moment, Yuan Tong and others were fixated on the freshly updated standings, searching for the names of Yi Bei and Yuan Shao. Moments later, a young man with dyed yellow hair exclaimed, "Found it! Found it, Tungu! Yi Bei is ranked 12,689, while your brother is at 10,698. Hearing this, Yuan Ting quickly turned his gaze to the large screen. Upon confirmation, a smile spread across his face. Haha, my brother is indeed formidable. He has swiftly climbed the ranks in just half an hour, and it won't be long before he breaches the top 3. Then, he glanced at Yi Bei's name on the screen, an expression of derision crossing his features as he muttered to himself. Yi Bei, how dare you bet against my brother Yuan Shao, who possesses a top-tier rare profession? My Yuan family boasts abundant resources, providing my brother with a complete set of level 110 golden gear, replacing it with a new set at every level, thereby significantly enhancing his power. Furthermore, we have detailed intelligence about the novice trial dungeon, including the spawn locations of most monsters and their weaknesses. What do you have to contest against me? Afterward, as if struck by a thought, he hastily retrieved his phone and eagerly dialed by Jia for a video call. Upon connection, his demeanor instantly shifted to one of sycophantic cheerfulness. He gestured towards the square's big screen, saying, Miss Bai, look at the rankings. My brother is already ahead of Yi Bei by 2,000 places. Yi Bei has no chance of winning. Following Yuan Tang's pointed gesture, Bai Jia glanced at the rankings and a smile emerged on her face. Yuan Tang, you've done well. I shall reward you with a pair of socks I just wore. Yuan Tang's expression immediately transformed into one of ecstatic thrill, his eyes gleaming with a morbid desire as he replied, Thank you, Miss Bai. The mere thought of possessing Bai Jia's freshly worn socks, imbued with her warmth, sent waves of yearning through him. After hanging up, Bai Jia too wore an expression tinged with a peculiar allure. She picked up a photograph of Yi Bei and slowly pressed it against her chest, her cheeks flushed and eyes half closed as she murmured, My dear Yi Bei, it seems you cannot escape your fate. You are destined to be my plaything. Just wait and see how I'll torment you. One-eyed sand scorpion, boss. Rank, elite. Level, 10. Skills, flame spray, venomous needle, toxic spike shot. At last, an elite monster has appeared. This must be the boss of this ordinary level dungeon. Yi Bei and the Holy War Goblin had traversed nearly the entire desert dungeon, encountering predominantly ordinary monsters, and now a stronger elite creature has finally surfaced. Yi Bei's gaze fixed upon the colossal sand dune ahead, where a cluster of one-eyed sand scorpions surrounded a singular, much larger one. Its singular eye, a deep crimson, bore a row of sharp spines on its back, glistening with a toxic sheen. At that moment, it was indulging in the flesh and blood of a unicorn viper. Ordinary adventurers would likely feel trepidation upon encountering this one-eyed sand scorpion boss and its accompanying minions. However, Yi Bei remained utterly unfazed. He calmly turned to the Holy War Goblin and commanded, Little Holy, go forth, annihilate them so we can proceed to the hard-level dungeon. Without hesitation, the Holy War Goblin brandished its axe and charged ahead. Its level synchronized with Yi Bei's, now at level 4, its strength significantly augmented, rendering it fearless against these minor scorpions. Upon activating the Holy Light Shield, it entered an invulnerable state, impervious to any damage. The onslaught of flame sprays was effortlessly deflected, and the venomous needles of the one-eyed scorpions proved utterly ineffectual. Following this, it unleashed the Holy Charge skill. Like a locomotive radiating golden light, it barreled forward. 3 or 4 one-eyed sand scorpions barely had time to react before they were smashed against the iron-hard exoskeleton of the dune, their crimson blood splattering across the landscape. Then, it seamlessly executed the holy triple slash. One by one, the one-eyed sand scorpions fell as easily as weeds by the roadside, swiftly harvested. Killed one-eyed sand scorpion, experience 3. Killed one-eyed sand scorpion, experience 3. In a matter of mere seconds, all the one-eyed sand scorpions lay vanquished at the hands of the Holy War Goblin, leaving only the formidable one-eyed sand scorpion boss. Upon witnessing the demise of its minions, it erupted in fury. Its already crimson eye now appeared to blaze with flame. With a hiss, the boss unleashed its toxic spikes, launching them like arrows toward the Holy War Goblin. Yet, they were rendered completely ineffective. The Holy War Goblin reached out with a massive hand, grasped its head, and with a gentle squeeze, boom, the one-eyed sand scorpion boss's head exploded with a sickening pop. Instantaneously vanquished. Even an elite-level boss stood no chance against the Holy War Goblin. Killed elite one-eyed sand scorpion boss, experience 50. The bountiful experience caused Yi Bei's eyes to widen in astonishment. However, what delighted him even more was the emergence of two glowing orbs upon the ground. Surely, the bounty from this elite boss would be far superior to those worthless materials. Yi Bei raised an eyebrow, then approached and collected both orbs. In an instant, the orbs dissipated, revealing a piece of equipment and a skill book in Yi Bei's hands. He promptly began to examine the details of these two items. Scorpion arm guards. Level 5. Quality, golden. Strength, 50. Vitality, 20. Dexterity, 15. Special ability, can unleash the scorpion's power, allowing for a fire attack every 10 minutes. Equipable by Warrior, Knight. Shield Warrior. Toxic Spike Technique, Black Iron. Learnable by Mage. Cost, mana per use. Effect, golden quality. An elite monster from an ordinary dungeon has actually dropped golden grade equipment? As Yi Bei experienced a moment of elation, a multitude of large question marks appeared in his mind. Shouldn't golden tier equipment be obtainable only from at least nightmare level instances? After all, Yi Bei had never heard of anyone acquiring golden tier loot from a common level dungeon. He felt that his luck could only be described as that of a favored child of fortune. Splendid. Although I do not meet the requirements to wear this piece of equipment, Little Saint certainly does. Yi Bei murmured to himself. After all, while the Holy War Goblin is a summon creature, it belongs to the warrior class. Furthermore, despite its considerable size, all equipment can undergo alterations to fit the wearer's physique, thus posing no hindrance to donning it. With this thought in mind, Yi Bei turned to the Holy War Goblin, who was diligently scrubbing the bloodstains from its axe with sand, and called out, "Little Saint, come here. I have something splendid for you." Upon hearing this, the Holy War Goblin strode eagerly towards Yi Bei. "What is your command, master?" It stuttered, its eyes wide and innocent, its expression adorably vacant. Yi Bei lifted his gaze to meet the goblin's clear, naive eyes and its somewhat foolish demeanor, letting out a slight sigh and shaking his head. Inwardly reflecting, how could Little Saint be so oblivious, leading to such low mental acuity? Yet, a touch of foolishness can be advantageous. It makes one susceptible to persuasion and less likely to betray. With this comforting thought, Yi Bei's spirits lifted, a smile gracing his face. He then tossed the equipment into the goblin's hands and said, "Here, Little Saint, this is a piece of equipment that even I am reluctant to wear. Especially for you." Upon hearing this, the Holy War Goblin was visibly moved and excited. "Thank you, master. I will surely protect you." It then attempted to affix the sand scorpion bracers to its arm, but despite its best efforts, it was unable to do so. Its frustration evident as sweat beaded on its brow. Yi Bei, witnessing this, raised a hand to his forehead in exasperation, the weight of disbelief pressing upon him. "Little Saint, you are only at level 4. This equipment requires level 5 to wear." As he spoke, Yi Bei led the Holy War Goblin toward the oasis ahead, continuing, "Follow me. We shall venture into a challenging dungeon and level up, and soon you shall be able to don it." Moments later, the duo entered the oasis, stepping into the entrance of the difficult level dungeon. Contrary to expectations, the challenging dungeon was not a desert, but a primeval forest. As Yi Bei and the Holy War Goblin entered, they immediately spotted several dark green monkeys. Forest Poison Monkey, rank, common, level, 7 skills, corrosive light, leap. Throw poison dart. The forest poison monkeys quickly sensed the newcomers and launched an immediate attack, hurling sharp wooden sticks coated with dark green venom toward Yi Bei and the Holy War Goblin. The third eye on Yi Bei's forehead emitted a beam of corrosive light. "Master, be careful," the Holy War Goblin shouted, positioning itself protectively in front of Yi Bei to block the onslaught. It then charged at the forest poison monkeys, swiftly dispatching over a dozen of them with ease. The remaining two, witnessing their comrade's demise, scrambled to escape up the trees. Yet, they could not evade the Holy War Goblin's wrath. With a well-aimed throw of its axe, both were eliminated in one swift motion. After vanquishing nearly 20 creatures, Yi Bei finally reached level 5, and the Holy War Goblin, leveling in tandem with him, also attained level 5. "Little Saint," Yi Bei proclaimed, "you can now equip the gear I've bestowed upon you." Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy broke through the goblin's previously vacant expression. It promptly fitted the sand scorpion bracers onto its arm. The bracers rapidly expanded, conforming to the goblin's forearm perfectly. Holy War Goblin, level 5, quality, epic, strength, 11,050, vitality, 6,020, agility, 6,015, mental, 17, equipment, Sand Scorpion Bracers, Golden. Skills, Divine Charge, LV1. Holy Light Triple / LV1. Holy Shield, LV1. Bond Value, 63. Yibei's eyes first landed upon the bond value, which had increased by 3 points. He nodded in satisfaction, feeling that his efforts to cultivate this naive child had not been in vain. As he examined the attributes, a look of astonishment crossed his face. At merely level 5, the goblin's strength had already reached 110, and with the equipment's strength attribute, it soared to a staggering 160. Truly remarkable for an epic tier. After a moment of admiration, a smile returned to Yibei's face, as he grew increasingly eager for the day he would inherit the Holy War Goblin's full attributes. If only the goblin could perish a few more times, its 4 core attributes would ascend to extraordinary heights. Let us go, little saint, continue to slay monsters. Chapter 9, Dominating the Nightmare Level Dungeon. Trial rankings refresh every hour. Your current rank is 8,659. Trial rankings refresh every hour. Your current rank is 3,572. Trial rankings refresh every hour. Your current rank is 689. Yibei and the Holy War Goblin relentlessly engaged in monster slaying, which steadily elevated his ranking. However, his unfamiliarity with the monster spawn points within the dungeon consumed much of his time, explaining the slower pace of his ascent. Meanwhile, in the external trial plaza, a flash of light heralded Yuan Zhao's emergence, now boasting a rank of 2nd place and an evaluation of a grade, close behind the S grade of the 1st place holder. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonished chatter. Wow, this guy has shot straight to 2nd place. The Shadow Blade's strength is astounding. Gosh. He donned another set of golden equipment. He must be incredibly wealthy. Goodness, Yibei is destined to lose this time. How can a mere common summoner compete? Hearing the murmurs of the students around him, Yuan Shao's lips curled into a smirk, more difficult to suppress than a smirk of a seasoned actor. I have battled the boss of the nightmare level dungeon for quite some time, even forcing it into its 2nd form. Unfortunately, it proved somewhat resistant to my class, so I could only severely wound it. Yuan Shao spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, all the while surveying the envious and resentful expressions of those around him. Relishing in the attention, Yuan Tong, upon seeing Yibei's name on the large screen, scoffed dismissively. Huh, a mere common summoner, even if he possesses a hidden class. What does it matter? You're still too green to challenge me, Yibei? After stepping closer and patting Yuan Shao on the shoulder, he added with a grin. Well done, well done. As expected of my brother, you're formidable. Yet Yuan Shao was not swayed by this flattery. Observing Yuan Tong's expression, he retorted with disdain. Yuan Tong, do not forget your promise. Once I secure victory, all your assets will belong to me, and you must relinquish your claim to inheritance. This is also Father's wish. With your current disposition, you resemble a devoted sycophant. If you were to control those assets, they would inevitably end up in the hands of that public transport heiress from the Bai family. At these words, Yuan Tong's face flushed with rage, his eyes aflame. Yuan Shao, should you continue to refer to Miss Bai as a public transport heiress, I shall sever our brotherly bond. Is it not true that you covet my assets? Take them back. I am a top-tier rare class, and I have reached tier 4. I have no need for such trivialities. The surrounding crowd, witnessing this spectacle, began to gossip eagerly. Alas, this devoted sycophant is truly extraordinary, willing to relinquish control of his family just to curry favor with the boss. I am left wondering what exceptional qualities Bai Jie possesses that have so completely ensnared this sycophant. Of course, Bai Jie's remarkable trait is none other than her charm. What benefit is there in being a sycophant, one might ask? It is said that Bai Jie is accessible to anyone, yet she denies this sycophant, Yuan Tong. The murmurs of the onlookers, though hushed, are discernible to professionals with keen hearing, and Yuan Tong's countenance quickly turned a deep shade of crimson. Get away from me. He bellowed at the surrounding crowd, akin to a wrathful baboon. Observing this, Yuan Shao let out a derisive chuckle, his expression one of disappointment as he cast a glance at Yuan Tong before turning away. The followers who had previously surrounded Yuan Tong began to disperse upon hearing Yuan Shao declare that Yuan Tong had forfeited his claim to the Yuan family legacy, leaving him seething with rage. However, moments later, his mood lifted when he received word that Bai Jie had learned of Yuan Zhao's 2nd place finish on the trial leaderboard. She called to inform him to retrieve his socks without delay. Within the nightmarish dungeon, Yibei and the Sacred War Goblin plunged into the water upon entry. Fortunately, the Sacred War Goblin's considerable height prevented him from sinking, allowing him to lift Yibei and place him atop a small island. The environment of this dungeon was a vast swamp, teeming with blood-red giant pythons measuring 20 meters in length, their density quite alarming. Swamp Blood Python. Rank, Elite. Level, 12. Skills, Bloodburst, Strangulation, Toxic Mist. Good heavens. The ordinary monsters in this nightmarish realm are already elite level, far exceeding the strength of typical bosses. Upon inspecting these creatures' attributes, Yibei furrowed his brow. He surmised that even an ordinary rare-class adventurer would find survival here exceedingly challenging. Only top-tier rare adventurers with commendable equipment might stand a chance. As eBay became aware of the swamp blood pythons, the creatures also took notice of them. At least 100 swamp blood pythons surged toward eBay and the sacred war goblin with astonishing speed, akin to a speeding train. Normally, pythons are rather sluggish due to their massive size, but the swamp's muck and water provided a favorable environment, enabling them to move rapidly. For the sacred war goblin, however, this environment was less than accommodating, as its bulk caused it to sink into the mire, leaving only its neck exposed. The mud and water significantly diminished its strength. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, the sacred war goblin was able to easily overcome the odds. With a flash of holy light, it summoned a holy shield that displaced the water and mire, allowing it to move unhindered. Then, spotting the approaching swamp blood pythons, it raised its massive axe and began to strike with ferocity. In an instant, the pythons were cleaved into segments, thrashing helplessly in the swamp. The tremendous force it exerted created massive craters in the mud, akin to detonating bombs within the mire, sending mud splattering dozens of meters into the air, turning the entire swamp into a chaotic maelstrom. Killed swamp blood python, experience 20. Killed swamp blood python, experience 20. In merely moments, nearly all of the surrounding swamp blood pythons had been vanquished by the sacred war goblin. EBay, however, found himself somewhat disheveled. Having been splattered with mud from the previous chaos, yet he paid it no heed, fixating instead on the kill notifications. Each swamp blood python yielding 20 experience points was quite commendable. While it may not match an elite boss's yield, the sheer number of these creatures was advantageous. Glancing at his experience bar, eBay realized he would soon be leveling up again. Now at level 7, he believed that if he exterminated all the nightmarish dungeon monsters, he could reach level 9, and there was a hellish dungeon waiting for him afterward. He wondered how high he could ascend after conquering it. With that thought, eBay wasted no time, instructing the sacred war goblin to collect the spoils from the recently defeated swamp blood pythons before continuing to push forward through the nightmarish dungeon. Chapter 10. Annihilating the Lord-level boss. Is this truly the first place? However, the sacred war goblin found itself facing greater challenges within this nightmarish dungeon than before. In the previous dungeons, it could effortlessly dispatch monsters without much need for skills. Yet upon reaching the nightmarish realm, it found that encountering more formidable foes necessitated skill usage, leading to significant stamina depletion. By the time they reached the boss of this nightmarish dungeon, the goblin was already somewhat fatigued. EBay looked up at the colossal bovine creature before him, towering at a height of 3 zhong, its body adorned with menacing spikes, resembling a small mountain, exuding a fearsome aura. Before such a beast, the sacred war goblin appeared diminutive. Anyone with a fear of large creatures would likely be paralyzed with terror in its presence. Bloodthirsty bull boss. Rank, Lord level. Level, 15. Skills, Blood Fury, Rampage, Stomp, Charge. Roaring upon noticing Yi Bei and the sacred war goblin, the beast revealed a mouth full of sharp, jagged teeth that seemed incongruous for a creature of its kind. It appeared to possess acute instincts, fixating its gaze on the sacred war goblin, sensing a threat of death emanating from it. However, this low-intelligence, hot-tempered creature would not retreat in the face of danger. Rather, it would become increasingly enraged. Its crimson eyes glowed with an ominous light, infusing its malevolence and strength with a significant boost. Has it activated its Blood Fury skill? EBay speculated upon witnessing the creature's transformation. Yet the bloodthirsty bull seemed intent on further enhancing itself, its body radiating a red glow as it stomped its massive hooves against the ground with tremendous force, charging directly at the sacred war goblin. The ground trembled violently, akin to a fierce earthquake. The bloodthirsty bull sought to eliminate the formidable threat posed by the sacred war goblin. Given the bull's substantial health pool, it would likely take considerable time for the goblin to defeat it. Perhaps I should consider utilizing my summoner skill? With this thought in mind, eBay raised his staff slightly. The staff, of silver quality, had previously been acquired from a difficult level boss. Summon Fury. In an instant, a beam of holy light burst forth from the staff, enveloping the sacred war goblin in a cascade of mystical runes, forming a protective array that covered its entire body. This skill temporarily enhances the strength of summoned creatures, effectively doubling their power. Moreover, if the summoned creature harbored any fury within, the effect of the array would be further amplified, enhancing the creature's strength once more. The next moment, the array took effect. Instantly, the sacred war goblin seemed to ignite with holy flames, its power doubled. And as it witnessed the bloodthirsty bull charging toward it, the goblin felt a surge of provocation, causing its anger to rise and its strength to intensify. Holy Charge. The holy war goblin has also unleashed its skills. Once again, it is a charge attack. A collision of titanic forces. Boom. The two colossal entities collided at an astonishing speed, causing the ground to tremble violently while shockwaves rippled through the air. In the next moment, the massive bloodthirsty bull was sent hurtling backwards, its head obliterated, flesh and blood splattering everywhere, meeting a gruesome end. Instant kill, yet again. You have slain the Lord-level bloodthirsty bull boss, gaining 500 experience points. As the kill notification echoed, several orbs of light appeared beside the corpse of the bloodthirsty bull. Upon collecting them, a few items materialized in Yi Bei's hands. Summoning Beast Resurrection Scroll, 2nd tier. Effect: can resurrect a summoned beast of level 20 or below, restoring half of its health. Upon seeing this scroll, Yi Bei's eyes brightened. What a splendid item. Although it is merely of the 2nd tier, it holds substantial value, capable of being exchanged for 2 or 3 pieces of golden grade equipment. He certainly did not require it, otherwise, he would have kept it without hesitation. After all, this is something every summoner yearns for. After securing the scroll, Yi Bei turned his attention to the next item. Bloodthirsty Two-Handed Sword. Level 9. Quality, Golden. Strength, 150. Constitution, 60. Agility, 10. Special ability, can continuously activate bloodthirsty power, each attack siphoning the blood of the monster, increasing personal attack by 10%. This is a top-tier golden equipment. Each strike enhances attack by 10%, and the stat bonuses are remarkable. Once Little Saint reaches level 9, he will wield it. Yi Bei's delight was palpable, his lips unable to suppress a smile. After regaining his composure, Yi Bei examined the other items. However, the remaining few were rather mediocre, worth only a modest sum. After a quick glance at the details, he tossed them into his space storage without a second thought. Having completed these tasks, Yi Bei made his way towards the entrance of the hell-level dungeon. However, just as he was halfway there, a notification chimed. Trial ranking refreshes at the hour. Your current rank is 1st, with an S rating. The refresh of the trial rankings left Yi Bei momentarily stunned. Previously, he had been ranked hundreds of places away, and now he had leapt to 1st place. Have I truly attained the 1st rank so effortlessly? He had anticipated that he would need to enter the hell-level dungeon and engage in a fierce battle to claim the top spot on the trial board. Yet, this was the outcome. This result left Yi Bei slightly disheartened. It seemed he had overestimated the talents within this city. They must have failed to slay the bosses of the nightmarish dungeons. Meanwhile, Yuan-Tung arrived at Bai Jia's villa. The thought of soon acquiring the goddess's stockings kept a grin plastered across his face. I must keep them carefully, hugging them to sleep each night. It will surely be as comforting as embracing Bai Jia herself, he murmured to himself. However, as soon as he stepped inside the villa, a vase came crashing down onto his head. Though his robust physique sustained no injury, he was still left in a rather disheveled state. You useless worm. A sycophant like you is truly worthless. Bai Jia's voice rang out from the living room. Yuan-Ting looked up to find Bai Jia entangled romantically on the enormous sofa with a handsome young man, glaring at him with fury. Witnessing this scene shattered Yuan-Ting's heart, yet he endured. Bai Jia, did I not help you win? Why do you still berate me? Yuan-Ting asked, his voice trembling as he suppressed his sorrow. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia's anger flared even more. Win? Win against whom? Yi Bei has surged to the top of the trial rankings. What can you possibly do to compete with him? With that, she hurled her phone directly at Yuan-Ting's face. Yuan-Ting dared not express his anger or protest. Submissively, he picked up the phone and discovered it displayed a screenshot of the trial rankings. Chapter 11. Afraid to let you enjoy it, is he cheating? A fleeting glance left him in shock, unable to comprehend it. For there, on the trial board, Yi Bei's name prominently claimed the 1st position, with an S rating. Impossible. This cannot be. He screamed frantically. However, his frantic cries were soon interrupted as another vase struck his face, swiftly restoring his composure. He then attempted to explain to Bai Jia, Miss Bai, this must be a fake. Someone must have doctored the image. Before I arrived, Yi Bei was still hundreds of ranks away. How could he possibly ascend to 1st place in such a short time? It must be false. Bai Jia glared coldly at him, mocking, fake you say? This is a screenshot I took while someone was recording a video for me. As she spoke, her gaze swept over Yuan-Ting's pitiful demeanor and recalled the insults Yi Bei had hurled at her, igniting her ire. I want Yi Bei to be my plaything, to thoroughly humiliate him, and you, worthless worm, cannot even manage this trivial task. Get lost. I never wish to see you again. Upon hearing Bai Jia's words, Yuan-Tung felt as though the heavens had fallen. Not seeing Bai Jia was more painful than losing his parents. Such a reality was intolerable. Thus, he hurriedly crawled to the giant sofa's side, pleading, Miss Bai, please don't be like this. Take your anger out on me instead. If you can't humiliate Yi Bei, then humiliate me. At his words, Bai Jia turned her head from her busy endeavors, laughing in a fit of rage. Humiliate you? I fear that might actually please you. Get away from me, you dog. Following this, she delivered a swift kick to Yuan-Tung's face, sending him sprawling outside the villa. Left with no choice, Yuan-Tung departed in a daze. Meanwhile, the handsome young man cradled Bai Jia's foot and gently kissed it, inquiring, Miss, why did you reward him? In the trial square, a considerable uproar ensued. Many students from the 2nd high school were astonished to see Yi Bei ascend to 1st place on the trial rankings. Wow, Yi Bei actually reached the top? He must be cheating. Were you not saying summoners were weak? How could he leap from hundreds of ranks straight to the top? Incredible. Not only has he claimed 1st place, but his S rating is a significant gap ahead of the 2nd and 3rd places. How on earth did he accomplish this? As the students discussed, Principal Zhou Shan and class teacher Qian Yin also arrived. Upon seeing Yi Bei's name atop the leaderboard, Qian Yun was overwhelmed with joy. My tenfold bonus has finally returned. The previous time Yi Bei had chosen the summoner class, Qian Yun had nearly suffered a stroke out of frustration, narrowly saved by the timely intervention of the school hospital's physician. Now, seeing Yi Bei at first place, how could he not be elated? Meanwhile, Principal Zhou Shan, witnessing the scene, straightened his previously hunched back and wore a smile. It seems this child did not randomly choose his profession. His talent must be extraordinary. And his choice of the summoner class has proven immensely beneficial, validating his decision. Subsequently, Zhou Shan turned, beaming with pride as he addressed Principal Chun, he of the first high school. Old Chun, did you not claim your first high school would consistently overshadow my second high school? What do you have to say now? Seeing Zhou Shan flaunting in front of him, Chun he merely smiled, stepping forward to clasp Zhou Shan's shoulder, saying, Old Zhou, how about we make a deal? Let my son marry your daughter, and you can transfer this student's enrollment to my first high school. After Zhou Shan finished listening to Chun He's words, he was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, his face flushed with anger, nearly leading to an apoplexy. Get lost, you old scoundrel. You think you can have your cake and eat it too? Seeing Zhou Shan so enraged, Chun He burst into laughter, feeling as though he had gained the upper hand. He then adopted a more serious demeanor and said, Old Zhou, has your school notified the city lord about this prodigy? The city lord previously mentioned that he would personally reward any genius achieving an S-grade evaluation in the trial dungeon. Zhou Shan, upon hearing this, shook his head slightly and replied, I was so excited that I nearly forgot. I'll call the city lord right now. With that, Zhou Shan picked up the phone and dialed the city lord's exclusive line. Once connected, he reported all the details. After Zhou Shan finished his report, on the other end, in the city lord's mansion, City Lord Hongya, wearing a faint smile, said, Principal Zhou, you have done remarkably well. When this prodigy comes to the city lord's mansion, I will personally meet him. With that, Hongya hung up the phone. He then lifted a cup of tea, took a sip with a serene smile, and glanced at the middle-aged man sitting opposite him, saying, Old Lin, you heard that our Rome city has produced a newcomer with an S-grade evaluation. Let us see how you will boast in front of me now. The middle-aged man, Lin Yong, was the city lord of the neighboring Jiang city. At Hongya's words, he remained silent for a moment before simply replying, Our Jiang city already has 3 S-grade talents. Just that one statement made Hongya's composure falter. The smile on his face vanished, and he slammed the cup down onto the table, exclaiming, Old Lin, what kind of tea did you send me? It's terrible. Lin Yong chuckled then, with a hint of cunning, remarked, whether the tea is good or bad is of little consequence. My main purpose in coming here was to bring you good news. With 3 S-grade talents, don't you think that is somewhat akin to an SSS grade? Nonsense, SSS grade. Hongya swore, thoroughly incensed by Lin Yong's words. It seemed that achieving SSS grade was not too difficult. One could likely attain it by effortlessly clearing the Hell level dungeon. Yi Bei had already led the Holy War Goblins into the Hell dungeon and began surveying the surrounding environment. Unlike previous dungeons, this Hell level dungeon resembled a modern city. However, this modern city had long been ravaged. Countless trees had erupted from the ground, destroying the roads and even lifting vehicles to their treetops. Clearly, these trees had not grown slowly. Otherwise, they could not have lifted vehicles so high, appearing rather as if they had sprouted instantaneously. Many towering skyscrapers were entangled and twisted by enormous vines, some even collapsing under their weight. This dungeon evidently depicted an apocalyptic scene, truly befitting of a Hell-level dungeon. Yi Bei led the Holy War Goblins down the road, searching for monsters. Just past an intersection, they spotted a group of creatures covered in branches. Chapter 12, Attributes Surge. Revive. Yi Bei observed that these creatures bore a human resemblance and were clad in human attire, albeit marred by the branches that had grown from their bodies. These must have been the result of the Abyssal Invasion, an event that had transpired in this world. Merely captured in time and space by a mysterious force and transformed into a dungeon. Yi Bei slightly recalled the knowledge from his high school textbooks. Then, a glimmer flashed in his eyes as he began to probe the monster's information. Parasitic Demon Tree. Rank, Lord level. Level, 15. Skills, Entangle, Drain, Pierce. Lord level monsters? Yi Bei was taken aback. This Hell-level dungeon was utterly outrageous. Even ordinary monsters were at the Lord level. One must remember that the bosses of Nightmare-level dungeons were only at the Lord level as well. The Hell-level dungeon was merely one tier above the Nightmare level. Was it truly necessary for the difficulty to be so preposterous? No wonder so few people could clear Hell-level dungeons. The difficulty was exponentially higher than that of Nightmare-level dungeons. Yi Bei couldn't help but sigh. Just as he was lost in thought, the monsters lunged toward them. The Holy War Goblins charged forward to engage in battle. The branches on those monsters acted like tentacles, reaching out to ensnare the Holy War Goblins. However, they were thwarted by the Holy War Goblins' Holy Light Shield. Swish, swish, swish. The gleaming axes sliced through the monsters, leaving them battered and bruised, their branches severed and writhing on the ground like snakes. Within moments, the Holy War Goblins had dispatched all 7 or 8 monsters. Defeated Lord-level parasitic demon tree. Experience 120. However, the Holy War Goblins had also sustained significant injuries. Their armor was torn by the branches, leaving deep wounds, some even exposing bone. Moreover, when they defeated these parasitic demon trees, they did not achieve instant kills. Yibei understood that this was due to the Summoning Fury skill he had activated during the boss fight in the Nightmare-level dungeon. The Summoning Fury skill was immensely powerful when used, capable of amplifying strength several times. However, once it was exhausted, a lengthy period of weakness followed. While Yibei contemplated this, several more parasitic demon trees on a distant skyscraper had set their sights on them. These parasitic demon trees adjusted their branches, transforming them into crude wings, and leaped from the towering building, gliding toward Yibei. Two of the parasitic demon trees targeted Yibei, while the others charged at the Holy War Goblins. Realizing Yibei was in danger, the Holy War Goblins disregarded their own peril and leapt fiercely. Ignoring the attacks from the monsters behind them, they tackled the two monsters heading for Yibei and began hacking away with their axes. Only after slaying the two monsters did they realize their backs were a bloody mess. Branches twisted and penetrated their body, draining their blood and flesh, causing the once robust and imposing figure of the Holy War Goblins to shrink rapidly. Master, be careful. The Holy War Goblins, witnessing another parasitic demon tree fixating on Yibei, felt a surge of anxiety. They attempted to rise and protect Yibei, but found their form gradually with both Divine Charge and Holy Light triple slash unleashed simultaneously. A blinding radiance enveloped a radius of 30 meters. Moments later, as the intense light dissipated, the ground lay in ruins, pockmarked with massive craters. Scattered amidst the debris were the dismembered remains of the monsters that had just assaulted Yibei. All the creatures that had attacked him were vanquished. Killed Lord-level parasitic magic tree. Experience 120. At this juncture, Yibei had fully assimilated the inherited power, feeling himself considerably empowered. He then cast his gaze upon his attribute panel. Yibei. Level 8. Strength 75,295. Constitution 78,188. Agility 75,180. Mentality 90,109. Summoned Beast. Holy War Goblin. Epic. Skills. Holy Light Healing LV1. Wrath of Summoning LV1. Exclusive skill, Temple Baptism Legend. Effect 1. Can use Holy Light to baptize summoned creatures, allowing the baptized summon to directly upgrade one tier. Effect 2. Permanently grants the summoned creature the Holy Light attribute, inflicting an additional 100 damage to dark monsters. Talent, Sacred Bond, Unique Divine Level. Upon glimpsing his attributes, Yibei's eyes sparkled with excitement. His strength was nearing 300, with Constitution and Agility approaching 200. While his mentality exceeded 100. These attributes were astonishingly exceptional. It was noteworthy that he was only at level 8. Moreover, Yibei realized that not only had he inherited the fundamental attributes of the Holy War Goblin, but even the attributes from the equipped gear had been passed down. The power of physical embodiment was indeed extraordinary. This was merely the first instance of inheriting a Summon-S attributes. If he were to inherit multiple times, would his numbers not explode exponentially? Yibei could already envision how formidable his attributes would become. With just his physical prowess, he would be able to obliterate anything with a single punch, a notion that thrilled him immensely. Little Saint, let us press on, Yibei encouraged, patting the Holy War Goblin. He then continued onward toward the heart of the Doomsday City. He had spotted a colossal, parasitized tiger atop the tallest building in the city center. This tiger was likely the boss of this hellish dungeon. Chapter 13. Annihilation of the Hell Dungeon's Minor Boss. As they advanced, waves of monsters surged forth to attack Yibei and the Holy War Goblin. However, each was swiftly dispatched by the Goblin's blade. Killed Lord-level parasitic magic tree. Experience 120. Killed Lord-level parasitic magic vine. Experience 150. Moments later, a flash of holy light enveloped Yibei. He had leveled up. He was now at level 9. The Holy War Goblin, in sync with Yibei, also ascended to level 9. Feeling his strength increase once more, Yibei paused. He then retrieved a grand sword embedded with gemstones from his spatial inventory. This was the golden grade, bloodthirsty greatsword that had dropped from the nightmare-level dungeon boss, the Bloodthirsty Bull. With a required level of 9 for equip, it was time to don it now that he had leveled up. Little Saint, you should replace that old axe of yours, Yibei remarked, tossing the greatsword to the Holy War Goblin. The goblin was immediately moved. Master, I am so touched. A fine treasure you bestow upon me, while you forego it yourself. The 6 or 7 meter tall warrior was so overcome with emotion that a few tears welled in his eyes. Yibei, witnessing this, felt somewhat overwhelmed. Oh dear little saint, why are you crying? Is it your lack of intellect that makes you so easily moved? Enough, enough. A man does not shed tears lightly. If you wish to repay me, then protect me well. Yibei waved his hand dismissively. The Holy War Goblin nodded in agreement, promptly equipping the bloodthirsty greatsword, significantly enhancing its aura. The sword's special effects aside, the increase in attributes alone nearly doubled the goblin's stats. Excellent. Yibei beamed. knowing that when the Holy War Goblin perished next time, it would inherit not just its own attributes, but also those of the bloodthirsty greatsword. This thought satisfied him greatly. Dusting himself off and discarding a few leaves, Yi-Bei continued onward with the Holy War Goblin. After traversing over a kilometer, they encountered a more formidable foe. This creature, resembling a wolf, was also parasitized by the magic tree, but it had seemingly undergone a mutation, growing to nearly 10 feet in length, with vine-like tendrils wrapping around its body like a coiled dragon. Clearly, this wolf had been simultaneously parasitized by both the magic tree and the magic vine, resulting in its mutation. Mutated parasitic magic tree, wolf form. Tier, Lord level. Level, 15. Skills, Entangle, Drain, Pierce, Rapid Recovery. Upon reviewing the information of this mutated parasitic magic tree, Yi-Bei frowned. He hadn't anticipated that this creature would be a Lord level with 8 stars, significantly stronger than the previous parasitic tree. Its power was nearing that of a monarch level beast, and it appeared to be on par with the Holy War Goblin. This creature could very well be considered a minor boss within this hellish dungeon. True to its name, the Holy War Goblin displayed an aggressive spirit, showing no fear in the face of the wolf-like mutated parasitic magic tree. It charged forth, brandishing the bloodthirsty greatsword. Boom! The goblin unleashed a flurry of skills. Divine Charge, Holy Light Shield, Holy Light Triple Slash, causing deep craters and sword marks to mar the roadway. The shockwaves from their clash overturned damaged vehicles strewn across the street. Crash! In the next instant, the Holy War Goblin sent the wolf-like mutated parasitic magic tree flying with a single strike, crashing it into a precariously balanced 6-story building, which subsequently collapsed, burying the wolf-like creature beneath the rubble. The goblin rushed forward, eager to deliver a finishing blow. However, as it approached, countless tendrils erupted from the ground, blooming like a demonic flower. Steel and concrete were thrust aside in an instant, and the wolf-like mutated parasitic magic tree calmly emerged from the wreckage. The battle was once again set to commence. After roughly 10 minutes of fierce combat, the struggle drew near its conclusion. The regenerative abilities of the mutated wolf-like parasitic magic tree were formidable. The massive wounds inflicted by the Holy War Goblin healed almost instantaneously within mere seconds. Clearly, unless vital points were struck, it was nearly impossible to slay. Moreover, the sturdy tendrils encasing the creature provided it with exceptional defenses, rendering it a formidable opponent. Only after battling for over 10 minutes did the tree's recovery rate noticeably decline, taking nearly half a minute to fully heal. Thus, the Holy War Goblin began to gain a decisive upper hand. After another 2 minutes, the wolf-shaped mutated parasitic demon tree was utterly obliterated by the Holy War Goblin, reduced to mere fragments, never to revive again. Slaying a Lord-level wolf-shaped mutated parasitic demon tree gained 500 experience points. At long last, it had perished. This mutated parasitic demon tree had proven to be quite a formidable adversary. Yi-Bei gazed down at the wooden debris scattered on the ground. The Holy War Goblin, too, was exceedingly fatigued. After relentlessly unleashing skills for over 10 minutes, its stamina had been significantly depleted, likely requiring at least half an hour for recovery. Just as Yi-Bei prepared to allow the Holy War Goblin a moment's respite, a monstrous figure hurtled towards them from the distance. This creature resembled a bear, its form entwined with dark red demonic vines. Clearly, this was yet another mutated parasitic demon tree, even more potent than the previous one. Master, retreat quickly. Despite its exhaustion and labored breaths, the Holy War Goblin raised its great sword and charged at the creature. Witnessing this, Yi-Bei felt a swell of appreciation. Though the little goblin might be somewhat foolish, it was genuinely devoted to protecting its master. Wrath of Summoning. In the next instant, a radiant light erupted from Yi-Bei's staff, enveloping the Holy War Goblin. The moment mysterious patterns adorned the goblin, its power surged exponentially. Little holy, crush it with the strength I bestow upon you. Yi-Bei's voice was calm. Yet the Holy War Goblin, upon hearing these words, seemed invigorated as if it had been electrified. At your command, master. Boom. The Holy War Goblin's form expanded dramatically, divine light radiating from its body as it hoisted its great sword high and swung it down fiercely at the bear-shaped mutated parasitic demon tree. In an instant, the bear-shaped demon tree was driven deep into the ground, a profound gash nearly severing its form. Curse you, goblin. Die, die, die. Chapter 14, Attributes Surge Again. How did it achieve SS rating? The bear-shaped mutated parasitic demon tree let out an enraged roar, struggling to rise and continue the battle. Its wounds were rapidly healing, yet it clearly had no chance left. The Holy War Goblin's great sword relentlessly struck its body, a flurry of ordinary slashes combined with skills, each blow swiftly dismantling it. Within mere seconds, its form shattered, disintegrating into wooden splinters scattered across the ground. Slaying a Lord-level bear-shaped mutated parasitic demon tree gained 600 experience points. The bear-shaped mutated parasitic demon tree had met its end. It had withstood the Holy War Goblin's assault for only 10 seconds, even less than the wolf-shaped one, which had battled for several minutes. However, This was not entirely the bear's fault. After all, the now doubled power of the Holy War Goblin was a terrifying force. After dispatching this minor boss, the Holy War Goblin surged towards other parasitic demon trees, eager to capitalize on the remaining effects of the Wrath of Summoning. After all, once the effect wore off, it would experience a period of weakness. Meanwhile, Yi-Bei was busy collecting the items dropped by the slain monsters from the ground. 3 or 4 luminous orbs, though not particularly useful, were still quite valuable. Yi-Bei stowed them away, planning to sell them later to acquire something more suitable for himself. In the outside world, at the trial square, Principal Zhou Shan and homeroom teacher Qian Yun were anxiously awaiting. They glanced at the time and then at the dungeon entrance. Why hasn't he emerged yet? Surely, this lad hasn't he encountered any unforeseen misfortune due to his overzealousness? Qian Yun rubbed his balding head, his expression fraught with tension. Zhou Shan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Old Qian, do refrain from being a harbinger of doom. Yi-Bei is a level-headed individual, quite composed. He will not act recklessly. Let's be patient. During the job transition, Zhou Shan had sensed that Yi-Bei was no ordinary person. After all, knowing the prestige associated with the paladin class, he had nonetheless chosen the summoner profession, a decision indicative of exceptional character. Furthermore, upon entering the novice trial dungeon and achieving first place with an S-level score, Zhou Shan's conviction that Yi-Bei was extraordinary grew even stronger. I'm merely worried. Qian Yun sighed. Zhou Shan rolled his eyes in response. I suspect you're more concerned about losing the bonus. As he spoke, Zhou Shan glanced up at the leaderboard displayed on the large screen. The moment he spotted Yi-Bei's name, his pupils constricted sharply, and he inhaled sharply. Hiss. Noticing Zhou Shan's reaction, Qian Yun followed his gaze. What the? It's actually SS level. Qian Yun stammered, his mouth agape, struggling to catch his breath as if overwhelmed with excitement. The commotion drew the attention of others, and soon the entire trial square was collectively gasping in astonishment, raising the temperature of the atmosphere several degrees. Hiss. Can you believe it? An SS level rating. This is truly unprecedented. Heavens, has anyone from Rome City achieved such strength in years? Has he truly cleared a hell-level dungeon? The rating is astonishing. The astonishment was not limited to the students. Parents began inquiring which school Yi-Bei attended, eager to enroll their own children in hopes of sharing in the genius's fortune and awakening exceptional talents. Principals from various high schools gathered around Zhou Shan, offering their congratulations. However, Zhou Shan was preoccupied and, once regaining his composure, immediately dialed a video call to City Lord Hanya. In the City Lord's residence, what? That student has achieved an SS level rating? Excellent, excellent. I'll be there at once. Upon receiving Zhou Shan's video call, Hanya's previously placid demeanor transformed with excitement. He then hung up and turned to City Lord Lin Yong, his expression returning to calm. With a faint smile, he remarked, Old Lin, weren't you just boasting about your 3S levels? Care to witness our Rome City's SS level? Though his tone remained neutral, a playful glint sparkled in his eyes. Lin Yong felt a pang of irritation, his mouth twitching slightly. Very well, you've certainly put on quite the show. Meanwhile, deep within the hell-level dungeon, the Holy War Goblin had entered a state of weakness, surrounded by a swarm of parasitic demon trees. These trees seemed to possess some level of intelligence. When the Holy War Goblin was still in the throes of Wrath of Summoning, only a few had dared to approach, while many others lingered at a distance, observing. Now, upon sensing the goblin's vulnerability, they pounced upon it like ravenous wolves. Kill. Die. The Holy War Goblin roared, battling through the encircling foes. However, the branches struck like razors, leaving it with no means of defense. Ultimately, it met a fate akin to before, consumed by the branches, flesh and blood devoured. In that instant of the Holy War Goblin's demise, the characteristic of physical embodiment was triggered. A surge of energy flooded into Yi-Bei's body, beginning to transform his physique and enhance his attributes. The agonizing pain of rapid strengthening ensued. Yi-Bei, level 9, strength 305, 695, vitality 198, 378, agility 190,315, spirit 119,140. Summoned Beast, Holy War Goblin, Epic. Skills, Holy Light Healing LV1, Wrath of Summoning LV1. Exclusive skill, Temple Baptism Legend, omitted. Talent, Sacred Bond, unique God level. Once the attribute enhancement was complete, the pain throughout his body vanished. Yi-Bei immediately felt invigorated. He then cast a glance at his attribute panel, a smile gradually spreading across his face, his lips curving upward with barely contained joy. His strength attribute was on the verge of surpassing 700, while both his constitution and agility had also surpassed 300. Quite impressive. However, when Yi-Bei's gaze fell upon his spirit attribute, he couldn't help but smirk slightly in disdain. It was rather disappointing. As a class that primarily invested in spirit attributes, he found himself languishing at the bottom, a stark contrast to his strength, which was several times more robust. After a moment of mild sarcasm, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, his spirit attribute was likely several times that of a summoner of the same level. As long as it sufficed, he was content. Chapter 15, the monarch-level boss, the parasitic magic tree king. At that moment, while Yi Bei was assessing his attributes, the creatures that had previously besieged the holy war goblin took notice of him and charged forward. Branches, like arrows released from a bowstring, pierced toward Yi Bei, seemingly poised to skewer him in the next instant. The already deceased holy war goblin, whose essence remained in the summoning space, observed this scene with growing urgency. It desperately communicated telepathically, "Master, beware of the ambush. Quickly revive me, Master." The holy war goblin felt a wave of despair wash over it, believing that Yi Bei would not survive, and filled with guilt for failing to protect him adequately. However, in the next moment, the holy war goblin was left dumbfounded. With a simple wave of his hand, Yi Bei seized one of the parasitic magic tree's branches and swept it around him. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of successive impacts echoed as all the surrounding parasitic magic trees were sent flying back, their forms shattering effortlessly. Kill monarch-level parasitic magic tree. Experience 120. Kill monarch-level parasitic magic tree. Experience 120. Is Master truly this powerful? The holy war goblin stared, dumbfounded, through the summoning space at the unfolding scene. Before it could fully comprehend the situation, Yi Bei gently waved his staff, causing the last resurrection gem to shatter. A summoning array illuminated the ground, and the holy war goblin's form gradually coalesced. Upon witnessing the revived holy war goblin, Yi Bei smiled gently and replied, "Indeed, I am quite formidable. Yet, I cannot always be the one to take action. After all, I must train and cultivate you so that you may grow stronger and keep pace with me. I do not wish for you to fall behind. We must ascend together to become the strongest. Go forth, little saint, and vanquish those who disturb our contemplation." Upon hearing Yi Bei's words, the holy war goblin, initially lost in thought and filled with doubt, suddenly felt invigorated, as if infused with newfound energy. Yes, its previous demise was not due to a lack of support from its master, but rather a part of the training process to enhance its strength. Moreover, its master had expended considerable resources to revive it. In its previous world, resurrection demanded a significant cost, which it understood well. Its master acted for its benefit. Sacrificing so much, it should not harbor doubts, but instead express gratitude and unconditional trust. It had come to a profound realization. With excitement bubbling within, it charged toward the monsters, eager to battle, to grow stronger, and to honor its master's efforts in cultivating it. It must keep pace with its master. Bang, bang, bang. One monster after another fell to its strikes. Observing the holy war goblin's enthusiasm, Yi Bei smiled and nodded. It seemed his persuasive words had been quite effective, dispelling the holy war goblin's doubts and deepening its loyalty. Indeed, Yi Bei's words had thoroughly captivated the holy war goblin, igniting its resolve. The bond value surged by 15 points, now reaching a total of 81 points. If the bond value could reach 100, the summoned beast would never betray him. It appeared he must continue to inspire it. Yi Bei mused darkly to himself. After a brief moment, the holy war goblin had nearly cleared the area of monsters. Only then did Yi Bei and the holy war goblin continue their journey, pushing forward for approximately 2 kilometers. At last, Yi Bei arrived beneath the towering skyscraper at the city center. Atop the building lay the boss he had glimpsed upon entering this hellish dungeon. Parasitic Magic Tree King, Tiger Form. Rank, Monarch Level. Level, 15. Skills, Flight, Rapid Recovery, Frenzy, Parasitism, Storm. As Yi Bei examined the boss's information, it slowly rose to its full height. "It has been years. Finally, a human has ventured close to me," it observed, its eyes glowing with a sinister green light as it gazed down at Yi Bei and the holy war goblin, resembling a sovereign surveying its domain. The oppressive aura of the monarch-level entity caused the parasitic magic trees within the crumbling buildings around them to tremble, bowing submissively before the parasitic magic tree king. However, this pressure had no effect on Yi Bei or the holy war goblin. After all, the holy war goblin, being of epic bloodline, was far superior to the monarch-level creatures, and thus, it felt no fear in the face of this intimidation. "Prepare to meet your demise, little mice who disturb my slumber." The parasitic magic tree king's branches rapidly morphed behind it, eventually forming a pair of enormous green wings. With a gentle flap, its massive form ascended into the air. Then, from hundreds of meters above, it dove toward Yi Bei and the holy war goblin. "Fight!" The holy war goblin raised its massive sword, leaping fearlessly to strike at the descending parasitic magic tree king. Yi Bei, too, did not remain idle. He lifted his staff slightly, casting a radiant glow over the holy war goblin. Wrath of Summoning. The array enveloped the goblin's form, instantly doubling its power. Bang! In the next moment, a fierce clash erupted between the two in midair, shockwaves rippling outward like ripples on water, stirring up fierce winds. Yet, in this confrontation, the holy war goblin found itself at a disadvantage for the first time while under the influence of Wrath of Summoning. The parasitic magic tree king's immense strength crashed down upon the ground, creating a massive crater. Fortunately, the holy war goblin activated its holy shield just in time, sustaining no injury. Once more, the Holy War Goblin's battle spirit surged. Despite its initial setback, it felt no fear. Instead, it became even more exhilarated, yearning for combat. Radiating holy light, it leaped out of the vast pit, once again charging at the parasitic Magic Tree King. Observing this, the parasitic Magic Tree King displayed a sneer upon its colossal tiger visage, a hint of disdain evident. A mere mouse dares to challenge a king? You shall perish. In the next instant, it flapped its wings violently, soaring into the sky. Its body shimmered with a green luminescence as the winds swirled around its wings, gathering into a fierce storm that enveloped the Holy War Goblin completely. Boom. Countless structures in the vicinity were swept away and collapsed by the tempest. The ordinary storm posed no fear to the Holy War Goblin. However, this tempest was infused with a multitude of leaves. These leaves, severed from the parasitic Tree King, were extraordinarily sharp. The storm granted these leaves a remarkable velocity, endowing them with formidable piercing capabilities. Each leaf wielded power surpassing that of an anti-material sniper rifle by several magnitudes. When they struck against the Holy Light Shield, they created ripples that rapidly drained the strength of the Holy War Goblin. Ultimately, after 2 or 3 minutes, when the Holy War Goblin's stamina was utterly depleted, the Holy Light Shield shattered with a resounding crash. Subsequently, these leaves left a series of perforations upon the Holy War Goblin's body. Chapter 16, Record-Breaking, a Heavenly Reward. Moreover, it was not merely punctures. These leaves possessed a seed-like trait. They burrowed directly into the Holy War Goblin's flesh, voraciously absorbing its blood and flesh, and sprouted countless branches. In mere moments, hundreds of trees burgeoned from the goblin's form. Bang! In the next instant, the life of the Holy War Goblin reached its conclusion, crashing to the ground and dissipating into motes of light. Simultaneously, the characteristics of the corporeal manifestation activated. Yibei's attributes began to surge dramatically. Yibei, level 9. Strength, 6, 951, 0, 85. Constitution, 378, 558. Agility, 315, 440. Mentality, 140, 161. Summoned Beast, Holy War Goblin, Epic. Skills, Holy Light Healing LV1, Wrath of Summoning LV1. Exclusive skill, Legendary Baptism of the Sanctuary, omitted. Talent, Sacred Bond, God level unique. Once the attributes had augmented, Yibei leisurely stretched his body, enveloped by an illusion of invincibility. The tremendous power was intoxicating. After all, his strength had soared beyond 1,000. It was a terrifying force. At this moment, the parasitic Tree King gently descended to the ground, gazing down upon Yibei with its enormous eyes, its expression tinged with human-like derision. Little Mouse Summoner, your summoned beast has been vanquished by this king. Are you prepared to embrace death? As it spoke, it slowly advanced towards Yibei, extending its claw to press down upon his head, intending to crush him effortlessly. However, when its claw was merely a few dozen centimeters above Yibei's head, it found itself unable to descend further. Upon lowering its gaze, it discovered that its claw had been firmly grasped by Yibei. At that moment, Yibei looked up, revealing a broad grin, and replied, "Who are you calling a little mouse?" This scene astonished the parasitic Tree King. It could scarcely believe that this little mouse summoner possessed such formidable strength. Generally, summoners were frail, were they not? You truly surprise me with such power. So, are you ready to challenge this king? The parasitic Tree King sneered. You are the challenger. Yibei replied coolly. He then relinquished control of his body. In an instant, all the muscles of his form began to swell rapidly, unleashing boundless strength. His shirt was torn asunder. Boom. In the next moment, pure power erupted forth. Yibei yanked the parasitic Tree King's claw, propelling its massive body into the air, only to be slammed down with tremendous force. The ground fractured as if a powerful earthquake had struck. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant strikes left the parasitic Tree King utterly bewildered. This cannot be right. How can a little mouse summoner possess such overwhelming strength? Yet, no one answered its questions. The only response was the thunderous sound of its body colliding with the ground. After several seconds, it had been struck hundreds of times. Its entire form felt as if it would come apart, lying motionless on the ground. Little cat, your strength is truly pitiful. Yibei stood before the parasitic Tree King's head, his foot resting upon its nose. Such an act was an immense insult to a king of its kind. Had anyone dared to do this in the past, the parasitic Tree King would have slaughtered their entire family, even their entire race. Yet now, it only wished to flee. Desperately flapping its wings, it attempted to soar away. Having discovered Yibei's weakness, he could not fly. As long as it ascended into the sky, Yibei would be powerless against it. However, in the next moment, a hand descended upon its wing. Crack! A tremendous force forcibly tore away its incredibly resilient wing. Instantly, the parasitic Tree King panicked, losing its previous air of dominance. I beg you, spare me, it pleaded. Bang! Before the parasitic Tree King's plea could be completed, it was interrupted by a punch that drove its entire head into its own abdomen. Its body, adorned with branches, withered instantly, disintegrating into splinters scattered upon the ground. Truly, it was a pitiful sight. Kill the monarch-level boss Parasitic Tree King. Experience 2000. As the kill notification resounded, other prompts simultaneously appeared. Congratulations on clearing all difficulty levels of the number 5 Novice Trial Dungeon. Earning Rising Star title, bestowed upon the Ascendant Star, Strength 300, Constitution 300, Agility 300, Mentality 300. Congratulations on achieving an SSS rating, breaking the evaluation record of the number 5 Novice Trial Dungeon. Earning Exclusive Legendary Skill, Eye of Illusions, can discern the opponent's weaknesses. Restriction, opponent's level must not exceed your own by 30 levels. Upon seeing these two notifications, Yi Bei's heart swelled with joy. He had not anticipated such generous rewards upon completing this novice dungeon. A title that increased all attributes by 300 points was simply extraordinary, significantly enhancing his prowess. Most importantly, the Eye of Illusions would allow him to perceive others' weaknesses, greatly amplifying his effectiveness in combat. After all, knowing the opponent's vulnerabilities made it tenfold easier to strike. Such rewards were indeed remarkable. Pleased, Yi Bei nodded in approval. He then turned his gaze towards the luminous orbs on the ground, remnants of the boss's drop. Totaling over a dozen, he collected them all and proceeded to examine each one. Most were valuable, though some materials and equipment were not suited for him. So he returned them to his spatial storage, keeping only 2 pieces of gear, a top-tier golden armor and a dark gold necklace. Guardian Necklace of the Wormwood. Level 12. Quality, dark gold. Strength, 80. Constitution, 80. Agility, 50. Mentality, 260. Special trait, can activate the Guardian Shield once every 10 minutes. Applicable classes, Summoner, Mage, Priest. Upon reviewing the attributes of the Guardian Necklace of the Wormwood, a smile graced Yi Bei's face. Finally, he had acquired a top-tier piece of equipment suited to him. It was splendid. He felt immensely satisfied, as this item significantly compensated for the deficiency in his mentality attribute. Once he reached level 12, he would equip it. Yi Bei stored it away and then turned his attention to the next piece of equipment's attributes. Wormwood Armor. Level 12. Quality, gold. Strength, 30. Constitution, 190. Agility, 30. Mentality, 20. Feature, Ensnaring Vines. Capable of forcibly controlling enemies with a power attribute not exceeding twice one's own for 3 seconds. Can be activated once every hour. Wearable by Warriors, Knights. A premier piece of golden equipment, primarily enhancing vitality attributes while boasting formidable control characteristics. Truly remarkable. This equipment effectively compensates for the shortcomings of the Holy War Goblin. Given the Holy War Goblin's relatively low agility, it struggles against swifter monsters. With this self-controlling gear, the combat prowess of the Holy War Goblin will see a significant enhancement. Chapter 17. SSS Rank. The arena erupts with excitement. Most notably, this piece of equipment considerably augments the attributes of the Holy War Goblin. When Yi Bei once again inherits the attributes of the Holy War Goblin, the experience will be even more exhilarating, particularly since he can inherit the equipment attributes worn by the Holy War Goblin. Subsequently, Yi Bei stored the 2 pieces of equipment and glanced at his experience points, realizing he was merely 1,000 points away from leveling up. Despite having completed all difficulties of the Novice Trial Dungeon, he still had not reached level 10. He wondered how low the levels of others must be. Yi Bei couldn't help but express a mild complaint before striding directly toward the exit of the Novice Trial Dungeon. In the Trial Plaza, although dusk had settled, an increasing number of students gathered. The newcomers were those who had just emerged from the Novice Trial Dungeon. They could have gone to hunt monsters for experience. But upon hearing about Yi Bei's exploits, they decided to wait and see if he could achieve an SSS rank evaluation. At this moment, City Lord Hongya and the Lord of Jiang City, Lin Yong, also arrived at the Trial Plaza. Principal Zhou Shan, upon spotting Hongya, hurriedly approached him. Principal Zhou, has Yi Bei emerged? I wish to meet him and personally present his rewards. Hongya turned his gaze to Zhou Shan and smiled as he inquired. Lin Yong, standing nearby, also chimed in. Indeed, let us meet this prodigy. Hearing the words of the 2 city lords, Zhou Shan shook his head. Yi Bei has yet to emerge. Perhaps he is still challenging higher difficulties. Lin Yong's expression faltered momentarily. Then he asked with uncertainty, Principal Zhou, could it be that Yi Bei possesses the strength to challenge for an SSS rank? Is he an epic tier class? At that moment, Lin Yong felt a sting of envy. An epic tier class, such a prodigy had not emerged in Jiang City. Yi Bei is not an epic tier class. Rather, he is the only hidden class, Temple Summoner, the strength of which is still unknown. Zhou Shan replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Yong felt a flicker of relief. Typically, most families could not afford to nurture a summoner, let alone a hidden class summoner, which likely required even more resources. Thus, Lin Yong speculated that Yi Bei might not achieve an SSS rank evaluation, allowing Hongya to maintain a slight edge over him this year, alleviating some of his jealousy. Yet, he also felt a twinge of regret. If Yi Bei were another epic tier class, the Dragon Nation would gain yet another formidable warrior. Lin Yong's emotions were rather complex at this moment. Just as Lin Yong was musing, a sudden flash. In the next moment, A brilliant light erupted from the exit of the dungeon, and Yi Bei finally emerged. His upper garments were completely gone, his trousers tattered, and his face bore signs of wear, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Upon seeing Yi Bei, Zhou Shan promptly addressed Hongya, "City Lord, Yi Bei has emerged. Let us hurry over." With that, he led Hongya toward Yi Bei. Subsequently, Zhou Shan introduced Yi Bei to Hongya and the others. Hongya then appraised Yi Bei and, patting his shoulder, said with warmth, "Yi Bei, you truly excel. You possess perseverance, courage, and talent. Your future is limitless." He then glanced at Yi Bei's attire and turned to his aide, saying, "By the way, Xiao Chun, fetch a mage robe for Yi Bei. We cannot let our prodigy appear in such disarray." The secretary promptly retrieved a silver-tier mage robe from his spatial pouch and presented it to Yi Bei. After a moment's thought, Yi Bei accepted it, for he was conscious of the many eyes upon him, and being clad in tattered pants was far from ideal. He donned the mage robe, which enveloped him entirely, alleviating his earlier disheveled state. "Thank you, City Lord." Yi Bei nodded in gratitude. Hongya smiled gently. "You need not thank me. It is I who must express my gratitude to you. Some individuals boast about their city having 3 S-tier students this year. Thankfully, with your achievement of an SS rank, you have upheld my honor and spared me from embarrassment." This remark elicited an awkward smile from Lin Yong, who realized Hongya was subtly pointing at him. Originally, he had come to flaunt his accomplishments as in years past, but this year, he had unexpectedly run into a solid obstacle. "Truly remarkable, Yi Bei, with your triumph. Our combined cities of Jiang City and Rong City have produced merely 2 SS ranks in the past decade. With you, we now have 3. Lin Yong extended his hand to Yi Bei, greeting him warmly. Then, Hongya grasped Yi Bei's wrist, saying, "Come, Yi Bei, follow me. I have arranged a ceremony to reward you. The rewards for an SS rank are exceedingly generous." Yi Bei, upon hearing their words, exhibited an expression of surprise. "What SS rank? Did I not achieve SSS rank?" As soon as Yi Bei concluded his statement, everyone froze momentarily. "Yi Bei, do not jest before the City Lord." Qian Yun's expression tightened, fearing Yi Bei's boast might offend the City Lord. Just then, a commotion erupted throughout the arena, the crowd buzzing with excitement. "Goodness, look! The trial leaderboard has been updated. The first place has actually achieved an SSS rank. Unbelievable. Quick, take a photo and share it online. I now have material for bragging rights." Amidst the uproar, Hongya and the others caught wind of key phrases like first place and SSS rank. They turned to the large screen, their pupils narrowing in astonishment. "It's true, it really is SSS rank." Hongya could no longer maintain his composure. His face flushed with excitement. Zhou Shan and the others shared in this exuberance, while Lin Yong felt a mix of joy and concern. "Excellent, excellent. Yi Bei, you truly are a genius. I shall double your reward." Hongya led Yi Bei toward the already prepared award ceremony. In the presence of students and teachers in the trial plaza, an impassioned speech ensued. As night fell and Yi Bei began to feel drowsy, the awards were finally presented. Clutching his rewards and walking home, Yi Bei was met with envious gazes from his fellow students. Many attractive girls even approached him to strike up conversations. Upon returning home, Yi Bei finally examined the rewards bestowed upon him by the City Lord. There were a total of 3 items, 1 piece of equipment, and 2 additional items, all of commendable quality. Displaying them on the coffee table, Yi Bei began to meticulously review the detailed information of these items. Essence of the Moon can be fed to summoned beasts. Upon consumption, the summoned beast quality increases by 1 star and gains 50 in strength, vitality, agility, and spirit. Chapter 18. An arcane artifact of dark gold grade. Entrance ticket to the secret realm dungeon. Upon viewing the essence of the moon, Yi Bei felt immensely satisfied. After all, this could enhance the attributes of the Holy War Goblin, augmenting its strength significantly. Furthermore, it could elevate its quality by an entire star. It is worth noting that improving the quality of a summoned beast is quite a formidable challenge. The price of the essence of the moon could easily procure several pieces of golden grade equipment. Subsequently, Yi Bei turned his attention to the next item. Mink Tribe Ancestral Secret Realm Dungeon Entrance Ticket. Within the Secret Realm Dungeon, a multitude of minks thrive, and therein lies the chance to obtain a mink summoned beast. To his astonishment, it was a ticket to a secret realm dungeon. What a prized possession. Yi Bei's eyes instantly sparkled at the sight of it. Entrance tickets to secret realm dungeons are typically exorbitantly priced and are generally elusive, seldom found in circulation. Now that he had reached level 9, upon attaining level 10, he would be able to summon 2 beasts. He had been pondering where to find his second summoned beast, as quality summoned beasts are scarce in the market, predominantly monopolized by the summoners of noble families. Even wealth would not suffice to procure them. Most importantly, he was low on funds. Thus, obtaining a quality summoned beast seemed nearly impossible. Yet, Yi Bei never anticipated that he would acquire a ticket to a secret realm dungeon that could yield summoned beasts. It was akin to receiving a pillow when one was drowsy. The Lord of Hong City truly was a benevolent soul. Yi Bei couldn't help but exclaim softly. After examining these 2 items, he realized they were tailor-made for him, both immensely valuable and practical. He resolved to repay this kindness when the opportunity arose. Stealing his determination, Yi-Bei began to scrutinize the details of the next piece of equipment. Dark Elf's Wand. Level, 12. Quality, Dark Gold. Strength, 60. Constitution, 100. Agility, 50. Spirit, 310. Special ability, can invoke the Dark Elf's Blessing, allowing the user to merge into shadows for 1 second, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Wearable by summoners, mages, priests. Upon seeing this piece of equipment, Yi-Bei's eyes widened in astonishment. This dark gold grade item was nothing short of extraordinary. While its attributes were merely average, its special ability was simply invincible. The Dark Elf's Blessing, which allowed one to merge into shadows, provided direct immunity to physical damage. It was truly a life-saving artifact. Unbelievable. How generous the Lord was. At that moment, Yi-Bei felt a profound sense of indebtedness. The worth of this equipment transcended mere dark gold status. It was a means of survival. Even if he were to trade it for a legendary grade item, many would be eager to make such an exchange. The reward for an SSS-level task simply could not compare. It was evident that Lord Hong had high hopes for him, thus bestowing such a valuable treasure. Sigh. It was best to rest well and prepare for the Secret Realm dungeon tomorrow. Yi-Bei understood that now was not the time to dwell on favors owed. He needed to focus on becoming stronger to earn the right to repay such kindness in the future. After all, how could a mere level 9 novice like him ever hope to match the prowess of a 6th-tier powerhouse? With a sigh of relief, Yi-Bei prepared to sleep. However, just as he lay down, he received a message from Su Xinyue. Little Moon. Hey Bei, a few days ago before I ventured to the Fire Prison Plateau, I sent you something. Did you receive it? Yi-Bei was momentarily taken aback by the message. He suddenly recalled that Su Xinyue had indeed sent him something. As he had no signal while in the dungeon, he had missed the call and only received a delivery notification after exiting the dungeon. Nevertheless, after the award ceremony, he had completely forgotten about it. Soaring high to 90,000 miles. Sister Yu. I just emerged from the dungeon not long ago and am on my way to pick it up. What did you send me? Little Moon. It's a secret for now. You'll find out when you get there. Head pat JPG. After sending this message, Su Xinyue remained unresponsive despite Yi-Bei's persistent inquiries. Thus, Yi-Bei had no choice but to rise from his bed and head to the delivery point to collect his item. The delivery point was not far, located just outside his residential area, and Yi-Bei arrived there within a few minutes. Upon arrival, he noticed a bronze robot scanning him. Identity confirmed. Welcome, esteemed Mr. Yi-Bei, Xiaofeng is at your service. As the robot's mechanical voice echoed, it vanished into a light portal. Moments later, it emerged holding a classic wooden box, which it handed to Yi-Bei. Rather than opening it immediately, Yi-Bei cradled the box and returned home. However, as he approached his door, he unexpectedly spotted a figure clad in black leather armor, a longbow slung across their back, standing at his doorstep. Holding a metallic box, the person inquired, "You must be Mr. Yi-Bei?" Upon seeing Yi-Bei, the individual spoke. "I am Yi-Bei, and you are?" Yi-Bei asked curiously. "I'm a friend of Yuan Tong, here to deliver something to you." After confirming Yi-Bei's identity, the individual handed over the metallic box. Yi-Bei entered his home, placing both boxes on the coffee table. The winnings from the bet have arrived. Yi-Bei knew that Yuan Tong would not attempt to cheat him, especially since they had signed a heavenly contract. Those who tried to deceive would face severe consequences. He opened the metallic box and casually glanced inside, discovering it filled with golden-grade equipment, all uniformly level 10. However, these golden items were of low star quality, either 1 or 2 stars, not particularly impressive. Having witnessed top-tier dark gold equipment, Yi-Bei felt no excitement at the sight and even harbored a hint of disdain. After all, these were items suited for mages and summoners, not warriors. This meant they could only be worn by Yi-Bei himself and not by the Holy War Goblin. He planned to sell the staff and necklace along with other items, using the proceeds to acquire new golden gear for his little goblin. With dark gold-grade staff and necklace already in his possession, he had no use for these golden-grade items. Nevertheless, this betting venture proved to be quite lucrative. Not only did he win a full set of golden-grade equipment, but more importantly, he would no longer have to encounter that obnoxious public transport nuisance. The thought of it brought Yi-Bei considerable joy, for no one wishes to deal with such an irritation, especially one that clings to you like a toad on a shoe. Subsequently, Yi-Bei placed the metallic box directly into his storage space before turning his attention to the wooden box sent by Su Xinyue. He slowly opened it, revealing a key and a somewhat tattered map before his eyes. Chapter 19. The Key to the Goblin King's Treasury. Goblin King Key. A key that can unlock the Goblin King's treasury, requiring 3 keys in total to open the treasury door. Goblin King Treasury Map. Incomplete. 13. There were 2 items in total, both incomplete. Yi-Bei felt a bit bewildered, struggling to comprehend Su Xinyue's intentions. While he was still pondering, Su Xinyue sent another message. Little Moon. Hey Bei, did you see the items? I must tell you, this is a good thing. The Goblin King's treasure holds many riches, and once opened, you could strike it rich, soaring high to 90,000 miles. Then why aren't you going to seek the treasure? Why give it to me? Little Moon, why? Of course, it's because Sister You loves you. I want to share all the good things with you. Soaring high to 90,000 miles. Is it true love? Then let us marry right now. Little Moon, Xiao Bei, you are becoming increasingly wicked, daring to tease your elder sister. Alright, let me tell you. I still possess a map and a key to that treasure vault. I know where the last one is too. Once you reach the 4th tier, we shall enter together and eliminate that person, claiming the vault for ourselves. Soaring high to 90,000 miles. Wow. Sister you are growing more ruthless by the day, resorting to murder at the slightest provocation. Are you planning to bury me alongside the treasure, hoarding it all for yourself? Little Moon, you think too much. Covering mouth, giggling. Little Moon, I would never bury you. At most, I'd leave your corpse to rot in the wilderness. Vicious cat image. Soaring high to 90,000 miles. Are you plotting to murder your own husband? Villainous and trance image. The two continued their conversation for quite some time before bidding each other goodnight. Yibei glanced at his sister's avatar once more, still shrouded in gray. It had been over 10 days since she entered that secret realm. Why hadn't she returned? With a sense of curiosity, Yibei drifted into slumber. The next day, after rising and freshening up, Yibei received a call from Chun Dahu, inviting him to join in monster hunting in the wilderness. Wait for me at the city gate. I have some errands to run. See you in an hour. After hanging up, Yibei quickly finished his breakfast and took a cab to the Rongqing Merchant Guild. In just a few minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the Rongqing Merchant Guild, the largest trading hub for equipment in the city. Inside the building, there were thousands of equipment shops. Upon entering, Yibei chose a reputable shop and stepped inside. A strikingly beautiful young lady in a work dress hurriedly approached him, her sweet smile brightening her face. Sir, welcome. May I ask what equipment you are looking to purchase? Due to his time constraints, Yibei replied without hesitation, I'm both buying and selling. Take a look at these and see if you'll accept them. He then presented a plethora of unnecessary materials and lesser quality equipment, stacking them high on the shop's glass counter. The young lady gasped in astonishment at the pile before her, her rosy lips parting in surprise. She noticed Yibei's level was only 9, clearly a newly transitioned student. Yet he was capable of producing such a vast assortment of items, evidently acquired from beginner trials. With a hint of curiosity, she asked Yibei, Are you Yibei, the top scorer on our Rongqing trial leaderboard this year? Yibei nodded, a smirk playing on his lips as he inquired, Yes. But do you need to verify identities for selling here? The young lady quickly clarified, No. Please don't misunderstand. I was merely guessing. And I was right. Her excitement was palpable. Could you give me your autograph? It was surreal to have a fan, especially a stunningly beautiful one at that. All right. Yibei took the pen and signed his name on her white blouse. Afterward, she began to assess the value of the items he had brought. Once she finished, instead of taking his leave with money, Yibei commenced purchasing equipment instead. He acquired warrior gear intended for the Holy War goblins, perfectly assembling almost a full set, save for boots and a helmet due to financial constraints. After packing everything into his inventory, he took a cab back to the city gate. After Yibei left, a cute girl with twin ponytails clad in a white JK uniform entered the shop. Wow, when did our genius young lady start taking an interest in men? She even had a man's sign on her blouse. Our pristine Lin, she has never even held a man's hand before. She chuckled as she approached the work dress lady, reaching out to pat her shoulder, only to be deftly dodged by Lin Shi. After all, she is a genius. What is wrong with getting an autograph? She has an SSS rating on the trial leaderboard. Lin Shi smiled. Aren't you Lin Shi, the first on the Rongqing trial leaderboard, also SSS level? What makes you any different? I see you are merely smitten by him. Zhou Tong teased, lunging playfully at Lin Shi. As Lin Shi evaded, she laughed. I like him. What is it to you? You little minx, trying to stray from your husband right in front of me. Let us see how I handle you. Zhou Tong rolled up her JK sleeves, striking a fierce yet adorably comical pose, and began to playfully tussle with Lin Shi. Brother, you finally arrived. As Yibei stepped out of the cab, Dahu rushed over eagerly. Yibei looked up and noticed Da, who had reached level 7, fully equipped with impressive gear, including a piece of silver-level equipment and several black iron-level pieces. His current set was quite commendable, providing substantial attribute bonuses. Hey, looking good, right? I had some luck yesterday and found a silver piece in the dungeon. The rest were gifts from home. Dahu grinned, showcasing his gear to Yibei. Yibei smiled slightly, replying, Not bad. Let us head out of the city. With that, he made his way towards the city outskirts. Dahu quickly caught up to him, saying, I've also joined a team. Let us go together. It's safer and more efficient to hunt in a group. Yibei nodded in agreement. Teaming up was indeed wise in dangerous areas beyond the city walls, and it would prevent any loss of experience since kills would be credited according to damage dealt. Furthermore, he did not intend to remain in a team for long. His dark gold equipment required level 12 for use, as did the gear he purchased for the Holy War goblins. Thus, he planned to grind for experience until level 12 before venturing into the mystic realm of the minx, which was appropriately suited for level 12 job holders. Chapter 20. Yibei, esteemed one, it's an honor to meet you. After a moment, Dahu led Yibei to a corner outside the city gate, where 3 individuals awaited them. Upon seeing Dahu and Yibei approaching, their expressions shifted in surprise. Whoa, ISNT that eBay, the one who achieved an SSS rating on the trial leaderboard. Wow, who has brought us a golden opportunity. Excitedly, the trio rushed to greet eBay. Following introductions, they expressed their admiration. eBay, esteemed one. I'm Chen Xiaoyu, a pleasure to meet you. Chen Xiaoyu exuberantly shook eBay's hand, the sound of metal armor clinking as he moved. eBay raised an eyebrow at the burly man before him, surprised by his rather feminine name. eBay, esteemed one, I'm Qin DeLong. An honor to finally meet you. A slender boy bowed respectfully. eBay, esteemed one, I am Ma San Pao. Please take care of this little brother. Allow me to show my respect. The last young man, with delicate features, chuckled warmly. The amusing contrast between their names and appearances brought a smile to eBay's face, and their playful banter made him feel at ease. Are you all putting on a show? Just call me eBay, no need for the esteemed one. As he mingled with the jovial group, they exchanged light-hearted jests while heading towards the city's outskirts. Before long, in a dense forest situated in the wild, towering trees reached heights of 100 feet, shrouded in miasma and teeming with monsters. Thus, it was customary to prohibit untransformed children or those engaged in livelihood professions from venturing into the wilderness. After a brief period, having traversed the thicket for half an hour, they arrived at the mouth of a valley. Qin Dalong, their guide, finally halted, gesturing towards the valley within. This is it. The secret location my sister told me about, Monster Stone Valley. The creatures here move slowly and yield considerable experience. As long as we utilize speed-enhancing items and avoid being surrounded, we shall be fine. With that, he produced a dozen yellow talismans from his spatial pocket, distributing 2 or 3 to each of eBay's companions. My sister is a sorceress, and these are her crafted speed-enhancing talismans. Each one grants a minute of increased speed. When we find ourselves encircled, we can use these to break free. eBay accepted the talisman, noting its similarity to those from his previous life. However, this talisman was genuine, and he could sense a mysterious power pulsating within it. Let us proceed, eBay declared, raising his staff and gently focusing his thoughts. The resurrection orb shattered, illuminating the ground with a magic array, and the form of a holy war goblin gradually began to materialize. The resurrection orb could conjure 3 beings per day, but any excess life force could be stored. 3 additional beings had automatically coalesced earlier that very morning. With a flash of holy light, the holy war goblin fully materialized. Qin Dalong and his companions instinctively took 2 steps back upon seeing the towering figure. Realizing it was Yi Bei's summoned beast, they gazed at it with envy. Wow, brother Yi Bei, your goblin is incredible, so imposing. Chen Xiaoyu approached, intending to touch the holy war goblin's leg, but was met with a fierce glare from the creature, causing her to hesitate. Ma Sanpao bowed deeply to the holy war goblin, saying, if I find myself in peril, I humbly ask for your aid. Not a chance. You're too ugly. The holy war goblin retorted with a deep, rumbling voice. Laughter erupted from Qin Dalong and Chen Xiaoyu, and even Yi Bei could not suppress a chuckle. Ugly. This is the first time someone has said that to me. Ma Sanpao exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at himself. Perhaps its aesthetic sensibilities differ from ours. Don't take it to heart, Yi Bei reassured him. As they conversed, they ventured into the valley. Upon entering, Yi Bei observed a landscape of bizarre rock formations, amidst which stone-like creatures ambled slowly. Stone Beastman. Rank, Elite. Level, 18. Skills, Trample Mighty Strength. Weakness, this creature is slow, and a strike to its core in the lower abdomen will deal multiplied damage. After reviewing the information and weaknesses of the Stone Beastman, Yi Bei nodded slightly. Indeed, as Qin Dalong had mentioned, these creatures were notably sluggish and lacked ranged attacks. As long as they avoided encirclement, danger was minimal. However, these considerations were pertinent for other adventurers. For him, it sufficed to charge through. We will each engage in combat, but let us not stray too far apart. Should anyone find themselves in danger, we can assist one another. After Qin Dalong's words, he strode into the throng of stone beast men, while the others selected their own paths to commence their battles. Yi Bei, accompanied by the holy war goblin, headed towards the area most densely populated by the creatures. At that moment, several individuals were already engaged in combat at the densest point of the stone beastmen. Noticing Yi Bei's arrival, a heavily armored woman withdrew her broadsword from the head of a stone beastman and cautioned, "You're a high school student, right? Only level 9. You should go to an area with fewer monsters. It's too dangerous here." Yi Bei turned to regard the woman, an 18-level broadsword warrior of considerable strength. "Thank you for the warning. I will be cautious," he replied, offering her a warm smile before leading the goblin directly into the throng of stone beastmen. Seeing this, the woman intended to further advise Yi Bei, but watched in astonishment as the holy war goblin executed a divine charge, barreling towards several stone beastmen. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of successive collisions rang out as multiple stone beastmen were sent flying by the tremendous force, disintegrating mid-air into fragments, utterly vanquished. The woman stood agape, her intended words lost in her astonishment. Are high school students really this formidable now? She murmured, stunned, as the holy war goblin continued its rampage. Its genetic warrior instincts ignited, charging relentlessly towards additional stone beastmen. With its great sword swinging, it unleashed a cacophony of howling strikes, obliterating the heads of the stone beastmen. Eliminated elite stone beastman. Experience 100. In no time, it had dispatched over 10 foes. At that moment, Yi Bei's experience gauge reached its limit, and a radiant light enveloped him as he leveled up. Finally, he reached level 10. It seemed he could now unlock a new talent for the Holy Bond. As this thought crossed his mind, a notification appeared before him. Unlocking new attribute of the Holy Bond, unique divine talent. Chapter 21, New attribute of divine talent, immortal and indestructible. New attribute unlocked successfully, immortal and indestructible. When the summoner receives a fatal blow, the summoned beast can take the hit on their behalf. Upon witnessing this new attribute, Yi Bei was taken aback. This attribute was extraordinary. It allowed the summoned beast to sacrifice itself for him, effectively granting him numerous lives. After all, he possessed the resurrection orb, capable of reviving summoned beasts, which in turn could shield him from death. This created a virtuous cycle. The resurrection orb could coalesce 3 beings daily, signifying that he could have his summoned beast take a fatal hit thrice per day. 3 lives a day equated to 1,000 lives over a year. With this talent, would he not be free to take risks without fear? Moreover, it was possible that in the future, the resurrection orb might coalesce even more beings, multiplying his lifelines to an extent that rendered him fearless. Excellent, excellent. With this talent, I can venture into perilous dungeons without trepidation. A satisfied expression graced Yi Bei's face. He subsequently reviewed his attribute panel, noting that his skills had ascended to LV2, qualifying as second-tier abilities. Having reached level 10, he was now a second-tier, transmuted individual. Most importantly, his second summoning slot had finally activated, allowing him to summon a second beast. He resolved to acquire the second summon from that secret dungeon, as there were no other avenues available. However, given the generally high difficulty of secret dungeons, it was prudent to prepare adequately, reaching level 12 and ensuring he and Little Saint were fully equipped before venturing forth. With that resolve, Yi Bei wasted no time, pressing deeper into the Monster Stone Valley. The further they traversed, the more densely populated the monsters became, and their strength intensified. Naturally, the experience garnered from vanquishing them was even greater. Eliminated Elite Stone Beast Man. Experience 100. Eliminated Elite Stone Wolf Beast. Experience 120. Eliminated Lord-level Stone Tiger Beast Captain. Experience 300. As he ventured deeper, the number of monsters being hunted dwindled significantly. Soon after, Yi Bei arrived at the entrance of a vast cavern, where he spotted 3 individuals drawing out monsters. They had concealed themselves within a crevice of the mountain, using various methods to lure out elite-level monsters from the cave. Subsequently, they guided these creatures into the fissure, restricting their movements before dispatching them with relative efficiency. Upon observing them, Yi Bei recognized one of the figures. It was Yuan Shao, the younger brother of Yuan Tong, whom he had encountered prior to a bet. To his surprise, he found him here. However, as they were not well acquainted, Yi Bei felt no obligation to greet him. Instead, he turned and proceeded into the cavern, for it seemed that the monsters within were all elite level, yielding substantial experience points. Slaying one of these creatures would provide more experience than vanquishing several outside, and the density of monsters inside appeared quite favorable, making it a veritable sanctuary for experience farming. Just as Yi Bei was about to step into the cavern, he heard a shout from behind him. Yi Bei, don't go in there. It's certain death. The monsters inside are formidable. He paused and turned around, only to be taken aback to find that the one warning him was indeed Yuan Shao. It seemed that, despite his arrogance, he was not a wholly malevolent person. Thank you for the warning. I will heed your advice. Yi Bei nodded appreciatively at Yuan Shao before stepping into the cave. Yuan Shao rolled his eyes in exasperation, while Li Qing, who stood beside him, wore a faint smile and remarked, "Every individual has their own fate. Brother Yuan need not interfere with the destinies of others." As a monk, Li Qing had shaved his head upon his class transition, giving him an air of serenity, albeit with a slightly skewed disposition. Yuan Shao nodded in agreement. "I just find him somewhat likable. He dared to openly criticize my brother, that sycophant, and the Bi-Family S bus. However, I believe I have offered sufficient warning. Someone with a ranking in the hundreds on the trial leaderboard will likely struggle to emerge unscathed." Li Qing shook his head slightly. "Let us focus on our own affairs. Though we hold the first and second ranks on the Rongqing trial leaderboard, the talent training camp is far superior to us. Before we enter that camp, we must elevate our levels and strengthen our capabilities to have a chance against those prodigies." Upon hearing Li Qing's words, Yuan Zhao's expression soured, and he scoffed. "Humph. Since we began hunting monsters together yesterday afternoon, how many times have you claimed to be first? Do you truly believe you can outshine me? I merely suffered a setback against that boss's counter. All right, I concede that your power is on par with mine. Let us continue hunting monsters. You're the second, and your entire family is second-rate." Yuan Shao retorted angrily. Inside the cavern, upon entering, Yi Bei felt his experience points surge dramatically. This truly was a sanctuary for experience farming. even more exhilarating than the hellish difficulty of the novice trial dungeon. After all, the monsters in the hellish difficulty were sparse and did not respawn until the dungeon was cleared, whereas in the wild, monsters could appear at any moment. The high density of monsters allowed for rapid accumulation of experience points. In less than 2 hours, Yi-Bei had already reached level 11, having encountered numerous boss-level monsters at least a dozen times. Thus, his leveling speed was remarkably swift. However, after delving an additional kilometer into the cavern, he suddenly heard a series of thunderous roars emanating from the depths. Was someone battling a boss inside? Curiosity piqued. He quickened his pace towards the source of the sound. In the expansive chamber deep within the cave, a team of over 30 individuals encircled a colossal stone ogre, launching their attacks. A tank held the front lines, drawing the creature's ire, while assassins sought opportunities for ambush from behind. Mages and archers unleashed their skills from a distance, while priests and healers provided buffs and healing to their comrades. How dare you humans provoke me? The towering stone ogre bellowed, its voice reverberating through the cavern, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Even Yuan Shao and his companions outside the cavern could faintly hear the roar of the boss. As the stones on its back began to glow with a crimson light, Captain Lu Yong quickly rallied his team. Retreat. The boss is entering its second phase. Do not remain within 100 meters of it. The team organized themselves, providing cover for one another as they began to withdraw, heading towards a narrow passage deeper within the cave, one that was only 2 meters high, making it impossible for the towering stone ogre to follow. Just as they entered the cramped tunnel, Yi-Bei, who had rushed in from the expansive cavern, found himself in the vast chamber. Upon seeing Yi-Bei arrive, Captain Lu Yong's urgency escalated. Kid, get out of here quickly. The boss is about to enter its second phase. The moment Lu Yong shouted, the massive stone ogre abruptly turned its gaze toward Yi-Bei and the holy war goblin. In a fit of rage, it lunged toward them, having been deprived of its original targets. Realizing he had caused trouble, Captain Lu Yong slapped himself in the face. The ogre possessed intelligence, and his warning had inadvertently revealed Yi-Bei's presence. He immediately attempted to rectify the situation, bursting out of the cave to draw the ogre's wrath away from Yi-Bei. Meanwhile, Yi-Bei, faced with the charging stone ogre, remained unfazed, even taking a moment to assess its information. Stone ogre, boss, rank, lord level, 18 skills, trample, mighty strike, frenzy, sonic wave, weakness, core in the abdomen, strikes there will deal multiplied damage. Pleased with the information he gathered, Yi-Bei nodded in satisfaction. This boss was significantly stronger than the minor bosses encountered in the nightmare-level dungeon, promising a generous yield of experience. As the stone ogre bore down on him, Yi-Bei turned to the holy war goblin and calmly instructed, Little Saint, attack its abdomen. The holy war goblin nodded vigorously and activated divine charge, propelling itself toward the stone ogre. As it lunged, Yi-Bei raised his staff, channeling the power of summon rage, which enveloped the goblin, enhancing its stature and amplifying its strength 15-fold. Previously a level 1 summon rage that doubled power, it had now ascended to level 2, further augmenting the goblin's prowess. Moreover, the goblin's skill had also upgraded to level 2, compounding its strength several times over. With a resounding crash, the two figures collided in an explosive encounter. The blinding radiance of holy light surged forth, and in an instant, a colossal figure was hurled backward, crashing against the mountainside. The entire cavernous belly of the mountain quaked violently, sending a cascade of stones tumbling down. Captain Lu Yong, who had rushed out in a desperate attempt to rescue Yi-Bei, stood frozen in astonishment upon witnessing this scene. Had the formidable boss, a top-tier lord-level creature, truly been vanquished in such a manner? Lu Yong gazed at the fallen giant stone orc, its massive form marred by 3 deep gashes that shimmered with holy light. While the dungeon itself lay breached by a gaping 3-zhang hole, the boss was evidently deceased. The 30-odd members of their party had labored for an extended period against this foe, only to witness it being effortlessly dispatched after entering its second phase. And astonishingly, the perpetrator was merely a level 10 practitioner. Such an occurrence was utterly unfathomable. Few would believe it if spoken of. Meanwhile, the other team members, who had taken refuge in the cramped cave, were also taken aback by the spectacle of the holy war goblin dispatching the colossal stone orc. They were collectively struck with disbelief. What the hell? Is that really level 10? This is insane, an outright instant kill. Slowly, they emerged from their hiding place, gazing at Yi-Bei as though he were an extraterrestrial being. Yet Yi-Bei remained unfazed, his demeanor serene and untroubled. He regarded Lu Yong, understanding that the captain had no ill intentions and had intended to save him. Thus he bore no resentment. Defeated Lord-level giant stone orc, experience gained, 1826. The experience points seemed to be calculated based on damage dealt, yet they were still commendable, nearly rivaling those obtained from the previous monarch-level boss. Yi-Bei nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to collect several luminous orbs that had materialized on the ground, storing them within his space. However, some orbs remained untouched, as Lu Yong and his companions had also inflicted damage upon the boss, thereby entitled to a share of the loot. Such was the law of this world, unwaveringly fair. After gathering the spoils, Yibei lifted his gaze towards the narrow cave on the opposite side of the cavern and turned to Lu Yong, inquiring, "Are there any monsters over there?" Lu Yong instinctively shook his head and replied, "No, that area is a dead end." Yibei nodded in acknowledgement and turned to retrace his steps. He had rushed here earlier, and the creatures in the outer cave had not yet been fully eradicated. Moreover, numerous monsters had respawned. Now, venturing out should yield a significant amount of experience once again. However, just as Yibei turned, a tremendous commotion erupted behind him. The cavern trembled as massive stones began to plummet, and the hollow belly of the mountain began to collapse. Yibei glanced upward at the mountainside and was met with the sight of a pair of enormous eyes. Suddenly, an even larger stone orc than before burst forth from the rock wall, its towering form reaching 6 or 7 zhang in height, resembling a monstrous behemoth. Stone Orc King Boss. Tier, Monarch level. Level, 20. Skills, Trample, Mighty Force, Frenzy, Sonic Wave, Domination. Weakness, damage is multiplied when the core in the abdomen is struck. After perusing the information regarding this boss, Yibei licked his lips slightly, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. A Monarch-level creature, and it was level 20. This beast was significantly more formidable than the ultimate boss he had encountered in the Hell-level dungeon. After all, both were of the same tier. Yet this Stone Orc King was 5 levels higher, undoubtedly surpassing the previous foe in strength. Facing such a creature, Yibei felt no fear. However, Lu Yong and his companions were nearly paralyzed with terror. "Run, run, we must flee," Lu Yong shouted, panic-stricken, as he and his team began to retreat. Some teammates, frozen in fright, were hastily dragged away by others. After all, remaining behind meant certain death. They were mere fodder in the presence of a Monarch-level boss, easily crushed with a single blow. Thus, they acted with self-preservation in mind and fled for their lives. As Lu Yong passed by Yibei, he reached out, urging, "Hurry. We need to escape. If we don't, we'll perish. This is a Monarch-level boss, far stronger than the last one. You cannot defeat it." Chapter 23, Battle. Exhilarating. Yet Yibei remained rooted in place upon hearing Lu Yong's words. After all, encountering such a powerful Monarch-level boss was a rare opportunity. Surely, defeating this boss would yield substantial rewards? Moreover, this creature did not seem overwhelmingly strong. "Who dare slay my daughter? I shall crush you into a pulp." The voice of the Stone Orc King reverberated like thunder within the cavern, deafening all present. In the next instant, its gaze fell upon the Holy War Goblin. "Goblin, the sword you wield is stained with my daughter's blood. I shall see you dead." Boom. The Stone Orc King expanded its massive form, sending a multitude of colossal stones crashing down. Simultaneously, it lunged its arm towards the Holy War Goblin, seemingly intent on crushing it in a single grasp. However, the Holy War Goblin displayed no fear. Instead, it charged forward, brandishing its great sword against the Stone Orc King. Its state of summoning fury had yet to wane, rendering it still quite powerful. The clash of the great sword against the Stone Orc King's iron-hard palm produced shockwaves that effortlessly tore through the surrounding air. The Holy War Goblin held its ground, engaging the Stone Orc King in a fierce back-and-forth battle. Observing this, Lu Yong and his companions, who had initially been fleeing, halted in astonishment, gazing at the fierce confrontation. This was a level 20 Monarch-level boss, yet its summoned beast was holding its own. How strong could it possibly be? Lu Yong regarded Yibei's silhouette, sensing an aura of strength and mystery emanating from him. Merely level 11, yet so formidable. Such prowess was nearly unheard of. As Lu Yong paused, the other team members began to gather around, captivated by the unfolding battle. The exhilarating clash between the Holy War Goblin and the Stone Orc King continued for several minutes until it reached its inevitable conclusion. The Holy War Goblin's summoning fury state had expired, plunging it into a period of vulnerability. In an instant, the Stone Orc King seized upon the opening, exerting its crushing might to grasp the Holy War Goblin's head. Bang! In the next moment, the goblin's head was brutally crushed by the giant stone hand, transforming into motes of light that vanished into the ether. Witnessing this, fear gripped Lu Yong and his companions, prompting them to retreat hastily. Yet Yibei remained unmoved, for the characteristic of his body's path to ascension had triggered once more, his attributes rapidly surging. Yibei, level 11, strength 1530 to 2010, vitality 1000 to 1240, agility 900 1080, mentality 832 to 907, summoned beast, Holy War Goblin, epic, skills, Holy Light Healing LV2, Summoning Fury LV2, exclusive skill, Legendary Temple Baptism, omitted, talent, Supreme Holy Bond, unique, godly. At this moment, Yibei's strength attribute soared above 2,000 points. Even the weakest of mental attributes has approached 1,000 points. However, this sudden surge in attributes can be attributed to the title of Rising Star he obtained after breaking the record, along with the golden equipment he has won. Moreover, A crucial factor to consider is that once a professional reaches level 10, they ascend to a second-tier professional. The attributes gained from leveling up, along with the free attribute points, will increase exponentially, particularly for more formidable professions. This is equally true for summoned beasts such as the Holy War Goblin. Furthermore, Yi-Bei possesses dark gold-grade equipment that he cannot yet equip due to his insufficient level. Otherwise, his attributes would be even more formidable. The 12-level golden equipment from the Holy War Goblin also remains unutilized due to his current level, which means that once the physical manifestation of the Tao is triggered, he would inherit even greater power. Nevertheless, even with his current attributes, Yi-Bei feels a sense of satisfaction. After all, he has already become extraordinarily powerful. His attributes are growing at an astounding pace, completing instantaneously. In the next moment, the Stone Orc King, who had just obliterated the Holy War Goblin, has now turned its attention to Yi-Bei. A colossal stone hand slowly descended, aiming to crush Yi-Bei into mere pulp. Witnessing this scene from a short distance behind, Lu Yong urgently called out to Yi-Bei's back, "Little brother, retreat into the cave. It's shorter than its size. If you get in there, its movements will be restricted, and it won't be able to chase us down." Upon hearing this, Yi-Bei did not turn around. Rather, he let out a low growl filled with excitement. Retreat? Why should I retreat? It is it that should be retreating. The combative gene within Yi-Bei is remarkably intense, as he had trained in martial arts in his previous life and engaged in numerous competitions. In this life, he relishes the feeling of fists connecting with flesh. The mere thought of battle ignites an exhilarating thrill within him. In the following instant, Yi-Bei's muscles swelled, unleashing a ferocious surge of power, amounting to 2,000 points. Coupled with his incredible speed, Yi-Bei charged towards the Stone Orc King's massive hand. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yong and the other team members instinctively closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending brutality. After all, in their minds, Yi-Bei was undoubtedly doomed. Could a mere human, as small as an ant, withstand a hand that spans 2 yards in width and length? Bang! A thunderous collision echoed as Yi-Bei's fist, imbued with boundless strength, struck the enormous palm. The Stone Orc King's hand shattered instantly. The overwhelming force sent the towering 7 or 8 meter tall body of the Stone Orc King flying through the air. Yi-Bei, of course, was not one to relent. With remarkable speed, he pursued the plummeting Stone Orc King, landing atop its body midair, delivering another punch to its abdomen. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the gigantic form of the Stone Orc King was pulverized, its limbs and fragments scattering in all directions, colliding with the surrounding mountain walls and causing the cavern's interior to collapse once more. Combat. What a thrill! Gazing at the immense destruction he had wrought upon the mountainous interior and the Stone Orc King he had annihilated, a satisfied smile graced Yi-Bei's face. Meanwhile, Lu Yong and the others were left utterly astounded. What the hell? This fragile summoner actually killed a Lord-grade boss with a single punch. Am I dreaming? Lu Yong exclaimed, slapping his thigh in disbelief. Upon hearing the astonished cries of his teammates, he realized he was indeed awake. Insane, absolutely insane. This world has truly gone mad. Many stood with vacant expressions, murmuring in disbelief. Defeated the Lord-grade boss Stone Orc King, gained 3,200 experience. Yet Yi-Bei paid no heed to their astonishment. Instead, he moved forward to collect the items that had dropped, then turned to exit the cave. His experience bar had already reached 1/3, and he figured that if he fought his way out of the cave, he would surely reach level 12. Thus, Yi-Bei resurrected the Holy War Goblin, allowing it to charge forth and eliminate any foes in sight. Chapter 24. Impossible, absolutely impossible. 2 hours later, when Yi-Bei reached the mouth of the cave, he had indeed attained level 12. Consequently, he equipped both of his dark gold-grade pieces of gear and also outfitted the Holy War Goblin with several golden-grade items. Now fully armed, his strength received a further enhancement. Behind him, Lu Yong and the others were rendered numb. What manner of person is this? Not only is he powerful, but he also dons full sets of top-tier golden equipment, along with dark gold-grade gear. Now that he had reached level 12, it was time to venture into the ancestral secret realm of the Weasel tribe in hopes of obtaining a more formidable summoned beast. Contemplating this, Yi-Bei quickened his pace and swiftly exited the cave. Meanwhile, Yuan Shao and his companions, who had initially been drawing monsters from the fissures in the mountain wall, were taken aback upon seeing Yi-Bei emerge. He managed to come out of the cave. He must not be underestimated, perhaps possessing some hidden capabilities. Yuan Shao remarked quietly as he observed Yi-Bei's retreating figure. Li Qing, stroking his bald head, nodded in agreement, signaling his concurrence. The two then shifted their focus away from Yi-Bei, intent on continuing their monster farming. However, after several minutes, Lu Ji, who had gone to lure monsters, had yet to return, which made them somewhat impatient. They thus approached the cave entrance. Upon arrival, they spotted Lu Ji. "Xiaoji, what are you doing? Where in tea you supposed to lure the monsters? Why haven't you brought any over yet? We need to level up quickly," Yuan Shao inquired. Lu Ji, appearing somewhat helpless, scratched his nose and replied, "I don't know either. It was fine earlier. I used my skills, and within 10 seconds, I could lure one out. Now, it's been 5 minutes, and there hasn't been a peep. Just as he finished speaking, a group of 20 to 30 individuals emerged from the cave, led by none other than Lu Yong. Xiaoji, no need to lure anymore. All the monsters inside are dead. It'll take an hour or two for them to respawn. You all should rest for now, Lu Yong instructed Lu Ji. Lu Ji was momentarily stunned upon seeing Lu Yong. Cousin, how did your 5 Tigers Guild end up inside? Did you kill all the monsters? Lu Yong, with a wry smile, shook his head in response. No, it was that person who just came out who cleared them all. He didn't just eliminate the monsters in the cave. He even took down the giant stone orc and the stone orc king. Upon hearing Lu Yong's words, Lu Ji, Yuan Xiao, and Li Qing were left speechless. They were well aware that the giant stone orc and the stone orc king were top-tier lord grade and monarch grade bosses, respectively. Such creatures could only be tackled by elite teams from guilds. Yet, one person had single-handedly vanquished them. Lu Gu, we didn't see anyone else coming out. Yuan Xiao remarked to Lu Yong, with Lu Ji nodding in agreement. Lu Yong, taken aback, looked at them in surprise before asking Lu Ji, Xiaoji, weren't you here the whole time? Did you not see? It was a young man, about your size, likely a newly promoted student. Could he have some kind of stealth ability? As the words left his mouth, Yuan Xiao and the others found themselves in a state of shock. For the only person who had emerged was indeed Yi Bei. Could it truly be Yi Bei? Wasn't he ranked several hundred on the trial leaderboard? How could he possibly be this strong? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In the end, Yuan Xiao shook his head in denial. However, moments later, he felt as if the sky had fallen. He received a text message from the school containing a link, and upon clicking it, he was met with the trial ranking list. As of now, all senior students in Rongqing have completed their novice trials, and the rankings are as follows. First place, Yi Bei SSS. Second place, Yulong S. Third place, Li Qing A. Fourth place, Shangwan Lingling A. Fifth place, Yuan Xiao A. Yi Bei actually claimed first place. Moreover, he received an SSS rating. I dropped to 5th place? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This must be a fake list. Yuan Xiao was utterly frantic. Meanwhile, Yi Bei had already arrived outside the valley, where he found Chun Dahu and the others. The group was huddled together, battling monsters. And upon seeing Yi Bei return, they expressed their concern. Where have you been, brother? We searched everywhere for you. Yi Bei smiled at their words. Despite their silliness, they were decent folks. I just went inside to battle some monsters. By the way, I have something to attend to, so you all continue. The group nodded in understanding. All right, brother, stay safe, and let us team up to battle again next time. Dahu even offered Yi Bei an item, but he declined. After bidding farewell to them, Yi Bei swiftly exited the Monster Rock Valley and headed towards the secret realm of the Miao tribe's ancestral grounds. This secret realm was somewhat distant, situated deep in the wilderness. However, with Yi Bei's speed, he could reach it in no time. He charged towards the Miao tribe's secret realm, accompanied by the Holy War Goblin, running at full speed. Monsters that obstructed his path were swiftly slain by the Holy War Goblin's sword. This display astonished others who were battling monsters in the wilderness. What kind of person is so fierce, daring to rampage in the wild? It seems like a summoner. That summoned beast is quite formidable, effortlessly dispatching the monsters in its path. Wow, I wish I had such power. Under the envious gazes of many, Yi Bei finally reached a cliff. The entrance to the Miao tribe's secret realm was right here. However, he was taken aback upon arrival. For there were numerous individuals queuing to enter, at least 40 or 50 people. Moreover, more were arriving from other directions. Yi Bei quickly joined the line, awaiting his turn to enter the secret realm. Soon, he overheard a conversation ahead. Why are there so many people entering this secret realm lately? Isn't the entry ticket quite expensive? You're unaware? It's been rumored that this secret realm has recently dropped an epic level summoner skill book. And a diviner predicted that within the next few days, it will drop at least 2 more epic level summoner skill books. Indeed, the young master of the Qin family in the provincial capital is offering double the market price to acquire them. So many people are taking the gamble. Plus, it seems the drop rate in this secret realm is quite high. Only a few are making losses. Upon hearing these words, Yi Bei raised an eyebrow. He finally understood why, despite the expensive entry ticket, so many were flocking to this secret realm. If I could obtain an epic level summoner skill book and use my exclusive skill, Holy Temple Baptism, to enhance its quality, I could elevate it to legendary status. Yi Bei secretly calculated. If my second summon could reach legendary level, the boost during each activation of my physical manifestation feature would be substantially greater. Chapter 25, Miao Tribe Ancestral Grounds, Secret Realm. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting in line, it was finally his turn. Standing before the towering entrance of the secret realm, his entry ticket transformed into a beam of white light, enveloping him as he was drawn into the secret realm. Meanwhile, not far away, 2 striking figures approached the entrance from another direction. Hey, isn't that the handsome guy who signed your shirt a few days ago? Zhou Tong, dressed in a white silk JK uniform, appeared lively and energetic. She pointed at Yi Bei at the entrance of the secret realm. Lin Shi blinked her large almond-shaped eyes and nodded. It really is Brother Yi Bei? I wonder if we'll encounter him once we enter the realm. If we do, let us team up. Humph. That little flirt can't help but rush towards him. It's utterly infuriating. Zhou Tong pouted, turning her head aside in annoyance. Inside the Miao tribe's secret realm, Yi Bei stood atop a mountain, surveying his surroundings. He discovered that this secret realm was an endless expanse of towering mountains, one after another, stretching beyond sight. This secret realm is truly vast, far larger than others. Yi Bei marveled at the sight. Furthermore, he noted that this secret realm differed significantly from the novice trial realm. In the novice trial realm, each individual was isolated in their own instance, without the presence of others. Yet in this secret realm, all who entered were present together. However, those who entered were randomly teleported to various locations within the realm, not fixed to a single spot. Nevertheless, after merely scanning the surroundings, he quickly spotted several individuals on other peaks, indicating that many had entered this secret realm. Moreover, these individuals were swiftly gathering, likely using items to communicate as they sought to form teams to combat monsters and reduce danger. Let us start battling. The more we defeat, the higher the chance of obtaining epic-level summoner skill books. Yi Bei wasted no time. He promptly led the Holy War Goblin down the mountain to seek out monsters. Not long after, he encountered a creature. Red-scaled demon mongoose. Rank, Lord level. Level, 15. Skills, Rapid Strike, Demon Light, Poison Claw. Weakness, black crystal on its forehead. Being struck will inflict immense damage. Upon reading the information about this monster, Yi Bei was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the ordinary monsters in this secret realm would be Lord level. It's worth noting that the boss he faced in the novice trial realm's nightmare difficulty was also Lord level. While a Lord level boss is indeed stronger than an ordinary Lord level creature, this was still rather outrageous. The difficulty was akin to that of a Hell level instance. No wonder those who entered this realm quickly clustered together. They were clearly wary of danger. Moreover, nearly all individuals entering the secret realm were in their 20s, with many even being level 30 professionals. Lower level professionals wouldn't dare to step foot here. Goo, delectable humans. The red-scaled demon mongoose's eyes turned blood red upon spotting Yi Bei, completely ignoring the Holy War Goblin as it lunged towards him. However, while its speed was impressive, the Holy War Goblin's reaction was equally swift. With a mere brush of its great sword, it turned the creature into a pulp, killing it instantly. Even without Yi Bei activating the summoning fury, the Holy War Goblin was terrifyingly powerful now, thanks to the substantial attributes provided by its equipment. Defeated Lord-level red-scaled demon mongoose. Experience 300. Well done, little Holy War Goblin. Let us continue. Yi Bei praised the Holy War Goblin, igniting a fervent excitement within it. The creature redoubled its efforts in monster slaying, soon encountering a horde of over a dozen foes, swiftly dispatching them. However, these monsters exhibited considerable speed, making pursuit difficult. Thus, it remained close to Yi Bei, waiting for the creatures to initiate an attack, seemingly drawn to human flesh. These monsters were unlike others, resembling the demon races from novels, displaying a pronounced aggression towards humans, as if their flesh offered significant benefits. Yi Bei surveyed the surrounding peaks and noticed that other teams were similarly besieged by these creatures. Moreover, the larger number of individuals in those teams attracted even more attention from the monsters. Perhaps I should join another team? This would likely result in a greater influx of monsters. Yet, after some contemplation, Yi Bei dismissed this notion. After all, others entered the fray to slay monsters and gather spoils. If he joined another team and eliminated the approaching threats, the others would certainly be disinclined to ally with him again. It was best to operate independently, venturing toward areas with denser monster populations. Guided by the Holy War Goblin, Yi Bei made his way towards a larger peak where more monsters congregated. After 2 or 3 hours of relentless slaughter, he examined the several skill books he had acquired, most of which were of the superior grade and held little value for him. Clearly, slaying ordinary monsters would not yield any worthwhile rewards. He needed to vanquish more mini-bosses or true bosses to obtain the coveted items he sought. Continuing towards the realm of the Weasel Kin, Yi Bei gleaned from their fragmented utterances that the heart of this secret realm was their royal court, the abode of the Weasel King. This location housed numerous royal bloodlines and harbored a greater chance of yielding valuable treasures. The royal court of the Weasel Kin lay to the due east. After confirming his bearings, Yi Bei set forth in that direction with the Holy War Goblin. Meanwhile, Lin Shi and Zhou Tong were engaged in a frenzied slaughter within a peculiar cluster of buildings. Waves of demon weasels lunged at them, only to be dispatched one by one. Lin Shi, we are profiting immensely. This appears to be the territory of a royal bloodline of the Weasel Kin, teeming with royal lineage and abundant spoils. Zhou Tong exclaimed, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, revealing her adorable little fangs as she wielded her staff, unleashing spells with fervor. Lin Shi, brandishing a curved blade, darted through the throngs of demon weasels with remarkable agility, executing swift spatial leaps. The Weasel Kin monsters could hardly graze the hem of her garment before being cut down. She was a veritable war machine born for slaughter. Let us continue. This time, We must secure an epic-grade summoning skill book, she declared, her countenance brimming with determination, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Just wait until we amass our fortune. Let us see who still dares to call us mere dependents of our families. Yay, let's see the looks on their faces. Zhou Tong cheered, excitedly bouncing, her skirt billowing in the wind, revealing her flawless, porcelain-like thighs. Yet, their jubilation was short-lived, for a thunderous roar erupted from beneath the buildings. Humans seek death. How dare you slaughter my kin? The reverberation from the roar caused the ground to tremble, collapsing the structures around them. The monsters that had been attacking Lin Shi and Zhou Tong now cowered in fear. We're done for. Run. It's the Weasel King of the Purple Scales, a sovereign-level entity. Lin Shi's face paled as she urgently grasped Zhou Tong's arm, activating her spatial abilities to flee. Chapter 26. The Weasel King of the Purple Scales. Just as Lin Shi pulled Zhou Tong to escape, a radiant purple demon weasel erupted from the ruins, the embodiment of the Weasel King of the Purple Scales. It surged forth at an almost imperceptible speed, racing towards Lin Shi and Zhou Tong. Its nostrils flared as it sniffed the air, tracking their scent. In no time, it had closed the distance. It's caught up with us, Zhou Tong exclaimed, her visage drained of color upon seeing the approaching violet light. Lin Shi, however, maintained her composure. She glanced back at the purple glow and confidently reassured Zhou Tong. Fear not. As long as I possess stamina, it cannot seize us. After all, I am an epic-grade void assassin, capable of slipping into the void. It cannot predict our next move. Indeed, as she had predicted. Although the Weasel King had closed the gap, Lin Shi deftly evaded each of its lunges using her spatial skills. However, prolonged use of these abilities began to wear her down, prompting her to consume stamina potions. Just as she felt her strength waning, she noticed that the Weasel King had stopped pursuing them, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, she remained vigilant, hastily replenishing her stamina. Zhou Tong, utilizing her optical skills, peered behind them. Her vision pierced through layers of obstruction, finally revealing the scene behind. A group clad in blue gear was unleashing a barrage of spells upon the Weasel King. They're fighting back. It's the Ice Guild. They're surrounding the Weasel King. We're saved, Zhou Tong exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her. Hearing this, Lin Shi finally relaxed. Having initially feared that the Weasel King intended to ambush them, now reassured by Zhou Tong's words, she settled onto a nearby stone to rest and collect herself after the recent tension. However, her brief respite was interrupted when Zhou Tong, still observing, cried out again. It's over. The Ice Guild has been wiped out. So many level 30 members have perished. We must go, we must go. With that, she seized Lin Shi's sleeve. Instantly, Lin Shi sprang to her feet, grasping Zhou Tong's hand as they slipped into the void. True to their fears, the violet figure was once again in pursuit. Its speed showed no signs of abating, as the Ice Guild had evidently failed to inflict any damage upon the Weasel King. Thus, a relentless chase ensued for the next half hour. Lin Shi was now utterly exhausted, her stamina potions depleted. Is this how we meet our end? She thought, gritting her teeth in frustration. Zhou Tong's face had gone pale as she turned to Lin Shi. Lin Shi, don't drag me down. You can surely escape on your own. I'll hold it off. Once you're free, remember to light incense for me. Though fear gripped her heart, Zhou Tong was resolute in her intention to sacrifice herself. I'm out of stamina. I can't run anymore. Lin Shi collapsed onto the ground. Then let us be sisters in our next life, Zhou Tong cried, tears brimming in her eyes. Just as she resigned herself to death, she noticed that the relentless purple glow had inexplicably ceased its pursuit, halting hundreds of meters away. Curiosity piqued, she activated her optical skills once more. And there stood Yi Bei. Lin Shi, look. It's Yi Bei. He is here to rescue us. This guy can actually play the hero, Zhou Tong exclaimed, her voice filled with hope. I promise to marry him, she shouted with a hint of excitement, while Lin Shi rolled her eyes in exasperation and retorted. Yi Bei has just changed professions too. No matter how formidable he is, he cannot defeat the Purple Scale King. You might as well call for him to flee. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong immediately became despondent. Indeed, she responded. Subsequently, she hoisted the exhausted Lin Shi onto her back and headed towards Yi Bei and the Purple Scale King. They were determined not to let Yi Bei sacrifice himself for their sake. At that moment, Yi Bei gazed at the demonic ferret before him, its scales shimmering with a violet glow, and excitement flickered in his eyes. Purple Scale King, minor boss, rank, monarch level, 25, skills, speed burst, demon light, poison claw, sonic wave, vulnerability. The purple crystal on its forehead, being struck will inflict immense damage. How fortuitous, to encounter a demonic ferret king on my journey, when I had been searching for so long without success. Naturally, he was elated. After all, defeating a boss significantly increased the chances of obtaining an epic skill book. Do you dare to obstruct my path, human? You are courting death. The Purple Scale King rose on its hind legs, its fierce gaze fixed on Yi Bei. In the next instant, it lunged forward like a streak of light towards him. It recognized Yi Bei as a summoner. If it could eliminate him, the summoned creature would perish as well. Moreover, summoners were generally 100 times easier to deal with than their summons, which is why it targeted Yi-Bei directly. However, the Holy War Goblin remained ever vigilant. Upon seeing the Purple Scale King charge, it immediately positioned its massive body to shield Yi-Bei. Then, it activated the Holy Shield, enveloping both itself and Yi-Bei. Boom. In the next moment, the Purple Scale King collided with the Holy Shield, causing extensive cracks to appear. A mere shield cannot withstand the might of this king. Boom, boom, boom. The Purple Scale King extended its lethal claws, their toxic essence rapidly corroding the Holy Shield and causing even more fractures. After merely a dozen seconds, the Holy Shield shattered, and the Holy War Goblin quickly positioned itself to intercept the Purple Scale King's next attack. Although it understood that Yi-Bei was powerful, it was still determined to protect him with its life, for that was its mission. With a ripping sound, the Purple Scale King, though not large, merely the size of an average person, was effortlessly overpowering when faced with the Holy War Goblin's towering 3 to 4 meter frame. In less than a minute, the Holy War Goblin's life came to an end, and its form disintegrated into motes of light. Just then, Zhou Tong and Lin Shi arrived on the scene. Witnessing this tragic spectacle, Yi-Bei quickly flee. You cannot defeat the Purple Scale King, and your summoned creature has already been slain. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. I and Tong Tong will hold it off. Just go. Lin Shi urgently implored. Zhou Tong, hearing Lin Shi's words, rolled her eyes and added, "Yes, hurry and escape. There's no need for a hero to save the damsel, as your beauty is about to perish." Yet, Yi-Bei did not even glance back upon hearing their pleas. At that moment, his physical manifestation of the Tao was triggered. His four-dimensional attributes began to surge dramatically. An unending power coursed through him, creating a blend of excruciating pain and exhilarating thrill. Chapter 27. Power Attribute Breaks, 3000. Yi-Bei, Level, 12, Strength, 2183,000, Constitution, 1450-1890, Agility, 1214-80, Mentality, 1516-18, Summoned Beast, Holy War Goblin, Epic, Skills, Holy Light Healing, LV2, Wrath of Summoning, LV2, Exclusive Skill, Sacred Temple Baptism Legend, Omitted, Talent, Holy Bond, Unique God Level. In the next instant, the manifestation of his physical form concluded, and the augmentation of his attributes ceased. Yi-Bei's strength soared to an astounding 3,000, his constitution approached 2,000, and his speed neared 1,500. Most importantly, bolstered by 2 pieces of dark gold equipment, even his weakest mental attribute ascended to 1,600, surpassing his speed attribute. Excellent, splendid. A smile graced Yi-Bei's face. Meanwhile, the Purple Scale King, having just slain the Holy War Goblin, now fixed its gaze upon Yi-Bei, taunting, "Human, observe how easily I dispatched your summon. I could crush it as one would a mere rat." With that, it advanced towards Yi-Bei, continuing, "Crushing you will be as simple as squashing an ant. A summoner bereft of their summon is but an insect." Upon witnessing the Purple Scale King approach Yi-Bei, Zhou Tong felt a surge of urgency. She hastily set Lin Shi down and, gritting her teeth, raised her staff, unleashing a barrage of spells at the Purple Scale King. Boom. However, her powerful spell capable of slaying monsters beyond her level was effortlessly repelled by the Purple Scale King. With a flick of its claw, the formidable spell was shattered like a beautiful firework display. "Are you merely tickling me?" The Purple Scale King sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Tong. Determined, Zhou Tong continued to unleash skills to thwart the Purple Scale King, but to no avail. Even binding spells could only restrain the creature for a mere second, failing to impede its advance. Seeing this, Lin Shi mustered her strength, activating her spatial skill to reach Yi-Bei's side. Grabbing his hand, she urged, "Yi-Bei, you must escape. Do not concern yourself with us. I will use my spatial skill to send you away." Yet Yi-Bei turned to face her and, with a bemused smile, replied, "When have I claimed I would save you?" He then gently released her hand. "Step aside. Do not hinder my monster slaying," Yi-Bei declared as he strode toward the Purple Scale King. Lin Shi stood frozen, uncertainty flooding her mind. Could it be that he truly did not intend to save them? Was it merely a coincidence that he encountered the Purple Scale King? But could such luck truly exist? As she grappled with her thoughts, Yi-Bei and the Purple Scale King stood face to face. "Your courage is commendable, human. I shall grant you a swift demise," the Purple Scale King declared coldly. Yi-Bei chuckled softly, shaking his head. "You know not what you speak." Hearing this, the Purple Scale King erupted in fury. To disrespect this king is tantamount to seeking death. In the next moment, its body radiated a brilliant purple light as it charged at Yi-Bei. Its claws aimed directly at his head, intent on tearing it off in an instant. Lin Shi and Zhou Tong turned pale, envisioning the gruesome scene of Yi-Bei's imminent demise. However, the horrific moment they dreaded did not unfold. A massive hand, veins bulging, effortlessly seized the Purple Scale King's arm. Crack! In the next instant, Yi-Bei unleashed a tremendous force, effortlessly tearing the Purple Scale King's arm from its body. Ah! The Purple Scale King let out a horrific wail, retreating rapidly for over 100 meters, clutching its severed arm. You, are you not a summoner? How can you possess such strength? It inquired, bewildered, as it eyed Yi Bei with suspicion. Yi Bei, unfazed, took a step forward, causing the ground to collapse beneath him as he leapt over 100 meters towards the Purple Scale King. His battle instincts ignited a thrill within him, and a savage smile crept across his face. Seeing this, the Purple Scale King had no intention of engaging in further banter and promptly turned to flee. It fled. He pursued, and it found itself unable to escape. How astonishing! Zhou Tong stared in disbelief at Yi Bei's retreating figure, unable to suppress a murmured comment. Lin Shi, too, was left in shock by the recent turn of events. She had genuinely believed that Yi Bei was prepared to risk his life to save her and Zhou Tong, embodying the archetype of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Just moments ago, she thought Yi Bei was doomed and that both of them would meet their end. Yet, she had not anticipated such a swift reversal. The Purple Scale King had been effortlessly disarmed by Yi Bei, losing one of its arms, and then it fled. Could it be that I have been overly sentimental? He is not a gallant savior, but merely someone who stumbled upon the Purple Scale King and viewed it as prey. Lin Shi's gaze grew vacant. Meanwhile, the Purple Scale King felt an urgent panic rise within. Its clan's pride in their speed was rendered insignificant in the face of Yi Bei. In mere moments, he had caught up to it. Although Yi Bei lacked innate speed, his agility attribute was extraordinarily high, even at its weakest, reaching a staggering 1480. His speed was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The next instant, with the Purple Scale King on the verge of being overtaken, it gritted its teeth and extended its remaining claw, digging into the ground like a rat seeking escape. Yi Bei arrived at the entrance of the tunnel and frowned slightly. He had no desire to crawl through a hole. Moreover, his larger stature was ill-suited for such an endeavor, so it was best to avoid it altogether. What a little rodent, so fond of burrowing. In the next moment, Yi Bei bared his teeth in a grin, revealing a sinister smile. He then struck the ground with a powerful fist. Boom. The earth collapsed, creating a massive crater. He continued to punch, like a colossal pile driver, creating hole after hole. Little mouse, you better hide well, and hope I don't find you. Yi Bei's laughter, coupled with the tremors from his strikes, reached the ears of the Purple Scale King, instilling a chilling dread within it. Who is truly the monster here? It ground its teeth and desperately continued to dig deeper. Lin Shi and Zhou Tong, who had followed Yi Bei, were left agape at the spectacle of him violently smashing the ground. Their minds were nearly blank. Is this still a human? Zhou Tong murmured. Meanwhile, Yi Bei grew increasingly exhilarated with each blow, for he had finally caught sight of the Purple Scale King's tail. Little mouse, I see you. Do not fear. Do not run. Let me gently crush you. The malicious grin on Yi Bei's face grew ever more wanton. Boom. The layer of soil had been breached, revealing the rocky strata below, yet it could not withstand the force of Yi Bei's fists. Due to the loss of one arm, the Purple Scale King's speed diminished as it clawed at the rock. In no time, Yi Bei caught up. With a swift motion, his hand shot out like lightning, gripping the Purple Scale King's tail. In one powerful tug, he yanked it out. Do not kill me. I am of royal blood. If you slay me, the Golden Scale King will avenge me. You cannot escape. The Purple Scale King pleaded, its words laced with a threat. Yi Bei merely scoffed. Can this little mouse still threaten me? Its death is of little consequence. He then seized the creature's head and squeezed gently. Bang! In an instant, the head was crushed effortlessly, purple blood splattering forth, mingling with thick brain matter. Kill the monarch-level boss, Purple Scale King, experience, 5,000. As the notification sounded, orbs of light began to fall to the ground. Yi Bei casually gathered them, inspecting each one. Most were valuable items, though he had no need for them. Among them was a level 20 piece of golden gear, which he could not equip at the moment, so he collected everything. Subsequently, he leaped out of the massive pit, landing at the edge where he spotted Lin Shi and Zhou Tong standing nearby. Yi Bei, could you possibly take us along? Once we secure our safety in this secret dungeon, we will undoubtedly offer you a reward that meets your satisfaction, Zhou Tong said, nervously fiddling with her clothing while her twin tails swayed slightly. After their harrowing experience with the Purple Scale King, she was terrified of dying in this dungeon. Seeking protection, Yi Bei was the most suitable choice. After all, he had effortlessly crushed the Purple Scale King. Lin Shi, still recovering her strength, looked somewhat pale. Zhou Tong glanced at Lin Shi's expression and pouted. Oh no, it's over. She has truly fallen for Yi Bei. From now on, I'll be the only one facing him. Woe is me. Zhou Tong lamented internally, feeling tearful yet without tears. Yi Bei turned to appraise the two of them, and upon recalling Lin Shi's remarkable spatial abilities, nodded at them. You may accompany me, but do not cause me trouble. Also, everything you acquire must be handed over to me. After stating this, Yi Bei scrutinized Zhou Tong further. Although she wore a JK uniform with white stockings, it was merely a cosmetic illusion of her equipment. With his piercing eye, he could see through the essence of these items, which were primarily dark gold grade. This little JK is quite the affluent one, Yi Bei mused inwardly. He then turned his gaze to Lin Shi, discovering that this somewhat infatuated young lady was also quite wealthy. Without delay, he added, of course, the reward you mentioned after we exit must also be given to me. Such wealthy individuals are not lacking in funds. It's only prudent to extort a bit from them. One cannot prosper without a bit of windfall. Ah, very well. Zhou Tong bit her lip and nodded, though she knew Yi Bei's demands were rather unreasonable. However, what choice did she have? She feared death too much. I'm so cute and sweet. I cannot perish in this dungeon, Lin. She looked at Yi Bei, her eyes sparkling as she nodded. Whatever you want, Yi Bei. I will give it to you. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei was left with a plethora of questions. What could she possibly mean by that? Anything. Zhou Tong flashed her fangs, a little tooth peeking out, casting a look of exasperation at Lin Shi. Can you please maintain a bit of decorum, girl? Lin Shi's remark plunged the three into a moment of silence. Yi Bei then took out the Heavenly Dao contract, breaking the silence. Sign this, lest you deny your promises once we exit. What a stingy man, Zhou Tong thought to herself, yet she dared not show it outwardly and obediently signed the contract. Lin Shi, on the other hand, signed willingly. Once Yi Bei saw the contract transform into shimmering points of light, solidifying its validity, a smile graced his face. Shortly thereafter, Yi Bei invited Zhou Tong and Lin Shi to join his party. Almost immediately, he felt vindicated in his decision, for Zhou Tong possessed the map to this secret dungeon. He no longer needed to wander aimlessly. He first ventured into the lair of the Purple Scale King, scavenging for treasures, before setting his sights on the boss's location, hastening his pace while carrying one of the girls. As for the Holy War Goblin, Yi Bei summoned it once more. Even though he aimed to confront the boss directly, he could not overlook the monsters along the way. They were all valuable experience points. Before long, Yi Bei arrived at the nearest boss location, which housed a minor boss, not the ultimate adversary of this secret dungeon. Moreover, the map bears the name of this minor boss, known as the Crimson Scale King. Just like the territory of the Purple Scale King, this area is adorned with an abundance of peculiar structures, half submerged underground and half protruding above, reminiscent of the quaint abodes of hobbits. Observing the monsters that flit in and out of these edifices, Yi Bei turned to the Holy War Goblin and commanded, Little Saint, annihilate every creature here. The rationale behind this directive is twofold. Firstly, the monsters here offer a significant amount of experience, as they are all of the royal bloodline of the Crimson Scale Weasel clan, thus yielding far greater experience points than their ordinary counterparts. Secondly, creating a ruckus would compel the Crimson Scale King to reveal itself. After all, with so many buildings, it is impossible to ascertain the location of the Crimson Scale King, and Yi Bei cannot afford to burrow through the tunnels in search of it. At your command, Master. The Holy War Goblin, having enhanced its mental attributes, seemed to have undergone a transformation. Its intelligence noticeably elevated, and it no longer stuttered in speech. Its gaze was no longer as vacant as before. In the next moment, the Holy War Goblin charged headlong into the cluster of strange buildings, lifting its foot to crush several houses beneath it. Boom! As the structures crumbled, the monsters within were either slain outright or gravely injured. Each strike from the Holy War Goblin was a sweeping assault, demolishing homes and drawing the ire of the monsters, which turned their vengeful eyes toward the goblin, ignoring Yi Bei and the others. A short while later, numerous monsters fell to the onslaught of the Holy War Goblin. Scales of crimson flew in all directions, and severed limbs littered the ground as it bulldozed through the horde like a relentless machine, leaving Lin Shi and Zhou Tong in a state of astonishment, for they realized that Yi Bei's summoned beast surpassed both of them in prowess. Chapter 29. Illusions are useless to me. Instant kill. After a brief interval, as the Holy War Goblin crushed a monster, a radiant glow enveloped Yi Bei, signaling his ascension to level 13. Leveling up was no easy feat. Yi Bei glanced at the two women beside him, both at level 10, and sighed in contemplation. Just as he finished his thought, a furious roar echoed, accompanied by a figure that streaked toward them like a crimson flash. Filthy goblin, you shall perish. It lunged directly at the Holy War Goblin. Through the eye of breaking illusions, Yi Bei discerned the identity of this crimson blur. It was indeed the Crimson Scale King. Crimson Scale King, minor boss, rank, monarch level, level 26, skills, speed, demon flame, poison claw, illusion, weakness. The red crystal on its forehead, when struck, will incur massive damage. It was indeed slightly more formidable than the Purple Scale King, boasting a rank elevated by 1 star and a level higher. Yi Bei raised an eyebrow. While he was assessing the attributes of the Crimson Scale King, the Holy War Goblin had already engaged in combat with it. Hearing the commotion, Yi Bei snapped back to attention and raised his staff, bestowing a wrath of summoning upon the Holy War Goblin. Although this did not enable the goblin to overcome the Crimson Scale King, it was essential for the goblin to feel exhilarated in battle, lest it grow disheartened from repeated swift defeats. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive sounds erupted from the clash between the Holy War Goblin and the Crimson Scale King. After several minutes of intense conflict, the Holy War Goblin finally could not withstand the pressure. Bang! Trapped in an illusion and drained of significant stamina, it was swiftly dispatched by a single claw strike. Instantaneously, the flesh-body path was triggered, and its attributes surged dramatically. Yi Bei, level 13, strength 30203880, vitality 19102-370, agility 15001800, mentality 16381748, summoned beast, holy war goblin, epic, skills, holy light healing, LV2, wrath of summoning, LV2, exclusive skill, temple baptism legend, omitted, talent, sacred bond, unique god level, with strength nearing 4000. Yi Bei felt an unending surge of power coursing through him, as though he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. He slowly stretched his body, his gaze fixed upon the Crimson Scale King, and remarked nonchalantly, "Red-skinned rodent, dare you to slay my little saint? Have you contemplated how you shall meet your demise?" At these words, the Crimson Scale King was momentarily taken aback. This human had the audacity to speak to it in such a manner. It was a complete reversal of the usual dynamics, as most humans it encountered were filled with fear. "Human, you have provoked my wrath. I shall relish in torturing you slowly." A sinister grin spread across its grotesque face. Its foreclaws extended, and with a powerful leap, it transformed into a streak of red light, barreling toward Yi Bei. One claw lunged toward Yi Bei's shoulder. Its intention was not to kill him outright, but rather to incapacitate him piece by piece, savoring the torment. Just as its claw was about to make contact with Yi Bei's shoulder, a colossal fist collided with it with tremendous force. The creature's malevolent grin only intensified, for it believed Yi Bei was overestimating his capabilities, thinking a fragile summoner could engage it in a direct confrontation. Yet, in an instant, that grin froze. Boom. In a heartbeat, an overwhelming force shattered one of its arms into a mist of blood and bone fragments, sending its form hurtling backward. "How can your strength be so formidable?" The searing pain elicited a howl from the Crimson Scale King, its disbelief evident as it gazed at Yi Bei, astonished that a mere summoner possessed such extraordinary personal combat prowess. "You dare to cripple this king's arm? You are courting death." In the next moment, the red crystal on its forehead began to glow ominously. Waves of intangible mental energy swiftly unfurled, warping the surrounding world into a hellish landscape. With rivers of lava flowing across the ground and swarms of malevolent spirits clawing their way out from the magma. An illusion? Yi Bei paused momentarily, recalling that one of the Crimson Scale King's skills was indeed an illusion ability. Meanwhile, Lin Shi and Zhou Tong, sensing the drastic transformation of their surroundings, became immediately alert. As the malevolent spirits surged toward them, both women commenced their offensive, unable to discern the nature of the illusion and unwilling to gamble their lives on it. They could only slay the encroaching fiends, exhausting vast amounts of stamina and mental energy in the process. He, no matter how strong you are, the demons of hell will devour you slowly, like ants bringing down an elephant. The Crimson Scale King cackled, observing Yi Bei from across the battlefield. It firmly believed that Yi Bei could not see it, for the illusion had been unleashed. Even the mightiest of its kin, the Golden Scale King, could not pierce its veil, relying instead on alternative methods to break free. Yi Bei, a mere human, stood no chance against its mastery of illusions and was destined to be slain within this fabricated realm. However, at that moment of the Crimson Scale King's smugness, it noticed Yi Bei's eyes fixated unwaveringly in its direction, a derisive smile gracing his lips. "Red-skinned rodent, do you truly believe your pathetic illusion can ensnare me?" Yi Bei found the Crimson Scale King's ignorance pitiable. It likely presumed that its sheer physical strength sufficed, underestimating the strength of mental fortitude. Yet, with a mental attribute reaching 1700, Yi Bei could easily pierce through the facade of illusions without the need for any additional skills. After all, illusions are merely deceptions of the mental realm, and with his robust mental prowess, such tricks held no sway over him. Moreover, Yi Bei possessed the eye of illusion, allowing him to effortlessly pierce through even the mightiest of the Red Scale King's illusions. In an instant, Yi Bei's figure surged forward, moving with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, arriving directly beside the Red Scale King. With a swift motion, he seized the Red Scale King's head and, with a delicate tug, effortlessly severed it along with the spine. A swift and decisive kill defeated the monarch-level boss Red Scale King, gaining 5,500 experience points. As the Red Scale King fell, the surrounding spiritual fluctuations that had conjured the illusions dissipated in an instant. Lin Shi and Zhou Tong, after a frenzied assault on thin air and tree stumps, finally paused, realizing that they had been ensnared in an illusion. Yi Bei, however, offered no response. Instead, collecting the spoils dropped by the Red Scale King, he discovered a plethora of valuable items, among which was a rare level summoning skill book that could be upgraded to epic level through his enhancements. Nevertheless, this did not meet his expectations. After all, this secret realm dungeon was capable of yielding epic level summoning skill books, and he would not be satisfied with a mere rare level tome. It was imperative that he acquire an epic level summoning skill book, for with it, he could elevate the quality of the summoned creature to legendary status using Sanctuary Baptism. Chapter 30. The Golden Scale King breeds. The guild's assault fails. Legendary quality summoned creatures are a match for legendary level practitioners. When equipped, they become immensely powerful, Relying solely on a legendary level summoned creature could obliterate approximately 99 of their peers at the same level. Moreover, upon the demise of a legendary level summoned creature, Yi-Bei could amplify his attributes even further. Thus, it was essential for him to extract an epic level summoning skill book from this secret realm dungeon. After securing the items dropped by the Red Scale King, Yi-Bei proceeded to scour the Red Scale King's lair, enlisting Lin Shi and Zhou Tong to assist. Albeit all treasures they discovered would be surrendered to him. Once the valuable items were safely stored, Yi-Bei picked up the map provided by Zhou Tong and pinpointed their next target. Let us proceed to the next boss, he declared, leading the two onward. However, this time Yi-Bei did not carry them along as he had previously. He needed to eliminate monsters himself. The Holy War Goblin had been responsible for the monster slaying before, but today the resurrection gems had been exhausted, and the goblin could no longer revive. Thus, it fell upon him to take action. Yet, his speed in slaying monsters surpassed that of the Holy War Goblin, so their travel pace remained largely unaffected. Zhou Tong rolled her eyes at his relentless pursuit of every minor creature, likening him to a bandit raiding a village. She felt compelled to voice her discontent, but only murmured her thoughts quietly. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and soon the trio arrived at the location of the next minor boss, the Azure Scale King. Yi-Bei wasted no time. Without uttering a single word, he annihilated all the creatures within the Azure Scale King's domain. When the Azure Scale King emerged, he was swiftly crushed by Yi-Bei's grip. Following the customary search of the Azure Scale King's lair, Yi-Bei noted that the next boss on the map was the ultimate foe of this secret realm dungeon, the Golden Scale King. Without hesitation, he guided Lin Shi and Zhou Tong towards their destination. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the Golden Scale King's palace, a multitude of individuals, at least hundreds, lay in wait, concealed in the shadows. Inside the palace, the Golden Scale King was in the throes of birthing. These individuals awaited the moment when the Golden Scale King would be at its most vulnerable. Once that window of weakness arrived, they would descend upon the king, in unison. Surrounding the Golden Scale King were a host of golden-scaled weasels, its progeny, members of the royal bloodline of the Golden Scale Weasel clan. The Golden Scale King, seated cross-legged upon a crystalline birthing bed, surveyed its surroundings. You wish for me to sacrifice this child, your brother, to gain strength to fend off those humans? Upon uttering these words, the nearby golden-scaled weasels prostrated themselves, unable to withstand the oppressive aura of the Golden Scale King. Do you understand? This offspring is the future of the Golden Scale clan, a child born from the precious blood of the esteemed lord I painstakingly procured. Now you wish for me to relinquish it? A collection of cowardly creatures. Even if you all perish, I will not abandon this child for mere humans, whom I do not fear. With that, the king reclined upon its bed, while several female weasels approached to assist in the birthing process. Not long after, a golden-scaled weasel adorned with mystical runes was born, emitting cries akin to that of an infant. Simultaneously, several kilometers away, the practitioners waiting outside the Golden Scale King's palace heard the cries of the newborn. The leaders of various guilds rallied their comrades, exclaiming, "Brothers, charge forth. Slay the Golden Scale King and conquer the palace. We shall reap great rewards." In a flash, hundreds of practitioners surged toward the Golden Scale King's palace, comprising a diverse array of classes, warriors, priests, mages, summoners, and mecha engineers, all displaying their unique abilities to eliminate the palace's guardians and advance toward the heart of the Golden Scale King's domain. These guild members sought not only epic-level summoning skill books, but also a wealth of other valuable treasures. After all, the Golden Scale King was a premier monarch-level creature, guaranteeing a high drop rate. Additionally, the Golden Scale King's palace housed many treasures, as it was a revered location within this vast secret realm. Slay, slay, slay. Annihilate these audacious humans. Countless golden-scaled weasels surged forth from the palace, obstructing the advance of the practitioners. Instantly, a massacre ensued, with an array of skills illuminating the battlefield, dazzling yet reminiscent of a meat grinder, consuming countless lives. The practitioners were predominantly teams from various guilds, each well-equipped with diverse roles, ranged attackers like archers and mages, supportive priests restoring health, and warlocks providing buffs. At the forefront stood robust figures wielding massive shields, absorbing the brunt of the damage while warriors seized the opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, shadowy figures akin to serpents stealthily devoured the lives of their foes. This battle seemed all but decided. The golden-scaled weasels could not withstand the onslaught of the practitioners, and the encirclement grew tighter. Before long, the guild members breached the palace, closing in on the Golden Scale King. Just then, the palace walls crumbled, unleashing a torrent of golden light. In an instant, the shield-bearing frontliners were obliterated, their shields shattered and bodies sent flying, as the Golden Scale King emerged. After dispatching the meat shield practitioners, it showed no signs of restraint, continuing its rampage. One human practitioner after another fell before its might. The archers and mages behind them panicked, fleeing without a moment's hesitation. At that moment, Yi-Bei, accompanied by Lin Shi and Zhou Tong, arrived at the Golden Scale King's palace. Had the assault on the boss already failed? Zhou Tong observed the frenzied escape of the adventurers, tilting her head slightly. Meanwhile, Yi Bei's gaze was fixated on a radiant golden streak. While others might have struggled to discern the true form of this golden gleam, Yi Bei saw it clearly. Golden Scale King, Final Boss. Rank, Monarch level. Level, 30. Skills, Swift Strike, Colossal Strength, Unyielding Defense, Devour. Weakness, the golden crystal on its forehead. Upon impact, it will incur significant damage. Upon reading the information about the Golden Scale King, Yi Bei raised an eyebrow. The other minor bosses within this dungeon, such as the Purple Scale King and the Red Scale King, possessed peculiar abilities like demonic light, demonic fire, and illusions. However, the Golden Scale King, as the final boss, astonishingly lacked these capabilities, focusing solely on speed, strength, and defense. The only anomaly was the Devour skill, the specific function of which remained unclear, rejecting the superfluous. This was somewhat in line with my own style. Yi Bei's praise was unreserved, as he believed in the supremacy of raw power and speed. All else was mere embellishment, easily shattered with a single punch. Should we flee? The others have all run away, and this monster has its sights set on us. Lin Shi tugged at Yi Bei's sleeve. Yi Bei snapped back to reality, observing the golden streak barreling towards them. With a slight raise of his brow, he replied, "Flee? Why would we run?" He found it perplexing that Lin Shi's thoughts seemed misaligned. They had toiled immensely to arrive here, intent on defeating the boss. Now that the boss had presented itself so conveniently, why would they consider retreating? Bang! In the next instant, the golden streak collided with Yi Bei, producing a thunderous roar. Subsequently, the golden streak was sent hurtling back several hundred meters, crashing into numerous palace walls. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shi and Zhou Tong were once again taken aback. Although they were already aware of Yi Bei's formidable prowess, they were astonished that he still maintained the upper hand against the final boss, the Golden Scale King. Moreover, Yi Bei had not even employed any skills. With a mere ordinary punch, he had sent the Golden Scale King reeling. From a distance, the retreating human adventurers also heard the tremendous commotion, halting their escape to observe the unfolding situation. When they realized that the Golden Scale King was at a disadvantage in this skirmish, they were left dumbfounded. What in the world? Someone is actually fighting the Golden Scale King and winning? Is that some young heir from a prominent family? Which young heir is so fierce? Look at his level. He is only 13. What an outrageous spectacle. A 13-level character overpowering a 30-level final boss. I've never witnessed anything so absurd. Amidst their discussions, the Golden Scale King emerged from the palace ruins. At this moment, its speed diminished, allowing the onlookers to discern that it was clutching a demonic mink infant. How audacious. A mere human has wounded me. The Golden Scale King gazed at the portion of its body that had vanished, a sinister smile stretching across its face. Yi Bei, however, uttered not a word and took deliberate strides toward the Golden Scale King. Any golden-scaled demonic minks that obstructed his path were effortlessly dispatched with a single punch. Failing to impede his advance in the slightest, he approached, bathed in golden blood, resembling a deity of destruction. The progeny closest to the Golden Scale King trembled in fear. "Mother, please save us. We do not wish to perish. Do not confront this human. Let us flee." The golden-scaled demonic mink kin bowed before their matriarch. Clutching the newly born demonic mink infant, the Golden Scale King revealed a cold, cruel smile. "I shall not let you die. You will live alongside me and ascend to divinity." Ha ha! It erupted into a maniacal laughter. Then, with a swift motion, its jaws stretched wide, revealing countless sharp teeth, as it devoured several of its own kin before it. "Mother, what are you doing? We are your children. Why would you consume us?" The remaining kin attempted to flee but found escape impossible from the Golden Scale King's grasp. In mere seconds, over 100 golden-scaled demonic mink kin were consumed. Even the infant filled with mysterious runes was swallowed whole by the Golden Scale King. Zhou Tong watched in shock, her mouth agape. "Youth has no price. My child melts in your mouth." Soon after, the Golden Scale King radiated a brilliant golden light. The portion of its body that Yi Bei had obliterated began to rapidly regenerate, undergoing a remarkable transformation. The mystical runes that adorned the infant demonic mink started to crawl up the Golden Scale King's form, and its body began to expand. Yi Bei furrowed his brow slightly, as he discerned through his eye of revelation that the Golden Scale King was evolving at an astonishing pace. It appeared that its Devour skill was in effect, having consumed its own kin and the rune-imbued infant, thereby triggering its evolution. Yi Bei contemplated. He certainly would not stand idly by. In the next moment, Yi Bei's form vanished from sight, akin to teleportation, reappearing beside the Golden Scale King. He then delivered a powerful punch. Bang! In an instant, a gaping hole was created in the Golden Scale King's body. However, an endless surge of power flooded into the creature, quickly mending its wounds. After delivering several more punches, Yi Bei halted, realizing that the Golden Scale King's aura remained undiminished. Not evolution. It must be in the midst of a transcendence under the protection of the heavenly Tao. I can only wait until it completes its ascension before striking. Yi Bei recalled the lessons from his studies. Whether human or monster, during transcendence, they are shielded by the heavenly Tao, External harm bears no effect. After a brief moment, the golden radiance enveloping the Golden Scale King began to fade. Transcendence complete. Golden Scale King, final boss. Rank, Overlord level. Level, 30. Skills, Swift Strike, Colossal Strength, Unyielding Defense, Devour, Spatial Leap. Weakness, the golden crystal on its forehead. Upon impact, it will incur significant damage. Yi Bei's face broke into a smile upon witnessing this transformation. The Golden Scale King had indeed ascended to an Overlord-level creature. And moreover, it was a 2-star Overlord. Such a monster, if slain, would undoubtedly yield extraordinary treasures. Upon witnessing the Golden Scale King evolve into a 2-star Overlord, the adventurers who had intended to spectate promptly scrambled to escape. Quickly, exit the dungeon. A 2-star Overlord boss has emerged. Who could possibly contend with that? Run, run. Those who lag behind will perish. What if that person manages to defeat it? Defeat it? I wager he won't last 3 minutes. Lin Shi and Zhou Tong, witnessing the Golden Scale King's ascension, also felt their hearts race. They urgently called out to Yi Bei, "Yi Bei, flee. The Overlord-level boss is too powerful." Yet Yi Bei paid them no heed. His gaze fervently locked onto the Golden Scale King. An Overlord? This was his first encounter with such a creature. Yellow-skinned rat. I hope you can last longer in my hands this time. Unlike before. Yi Bei grinned, licking his lips. Upon hearing these words, the Golden Scale King did not erupt with fury. Instead, it regarded Yi Bei with a bemused expression and remarked, "Human, I hope your skin is as resilient as your tongue." Gradually, it emerged from the ruins, and with a sudden flicker, it vanished from sight, reappearing behind Yi Bei. With a swift strike, it aimed for the back of Yi Bei's head. Yi Bei's ears twitched slightly, and he caught the sound of the wind, deftly evading the attack. Spinning around for a counterstrike, he found nothing but empty air. Has the boss, upon advancing to the Dominion level, awakened spatial techniques? This is becoming increasingly intriguing. A smile graced Yi Bei's face, devoid of any semblance of fear. In an instant, the Golden Scale King, with its astonishing speed, materialized beside Yi Bei, launching successive assaults. Each one swifter than the last. Yi Bei could not even touch its scales, yet it managed to land a hit on him about once in every 10 attempts, leaving behind a series of claw marks upon his body. However, these scratches barely breached the surface of Yi Bei's skin. Eventually, he grew apathetic towards dodging. Is this worthless creature merely scratching an itch? Yi Bei mused, idly digging at his ear, feeling somewhat disenchanted. Given his formidable physique, boasting over 2,000 in resilience, his defenses were absurdly robust. How could such childlike attacks possibly harm him? The Golden Scale King, upon hearing this, was instantly engulfed in rage, nearly exploding with fury. To dare insult the king so brazenly, it vowed to bring about Yi Bei's demise. Consequently, the Golden Scale King's form began to swell, grotesque spikes sprouting from its body, amplifying both its strength and speed. Utilizing its spatial abilities once more, it lunged towards Yi Bei, aiming for his vulnerable eyes. It did not believe Yi Bei's eyeballs could be as thick-skinned as his flesh. If it could blind Yi Bei, it would slowly wear him down. Yet, as the claw descended, Yi Bei remained unmoving, instead choosing to shut his eyelids. Sparks flew as the claw grazed him, leaving merely a red mark on his eyelid. This scene left the Golden Scale King utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? Who is truly the boss here? Its attacks felt akin to a mere scratch. Meanwhile, Lin Shi and Zhou Tong, observing from a distance, were already engulfed in confusion. Although the Golden Scale King's claw had failed to injure Yi Bei, it ignited a fierce wrath within him. He touched his eyelid and, with a sinister grin, declared, "You wretched creature. To even think of marring my eyelid. This is an invitation to death." In the next moment, Yi Bei lunged forward, seizing the somewhat dazed Golden Scale King and hurling it towards the ground. The Golden Scale King, in a panic, attempted to use its spatial skills to escape. However, Yi Bei held on to it tenaciously, regardless of where it attempted to move, relentlessly slamming it into the ground. The Golden Scale King, employing its spatial abilities, darted about chaotically. Occasionally, it appeared before fleeing adventurers, leaving them astonished. What on earth? This person is chasing after a Dominion-level boss? Ridiculous. The boss can't even escape with its spatial skills. It's like a sticky plaster. Who is this commander, so audacious? After a brief interval, Yi Bei, having vented his frustration, finally lifted the Golden Scale King by its neck with one hand, while the other plunged like a blade into its chest. He then yanked out its heart, crushing it in his grip. Bathed in golden blood, Yi Bei stood like a formidable deity among mortals. At that moment, not only the onlookers, but even the holy war goblin within the summoning space, witnessing the scene through the portal, was left in utter shock. My master is so powerful. I must grow stronger too, lest I hinder him. Defeated the Dominion-level boss, Golden Scale King. Experience gained, 10,000. As the notification appeared, Yi Bei leveled up to level 14. Moreover, several luminous orbs appeared beneath his feet, all dropped by the Golden Scale King. Yi Bei collected them all, and as the light dissipated, a few items emerged. He first turned his attention to a purple skill book. Summon Lightning Weasel, Epic. upon seeing this skill book. A satisfied smile spread across Yi Bei's face. Indeed, the epic summoning beast skill book has been dropped. My efforts were not in vain. Yi Bei stowed it away and then examined the remaining items. There were 2 pieces of equipment and several other items. After inspecting a few, he decided to keep them, as they were valuable, though unnecessary for him at the moment, and could be exchanged for more useful items later. Next, he focused on the 2 pieces of equipment. Golden Scale Inner Armor. Level, 15. Quality, Dark Gold. Strength, 150. Vitality, 500. Agility, 100. Mentality, 100. Special ability. Wearing it activates the Spatial Leap skill, allowing for unrestricted spatial movement within 100 meters. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Equipable classes, Summoner, Mage, Priest. Golden Scale Ring. Level, 15. Quality, Legendary. Strength, 300. Vitality, 300. Agility, 300. Mentality, 700. Special ability. Wearing it activates the Mighty Strength skill, doubling strength while having agility. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Equipable classes, Summoner, Mage, Priest. Legendary equipment has indeed dropped? Yi Bei felt a sense of disbelief, suspecting his luck attribute had reached its zenith. To acquire such fine gear from defeating a Dominion-level boss was astonishing. However, he felt a tinge of regret. If only the equipment were suited for warriors. That way, he could bestow it upon the Holy War Goblin, and the ensuing moment of physical enlightenment would be exhilarating. Nevertheless, one mustn't be overly greedy. Having it is sufficient. With level 15 equipment, he was now level 14, merely 1 level away, and soon he would be able to don it. Yi Bei placed the gear into his inventory and then set off towards the Golden Scale King's lair. Previously, he had been transported far away by the Golden Scale King's spatial abilities. Now, he needed to return, for within the Golden Scale King's domain lay countless treasures awaiting his plunder. Furthermore, there were 2 wealthy ladies there. Bringing them out would also yield substantial rewards. Akin to treasures, he could not afford to lose them. Yi Bei dashed swiftly, returning to the ruins of the Golden Scale King's lair in under a minute. He then addressed Lin Shi and Zhou Tong, who were still standing in a daze. Get to work. Help me gather the treasures within the Golden Scale King's lair, and I shall escort you out. Lin Shi and Zhou Tong, upon hearing this, snapped back to reality, revealing glum expressions. Yi Bei was treating them as mere servants. Chapter 33. Holy Temple Baptism, Legendary Summoning Beast. The Golden Scale King's lair was vast, even with Lin Shi and Zhou Tong assisting in the search. It took considerable time to thoroughly scour the area. Afterward, Yi Bei did not hastily exit the secret dungeon, for the monsters within still offered commendable experience points. Thus, he decided to slay a few more foes before departing. He promptly learned the recently acquired epic skill book and then raised his staff, causing a summoning array to materialize on the ground. A diminutive white ferret, adorned with a striking lightning emblem upon its head, materialized from the intricate formation. Unlike the scaled demon ferrets of this realm, it boasted a coat of fine, soft fur, appearing exceptionally adorable. Quite pleasing indeed. Yi Bei nodded in satisfaction, noting that this lightning demon ferret was indeed more aesthetically appealing than the clumsy Holy War Goblin. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to the attribute panel of the lightning demon ferret. Lightning demon ferret. Level, 14, synchronized with the summoner. Quality, epic. Strength, 200. Vitality, 200. Agility, 330. Mentality, 100. Skills, Extreme Speed LV2, Lightning Fist LV2, Flaw Marking LV2. Bond value, 60. Yi Bei discerned that this summoned creature emphasized speed. However, its strength and vitality were commendable, and most notably, its mental attribute was quite impressive. The Holy War Goblin had consumed items to enhance its attributes, barely surpassing a mental score of 100. Wow, this summoned creature is truly adorable, Zhou Tong exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile that revealed her small fangs. She reached out to stroke it. Do not touch me, human woman. The lightning demon ferret's rough, gravelly voice erupted with a surprising ferocity, creating a stark contrast to its charming appearance, causing Zhou Tong's hand to halt midair. Yi Bei was equally taken aback upon hearing the ferret's voice. Not expecting such a sound from a creature that appeared so endearing, it rivaled the Holy War Goblin in that regard. All right, you two step aside. I have matters to attend to. Yi Bei gestured for Lin Shi and Zhou Tong to stand back. Once they had distanced themselves, Yi Bei raised his staff and invoked his exclusive skill, Sanctuary Baptism. Instantly, a radiant holy light enveloped the lightning demon ferret. Master, what are you doing? Do you intend to harm me? The lightning demon ferret began to struggle as the light constricted around it. Yi Bei raised an eyebrow. Unlike the Holy War Goblin, which had accepted the Sanctuary Baptism without a hint of resistance, this ferret exhibited a defiant spirit. If given the chance, he would need to temper its rebellious nature and ensure it obeyed. Stand still, Yi Bei commanded directly. Reluctantly, the lightning demon ferret complied. As the initial bond value of 60 points ensured, it would heed Yi Bei's commands. Moments later, the holy light enveloped the entire lightning demon ferret, forming a colossal cocoon of light, from which emerged the ferret's contented coos of comfort. Goo goo goo, master, your skill is quite impressive. It feels wonderful. Shall we do this again? The voice of the lightning demon ferret resonated from within the light cocoon, causing Yi Bei to nearly burst into laughter. Did this creature truly mistake sanctuary baptism for a massage spa? Meanwhile, Lin Shi and Zhou Tong, not far away, overheard the ferret's words and, upon witnessing Yi Bei's expression, stifled their laughter. At last, the baptism concluded, and the cocoon of light was absorbed into the ferret's being. Its once white fur transformed into a soft golden hue, shimmering with a radiant brilliance. The lightning emblem upon its forehead now resembled authentic lightning, exuding an aura of majesty. Holy Demon Ferret. Level 14, synchronized with the summoner. Quality, legendary. Strength, 500. Vitality, 420. Agility, 700. Mentality, 200. Skills, Lightning Speed LV2, Holy Lightning Fist LV2, Critical Flaw LV2. Bond value, 60. Yi Bei cast a swift glance, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated such a monumental enhancement. The legendary quality truly lived up to its name, with attributes more than doubling. The agility attribute had soared to an impressive 700, even with an array of golden equipment. The Holy War Goblin only managed an agility score of 300. The thought of the Holy Demon Ferret equipped with gear was exhilarating. He could scarcely imagine its might. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that as a legendary creature, the Holy Demon Ferret would gain even more attributes with each level progression. Once they exited this realm, he resolved to procure an entire ensemble of equipment for it. Master, your skill is remarkable. It has significantly enhanced my power, and I am thoroughly satisfied. The Holy Demon Ferret swayed its head, hands clasped behind its back, exuding an air of authority. It then leaped onto Yi Bei's shoulder, continuing, "Let us do this a few more times, and elevate my bloodline to divine status." Upon hearing this, Yi Bei grinned widely. Very well. As he spoke, he grasped the Holy Demon Ferret by the scruff of its neck, lifting it before him and revealing a broad smile. You wish for more, do you? Feeling a chill from Yi Bei's expression, the Holy Demon Ferret sensed an unsettling aura. Though Yi Bei appeared to smile, it felt as though he intended to swallow it whole. It began to squirm in protest. No, I do not wish to elevate further. Yi Bei then tossed it to the ground. Oh, should you desire another round, do inform me. Your master is quite reasonable. Of course. My master is the most reasonable. The Holy Demon Ferret nodded vigorously in agreement. Yi Bei, having acknowledged this creature, immersed his consciousness into the summoning space. He had just discovered that since summoning his second creature, the summoning space could now condense several resurrection pearls. The current limit allowed for the condensation of 8 pearls. Having used 3 today, 5 remained available. With a mere thought, he shattered 1 resurrection pearl, and the form of the Holy War Goblin gradually coalesced before him. Upon its appearance, the Holy Demon Ferret approached eagerly, climbing up to perch on the goblin's shoulder, and then proclaimed, "You too are a summoned creature of the master. Are you not? Though we are brothers, let it be known that I am the elder, and you are the younger. Understand?" Chapter 34, Assaulted by a Level 35 Mage. Journey to the Genius Training Camp. The Holy War Goblin, not particularly astute, took a while to comprehend after the Holy Demon Ferret's coaxing. Finally, it muttered, "Hello, elder. Good. You are quite commendable, second brother." The Holy Demon Ferret stood proudly on the goblin's shoulder, beaming with satisfaction. Its size was comparable to that of a small pet dog, making it appear almost like a tiny grasshopper atop the towering Holy War Goblin. Observing the two summoned creatures engage in conversation, Yi Bei could only helplessly rub his forehead. Little Sheng was indeed no match for the cunning Holy Demon Ferret, easily swayed by its words. Little Sheng, little ferret, go forth and clear out the monsters in this realm as thoroughly as possible. Yi Bei was disinterested in their hierarchy. After all, he was the true master. Upon hearing Yi Bei's command, the Holy War Goblin silently advanced to commence monster slaying. However, the Holy Demon Ferret displayed a somewhat lackadaisical attitude towards the task. Yet, upon sensing Yi Bei's malevolent gaze, it had no choice but to exert its utmost effort in vanquishing the monsters. Thus, Yi Bei trailed behind with Lin Shi and Zhou Tong, while 2 summoned beasts cleared the path ahead. After a full day's toil, Yi Bei managed to eliminate the scattered monsters within the instance. He decided against clearing the remaining ones, for he had ascended to level 15, and it was time to exit the dungeon. Moreover, the paramount concern was that the Genius Training Camp was set to commence the following day. He had to return to the city tonight and don the top-tier dark gold equipment, along with a piece of legendary gear. With that in mind, Yi Bei led Lin Shi and Zhou Tong out of the instance and hastily made his way towards the city. However, midway, a fireball with a diameter of 10 meters suddenly coalesced in the air and plummeted towards them. The Holy War Goblin promptly activated its divine shield, successfully repelling the fireball. Yet, while it managed to thwart this one, it could not withstand the subsequent barrage. Several colossal fireballs, akin to miniature suns, cascaded down, shattering the divine shield. Observing this, Yi Bei's brow furrowed slightly. How ostentatious. He swiftly slapped the massive fireballs, extinguishing them in an instant. Before any other skills could be unleashed, Yi Bei had already vanished from his position, courtesy of the spatial skill inherent to his equipment, reappearing beside a nearby figure. Startled by Yi Bei's sudden appearance, the individual hastily raised his staff to cast a spell. However, before he could complete the motion, Yi Bei grasped the staff firmly and, with a slight exertion, snapped it like a twig. Without hesitation, Yi Bei then twisted the assailant's limbs before seizing him by the neck and lifting him off the ground. Who are you? Why did you attack me? He inquired. The man, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, could not muster any bravado and quickly confessed, please don't kill me. Yuan-Ting sent me with a high bounty. I'm merely a hired hand. If you spare me, I'll hand over everything I possess. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated that Yuan-Ting would resort to sending someone to eliminate him. Perhaps due to his acquisition of a set of golden gear or for disparaging by Jia as a bus and Yuan-Ting as a bootlicker. Nevertheless, such matters were of little consequence now. Since Yuan-Ting dared to take action against him, he must face the consequences. With a swift motion, Yi Bei snapped the mage's neck. Exhaling slowly, he processed the gravity of his first kill, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Yet, this fleeting unease dissipated quickly. Sending a level 35 fire mage to eliminate me was indeed an underestimation. Yi Bei coldly discarded the corpse of the fire mage onto the ground and proceeded to scour his belongings and the surrounding area for valuable items. Yuan-Ting must have returned to Kyoto University by now. While he could not be dealt with at this moment, there was no rush. Once Yi Bei enrolled at Kyoto University, he could easily eliminate him then. Yuan-Ting held no significance in his eyes. Before long, Yi Bei returned to the city with Lin Shi and Zhou Tong. He instructed Lin Shi to exchange all the items he obtained for assassin gear, which was intended for the holy demon ferret. As for the compensation due to Lin Shi and Zhou Tong, Yi Bei specified that he required items to enhance the quality of his summoned beasts. After all, the quality of the holy war goblin had become somewhat inferior compared to the holy demon ferret, and he needed to devise a means to elevate it. Having secured all his belongings and exchanged contact information with Lin Shi and Zhou Tong, Yi Bei finally returned home. He cast the gear to the holy demon ferret, urging it to equip itself, and then handed over the items meant to enhance the summoned beast's quality to the holy war goblin, elevating its rank by several stars to reach an impressive 7-star epic level, significantly boosting its strength. Only then did Yi Bei feel a sense of satisfaction. On the following morning, Yi Bei was roused by a phone call from the city lord, summoning him to the city lord's mansion for a gathering in preparation for attending the genius training camp in the provincial capital. After a brief wash and breakfast, Yi Bei made his way to the city lord's mansion, where he encountered the other two individuals who would accompany him to the training camp, the second-rank Yulong and the third-rank Li Qing. Shortly thereafter, the city lord, Hongya, arrived and addressed the group. Once you enter the genius training camp, you must strive diligently to seize resources to enhance yourselves. The bounty of resources there is beyond your imagination. You must become as formidable as possible to compete with the nation's talents in the upcoming examination. The three nodded solemnly in response. Subsequently, the city lord instructed Yulong and Li Qing to step outside, leaving Yi Bei alone. He then chuckled and patted Yi Bei on the shoulder, saying, "You've quietly reached level 15. Impressive. The reason I called you aside is that I have something to discuss with you. This time, several students with an SSS rating will also attend the genius training camp. They are all formidable individuals, and you must exert yourself to contend with them. Most importantly, within the resources available at the training camp, there is one that will be immensely beneficial for you." Intrigued, Yi Bei inquired, "What resource is that?" "Imperial flow sap," Hongya replied. "Imperial flow sap?" Yi Bei began to recall his studies, but he could not find any mention of it in his textbooks. "Don't dwell on it. It's an SSS level resource. Classified and not included in textbooks," Hongya interjected, clarifying. He then elaborated. "Imperial flow sap is a divine substance born from the moon of the dark sun, capable of elevating summoned beasts from the epic level to the legendary level, and it can also instill a trace of divinity within the summoned beast's bloodline, laying the foundation for upgrading to a divine bloodline." Upon hearing Hongya's words, Yi Bei was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that such valuable resources would be available in a provincial genius training camp, particularly one capable of enhancing summoned beasts to the legendary level. He had been pondering how to elevate the holy war goblin to that tier, and it seemed fortune had smiled upon him. "Thank you for the heads up, city lord. I will ensure I acquire this resource." Yi Bei nodded appreciatively. Hongya smiled in return and encouraged, "You must strive to secure first place in the genius training camp, as it will bring honor to Rome City. However, be cautious of those with SSS ratings. They are predominantly epic-level professionals, and some have awakened their talents. While you are powerful, do not let it lead to arrogance." "Understood, city lord." Subsequently, the city lord provided Yi Bei with additional instructions before escorting him to the plane heading to the provincial capital's genius training camp. Once aboard the aircraft, Yi Bei initially intended to rest his eyes, but he soon received a message via microchannel. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Su Xinyue. Little Moon, huh? I can't believe you received an SSS rating on the trial leaderboard. Impressive. Cat emoji giving a thumbs up. Upon seeing the message, Yibei revealed a faint smile before typing a response. Soaring to great heights. Of course, sister you and my sister both received an SSS rating 3 years ago. I cannot possibly fall behind, can I? Little Moon, that's right, Xiaobei. You truly are the husband appointed by me, Su Xinyue. Soaring to great heights. Sister you, could we perhaps move beyond mere words? Let us take practical steps and directly obtain our marriage certificate, shall we? Little Moon, your sister complains that I am akin to an old cow seeking tender grass, disapproving of our union. Shall we eliminate her, so we can secure our certificate? Evil Cat JPG, soaring to great heights. I choose to eliminate you, you venomous vixen. Momentarily refining JPG. Little Moon, my future sister-in-law suppresses me. And my future husband seeks to eliminate me. What a miserable fate. Little Dog weeping JPG. After the two engaged in playful banter for a while on the messaging app, Su Xinyue had to enter a dungeon, thus concluding their conversation. Subsequently, Yibei opened the social media profile of his sister, Yi Qingqing, only to find no updates. Her profile picture still grayed out. Could a trip to a secret realm truly take this long? Yibei found himself puzzled. Others typically returned from such dungeons within 2 or 3 days, yet Yi Qingqing had been gone for an extended period without any sign of return. However, there was a source of reassurance for Yibei. His sister was not in mortal danger. He possessed a talisman linked to Yi Qingqing's life, which would spontaneously turn to ash if anything were to befall her. The talisman remained intact, indicating that she was safe. Nevertheless, if she did not return after the genius training camp, he would have to travel to Kyoto to ascertain her situation. After their parents' disappearance, Yibei was unwilling to endure the loss of his sister as well. Not long after, the plane landed at the provincial airport. Thereafter, Yibei and several others boarded the bus designated to pick up participants from the genius training camp. 2 buses in total departed for the camp. 2 hours later, they finally arrived at the camp's perimeter. Upon disembarking, Yibei looked up to find that they were not in the city, but rather amidst a wilderness shrouded in dark mist. Creatures lurked about, though for some unknown reason. They dared not approach the camp. As Yibei and the others exited the vehicle, a figure clad in black armor approached them at the camp's entrance and addressed the group. What are you all doing standing there? Do I need to invite you in? With that, he gestured toward a distant mountain path. That mountain houses the actual camp. There are 10 paths leading up. You may form teams or go solo. The paramount objective is to reach the summit. If you cannot make it, then you might as well go home and dig for sweet potatoes. Upon hearing the armored figure's words, although some were displeased with his demeanor, they remained silent, each making their way forward. Many began to team up, selecting a path to ascend, while some strong individuals opted to go solo, confident in their abilities. Shadows moved up the mountain paths. Soon, nearly everyone encountered monsters along their respective routes. Ghostly apparitions emerged from the ground or materialized from the trees, seemingly omnipresent. Why do we each encounter ghosts of varying levels? They all match our own levels, exclaimed one. Great, teaming up was pointless. We just attracted a boss monster after dealing with an elite. The group quickly dispersed, each confronting their own ghostly adversaries, with no one willing to assist another. After all, they were unaware of the formidable foes that lay ahead and needed to conserve their energy. At this moment, Yibei also chose to ascend the mountain path alone, summoning the Holy War Goblin and the Holy Demon Ferret. He understood that the journey upward would not be straightforward. However, he preferred not to engage directly in combat. After all, what was the purpose of summoning beasts if he were to handle everything himself? The summoned beasts were meant to assist him. This place is saturated with ominous energy. Master, I shall follow you closely. Upon summoning the Holy Demon Ferret, it glanced around, quickly becoming apprehensive and attempting to hide behind Yibei. However, Yibei grasped it by the scruff of its neck and tossed it forward. You shall be the vanguard. Reluctantly, the Holy Demon Ferret took the lead. Moments later, it emitted a series of distressed sounds, its fur bristling, for several translucent figures were slowly drifting towards them. Blood Poison Ghost. Rank, Elite. Level, 15. Skills, Blood Poison, Etherealization, Ghostly Howl. Vulnerability, constrained by the powers of light and malevolence. Little ghosts dare to frighten your grandpa ferret? They are courting death. The Holy Demon Ferret was now quite irate. As a proud creature of legendary bloodline, a future divine beast, it was indignant to be frightened by mere apparitions. It had to thoroughly obliterate these ghosts to alleviate its humiliation. In the next instant, it transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged at the ghosts. With a swift strike of its paw, it unleashed the Lightning Saint Fist skill, releasing a surge of pale golden lightning that merely brushed past the blood-poisoned ghosts, evaporating them all in an instant, leaving behind only a handful of black dust on the ground. Chapter 36. Let Yibei experience some hardship. Seeing this, the Holy Demon Ferret raised its head proudly and turned to the Holy War Goblin, saying, Did you see that, second brother? The big brother is this strong. As it spoke, it flexed its biceps. However, its display was met with indifference from the Holy War Goblin. who had already set its sights on the approaching ghosts and charged forth to engage them. This left the holy demon ferret feeling somewhat embarrassed, and it had no choice but to join in the fight against the ghosts. Both creatures had undergone Yi Bei's holy temple baptism, imbued with the power of sacred light, which granted them a natural advantage against these dark-type ghosts, dealing double damage. Thus, dispatching these apparitions was a trivial task, while others scrambled in chaos, fleeing from the ghosts or laboriously battling the monsters. Yi Bei, on the other hand, ascended the mountain as if on a leisurely vacation, calmly admiring the unique scenery around him, skeletal trees, skull fruits, and colossal skeleton gazebos, making it feel as though he were in another world. Before long, the holy war goblin and the holy demon ferret encountered a second wave of ghostly monsters. However, upon examining the details of these new apparitions, Yi Bei raised an eyebrow. He noticed that these creatures were no longer of elite rank, but had all transformed into a uniform assortment of lord-level monsters. Could it be that each wave of monsters would increase in rank? With this question in mind, Yi Bei continued his ascent. The holy war goblin and the holy demon ferret swiftly dealt with the lord-level monsters. Indeed, when Yi Bei faced the third wave of creatures, he found that they had escalated to the level of monarch monsters. Was my suspicion correct? But would there be king-level or emperor-level monsters on this path upward? With this conjecture, Yi Bei pressed forward. Although monarch-level monsters were formidable, they were still manageable for the holy war goblin and the holy demon ferret, as the holy war goblin itself was of epic bloodline, equivalent to a dominant-level creature. In the past, the holy war goblins were unable to contend with the monarch-level monsters, solely due to the significant disparity in their levels. However, the monsters that have emerged now are all at level 15, matching the holy war goblins, making them easily manageable. Furthermore, there is the legendary summoned beast, the holy demon weasel, which is equivalent to a king-level monster. Thus, there is no need for Yi Bei to intervene at this moment. After a brief interval, the two summoned beasts vanquished all the monarch-level monsters. Yi Bei, accompanied by them, continued his ascent. To his surprise, he encountered two ruler-level monsters, a stark contrast to the previous onslaught of dozens. Could this signify the limits of the camp examination? Yi Bei pondered quietly. Nonetheless, even upon the appearance of the ruler-level monsters, he refrained from taking action. After all, both the holy war goblin and the holy demon weasel possessed the holy light attribute, which offered them a formidable advantage against these dark creatures, allowing them to easily dominate their dark counterparts of the same rank. At the mountain's summit, a vast platform was adorned with a multitude of closely packed buildings and dungeon entrances. Within a grand hall, numerous instructors observed the proceedings on the ascent. After witnessing the remarkable performances of several geniuses rated SSS on the trial leaderboard, the instructors expressed great satisfaction. These prodigies had chosen to embark on their journeys alone. Indeed, the fierce beasts often tread the path of solitude. These promising candidates are impressive. One instructor, known as Xia Fei, distinguished by his iron-black wings, nodded contentedly. Meanwhile, Wang Lin, clad in a white robe of light and wielding a staff, fixated her gaze on Yi Bei's performance. Observing Yi Bei's leisurely demeanor, akin to a vacationing hiker, she slightly narrowed her captivating eyes and remarked, "This student is quite impressive. His summoned beasts are strong, and he exudes confidence. I have high hopes for him. He may very well claim the top spot in this training camp." She had always trusted her instincts, and upon seeing Yi Bei, her intuition surged with unprecedented intensity. Sensing his immense potential, beside her, a robust instructor, dark-skinned and clad in steel armor, glanced at Yi Bei and shook his head slightly. He appears to be a scion of a noble family. Just look at his equipment. He possesses legendary grade gear, clearly supported by his family's resources. He probably hasn't faced much hardship and might struggle to endure the rigors of the upcoming training. Upon hearing this, several other instructors nodded in agreement. After all, Yi Bei's demeanor was far too relaxed, and his delicate appearance hardly suggested a capacity for hardship. It was well known that this genius training camp was notoriously grueling. Noticing the instructor's expressions, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Wang Lin's eyes. She turned to the armored instructor, Kai Su, and proposed, "Why don't you put his mettle to the test? If he doesn't meet your standards, send him back from whence he came." Taken aback by her words, Kai Su found himself perplexed. Was she endorsing this student or doubting him? Why would she suggest he assess the student's qualities, followed by the possibility of dismissing him from the genius training camp? If she truly believed in this student, would she not make it easier for him? The intricacies of a woman's heart are unfathomable. Kai Su shook his head, dismissing his confusion regarding Wang Lin's intentions. Nevertheless, he was quite willing to put Yi Bei's abilities to the test. After all, there was no denying Yi Bei's genius status. The training camp would not turn away a prodigy. However, subjecting Yi Bei to some challenges was certainly feasible. With that, he hefted his massive axe and exited the hall. Meanwhile, along the mountain path, after Yi Bei had enjoyed the scenery for a few minutes, the two summoned beasts concluded their battle, having slain all the ruler-level phantoms. "I am utterly exhausted, master. May I take a moment to rest?" The holy demon weasel feigned fatigue, its paws rubbing its back as it approached Yi Bei. Yi-Bei smiled and replied, "All right, you may rest for 3 seconds." At these words, the holy demon weasel was momentarily taken aback. All right, master, you are indeed ruthless. However, could you perhaps reward this diligent servant with a few firehawk chickens to eat? It has been years since I last feasted." As it mentioned the firehawk chickens, drool involuntarily dripped from its mouth, reminiscent of a gluttonous weasel. Upon hearing this, Yi-Bei regarded the holy demon weasel for a moment, then contemplated that he should not overly pressure this lazy creature. It was reasonable to reward it for its labor. A stick followed by a treat, lest he risk diminishing their bond. Thus, Yi-Bei nodded slightly. "Very well, but no slacking off." "Indeed, master, I did not misjudge you." The holy demon weasel's face lit up with excitement as it darted to the forefront of the mountain path, eager to forge ahead. Observing this, Yi-Bei nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that understanding the preferences of these summoned beasts was key to mastering their capabilities. He felt he had grasped the secret to commanding his summons. As the trio continued along the mountain path, they encountered no more phantom monsters for quite some time. After an additional 10 minutes of walking, Yi-Bei could finally see the buildings atop the mountain through the black mist, yet no monsters appeared ahead. It seemed that after vanquishing the ruler-level monsters, king-level monsters would no longer emerge. Yi-Bei speculated as he pressed onward. Moments later, he finally set foot upon the grand platform at the mountain's peak. As he did, the surrounding black mist dissipated entirely, revealing an unexpectedly bright and vibrant scene. The sun shone brilliantly, and life flourished, starkly contrasting the scenery along the mountain path. The summit and the base felt like two entirely different worlds. Then, he spotted a burly, dark-skinned man wielding a massive axe standing not far away, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Who are you?" Yi-Bei inquired. Kai-Su responded nonchalantly, "I am your final examination. Defeat me, and you will gain entry into the genius training camp." However, he felt that statement was slightly inappropriate, so he added, "Of course, even if you cannot defeat me, you may still enter the camp. This is merely an additional challenge. If you win, I will personally award you 10,000 points. If you lose, I will provide you with 2 summoner resurrection scrolls." Yi-Bei raised an eyebrow, quickly realizing that this man was evidently an instructor within the genius training camp. Though he was uncertain why this instructor seemed to be targeting him, it felt as though an intimidation tactic was at play. The absence of other instructors at the end of the ascent only reinforced his suspicion that this was a personal challenge directed at him. 10,000 points, you say? How does the purchasing power of those points measure up? Yi-Bei inquired leisurely, unfazed. Kai-Su, witnessing Yi-Bei's demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. Did this student truly believe he could triumph over him? After all, he was a level 48 being. Nevertheless, he restrained his anger and explained. 30,000 points can purchase a portion of Emperor's flow essence. How do you find that purchasing power? Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Yi-Bei's face. Then, let us begin. Yi-Bei unceremoniously commanded the Holy War Goblin and the Holy Spirit Mongoose to advance side by side. After all, these level 40 professionals were brazenly attempting to assert dominance over a mere level 15 practitioner. Why should he adhere to the principles of martial ethics? Or engage in a one-on-one duel? As he observed the ferocious charge of the Holy War Goblin and the Holy Spirit Mongoose, Kai-Su puffed out his robust chest and exhaled audibly. He then brandished a colossal axe, taller than himself, and swept it towards the summoned beasts. Bang! The next moment, the divine shield of the Holy War Goblin was violently dented, clearly struggling to withstand the assault. Another strike could shatter it entirely. Fortunately, as long as the Holy War Goblin retained stamina, it could restore the shield. Meanwhile, the Holy Spirit Mongoose seized the opportunity while Kai-Su dealt with the goblin, swiftly darting behind him to initiate a surprise attack. The two beasts executed a perfectly synchronized ambush on Kai-Su. For a brief moment, a stalemate ensued. Observing this scene through the large screen in the hall, the numerous instructors erupted in applause, satisfied with the performance of this student. Truly remarkable. Both summoned beasts were formidable, and their tactical cooperation was commendable. Let us hope old Kai does not falter. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on our instructor group. Surely, he will not falter. Old Kai is merely restraining his true strength, likely utilizing only a fraction of his abilities. Thankfully, this does not constitute a case of the strong preying on the weak. As the instructors engaged in their discussions, the clash between the beasts and Kai-Su raged on. However, after a brief moment, Kai-Su seemed unwilling to prolong the battle any further. He instantly executed a sweeping strike with his axe, the speed of which had increased several-fold. The Holy War Goblin and the Holy Spirit Mongoose were caught completely off guard. In an instant, they were cleaved in two, dissolving into motes of light and vanishing. Phew! Your strength is indeed impressive. Kai-Su retrieved his massive axe and exhaled a breath of relief. He then approached Yi-Bei, extending 2 resurrection scrolls for the summoned beasts. Furthermore, he declared, "These 2 resurrection scrolls are my compensation for you, and I shall also allocate 1,000 points to affirm your prowess." At this moment, Yi-Bei, however, refrained from accepting the resurrection scrolls, for he had triggered his innate ability, the path of the body, which was causing his four-dimensional attributes to surge at an unprecedented rate. This was more vigorous than any previous occasion. Yibei, level 15, strength 43, 706, 100. Constitution 22, 903, 540. Agility 16, 403, 360. Mentality 23, 472. 773. Summoned beasts. Holy War Goblin, epic. Holy Spirit Mongoose, legendary. Skills: Holy Light, healing, LV2. Wrath of Summoning, LV2. Exclusive skill: Baptism of the Sanctuary, legendary. Talent: Sacred Bond, unique god level. In the blink of an eye, Yibei's strength attribute surged to 6,000, while his constitution and agility reached 3,000, and even his mentality approached 3,000. Such terrifying figures were astonishingly ludicrous, significantly augmenting Yibei's power. It was a pity, however, that he lacked offensive skills. Yibei inwardly sighed. Were he to possess an offensive ability alongside these monstrous stats, his strength would be exponentially multiplied. Meanwhile, as Kaisu extended his hand for an extended moment without receiving a response from Yibei, his brow furrowed slightly. Are you dissatisfied with me? Kaisu, lacking guile, was straightforward, posing his inquiry directly. Upon hearing this, Yibei lifted his head slightly and replied nonchalantly, do you believe I should be satisfied? Although Kaisu was not cunning, he was not a fool either. He discerned the palpable dissatisfaction in Yibei's words, deepening his frown. However, he also felt it inappropriate to slay Yibei's summoned beasts. Thus, he raised the offer, stating, in that case, I shall allocate another 1,000 points to you. This is a sum many students could scarcely accumulate, and it should suffice to compensate you. He believed this gesture to be his utmost generosity. After all, the points were drawn from his own resources. Although he was an instructor, he lacked the authority to privately grant students points and could only purchase them for Yibei. In the hall, as other instructors observed Kaisu's actions, they unanimously agreed that he had handled the situation well. Old Kai has truly made a significant sacrifice. That amounts to 2,000 points. Ha ha, who told him to be the one to test the student's mettle, jumping into the pit dug by instructor Wang Lin. Nonetheless, Old Kai is indeed commendable. He understands right from wrong. This student appears somewhat greedy, deeming 1,000 points insufficient. Yet such behavior is typical of a wealthy heir. Meanwhile, as the instructors deliberated, Yibei, faced with Kaisu's enhanced offer, merely shook his head. He then stated, still not enough. What do you wish for? Kaisu presumed that Yibei was demanding an even higher sum, feeling that he was being rather unreasonable. However, when Yibei's next words emerged, Kaisu was left utterly speechless. What you just battled was merely my summoned beast. Now, let me personally engage you in combat. Yibei's face revealed a hint of excitement. Chapter 38. You used half of your strength? But I haven't even exerted myself. The instructors in the hall were momentarily stunned upon hearing Yibei's declaration. Goodness, this student is audacious beyond measure. Daring to challenge a level 40 Kaisu at such a low level. Kaisu is a top-tier rare professional, wielding the Berserker's axe. This is not mere audacity. This is outright madness. A summoner wishing to engage in direct combat. How could he possibly surpass his own summoned beasts? Typically, summoners remain behind to heal and bolster their creatures. Why is this young man defying convention? Is it conceivable that he truly surpasses his own summoned beasts? At this moment, even Wang Lin, who had previously held high hopes for Yibei, shook her head slightly. She too felt that Yibei was overestimating his abilities. Each profession possesses its unique characteristics. A summoner should allow their summoned beasts to take the lead in battles, as everyone knows that summoners are fragile and lack offensive capabilities. Thus, if the summoned beasts fall, surrendering is the logical course of action. Why must one strive for unnecessary bravado? He is still too young and requires more time to mature. Wang Lin squinted her eyes, pondering. Outside, Kaisu could hardly believe his ears. Yet upon reflection, Yibei indeed expressed his desire to personally fight him. Had he truly gone too far, provoking this child to the point of wrath? Otherwise, how could a summoner ever contemplate direct engagement? Very well, it seems I must make further concessions to appease him. After all, I initiated this confrontation and even felled his summoned beast, pushing him to the brink of madness. Thus, Kaisu gritted his teeth and reluctantly stated, very well. How about I allocate an additional 1,000 points, bringing the total to 3,000 points. At this moment, Kaisu felt as if his heart was bleeding. That was a staggering 3,000 points, an amount he would need 2 to 3 months to earn. This was a substantial loss. Wang Lin had urged him to teach this student a lesson, testing his mettle. In reality, it was Wang Lin who had taught him a lesson. One must possess a modicum of cleverness. In the future, he should avoid being the one to stick his neck out. At this moment, Kaisu was already filled with regret. Yet, Yibei remained resolute, shaking his head and declaring, come, we must fight. Otherwise, even if you offer me 100,000 points, this matter will remain unresolved. Yibei was not a petty individual, but neither was he someone who would allow himself to be easily bullied or intimidated. having lost face due to his summoned beast's demise. He felt compelled to restore his dignity. After all, it was not merely about steam buns, but about pride. Moreover, how could he tolerate the adorable Xiao Sheng and Xiao Jiao being brutally slain? At the very least, he owed it to them to seek retribution. Very well. I shall grant your wish, but if I strike too hard later, do not blame me. Kaisu gritted his teeth. He understood that if he did not engage in a battle with Yi Bei today, Yi Bei would not relent. Thus, he had no choice but to fight. Slowly, he raised his giant axe and began to approach Yi Bei. The instructors in the hall exchanged glances upon witnessing this scene on the large screen. They swiftly exited the hall, hurrying towards the confrontation between Yi Bei and Kaisu. They needed to be present to ensure safety, particularly if Yi Bei found himself in peril, to intervene and halt Kaisu. It was not that Kaisu was ruthless or capable of killing, but his profession meant that once he engaged, he could not easily hold back. In other words, when it was time to stop, he might not be able to do so. Come, since you wish to challenge me, I will allow you to strike first. Kaisu, hearing the instructors approaching, felt a sense of relief and spoke to Yi Bei. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei revealed a broad smile, his excitement becoming even more apparent. All right. In the next instant, Yi Bei's figure abruptly vanished from his original spot, utilizing the spatial skill inherent to his equipment, and materialized directly before Kaisu. Then, with a straightforward, unrefined punch, he swung at Kaisu. This punch was accompanied not only by the sound of air being split, but also by an immense force that seemed to rupture the very air, creating a vacuum. The sheer power of this blow was astonishing. The instructors who had just arrived were taken aback by Yi Bei's display of strength. Their expressions shifted dramatically. How could such a frail summoner possess such formidable power? The thought flashed through their minds, and Kaisu was equally astonished. He had merely intended to exert a bit of force to defeat Yi Bei, but the latter's strength was far from ordinary. He realized he would need to summon half of his own strength to contend with Yi Bei, otherwise, he would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Bang! In the following moment, Kaisu's fist collided with Yi Bei's, producing a shockwave that sent debris flying. Both stood their ground, neither retreating an inch. This initial clash ended in a stalemate. Very well, you are impressive to have matched me so evenly, but I have only used 50% of my strength. Kaisu regarded Yi Bei with newfound respect. His attitude toward Yi Bei had shifted significantly, from initial disdain to genuine admiration. Yi Bei's power was undeniable. Not only were his summoned beasts formidable, but Yi Bei himself was remarkably strong. Could it be that he had awakened a dual class or some other talent? Kaisu pondered. However, Yi Bei's subsequent words caused Kaisu to regard him with renewed disdain. With a smile, Yi Bei looked up and stated, "You only used 50%, but I didn't even exert myself." His tone was casual, yet the audacity of his words was staggering. The surrounding instructors gasped in disbelief. Goodness, this student is so arrogant. It's outrageous. I have never encountered such an audacious pupil before. Instructor Kai must teach him a lesson. He needs to be brought down a peg. Many instructors' attitudes toward Yi Bei began to sour. After all, few appreciated excessive arrogance. Meanwhile, Wang Lin found herself increasingly intrigued by Yi Bei. Initially, she had thought he was merely posturing when he decided to face Kaisu. But now she realized that his strength was genuinely impressive, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Kaisu, who was utilizing 50% of his power. Perhaps he truly had hidden talents. If he could indeed defeat Kaisu, he would be worthy of joining that elite division. Wang Lin narrowed her eyes, watching Yi Bei with keen interest. At this moment, Kaisu was growing increasingly irate. This student was insufferably arrogant. He needed to quell this insolence. You didn't exert yourself, did you? Very well, let me see your full strength. Kaisu charged at Yi Bei, wielding his giant axe with intent. This time, he would not hold back, employing his skills and unleashing his full power. Chapter 39, Crushing Victory. The first special training begins. The surrounding instructors were fully alert, prepared to intervene should Yi Bei find himself in danger. Although they were displeased with Yi Bei's earlier arrogance, they valued his life above all else. Upon witnessing Kaisu fully commit to the fight, Yi Bei's expression brightened with excitement. Bring it on. In the next moment, Yi Bei unleashed another straightforward punch, devoid of any frills, directly clashing with the descending giant axe wielded by Kaisu. Bang! In the blink of an eye, as Yi Bei's fist met the axe, the instructors readied themselves to intervene, but they were stunned to see the giant axe mangled by an overwhelming force. Kaisu was sent flying, his arms broken, with shards of bone piercing through his flesh, clearly gravely injured. The instructors stood in shock. What? Kaisu has been defeated? And so thoroughly? Who is this student? And how can he possess such overwhelming strength, taking on a weapon with mere flesh? This is utterly absurd. Were summoners not supposed to be fragile? After their astonishment, the instructors quickly rushed to assist Kaisu, intending to take him to the healer. However, Kaisu gritted his teeth and, despite his injuries, approached Yi Bei. You are strong. Kaisu concede. The 10,000 points I owe you will be transferred. He then left with the aid of several instructors towards the infirmary. The remaining instructors gazed at Yi Bei as though he were a monster, for his abilities were simply beyond comprehension. He was merely level 15, yet managed to crush a level 40 Kaisu. Surely, Kaisu had exerted himself fully. This student was indeed formidable. Had Kaisu completed his second class transition, his strength would have increased exponentially, and he would not have suffered such disgrace. Alas, it was fate. Kaisu's reputation was in tatters. The instructors murmured among themselves. Shortly thereafter, other students emerged from the mountain paths, and the instructors finally began to address the gathered students. One instructor stepped forward and announced, "You all should understand that the purpose of the Genius Training Camp is to make you stronger, but the methods may be harsh. If you can accept this harshness, follow me. If not, you may leave." The students showed no signs of retreating. After all, this was a rare opportunity for growth. What did it matter if it was brutal? In such a world, the absence of strength is the true cruelty. Thus, everyone followed in the footsteps of the instructor. Formally entering the Genius Training Camp. Naturally, Yibei kept pace with them. Moments later, the instructor arranged accommodations for all the students and handed each of them a transparent badge. The numbers displayed on it represented their points. For the next half-month, they would need to work diligently to earn points, as accommodations and meals would require points for exchange along with equipment, treasures, and skill books within the training camp. Points equate to everything. Rest well today. Training commences tomorrow. With that, the instructor departed. Yibei glanced at the points held by those around him, all displaying 100, presumably the bonus points given to them. In contrast, his badge showed an impressive 100 points. A commendable start. He must secure the 30,000 point Imperial Flow Essence. Yibei tucked his badge away and made his way back to his accommodation. His lodgings were specially arranged, a luxurious suite that incurred no costs. Meals included. This was the benefit of showcasing his strength. Conversely, others fared less favorably, most residing in 8-person dormitories, with only a few exceptionally talented individuals rated with an SSS evaluation enjoying 2-person quarters. Rest up. Gather your strength. We shall begin earning points tomorrow. Yibei swiftly dined, washed up, and then settled down to rest. On the following morning, before the sun had risen, everyone was gathered together. Under the guidance of the instructor, they arrived at the entrance of a dungeon. The instructor spoke. "This is a unique dungeon crafted by our province. Within it, death is not permanent. You will merely be eliminated." With that, the instructor produced a plain black flag and continued, "Our first special training will involve seizing flags. There are 20 such flags in this dungeon. Your task is to locate the flags and protect your own from being stolen by others. Each flag is worth 1,000 points, and this special training lasts for 7 days. If you can bring a flag out after 7 days, you will earn points. Of course, there are many monsters inside, and defeating them will also yield some points." Upon hearing the instructor's words, the 30-odd participants exchanged glances, shocked by the nature of the first training. Such training would be exceedingly difficult for the weaker individuals to obtain flags, as stronger individuals would likely dominate. If a formidable competitor emerged, all flags could be seized one by one. Unless everyone united, they would be unable to withstand the onslaught of the strong. Consequently, many began scanning their surroundings, contemplating forming teams. However, at that moment, the instructor interjected, "All right, the rules have been explained. You may enter." In the next instant, the instructor raised his hand and pressed it against the dungeon entrance, causing it to expand. Everyone began to enter in succession, and Yibei followed suit. Upon entering the dungeon, he noticed that many had already formed alliances. Only a few strong individuals ventured off on their own, akin to solitary beasts amidst a flock. Yibei shook his head slightly, having no intention of forming a team. He chose a random direction and moved forward. After a brief period, Yibei summoned the Holy War Goblin and the Holy Spirit Ferret with a resurrection pearl, intending for them to clear out the monsters. As soon as the Holy Spirit Ferret appeared, it began chattering incessantly. "Master, you are quite impressive. I have high hopes for you. That person who killed me and the second, you're avenging us. You are loyal." It crossed its arms, wearing an expression of great satisfaction towards Yibei, prompting him to roll his eyes. This creature was getting too full of itself. With its demeanor, one might mistakenly think it was the master. "Go eliminate monsters, or I'll confine you back to the summoning space," Yibei threatened, unwilling to engage in banter with the Holy Spirit Ferret, having grown bored in the summoning space. It was eager to avoid returning, so it scampered off to slay monsters. Thus, the 3 of them, 1 person and 2 beasts, aimlessly traversed the dungeon. After defeating a multitude of monsters throughout the day, Yibei finally spotted a hint of black amidst the crevices of a cliff. It must be a flag. He gazed up at the cliff, assessing its height, approximately 100 meters. Scaling it posed no difficulty. In the next moment, Yibei slightly bent his knees and leapt, soaring upwards like an arrow released from a bow. However, just as he was about to land on the cliff, a massive venomous snake, camouflaged as a rock, lunged at him, attempting to swallow him whole. Yet, Yibei swiftly slapped it down, killing it instantly. Afterwards, he retrieved the flag from the crevice. Not bad. Luck was on his side. 1,000 points were now secured. Yibei continued to roam the dungeon with the Holy War Goblin and the Holy Spirit Ferret, slaying monsters. Although each monster yielded only 5 points, the The cumulative total from their numbers became formidable. By the end of the day, Yi-Bei had defeated over 300 monsters, resulting in over 1,000 points credited to him in real time in the subsequent 3 or 4 days. While others scoured for flags or attempted to seize flags from one another, Yi-Bei remained undeterred, consistently defeating monsters. He believed it was not yet the right time to pursue flags. Outside the dungeon, within the genius training camp, the instructors observed a large screen displaying the number of flags each individual possessed. Currently, the top contender had collected 7 flags, accounting for over 1/3 of all flags. This individual was named Zhou Feng. It was astonishing that Zhou Feng had taken the lead, while the one who had injured old Kai, Yi-Bei, possessed only a single flag. Was that reasonable? Did Yi-Bei disdain the points? That seemed unlikely. Even a scion of a prestigious family would not overlook treasures within the genius training camp. Could it be that Yi-Bei had encountered Zhou Feng and lost, thus refraining from flag acquisition? This seemed improbable. A talent as formidable as Yi-Bei was unparalleled in the province. Perhaps he was avoiding trouble. Intending to wait until the flags were concentrated before seizing them, the instructors engaged in animated discussion. On the 7th day, the final day arrived. Yi-Bei looked around, disheartened by the sparse presence of monsters. The creatures within this dungeon were not respawning. However, Yi-Bei understood that if monsters were to respawn, everyone would focus on defeating them and neglect flag acquisition, as the points from monsters were substantial. With no monsters to slay, the only option was to seize flags. And it was likely that flags had become more concentrated now. Yi-Bei stretched, and then set off with his 2 companions towards the east, towards the dungeon's exit, the inevitable path for anyone wishing to exit with their flags. If he simply waited there, his success would be nearly assured. Shortly after Yi-Bei arrived at the dungeon's exit, he encountered several individuals approaching from that direction. Upon spotting Yi-Bei, they grew wary. Although they were not particularly acquainted with Yi-Bei, they were well aware of his status as an SSS-level figure on the trial rankings. Consequently, they hesitated to approach him. Among this group was Li Qing, who mustered his courage to step forward and plead, "Since we are all fellow townsfolk from Rongqing, would it be possible for you to allow us passage?" Upon hearing this, Yi-Bei flashed a grin and replied, "Of course, it is entirely permissible. We are all compatriots from Rongqing after all." With those words, the tension on Li Qing's face dissipated, replaced by palpable joy. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Yi-Bei. I shall treat you to a meal another day." He gestured for the others to follow him towards the exit behind Yi-Bei. The remaining individuals also breathed a sigh of relief, for they knew that an SSS-level entity like Yi-Bei was formidable enough that collectively, they would be no match for him. "Thank you, Yi-Bei," they all chorused in unison. However, just as they attempted to leave, Yi-Bei raised his hand to obstruct their passage and stated, "You may exit, but the banners must remain." This declaration caused a shift in their expressions, as they were taken aback. "How can you go back on your word? You clearly promised to let us through," a short-haired girl exclaimed, visibly agitated. Yi-Bei shook his head gently. "I did agree to let you pass, but I never promised you could take the banners with you." The girl opened her mouth to retort, but was silenced by her companions. Subsequently, a boy wielding a shield stepped forward, producing 2 banners and handing them to Yi-Bei. After inspecting them with his eye of breaking illusions, he confirmed there was no subterfuge involved. He then smiled warmly. "Thank you for your cooperation. You may now leave." With that, he stepped aside, allowing the group to exit in succession. Yi-Bei remained behind, waiting until dusk when several more groups arrived. Each of these newcomers bore the SSS-level designation on the trial rankings. Upon seeing Yi-Bei blocking the exit, they seemed to grasp the situation at hand. "Are you truly intending to oppose us all?" a long-haired warrior sneered. The others regarded Yi-Bei with cold glares. In response, Yi-Bei maintained a serene smile. No. I merely wish for your cooperation in relinquishing the banners. Then you may depart." His words dripped with arrogance. The individuals before him, being top-tier talents, could scarcely tolerate such insolence. The long-haired warrior charged at Yi-Bei with his weapon drawn. "Go forth, little saint." Yi-Bei commanded the Holy War Goblin with a wave of his hand. "Understood, master." The Holy War Goblin launched itself into battle, engaging the long-haired warrior and severely injuring him in a single strike. Had it not been for the warrior's equipment, he would have been instantly vanquished, bloodied and grim-faced. The long-haired warrior shouted to his comrades, "If you continue to stand idly by, none will safeguard the banners." Witnessing Yi-Bei effortlessly wound the long-haired warrior with just a single summoned creature, the others realized that they had no chance if they did not band together. They exchanged glances, forming an alliance in an instant and charging at Yi-Bei. Although they had previously been adversaries, they now displayed remarkable coordination. Among the 5, for unleash their trump cards, not seeking to kill the Holy War Goblin or the Holy Demon Ferret, but merely to stall them for a few moments. The last individual charged directly at Yi-Bei. Seeing this unfold, the others felt a surge of confidence. After all, in their eyes, summoners were typically frail and lacked offensive capabilities, relying on their summoned beasts for protection. If caught off guard, they were certain to meet their demise. Upon reaching Yi-Bei, this individual grinned wickedly. "Your summoned beast is indeed formidable enough to overpower us, but you have grown complacent, allowing me to approach you. You are doomed. He lunged at Yi Bei, aiming to pierce his skull with a long spear. Yet, Yi Bei's smile remained undiminished. As the spear tip hovered mere centimeters from Yi Bei's head, the warrior's smug expression turned to shock as his weapon suddenly halted, unable to advance further. He looked up to witness an even more astonishing sight. Yi Bei had effortlessly pinched the spearhead between 2 fingers, rendering it immovable. Impossible. In a desperate attempt, he unleashed his skill. Nothing can withstand. The half-meter-long spear light surged toward Yi Bei, crackling as it struck his forehead, yet failing to breach his skin, leaving only a faint mark. With a slight squeeze of his fingers, Yi Bei shattered the spear into fragments, leaving the assailant in disbelief. This cannot be. How could a fragile summoner withstand my spear light and crush my demonic spear? He screamed in denial. No, this is an illusion. Wake me from this nightmare. But before he could process his situation, a massive sword blade pierced through him, ending his life and causing his form to dissipate into light. It was the holy war goblin that had intervened, having already dealt with the other 4. 1, 2, 3, 18, 19, plus this one I hold. Makes exactly 20 banners. Perfect. Yi Bei beamed as he gathered the banners strewn about. This haul would yield a substantial 20,000 points, coupled with the 10,000 he had previously earned and the several thousand from slaying monsters. He now had over 30,000 points, sufficient to purchase a portion of the Emperor's flowing nectar. With his bountiful rewards in tow, Yi Bei leisurely exited the dungeon alongside his 2 summoned beasts. However, as soon as he emerged, he was met with dozens of astonished gazes filled with disbelief, resentment, and fury. The instructors were particularly taken aback. They had observed Yi Bei with only a single banner in hand earlier and assumed he had faltered. To their shock, he had managed to seize all the banners by the end, employing a brazen strategy that aligned perfectly with their understanding of his character. The students, particularly the 5 top talents, seethed with anger at Yi Bei's audacious actions, their eyes practically ablaze. Yet, they dared not voice their fury, fully aware that Yi Bei's prowess far surpassed their own. Very well, the first training session has concluded. Those who obtained banners, please step forward for settlement. An instructor announced. Yi Bei smiled and, under the piercing gazes of the envious students, calmly approached the instructor, presenting the 20 black banners. Within mere seconds, the points were tallied, and his account reflected an influx of 20,000 points. All right, you may all rest for the night. The next training session will commence soon. It will be the final session and will be significantly more challenging and fraught with danger, so prepare yourselves. With that, the instructor clapped his hands, dismissing everyone. Yi Bei returned to his quarters to rest after these eventful days. He indeed had not rested well, as he had been tirelessly grinding monsters to earn points. It had been nearly 3 days and nights without sleep, and now, after a half-day's respite, he felt rejuvenated. Entering the spacious bathroom of his private suite, he indulged in a refreshing shower. Only then did Yi Bei lie down and slip into a deep slumber. The following morning dawned bright and sunny, with everyone gathering once more in the square. However, this time, nearly all the instructors were present, a number nearly equal to that of the students. Additionally, several large helicopters were stationed in the square. Instead of entering a dungeon, we were to venture to an area tainted by the abyssal power, a place known as the Demon Lizard Mountain. In the past few days, your flag-snatching training had yielded little in the way of leveling up, so this second special training session would rectify that. The monsters corrupted by the abyssal force offer substantial experience, allowing you to level up swiftly. Upon hearing this, the students' faces lit up with delight. After their earlier experience in the special dungeon, where they discovered that defeating monsters yielded only points without any experience, they had felt a twinge of panic. With the impending college entrance examinations looming, they were concerned that falling behind would leave them at a significant disadvantage. Thus, the news that the instructors would lead them to gain levels was met with elation. Having heard that students were prohibited from entering areas tainted by abyssal forces, they considered themselves fortunate to be granted such an opportunity for abundant experience. However, they had also been warned that the polluted area was fraught with danger. If you're afraid of danger, you might as well go back and plant sweet potatoes. After all, we are all destined to face the abyssal invasion at the front lines. If you are frightened now, you might as well give up entirely. What are you afraid of? Death is inevitable. There's no point in being timid. Just act. The majority of the students were filled with excitement and enthusiasm. The instructors, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction. The morale was palpable. Then, addressing the students, they declared, "You have 1 minute to board the helicopter. We are departing immediately." With great haste, everyone leapt aboard the massive helicopter. The rotors whirred to life, and the aircraft descended, heading towards the polluted realm. The flight lasted a good part of the day. During the journey, the instructors specializing in ranged combat continuously engaged flying monsters. Finally, they arrived at their destination, Demon Lizard Mountain. As soon as they disembarked from the aircraft, Yi Bei and the others felt an eerie presence creeping into their pores. The ground no longer bore a normal hue. It was a grotesque blend of black, red, and purple, with purple abyssal energy bubbling ominously from the earth. It was a sight most unsettling. Equipped with tools designed to ward off the abyssal energy's encroachment, they were instructed not to lose them over the course of 7 days. After disembarking, the instructors distributed these tools to the students, transparent crystals inscribed with enigmatic runes. Moreover, I must advise you not to venture too deep into Demon Lizard Mountain. The further in you go, the stronger the monsters become. Avoid areas thick with abyssal energy, or you may fall victim to its influence. And your tools will offer no protection. Also, if you find yourselves in grave danger, promptly call for instructor support. The Dragon Lizard Legion is stationed here, and they have some simple tasks suited for you. I have sent the information to your phones. You may accept tasks that fit your abilities. Upon completion, not only will the Legion reward you, but the training camp will also provide rewards, double the incentive. Do you all understand what I have conveyed? The students responded in unison. We understand. Then disperse and enter the mountain, commanded the instructor. Immediately, all the students began forming teams and gradually ventured into Demon Lizard Mountain. Chapter 42. A message from Sister, clues about parents. However, Yi-Bei chose to enter the mountain alone. He felt no need for companions, as they would only serve as a hindrance. Shortly after entering the mountain, Yi-Bei examined the crystal tool meant to purify the abyssal energy. He noticed a few strands of purple filaments, finer than human hair by hundreds of times, indicating that it was absorbing the surrounding abyssal energy to prevent harm to its bearer. Yi-Bei contemplated this briefly before pocketing the crystal. With the Holy War Goblin and the Holy Spirit Ferret summoned, he ventured deeper into the forest. He observed that the trees here were also tainted by the abyssal energy, growing in bizarre shapes and enveloped in shades of purple. Some trees even bore faces, seemingly on the verge of transforming into monsters. Suddenly, as Yi-Bei ventured further into the woods, a rustling sound caught his attention. A group of lizard-headed creatures, their bodies adorned with sharp spines, slowly began to encircle him. Low-level spiked demon lizard. Rank, elite. Level, 15. Skills, venom, lunge, frenzy. Weakness, the magic core hidden beneath the spines on its back. Striking it can inflict significant damage. There were over 20 of these low-level spiked demon lizards. Naturally, Yi-Bei was not inclined to engage them directly. Instead, he summoned both the Holy War Goblin and the Holy Spirit Ferret to the fray. As soon as the Holy War Goblin appeared, it charged at the monsters, eager to battle. Meanwhile, the Holy Spirit Ferret surveyed the surroundings with a nonchalant air and remarked, "Master, heed my advice. This place is not safe. We should leave at once. It is far too perilous." Yi-Bei raised an eyebrow at this. He was well aware of the Holy Spirit Ferret's cowardly and cunning nature. It usually showed no fear when facing stronger foes. Yet now, upon encountering these level 15 elite monsters, it was suddenly afraid and wanted to retreat. "If you fear these lowly monsters, you cowardly ferret, then go and slay them." Yi-Bei waved his hand dismissively. The Holy Spirit Ferret, sensing the urgency, hastily replied, "Master, do not wrongfully accuse me. It is not that I fear these creatures, but rather that I sense something sinister lurking here. I can feel a danger that could easily spell my doom. So let us retreat." Yi-Bei rolled his eyes. This creature was nothing if not a coward at heart. If he himself was unafraid, what was there for it to fear? "I have my plans. Now go and slay some monsters. If you hesitate any longer, your promised Fire Phoenix chicken will be forfeit." Yi-Bei threatened directly. Upon hearing this, the Holy Spirit Ferret sprang into action, eager to hunt monsters. The Fire Phoenix chicken was akin to its lifeblood. Witnessing this, Yi-Bei felt a mix of exasperation and amusement at how the Holy Spirit Ferret was both cowardly and greedy. Kill low-level spiked demon lizard. Experience gained, 380. Kill confirmed. With the Holy Spirit Ferret joining the fray, the pace of monster hunting accelerated significantly. Yi-Bei was taken aback by the experience gained from defeating these low-level spiked demon lizards. He had not anticipated that the monsters here would yield experience more than double that of regular creatures, and their strength was not much greater than that of their normal counterparts. Previously, Yi-Bei had suspected the instructors were exaggerating. It appeared, however, that the truth was indeed as they had claimed. It was imperative to slay as many monsters as possible. Under normal circumstances, students were not permitted to enter polluted areas, so this opportunity was to be cherished. Watching his experience points soar, Yi-Bei couldn't suppress a grin. He led the Holy Spirit Ferret and the Holy War Goblin through the forest, continuously defeating monsters. Even when the number of monsters increased and the Holy Spirit Ferret and Holy War Goblin struggled to keep up, he would personally engage. In just a single day's time, Yi-Bei had swept across a vast area, and his level had risen to 16. And thus, this still does not delve into the depths of the Demon Lizard Mountain, as it merely involves slaying low-level monsters on the outskirts. If one were to venture into the deeper regions of the Demon Lizard Mountain to combat higher-level beasts, Yi-Bei could scarcely fathom the exhilarating surge of experience that would ensue. Let us return to the temporary camp. Tomorrow, we shall attempt to explore further into the Demon Lizard Mountain, observing the complete darkness that enveloped the surroundings, where one could not see their own hand. Yi-Bei made his way directly to the camp. This makeshift encampment was a temporary facility lent to the Genius Training Camp by the military. Soldiers from the Legion patrolled the area, ensuring a high degree of safety. Upon entering the temporary camp, Yi-Bei noticed that nearly everyone had returned. However, many were expressing their grievances. What happened? There were plenty of monsters this morning, and the experience gained was quite delightful. Why are there so few this afternoon? Indeed, I encountered scarcely a dozen monsters this afternoon. Did they all convene for a meeting? Come on, it's because someone is excessively farming the monsters. The spawn rate here is already slow, and now that person has farmed them, we have nothing left to hunt. Who could be so inconsiderate? Who else could it be? Naturally, it's the most audacious one. Yi-Bei, huh? Yi-Bei, you're back? Upon seeing Yi-Bei's return, the discussion abruptly ceased. The individual who had been about to speak ill of him quickly changed his tune and hailed him as a great one. Yi-Bei, catching wind of this, offered a slight smile and nodded in acknowledgement. He had indeed overheard the disdainful remarks intended for him. However, he relished the sensation of others' ire, knowing they could not best him and were thus compelled to curry favor. It was rather enjoyable. After returning to his quarters, Yi-Bei opened his phone, eager to see if his sister's avatar had lit up. To his relief, he discovered that she had sent him a message. Instantly, his heart felt lighter as he quickly opened the message. Yi-Zi, Xiao Bei. I've been incredibly busy lately and haven't had the chance to come back and accompany you for your class change. Yi-Zi. However, I hope you understand. As I have found leads regarding our parents, they are still alive. Yi-Zi. Rest assured, I will bring them back without fail. The 3 messages from his sister were brief, and her avatar was already grayed out, indicating she had logged off, likely having entered yet another instance. Leads on their parents? Yi-Bei was momentarily lost in thought. Ever since their disappearance, he and his family had presumed them dead. Yet, he had not anticipated that his sister had unearthed information indicating their survival in some secret realm. If they were indeed alive, why had they not returned? Were they imprisoned, or was there another circumstance at play? Yi-Bei contemplated various possibilities, though he remained baffled. Nevertheless, the fact that his sister had discovered clues about their parents and that they were alive was undoubtedly a positive development. As long as they were alive, regardless of the perilous circumstances, he would bring them home. Chapter 43. Taking on such a difficult task at a mere dozen levels? The Demon Flame Pool. The following morning, Yi-Bei was roused from slumber by the chatter of students outside. Forming a party, we need one more priest to complete task number 7. What the heck? Why are you poaching our priest? Task number 18 still requires a shield warrior. Is anyone interested? Hey, great one. Could you take me along for task number 29? Why has everyone suddenly started accepting tasks? What is going on? The monsters around the outskirts of the Demon Lizard Mountain Haven even respawned yet. Having overheard this cacophony of conversation, Yi-Bei quickly realized he bore some responsibility. It was because he had annihilated the monsters around the outskirts of the Demon Lizard Mountain the previous day, leaving precious few behind. Consequently, these students were now forced to venture further afield to hunt monsters and conveniently pick up some Legion tasks along the way. I wonder if there are any tasks in the depths of the Demon Lizard Mountain? Yi-Bei pondered, immediately accessing the link sent by the instructors on his phone to browse available tasks. Before long, his gaze settled on task number 88. Investigative task. Difficulty. Task details. At the Demon Flame Pool within the Demon Lizard Mountain, researchers and accompanying soldiers have gone missing. The individual who accepts this task must locate clues regarding the missing personnel. Suggestion. It is recommended that the person accepting this task be a second transformation profession, specifically above level 40, and possess stealth or spatial skills. Reward. Rewards will be allocated based on the significance of the clues. The Demon Flame Pool? Yi-Bei swiftly opened the map of the Demon Lizard Mountain and noted that it lay 10 kilometers deep within the mountain, classified as a highly dangerous area. However, Yi-Bei felt no trepidation. He intended to explore the depths of the Demon Lizard Mountain anyway, so accepting this task would be fortuitous, offering a chance to earn some extra rewards. After all, accepting tasks here was quite satisfying. Not only could one receive rewards from the Legion, but the Genius Training Camp also provided additional incentives. Resolved, he accepted the task, and then proceeded to the cafeteria for breakfast, preparing to head towards the Demon Lizard Mountain. However, just as he exited the military encampment, he was hailed. Yi-Bei, we accepted a 3-star difficulty task, and still need one more person. Would you like to join us? Rewards will be distributed based on contribution. The one who stopped him was the long-haired individual with whom Yi-Bei had battled in the special instance. Yi-Bei glanced at the surrounding individuals, all of whom were SSS ranked on the trial leaderboard. It seemed they no longer wished to operate alone, but had begun to form a team. Others also looked towards Yi-Bei, hoping he would join their ranks. After all, Yi-Bei's combat prowess was widely recognized, capable of effortlessly overpowering their top talents. Should Yi-Bei join, their chances of success in the task would soar. Seeing the eager expressions around him, Yi-Bei smiled slightly and said, I can join, but I've accepted task number 88, which is 6 stars in difficulty. After you complete your task, you can accompany me to finish the 6-star task. It will be quite simple. The moment Yi-Bei finished speaking, the others were momentarily taken aback. Among them, the girl Lu Kursin quickly pulled out her phone to check the details of task number 88. Upon seeing that the task location was the Demon Flame Pool, She gasped sharply. Never mind. Never mind. We can handle our task ourselves. Yi-Bei, you go complete your task. Goodbye. With that, she tugged at the others, urging them to leave. The rest quickly complied, eager to depart. After all, a 6-star difficulty task? They would have to risk their lives to undertake that. They already found a 3-star task exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the suggestion for the Demon Flame Pool task explicitly stated it was advisable for second transformation professions with stealth or spatial skills to take it on. Just how perilous could it be? Were they truly to risk their lives for such an endeavor at merely a dozen levels? This was utterly ridiculous. As the group attempted to leave, Yi-Bei remained enthusiastic in his invitation. Let us go together. Though the difficulty is higher, the rewards are substantial. Fearing that Yi-Bei might forcefully drag them to the Demon Flame Pool, the others hastily activated their respective speed skills and made a swift exit, leaving Yi-Bei's enthusiasm unreciprocated. It was truly a case of ungratefulness. Yi-Bei shook his head in mild dissatisfaction. These individuals simply fail to comprehend him. He genuinely intends to elevate them, yet their cowardice prevails. The periphery of the Demon Lizard Mountain is separated by a peculiar river. Crossing this river signifies a complete entry into the heart of Demon Lizard Mountain. Within, the monsters grow increasingly formidable, and the realm bears no semblance of order. It starkly contrasts with dungeons and other wilderness areas where creatures of similar levels congregate, exhibiting minimal level disparity. In the depths of Demon Lizard Mountain, however, powerful and weak monsters coexist. Thus, once one ventures deeper, it is not uncommon to encounter a level 20 monster one moment, only to be confronted by a level 50 monster the next. Yi-Bei gazed at the flowing river, thick with a purple viscous liquid and littered with countless monstrous bones, and felt a twinge of unease. This river bore an uncanny resemblance to the River of Oblivion. Such a bizarre waterway was certainly not one he would dare traverse. Moreover, there were neither bridges nor boats in sight. Fortunately, the river was not overly wide, measuring merely 300 meters across. This distance was easily surmountable for Yi-Bei. He slightly tensed his calves, and then, with a powerful thrust of his thigh muscles that resonated with a deep hum, he created a massive crater in the ground. Thereafter, his form soared as if flying, effortlessly crossing the peculiar river. Once safely on the other side, Yi-Bei dusted off his attire and frowned slightly, muttering, "That leap was anything but graceful, akin to a monkey. How I wish I had a flying summon." Indeed, possessing a flying creature would greatly facilitate his travels. After all, soaring through the skies is invariably swifter than traversing the ground. In such a case, he would not even need to board an aircraft. With several levels still to achieve before unlocking the next summoning slot, he resolved to exert himself in leveling up. Yi-Bei recalled some high school knowledge. A summoner has a total of 11 summoning slots available before reaching level 100. The first is unlocked at level 1, and thereafter, an additional slot becomes available every 10 levels. As for when the 12th slot might be unlocked, that information eluded him, for it lay beyond his current understanding. After level 100, one enters the realm of deities, knowledge unnecessary for a high school student. Chapter 44. Master, you are quite remarkable and have truly captured my heart. Upon crossing the peculiar river, Yi-Bei summoned the Holy War Goblin and the Holy Spirit Weasel from the summoning space. Subsequently, he tossed 2 roasted fire eagle chickens to the 2 beasts. He had noticed these leftovers during breakfast at the Legion's cafeteria that morning and decided to purchase them. "Thank you, Master," the Holy War Goblin expressed with sincerity. Despite its heightened intellect due to increased mental power, its earnest nature remained unchanged. In contrast, upon sight of the fire eagle chicken, the Holy Spirit Weasel's eyes squinted with delight. "Master, you are splendid and have truly won my favor," it exclaimed, clutching the roasted chicken and devouring it ravenously, akin to a ravenous ghost that had not eaten in a decade. Grease from the chicken smeared its pale golden fur around its mouth and chest, but it paid no heed, even crunching the bones and swallowing them whole. Once it finished, it turned its gaze towards the Holy War Goblin, who still had yet to eat its chicken. With a mischievous glint in its eyes, it feigned seriousness, approaching the Holy War Goblin and stating, "Ahem, as the younger sibling, you should honor your elder by sharing your bounty. Do you understand?" With that, it eyed the chicken, swallowing the saliva that had nearly spilled over its lips, and stealthily extended its claws, anticipating the goblin's generosity. However, in the next moment, a crunching sound of bone being chewed echoed. The Holy Spirit Weasel looked up abruptly to discover that the fire eagle chicken in the Holy War Goblin's possession had vanished, leaving only the goblin's throat visibly swallowing. "You actually ate it? How utterly disgraceful. You ungrateful wretch," the Holy Spirit Weasel lamented, striking its oily paw against its chest. Appearing utterly heartbroken, the Holy War Goblin merely cast a sidelong glance at it. "Burp. I cannot share what Master has bestowed upon me. That would be disrespectful to Master. Perhaps I shall bring you some once I catch another." The Holy War Goblin attempted to console the Holy Spirit Weasel, wanting to avoid its lamentations. After a moment of thumping its chest in despair, the weasel ceased its noise upon noticing no one paid it any mind, though it continued to mutter under its breath. Yi-Bei, of course, paid no attention to the creature and proceeded towards the direction of the demon flame pool. Along the way, he engaged in combat with monsters, allowing the two beasts to do most of the fighting while he occasionally intervened. Defeated a Lord-level unicorn lizard, experience 1800. Defeated an elite-level fire demon monkey, experience 360. Defeated. Meanwhile, within the cavern beneath the demon flame pool, a soldier safeguarded a group of researchers clad in white, battling the monsters that emerged from the shadows. The captain led the charge deeper into the cave, as the exit outside was utterly blocked by an increasing horde of monsters encroaching upon them. Strangely, the further they ventured inward, the fewer monsters they encountered. Why does it feel as if these creatures are driving us deeper? A white-haired professor remarked, his face etched with confusion. He had sensed this phenomenon earlier. But given the prolonged absence of monsters within, and the fact that those present seemed to deliberately avoid them, he was nearly certain. Beside him, a petite girl in athletic wear with a high ponytail and an innocent demeanor, named Su Xinxin, nodded in agreement. Professor Zhengxian, do you feel the same? I suspect there must be a boss inside, orchestrating these monsters to force us into the depths of the cave. Yet, what could its motives be? What conspiracy lies beneath? Upon hearing Su Xinxin's words, the others nodded in unison, sharing the vague yet intense feeling of being manipulated, a sentiment that had become increasingly palpable. A bespectacled chubby boy, his expression grim, trembled as he asked, Professor Zhengxian, what shall we do? If we are cornered by the boss, it will surely lead to our doom. His fear resonated with the other researchers, their faces betraying a shared terror. After all, they were accustomed to the safety of laboratories and had never encountered such perilous situations before. Panic was a natural response. In stark contrast, the soldiers surrounding them displayed no signs of emotion, their faces set in grim determination as they scanned their surroundings. These elite members of the Dragon Lizard Legion had undergone rigorous training and spent their days battling monsters tainted by abyssal energies. Thus, fear was an alien concept to them. Shall we break through the encirclement and charge outward? Surely that would be preferable to being driven towards the boss, suggested a short boy beside the chubby one. Upon hearing this, Professor Zhengxian shook his head, proceeding to analyze the situation. The monstrous entities outside have proliferated to such an extent that, even if we were to perish completely, we would be unable to break free. The most prudent course of action now is to delve deeper. For the boss is yet to engage us directly in combat, merely pressuring us to advance further. Perhaps his intentions are not to annihilate us, but rather to pursue some ulterior motive. However, we must proceed cautiously, prolonging our time here. By doing so, the Dragon Lizard Legion will surely devise a means to rescue us, which represents our final glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, Su Xinxin promptly nodded in agreement. The instructor is indeed correct. I too believe this is the most advisable approach. She had contemplated this previously, yet being merely a student, her voice would not carry weight. Thus she awaited Professor Zhengxian to articulate it. Meanwhile, as others wrestled with their doubts, the captain of the soldiers tasked with their protection, Qin Wu, also nodded, concurring with Professor Zhengxian's perspective. His strategy is indeed the most astute. Once our signal ceases, the Legion will immediately recognize our peril. Their lack of immediate rescue stems only from their ignorance of our location. They will first dispatch individuals with special abilities to ascertain our whereabouts, and we have left numerous markers, making it easy for them to locate us. Once the Legion scouts identify our position, they will swiftly return to report, summoning experts from within the Legion to our aid. Therefore, everyone must remain calm. Our salvation is assured. All we need do is maintain our composure and buy ourselves time. Captain Qin Wu's words instantly steadied the hearts of the group. Knowing that there is still hope, the spirits of all lifted, preventing chaos. Observing the calmness settle over the crowd, Qin Wu exchanged a glance with Zhengxian, finally exhaling in relief. Meanwhile, Yi Bei was hastening towards the direction of the demon flame pool. Chapter 45, Power Attribute Exceeds 10,000. Numerical Anomaly. The deeper Yi Bei ventured into the demon lizard mountain, the more formidable the creatures became. He encountered monsters of level 37, one of which had elongated limbs and a leopard-like appearance, its body engulfed in violet flames. It was unmistakably a fiend. Fiery demon leopard. Rank, Monarch. Level, 37. Skills, Demon Flame, Baptism of Fire, Rend, Blood-Sucking Recovery. Vulnerability. Ice-based powers can restrain it. A core exists at its heart, and striking it inflicts substantial damage. Upon sighting this beast, Yi Bei narrowed his eyes, taking a few steps back to position the Holy Demon Weasel and the Holy War Goblin in front of him. Although the two creatures could not defeat this monster, they had to engage. After all, their demise would significantly bolster Yi Bei's strength. In the past week, he had not encountered any formidable foes, and thus they had yet to perish, resulting in no growth in his power. Now that he had finally come across a worthy adversary, it was imperative to let them fight. Additionally, after days of gathering, Yi Bei had amassed over 60 resurrection gems. If not now, then when? Go forth, my little weasel and holy goblin, and vanquish it, Yi Bei commanded directly. Without a moment's hesitation, the Holy War Goblin charged at the beast, while the holy demon weasel stealthily maneuvered around to the rear of the creature. Yibei said nothing, knowing full well that the holy demon weasel enjoyed cunning tactics. Boom. In the next moment, battle erupted. The clash between the holy war goblin and the fiery demon leopard creating devastation akin to a missile strike, leaving numerous craters in its wake. A massive boulder, towering 10 zhang high, was effortlessly shattered by their combat. However, the holy war goblin quickly found itself at a disadvantage. The holy demon weasel's ambush, though it inflicted damage on the fiery demon leopard, was far from fatal. The leopard latched onto the shoulder of the holy war goblin, draining its blood, causing its wounds to heal rapidly. Crack. In a heartbeat, the fiery demon leopard seized the holy war goblin by its throat with its elongated fangs, draining its life force while simultaneously severing its neck. The holy war goblin met an instantaneous demise, dissipating into luminous particles. The fiery demon leopard then swiftly turned its attention to Yibei. At this moment, Yibei's corporeal manifestation of power had been triggered as his attributes surged. He wished to remain undisturbed. Thus, he wielded his staff, simultaneously activating 2 resurrection gems to summon forth the holy war goblin and the holy demon weasel anew. As the 2 creatures revived, they charged once more at the fiery demon leopard. Even the holy demon weasel, typically one for subterfuge, surged forward, fueled by rage at the indignity of being consumed. Such an affront could not go unpunished. It was imperative to retaliate. Boom. Once again, the air echoed with relentless thunder. The entire area spanning several kilometers transformed into a battleground for the 2 creatures and the fiery demon leopard, with countless trees obliterated and rocks reduced to ashes. The lower-level monsters stood no chance, falling victim to the residual shockwaves of the conflict. Once, twice, thrice, the holy demon weasel and the holy war goblin revived a total of 3 times before finally bringing the fiery demon leopard to its knees. How dare you consume my weasel? I shall not let you go unpunished. Once the fiery demon leopard's body collapsed, the holy demon weasel unleashed its frustration by mercilessly whipping its remains. This was a particularly humiliating defeat. Having perished several times was an immense disgrace. Thus, it was only fitting to desecrate the corpse to assuage its anger. With my master reviving me, what do you possess to contend with me? Pathetic. Ultimately, the holy demon weasel spat several times on the carcass of the fiery demon leopard before finally settling down. Defeated the monarch-level fiery demon leopard, awarded 13,000 experience points. As the notification appeared, both Yibei and the 2 creatures were enveloped in radiant light, signifying their ascension to level 17. Although higher levels demanded exponentially more experience, the recent battle had resulted in the slaughter of numerous creatures, combined with those slain on his journey, finally amassing the requisite experience for leveling up. However, Yibei was not overly concerned with his elevation. Rather, his focus lay on enhancing his attributes. Given that the holy war goblin and the holy demon weasel had perished thrice, he was eager to ascertain his current 4-dimensional attributes. With this thought in mind, Yibei summoned his attribute panel. Yibei, level 17, strength 614011900, constitution 35807630, agility 34008980, mentality 28134169. Summoned beasts: holy war goblin, epic; holy demon weasel, legendary. Skills: sacred light healing LV2, wrath of summoning LV2. Exclusive skill: sacred temple baptism, legendary, abbreviated. Talent: sacred bond, god tier, unique. Upon reviewing his 4-dimensional attributes, a smile graced Yibei's lips. Now, that is what one would call true prowess. At merely level 17, his strength had already surpassed 10,000. His constitution approached 8,000, and his agility was a mere 20 points shy of 9,000, while his mental prowess, though slightly lacking, still exceeded 4,000. What is a numerical anomaly, you ask? This is precisely what one would call a numerical anomaly. Who dares to compete with him? Who can possibly match him? Indeed, his power has increased significantly. Yibei nodded in satisfaction. This was merely the result of having the 2 beasts perish 3 times. Imagine the increase if he were to exhaust the revival pearls. Would he not become utterly invincible? However, Yibei was certainly not foolish enough to deplete his revival pearls here. After all, the Demon Lizard Mountain was a perilous locale. Should he expend all his revival pearls and then be targeted by monsters far superior to him, what would he do? Death would be final. Therefore, it was imperative to retain some revival pearls for emergencies. With the revival pearls in hand, he was effectively immortal. Indeed, with the attribute of immortality. When faced with lethal damage, he could summon his beasts to take the blow in his stead. Thus, as long as the revival pearls remained, he could return from death. If confronted by a more formidable foe, possessing revival pearls would allow him to either wear them down or seize an opportunity to escape. In any case, revival pearls were invaluable, and a portion must be preserved for contingencies. Without them, his immortality attribute would become utterly worthless. Chapter 46, The Flame Dragon of the Demon Flame Pool. Continue onward. We are nearing the demon flame pool. Yi-Bei called out to the Holy War Goblin and the Holy Spirit Ferret before proceeding ahead. Once again, he swiftly engaged in monster hunting alongside his two beasts. Before long, Yi-Bei found himself atop a precipice. Peering down, he discovered a vast pool over 100 meters below, with a diameter of nearly 200 meters. The water here bore a striking resemblance to the purple river encircling the outskirts of the demon lizard mountain, albeit devoid of any skeletal remains. Additionally, there was a wholly unique feature. The surface of the demon flame pool was inexplicably ablaze with purple flames. Standing on the 100-meter cliff, Yi-Bei could feel an immense heat rising like a tempest. How could researchers with little power venture into such a scorching environment? Frowning at the scene below, Yi-Bei pondered. However, he soon recalled that although those researchers were of a civilian occupation, they could utilize specialized tools. After all, this world was replete with various items capable of withstanding extreme temperatures. Let us descend and investigate. I wonder what there is to study in this pool, Yi-Bei mused, though he felt no need to understand the details. After all, saving them would yield rewards, double rewards, no less, so why concern himself with anything else? With that, Yi-Bei leaped downwards, the rush of wind whistling past his ears. As he neared the water's surface, the flames licked at his body. Yet, with his exceptional attributes, these flames posed no threat whatsoever, failing to singe a single hair. Splash! The sound of water echoed 3 times as Yi-Bei plunged into the depths, followed closely by the Holy War Goblin and the Holy Spirit Ferret. Gurgle, gurgle. Master, my instincts warn me that there is something exceedingly dangerous below. Should we not retreat? If it emerges, we are doomed. The Holy Spirit Ferret exclaimed, expelling the purple pool water from its mouth, panting like a drenched dog. Yi-Bei, however, paid it no mind, for he regarded it as cowardice. Turning to the Holy War Goblin, he commanded, Little Saint, dive underwater and scout. True to its nature as the most naive of companions, the Holy War Goblin obeyed without hesitation, plunging into the depths at Yi-Bei's command. After witnessing the goblin's descent, Yi-Bei glanced back at the Holy Spirit Ferret and said, And you, follow suit. The Holy Spirit Ferret flailed, protesting, I don't want to go. Yet, under Yi-Bei's unwavering gaze, it had no choice but to relent, diving into the water to accompany the Holy War Goblin deeper into the demon flame pool. Meanwhile, Yi-Bei reclined leisurely in the pool's waters, finding the scalding purple liquid akin to a soothing hot spring. This is delightful. It has been far too long since I have enjoyed such luxury. Suddenly, as Yi-Bei reveled in his thermal bath, enormous bubbles began to rise from the depths, bursting at the surface and splashing purple water onto his face. In that moment, a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes as he activated the Eye of Void. The purple waters transformed before him, becoming transparent, revealing the depths of the pool to be several hundred meters deep. There, he beheld the Holy War Goblin and the Holy Spirit Ferret engaged in combat, with a colossal creature resembling a lizard but adorned with wings. In an instant, the Holy War Goblin was bitten in half by the beast and promptly swallowed whole. The Holy Spirit Ferret attempted to flee, but the creature unleashed a powerful suction, drawing it back into its maw and swallowing it as well. In that moment, Yi-Bei felt the power of his physical manifestation surge within him, causing his attributes to escalate rapidly. Strength, 119,001,3820. Constitution, 76308980. Agility, 8980108040. Mentality, 41694621. His strength had skyrocketed to nearly 140,000. His constitution approached 9,000. And his agility had also surpassed 10,000. He mused that it wouldn't be long before all 4 attributes reached the 10,000 mark. His mental attribute, however, lagged behind considerably, and he resolved to find a way to enhance it. After all, what kind of summoner had such a low mental attribute? Stretching his limbs, Yi-Bei then scrutinized the creature at the bottom of the pool. It bore the likeness of a lizard, yet possessed wings. Could it be a Western dragon? It didn't seem to fit entirely, as true Western dragons were more robust, while this creature appeared more slender. Perhaps it was a subdragon. In the next moment, he examined the creature's detailed information. Flame dragon, boss, rank, overlord, level, 38, skills, subdragon breath, magic immunity, dragon god sacrifice, weakness, vulnerable to fire. Has an old injury on its shins that causes bleeding upon attack. Upon reviewing the flame dragoness specifics, Yi-Bei nodded slightly. He had indeed been correct. This was not a true dragon, but merely a subdragon with draconic blood. After all, true dragons were a top-tier race, endowed with legendary bloodlines capable of starting at level 20. Upon maturity, they could wield unparalleled strength beneath the gods, equivalent to reaching level 100 directly in adulthood. With a stroke of fortune, ascending to divinity would be significantly easier for them than for humans. They had invaded and claimed numerous worlds, earning their rightful status as a dominant race. Yi-Bei pondered what treasures this subdragon might yield. With that thought, he hefted a massive stone measuring 10 meters in diameter and hurled it towards the depths of the pool. He had no intention of battling the dragon in its aquatic domain. Luring it out for combat was the optimal strategy. The stone sank rapidly, stirring a commotion that quickly captured the flame dragon's attention. In an instant, it unfurled its wings, its colossal form erupting from the depths of the demon flame pool. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Yibei naturally had no intention of lingering within the treacherous confines of the fiery abyss, for it was the domain of the magma dragon. He swiftly propelled himself upward, his agility surpassing 10,000, enabling him to traverse the water's surface with remarkable speed, utilizing it as leverage. With a forceful step, he shattered the water's surface, plunging several meters deep before launching himself skyward, reaching the precipice in a heartbeat. At this velocity, he exhibited few discernible weaknesses, save for his inability to fly or burrow. As he ascended the cliff, mere seconds passed before the magma dragon erupted from the depths below, sending colossal waves of violet water soaring hundreds of meters into the air. Its enormous, slitted eyes fixated on Yibei, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it charged towards him like a colossal fighter jet, shattering the sound barrier. Chapter 47, 1 minute. 100 miles of destruction. How dare you, insignificant human insect, disturb my repose? You are deserving of utter annihilation. The dragon's vast wings obscured the sunlight, resembling an ancient beast of terror. Saliva dripped from its gaping maw, igniting with infernal flames, as though the very fabric of space was being warped by its might. In an instant, it hovered above Yibei, its massive claws descending upon him with the force of divine retribution against a mortal. Yet, confronted with such a terrifying spectacle, Yibei remained unfazed, a smile gracing his lips and excitement glimmering in his eyes. The magma dragon, in its sheer ferocity, had managed to evoke a semblance of threat within him, albeit a fleeting one, yet it was sufficient to stir his exhilaration, for it had been an eternity since he last felt such danger. With a resounding crack, Yibei's body swelled, his muscles rippling and veins bulging like coiling dragons. Elevating his stature to over 2 meters, he held nothing back, preparing to unleash his full power. Boom. In the next heartbeat, the colossal dragon's claw collided with Yibei's diminutive fist. The tremendous force radiated outward, sweeping across a radius of several hundred meters. Trees within this vicinity were obliterated in an instant, creatures reduced to mere ashes, and the ground itself succumbed, creating a vast crater with a diameter of 100 meters. Yet, amidst this cataclysmic clash, Yibei emerged relatively unscathed, a mere reddening of his knuckles, with no skin broken. Conversely, the magma dragon was sent hurtling backward by the force of his punch, soaring to a height of 100 meters before halting its descent, wings flapping to stabilize itself in midair. Upon inspecting its claws, it was evident they had become grotesquely deformed, clearly fractured. Human, you possess great strength. Thus, I shall confront you with my utmost form. The magma dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, echoing like a fragmented chant. O esteemed dragon god, I offer the bloodline of my kind as sacrifice. Grant me the strength I seek. In response, its form was enveloped in a radiant glow. What was once a slender physique began to swell with power, muscles bulging as if they were tumors, rendering it virtually indestructible. Even its wings rapidly expanded. Within the blink of an eye, the dragon's size multiplied several-fold, now embodying the true essence of a colossal dragon rather than a diminutive lizard. An air of draconic majesty permeated from its being, the very energy it exuded transforming into hellfire, seemingly capable of incinerating the surrounding space. The heat waves surged forth, the blazing magic resembling a violet sun suspended in the sky. Prepare yourself, human, to face the judgment of dragonic power. In the next moment, as the gargantuan wings obscured the sky, a tempest of winds erupted, ravaging the landscape of the magma lizard mountain. Simultaneously, within the perimeter of the lizard legion, a colossal device began to pulse with crimson light. The personnel monitoring the apparatus stiffened, urgently contacting their superiors. Commander, we have an emergency. There is a massive surge of energy emanating from within the magma lizard mountain. It appears a new boss has gone berserk. Upon receiving this report, the commanders stationed at the Lizard Legion commenced discussions on a counter-strategy. An elderly figure clad in military attire rose with resolute authority. The boss within Magma Lizard Mountain has gone mad. We cannot predict whether it will assault our encampment. Even if it does not, it will surely incite a beast tide. Thus, I implore you all to commence the construction of defensive fortifications immediately to withstand the impending onslaught. As for the boss within the mountain, I shall alert the elite of the Lizard Vanguard to eliminate it. With the military's decisive and swift action, the assembled individuals promptly set about their tasks, returning to their respective units to allocate assignments. Soldiers busied themselves, employing their skills to reshape the terrain, creating vast pits and formidable walls. Certain specialized combatants began to lay lethal traps atop these foundations, releasing toxic substances into the pits to saturate them with venom. Others enchanted the towering earthen walls to enhance their defensive capabilities, while some buried explosive talismans within the soil. Furthermore, word was dispatched to the instructors of the Genius Training Camp, urging them to escort their students to safety, away from the magma lizard mountain. Within the temporary camp of the Genius Training Camp, many instructors sprang into action, distributing tasks to ensure the safe return of their students. The imminent danger necessitated their evacuation. Failure to do so could result in catastrophic consequences for the entire army. However, the task of retrieving Yi Bei left the remaining instructors exchanging glances of concern. They were aware that Yi Bei had accepted a perilous mission deep within the fiery abyss, a location far too dangerous for them to venture. To approach it would be tantamount to a death sentence. Consequently, one instructor proposed, "Shall we seek the aid of the Lizard Legion's experts to retrieve Yi Bei? Given our limitations, we would be of little assistance. If we enlist the aid of the Lizard Legion's elite, Yi Bei's chances of survival would significantly increase." Thus, several instructors resolved to approach the commanders of the Lizard Legion without delay. "Very well. We need the experts to eliminate the rampaging boss and simultaneously rescue the student." Upon receiving the commander's agreement, a collective sigh of relief swept through them. Yi Bei was the most prodigious student they had encountered over the years, and they could not allow him to perish so easily. With the Lizard Legion's experts agreeing to intervene, hope flickered for Yi Bei's survival. While the instructors fretted over Yi Bei's safety, he was embroiled in a fierce battle against the transformed magma dragon, having sacrificed its own bloodline. The dragon's newfound colossal form amplified its strength several-fold, resulting in a fierce exchange of blows with Yi Bei. The destructive force of their clash surpassed that of their previous encounters, with the shockwaves radiating outward to a distance of 2,000 meters. This meant that within a 2,000-meter radius centered around them, virtually no life remained. All creatures had succumbed to the devastation unleashed. Their speeds were astonishingly rapid, as they could seemingly occupy one spot 1 second, only to be a kilometer away the next. In less than a minute, they had laid waste to a 100-mile expanse surrounding them. The only regret that lingered for Yi Bei was the scarcity of nearby monsters, as he had previously cleared the area. Consequently, the experience he could garner was halved, as the other half had been claimed by the magma dragon's destructive aftermath. At this moment, the entire demon lizard mountain seemed to tremble, as countless rock faces shattered and boulders cascaded down. Even the researchers and soldiers within the caverns beneath the demon flame pool sensed a faint tremor. However, the soldiers, endowed with keen hearing, discerned the sounds of battle emanating from above. Captain Qin Wu's expression was tinged with excitement. "Professor Zhengxian, hold on a little longer. The commotion above must be the elite warriors of our Dragon Lizard Legion arriving. If they find us, we will be saved." Upon hearing this, the researchers felt a surge of exhilaration deep within, igniting a flicker of hope. Chapter 48, Legendary Equipment of the Highest Order, Trait, Dragon God Sacrifice. "Human, I concede your strength. Why not cease hostilities? I forgive your earlier provocation." At that moment, as the battle reached a boiling point, the demon flame dragon soared into the sky, halting the conflict. Its pale golden, majestic vertical pupils gazed down upon Yi Bei, seemingly seeking a truce. Yi Bei, displaying a broad grin, replied, "Very well. Why not descend? We can shake hands and call a ceasefire afterwards. What do you say?" After a brief silence, the demon flame dragon flapped its wings slightly and slowly descended before Yi Bei, producing a cloud of dust as its colossal form crashed down. Yi Bei found himself nearly enveloped by the swirling dust. The demon flame dragon extended its claw towards Yi Bei, intending to shake hands and end their conflict. However, it failed to notice Yi Bei, obscured by the dust, wearing a rather sinister smile. In the next moment, a hand emerged from the dense dust, gripping the tip of the demon flame dragon's claw. Upon this sight, a humanoid smile spread across the dragon's face. "I am glad our battle has ceased. You are a reasonable human." It felt a sense of relief, thankful that this troublesome human had finally agreed to stop. If the fight continued, once its sacrificial time elapsed, it would meet its demise. Moreover, it could not flee, for there was something it needed to protect within Demon Lizard Mountain. Should it abandon its post, and something unfortunate befell that precious item, both it and its family in the original world would face annihilation, their ashes scattered to the winds. It had just been caught at its most vulnerable. Yet, the next words from Yi Bei caused its smile to vanish abruptly. "You celebrate too soon." The gentle smile on Yi Bei's face morphed into a menacing grin. His muscles surged, veins bulging, his physique resembling that of a coiling dragon, brimming with untold strength. He tightened his grip on the demon flame dragon's claw, causing fractures to appear in its bones. Then, with an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his arm, he lifted the demon flame dragon, whose form dwarfed his own 1,000-fold, upward. With a powerful swing, he hurled it down toward the ground. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted, accompanied by the terror-stricken expression of the demon flame dragon. Its massive, indomitable scales began to shatter, pale golden blood seeping from the wounds, as its bones cracked and splintered, indicating that the demon flame dragon was gravely injured. Nonetheless, Yi Bei continued to wear a sinister grin, refusing to relent. "For one who sought my hand in peace, you've covered me in dust. You're courting death, aren't you?" The resounding clashes persisted as the demon flame dragon struggled, the light in its pupils dimming. Soon enough, the claw Yi Bei held fractured, allowing the demon flame dragon to break free and attempt an escape toward the sky. However, the very next moment, it felt an irresistible force twisting its neck a full 1,080 degrees. Everything spun wildly around it. Then Yi Bei yanked fiercely, effortlessly detaching the entire head of the demon flame dragon. Yi Bei examined the massive dragon head, letting out a sound of disdain. What a hideous creature. He then disdainfully kicked it aside. Remarkably, the demon flame dragon's life force remained robust. Even after having its head forcibly removed, it did not perish. Its pale golden vertical pupils remained fixed on Yi Bei, rasping, "Impossible. The flesh of dragons is the strongest. How can a mere human best me in physical combat? I must be dreaming. I am not dead. This is merely a dream." Its thoughts spiraled into chaos, while Yi Bei smirked slightly and remarked, "The human body is the ultimate weapon. Once the secrets of the flesh are unearthed, it is enough to reshape the heavens. Don't think for a moment that your draconian form is formidable. Even the true dragon's flesh is, but refuse." In the next instant, a fist rapidly expanded within the demon flame dragon's vertical pupils. Bang! The head exploded, and the demon flame dragon met its ultimate demise. Defeated the overlord level boss. Demon flame dragon. Experience gained. 30,000. As the notification appeared, several luminous orbs unexpectedly materialized beside the corpse of the demon flame dragon. Loot. I wonder if it's something worthwhile. Yi Bei collected them all and inspected each one. He found 3 decent yet useless items, followed by a piece of equipment. Dragon blood arm guards. Level 18. Quality. Legendary. Strength 800. Vitality 300. Agility 300. Mentality 200. Trait. Can activate a weakened version of Dragon God Sacrifice. Enhancing power by 50% for half an hour, with a cooldown of 1 hour. If Dragon Blood is present, it can activate the complete version of Dragon God Sacrifice. Enhancing power by 200. Wearable by summoners, mages, priests. A legendary grade piece of equipment had dropped again. A satisfied smile graced Yi Bei's face. The increase in attributes might seem formidable to others, but for Yi Bei, it was merely average. What truly captivated him was the trait of this legendary equipment. The ability to activate a weakened version of Dragon God Sacrifice was remarkable. If he indeed possessed Dragon Blood, it could amplify his power by 200. What an astonishing concept. This meant that if Yi Bei had Dragon Blood now and performed the sacrifice, his strength attribute could soar to 40,000, while his agility could reach 30,000. This would render him virtually invincible. Indeed, the legendary equipment lived up to its name. Its trait was nothing short of overpowering. Furthermore, he was fortunate that it was something he could wear. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous loss. However, the question of where to find Dragon Blood now left Yi Bei rather troubled. Alas, the Dragon Blood of the demon flame dragon had already been expended for sacrifice. Glancing at the dragon's remains, Yi Bei felt a profound sense of regret. Had it not been sacrificed, extracting the Dragon Blood would have provided him with a significant advantage. There was a subdragon within Demon Lizard Mountain. Perhaps there were others. He pondered whether he might stumble upon another. If no such luck materialized, he would have no choice but to purchase it, hoping the price would not be exorbitantly high. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Bei stowed the Dragon Blood arm guards away. He was not yet at the required level to don them, but he was close. Now at level 17, with his experience nearing 80. With a few more monsters to defeat, he would undoubtedly reach level 18. With so many creatures around, leveling up would pose no challenge. With this in mind, Yi Bei summoned the Holy Demon Ferret and the Holy War Goblin once more, instructing them. You two go hunt nearby monsters while I search for clues about the missing personnel. The two beasts, upon receiving their orders, began to move about the vicinity. Meanwhile, Yi Bei commenced his search around the abyssal flame pool. Possessing the Eye of Void, his gaze could penetrate through earth and stone, facilitating his quest. Before long, he discerned a vague, humanoid figure lurking within the caverns beneath the abyssal flame pool. Astonishingly, they had taken refuge beneath the pool itself. Chapter 49, The Forbidden Domain. Dragon Egg, Dragon Egg. Yi Bei found himself at a loss for words. These individuals were remarkably adept at evasion, having eluded capture even to such depths. If it were anyone else searching, they might not have been able to locate it. But thankfully, with the assistance of the Eye of Void, he was able to pinpoint their whereabouts. The next challenge was to determine how to descend. He needed to locate an entrance. Once more, Yi Bei employed the Eye of Void to search for an entryway. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away in the Black Wind Forest, Chu Feng, clad in black mechanized armor, was engaged in a fierce battle with a level 60 demon. Suddenly, he received a message. What on earth? Why is there a formidable boss at Demon Lizard Mountain? Wasn't he cleared out previously? He grumbled. In response, a lightsaber erupted from his arm, swiftly dismembering the demon. This provoked an even mightier demon in the distance to roar, Chu Feng, how dare you slay my beloved son? I shall exact vengeance upon you 100-fold. His voice reverberated through the ground, causing tremors. Chu Feng, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of disdain. What are you barking about? just a coward hiding in your den, waiting for me to eliminate the other demons before you dare to confront me." With that, he transformed into a streak of black light, soaring high into the sky toward Demon Lizard Mountain. At last, he found it. At that moment, Yi Bei, utilizing the Eye of Void, observed a small opening, merely 1 meter in diameter, situated 10 meters beneath the surface of the abyssal flame pool. This was the entrance to the cavern below the abyssal flame pool, allowing only one person to pass through. Above this diminutive opening was a palm-sized triangular mark, clearly left by the soldiers who escorted the researchers. This was intended to prevent them from losing their way and to aid others in finding them in times of peril, showcasing their foresight. "I shall descend to rescue them. Surely, saving lives will yield greater rewards than merely uncovering clues," Yi Bei murmured. He then leaped into the abyssal flame pool, diving down to 10 meters and swiftly slipping into the narrow underwater passage, swimming downward. As for the Holy War Goblin and Holy Spirit Ferret, Yi Bei did not summon them back. He allowed them to continue battling outside. As Yi Bei swam downward, Zheng Xian and the other researchers, along with their protective soldiers, found themselves cornered by a multitude of monsters at the deepest recesses of the cavern. This was a vast space, at the center of which stood a stone platform upon which rested an enormous egg, 2 meters in diameter, adorned with scales and intricate patterns. "There is a dragon egg here. We were merely searching for dragon crystals, yet we discovered a dragon egg." Zheng Xian gazed at the colossal egg, his eyes brimming with fervor. If he could transport this dragon egg back for hatching, he would have ample dragon blood for his research. His reputation would soar. "I must bring this dragon egg back," Zheng Xian exclaimed, tugging at his grizzled beard, his voice trembling with excitement. "Whether we can survive this ordeal is another matter," the chubby researcher retorted. Qin Wu furrowed his brow, subsequently restraining Zheng Xian from reaching for the dragon egg. "Professor Zheng, do not touch it. Where there is a dragon egg, there must be a dragon. If we disturb it, our demise will be swift." Qin Wu's words fell like a bucket of cold water, jolting Zheng Xian back to his senses, causing him to step back hurriedly. However, just as he retreated, a tendril of energy suddenly emerged from the dragon egg, ensnaring Zheng Xian and drawing him toward it. The tendril then penetrated Zheng Xian's body, slowly consuming his flesh and blood. At this sight, the soldiers were thrown into a frenzy, unleashing their skills in a desperate attempt to save him. Yet, all their abilities dissipated a mere half-meter from the dragon egg, as a faint golden halo materialized around it. It was the forbidden domain of the dragon clan. Qin Wu's expression darkened, as he understood that the forbidden domain rendered all magical skills ineffective. Even warrior skills that required energy input would falter. Only pure physical strength could break through such constraints. However, to challenge the dragon egg's magical prowess with mere flesh was an exercise in futility. Upon hearing the term forbidden domain, the faces of the others paled, their understanding of its implications clear. "Captain Qin, please, save our professor," Su Xinshin implored anxiously. With gritted teeth and a conflicted expression, Qin Wu made a resolute decision, grasping his long sword and advancing toward the dragon egg. He could have chosen to abandon the mission, but his duty was to protect Zheng Xian and the other researchers. Should Zheng Xian perish, it would be a dereliction of duty, a disgrace to the Dragon Lizard Legion. He could not allow that to happen. Even if it meant his own demise, he would face it first. Upon entering the forbidden domain, Qin Wu immediately felt the energy within his body being shackled, leaving only his raw physical strength. With a swift motion, his longsword became a blur as it cleaved toward the tendril of the dragon egg. Yet, despite his efforts, the blade penetrated only a centimeter before becoming lodged, lacking the force to continue. This was not entirely Qin Wu's fault. His class excelled in agility rather than brute strength, rendering him ineffective against the tendril. At that moment, another tendril emerged from the dragon egg, coiling toward Qin Wu. "Captain Qin, don't worry about me. Just protect the children," Zheng Xian shouted urgently. "This is all my fault. If I hadn't approached, this wouldn't have happened. You don't need to sacrifice yourself for my mistake. Retreat." However, before Zheng Xian could finish his plea, Qin Wu found himself ensnared. In swift succession, numerous tendrils lunged at everyone, binding all soldiers and researchers, dragging them toward the dragon egg's side, where they began to siphon their blood and life essence. Many of the researchers, still students, were so overwhelmed by fear that they broke down into tears. As Yi Bei reached the depths of the cavern, he was met with the cacophony of anguished cries. Yet, upon seeing Yi Bei's arrival, all voices fell silent, hope igniting within them, believing salvation had arrived. Their expressions shifted from despair to smiles, but before they could fully rejoice, they beheld Yi Bei's level, merely 17. He was even weaker than the researchers themselves. Instantly, feelings of helplessness and despair washed over them once more, and the cries resumed. Only Qin Wu remained composed. He addressed Yi Bei, "Young man, you must be a student from the genius training camp. Please do us a favor and inform the Dragon Lizard Legion of our predicament," urging them to send help swiftly. Yet, Yi Bei, annoyed by the tumult of cries, impatiently rubbed his ears before responding to Qin Wu. "I am precisely the one sent to rescue you. There is no need to seek others." Hearing this, Qin Wu was taken aback, exclaiming, Young man, do not jest. This is no time for humor. Chapter 50. The dragon descends, seizing the dragon egg. Yi Bei paid no heed to Qin Wu, continuing toward them. Qin Wu hastily interjected. Do not approach. Young man, the tentacles can regenerate, and you are still a mage. This is a forbidden magic zone, where your abilities cannot be exerted in the slightest. Yet, in the very next moment, Qin Wu was left utterly astounded. Yi Bei moved with astonishing speed, akin to instantaneous teleportation, appearing directly before them and effortlessly severing the tentacles affixed to everyone's bodies. The researchers, taken completely by surprise, were still howling in terror when the tentacles were abruptly torn away. A flash of impatience crossed Yi Bei's eyes as he approached the wailing individuals, delivering a swift slap to each one, rendering them unconscious. Carry them out, Yi Bei commanded Qin Wu. At that moment, Qin Wu seemed to be afflicted by a sudden speechlessness, stammering and unable to articulate his thoughts. He was genuinely taken aback. Initially, he had presumed that Yi Bei, a magic user wielding a staff, would meet a fate similar to theirs upon entering the forbidden zone. However, to his astonishment, Yi Bei was capable of tearing the tentacles apart with his bare hands. This was something even he, at over level 40, could not sever. Witnessing Yi Bei do so left him utterly flabbergasted. As Zheng Xian and the others observed the researchers being knocked out, they felt a mix of shock and anger, yet dared not voice their discontent. After all, the power Yi Bei had just displayed was terrifyingly formidable, and his unpredictable temperament made them wary. They feared that inciting his ire might seal their fates within this cavern. Enough chatter. Yi Bei turned away, dismissing them with indifference. His gaze was drawn to the massive dragon egg resting upon the stone pedestal, and he could scarcely suppress his excitement. This was no ordinary egg, it was a dragon egg. However, his desire was not to consume it, but rather to hatch it, transforming it into his summoned beast. Summoners typically acquire their beasts through two primary means: through the discovery of summoning skill books, or by using summoning contract scrolls to bind monsters. Generally, wild creatures cannot be transformed into summoned beasts, as they possess cognition and will resist. However, dragon eggs are different. They are driven solely by instinct, devoid of any thought, making them prime candidates for direct contract binding, with an almost guaranteed success rate. Once the contract is secured, he would gain access to the full power of Dragon God Sacrifice, as the dragon would become his portable reservoir of blood, capable of providing an endless supply of vitality. After all, as his summoned beast, should it perish, he could simply use a resurrection jewel to bring it back to life, allowing him to draw blood once more. This would exponentially amplify his strength. What creature could withstand such might? Lost in thought, Yi Bei hastily searched his belongings for a summoning contract scroll, but to no avail. He then turned his attention to the others, urging them to comb through their possessions, yet they found no scroll either. Fortunately, Yi Bei managed to discover 2 or 3 vials of dragon blood among their belongings, which he accepted with a grin, considering it a reward for saving them. However, without a summoning contract scroll, he could not immediately bind the dragon egg. It seemed he would have to transport it back and bide his time. Though it was certainly an eye-catching treasure, Yi Bei was undeterred. If anyone dared to seize the dragon egg, they would meet their demise at his hands. In the next moment, he seized the dragon egg from the pedestal, yet it seemed as if the egg had taken root upon the stone. He had no choice but to uproot the pedestal itself. The sound of cracking stone reverberated through the cavern, causing the entire structure to tremble. The pedestal was a staggering 10 meters in diameter, resembling a small mountain, yet in Yi Bei's hands, it felt as light as a few pounds, offering him no resistance. Meanwhile, the onlookers who had retreated 100 meters away turned to witness the commotion, their legs trembling in fear. Is this still a human? A mage possessing such immense strength? One exclaimed in disbelief. He is only level 18. This is absurd. He must be some kind of monster. Shut your mouth. Do you wish to provoke him? Another cautioned, hastily covering his mouth in terror. Yi Bei, in a good mood, paid them no mind as he carried the colossal stone pedestal toward the exit. Outside, atop the demon lizard mountain, a dark light streaked through the sky. Descending rapidly towards the demon flame pool, it was Chu Feng. Upon landing, he pressed a button on his mechanical arm, initiating a scan of the surroundings and commencing the construction of a 3D model. The entire layout of the demon lizard mountain was instantly imprinted in his mind, including the precise location of Yi Bei and his companions. Upon witnessing Yi Bei effortlessly lift the 10-meter-wide stone pedestal, Chu Feng could not help but marvel. Goodness, are children nowadays this formidable? An 18th-level mage wielding such power, could he be a mutant? He surpasses my capabilities at that age. Moreover, it appeared he had slain the previously rampaging demon flame dragon. What a waste of my effort. Chu Feng glanced at the nearly vanished corpse of the demon flame dragon, shaking his head slightly as he prepared to depart. However, just as he ascended 100 meters into the sky, he abruptly halted, fixating on the 3D image in his mind. Holy hell, the dragoness avatar has arrived. Those people are doomed. I must hurry to rescue them. He sped toward the cavern entrance. Within the cave, Yi Bei had yet to exit the depths when an overwhelming pressure enveloped the space. Qin Wu and Zheng Xian were forced to the ground, while Yi Bei stood unscathed. Turning, he beheld a radiant array illuminating the ground, from which the colossal figure of a dragon began to materialize. Its immense golden eyes fixated on the stone pedestal and dragon egg in Yi Bei's grasp. With a voice laced with both malevolence and authority, it declared, "Human vermin, relinquish my offspring, and I shall allow you to leave with your lives intact." The words, though softly spoken, sent tremors of fear through all but Yi Bei. Zheng Xian strained to lift his gaze at the dragon's silhouette within the array, despair flooding his heart as he stammered, That is the avatar of an adult dragon, a full 40 levels. We are doomed." Panic-stricken, Qin Wu was in a state of utter disarray. Such a royal-tier creature was beyond the capabilities of even a rare 7th-tier professional. How could they possibly contend with it? Resigned to their fate, he squinted his eyes and succumbed to sleep. Yi Bei, however, frowned slightly and addressed the dragon's avatar. "You think you can simply demand I drop it? Just who do you think you are?" Yi Bei found the dragon's audacity amusing, despite the egg being rightfully his. It sought to claim it. Yet, its arrogance was astounding. Should he relinquish the dragon egg, it would still seek his demise. Who would comply with such an unreasonable demand? Moreover, he possessed dragon blood, which could facilitate a dragon god sacrifice. The dragon's avatar, lacking flesh and blood, was composed solely of magical energy. Thus, despite being a member of the dragon lineage, it could not perform a dragon god sacrifice. Therefore, he felt emboldened to engage in a confrontation. Who was afraid of whom? As the avatar of the dragon fully coalesced within the expansive array, its robust veins and intricate scales became vividly apparent, creating an illusion so lifelike it could easily be mistaken for a true corporeal form. Furthermore, it appeared even more powerful than the previous demon flame dragon. Its physique more perfect and immaculate, truly a masterpiece of pure royal bloodline. The race, invincible beneath the gods in their adulthood, possesses formidable magical resistance and an exceptionally robust physique, rendering them nearly perfect beings. However, this powerful race is not without significant weaknesses, namely, their reproductive capabilities are rather limited. Consequently, they place immense value on their progeny. At this moment, witnessing Yi Bei's unwavering grip on the dragon egg and his audacious taunts, the dragon's vertical pupiled eyes radiated an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. The diminutive human dared to insult the magnificent dragon lineage. He had effectively sealed his own fate. In the next breath, the colossal creature lunged towards Yi Bei with ferocity. The clash resounded like thunder. The impact of their bodies colliding sent tremors through the cavern, threatening to collapse the very space around them, stirring up clouds of dust as if the entire mountain were quaking. Qin Wu, observing the chaos, hastily commanded his soldiers to evacuate the unconscious researchers and Professor Zheng Xian. Meanwhile, he remained in the cave, hoping to seize the opportunity to rescue Yi Bei. Being a speed-oriented practitioner, he had a substantial chance of helping Yi Bei escape the dragon's relentless pursuit in such a confined environment. At that moment, Yi Bei and the dragon were embroiled in a frenzied battle. There were no flashy skills or elaborate formations, only the raw brutality of physical combat, each blow resonating with the promise of death. Confronted by an overwhelmingly powerful royal race, Yi Bei felt an unmistakable, lethal threat, despite being merely level 40. His fist striking the dragon's embodiment felt akin to eggs colliding with stone. After only a few exchanges, his knuckles began to swell and bleed. After a dozen more blows, the flesh on his fists began to rot, while the dragon's scales bore only faint indentations, indicating that he had barely scratched the surface of its defenses. Typically, one would succumb to despair in such a dire scenario, realizing the futility of their efforts. Most would focus solely on how to survive. However, Yi Bei was utterly different. He was a warrior at heart, thriving on combat and relishing the opportunity to confront stronger foes. This instinct for battle ignited a thrill within him. Facing a seemingly insurmountable enemy, he felt no fear, only an exhilarating rush of excitement. Kill, kill, kill. Haha. Ignoring the fractures in his fists and the deep gashes inflicted by the dragon's claws, he was singularly focused on either vanquishing the dragon or being slain in the process. Truly, he was a mad insect. The dragon, observing Yi Bei's relentless assaults on its scaled feet, felt an unexpected pang of pity. In past encounters, the creatures it faced would flee in terror or grovel for mercy. Yet, this particular insect showed neither inclination to escape nor to beg. Instead, it dared to resist. In recognition of your bravery, I shall grant you a dignified death, won in battle. With its claws clenched into fists, the dragon forcefully collided with Yi Bei's own. The earth-shattering impact sent Yi Bei hurtling backward, crashing through countless stalagmites before he struck the cavern wall with tremendous force, embedding himself several meters deep into the rock and creating a gaping crater. In that moment, Yi Bei's body resembled a ragged sack, his bones shattered, internal organs pulverized, and flesh beginning to peel away. Qin Wu, witnessing this devastation, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yi Bei, who had previously fought back with vigor, could be obliterated so swiftly. Just as he contemplated whether there was still hope for Yi Bei, a dark flash descended before him. It was Chu Feng, arriving at an alarming speed. Alas, he was too late. With a single glance, he discerned that Yi Bei's life signs were rapidly fading, rendering any attempt at salvation futile. In mere seconds, death would claim him. Without turning, he spoke calmly to Qin Wu. You should leave and take that group back. I will handle things here. Qin Wu, upon hearing this, promptly saluted. Yes, Lord Chu Feng. He then turned and departed, for a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Chu Feng cast one last glance at Yi Bei's tragic state and shook his head, then strode purposefully toward the dragon's embodiment. At that moment, Yi Bei was on the precipice of death. Yet, in an astonishing twist, it was as if time had reversed for him. In the blink of an eye, the blood and flesh that had fallen to the ground returned to his body. His form began to heal at an extraordinary pace, flesh reconstituted, bones realigned, organs restored, and every wound mended instantaneously. Simultaneously, the Saint War Goblin, which had been battling outside on the magic lizard mountain, disintegrated in an instant, transforming into motes of light. With only its true spirit returning to the summoning space. Yi Bei shook his neck, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air as his attributes surged. Yi Bei. Level, 18. Strength, 1, 464, 015, 680. Vitality, 93, 009, 860. Agility, 1, 116, 011, 560. Mentality, 48, 414, 966. Summoned Beast, Saint War Goblin, Epic, Saint Demon Ferret, Legendary. Skills, Holy Light Healing LV2, Wrath of Summoning LV2. Exclusive skill, Holy Temple Baptism, Legendary, Omitted. Talent, Sacred Bond, God Level Unique. What is this? Has the characteristic of physical transcendence been triggered? Yi Bei marveled at the surge of power within him, momentarily stunned before realization dawned. It was due to the undying trait. When I was on the brink of death, my summoned beast would perish in my stead, and in its demise, it would awaken the characteristic of physical transcendence. Analyzing this revelation in his mind, his eyes began to gleam with excitement. The synergy of these talents was nothing short of divine. Then, he fixed his gaze upon the titanic form of the dragon's embodiment, which loomed in the cavern, nearly filling the space. A sinister smile crept across his lips. Let us see who meets their end today. With a sudden burst of energy, he launched himself from the enormous pit in the cavern wall. Chapter 52. Growing Stronger Through Battle. The Dragon's Fear. He instantly appeared before Chu Feng, declaring, Let me take over. Today, it shall either be its death or mine. Chu Feng, previously focused on the dragon's embodiment, was momentarily taken aback by Yi Bei's words. You're still alive? He turned, his mech's optics illuminating as it scanned Yi Bei's form. Incredible. You've resurrected from the brink of death. How astonishing. Yi Bei frowned. That is quite impolite. If you continue to pry into my affairs so brazenly, I shall make you understand why flowers bloom so vividly. He detested such unrestrained scrutiny, especially when it was so blatant. Did he perceive him as a mere puppet? Ha ha ha, my apologies. How about I assist you in avenging yourself by slaying this dragon's embodiment as a token of my regret? Chu Feng hastily waved his hands, expressing contrition. He realized his earlier curiosity had crossed a line, and now felt quite embarrassed. No need. I prefer to handle this myself. Yi Bei replied, excitement flashing across his face. Having no desire to engage in idle chatter with Chu Feng, he lunged directly at the dragon avatar. At that moment, upon witnessing Yi Bei charging towards him, the dragon avatar exhibited a semblance of human-like astonishment. It was acutely aware of Yi Bei's injuries, knowing he should be beyond recovery. Yet, to its surprise, he had instantaneously returned to his former state, without any signs of the resurrection scroll's energy. What does it matter if you survive? If I have slain you once, I can assuredly do so a second time. The dragon avatar regarded Yi Bei with contempt, then lunged ferociously to bite him. A lion does not hold back when attacking a rabbit. This time, the dragon avatar was more serious, unleashing its full power to effortlessly overpower Yi Bei. In a matter of moments, Yi Bei found himself in an even worse plight than before, his body brutally cleaved into segments by the dragon's razor-sharp claws, crashing against the mountain wall, leaving behind a series of massive craters. Yet, an extraordinary event unfolded once more. In the blink of an eye, Yi Bei's dismembered form reassembled, returning to its original state. However, the Holy Spirit Weasel, which had been out battling, met its demise, its body disintegrating into motes of light, as its true spirit returned to the summoning space. Fortunately, Yi Bei's predetermined automatic revival mechanism activated, shattering the resurrection pearl, allowing the Holy Spirit Weasel to be reborn. Just as Yi Bei regained his composure, he felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through him, escalating rapidly. Come, kill me. I urge you to end my life. Yi Bei was utterly exhilarated, the warrior's blood within him seemingly boiling. He felt like a robot impervious to pain. Any injury sustained would not elicit even a flicker of concern. Once, twice, 10 times, upon experiencing death for the 10th time. His strength had grown to the point where he could shatter the dragon avatar's scales with a single punch, compelling the dragon avatar to resort to using its draconic magical skills to annihilate Yi Bei. The cavern, which had initially measured a mere 100 meters in diameter, was now transformed into a vast hollow space measuring 1,000 meters across. Countless rock walls crumbled under the onslaught of draconic magic, obliterated into nothingness. The breath of the dragon turned stones and soil into molten lava, creating a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Meanwhile, Chu Feng stood by, utterly entranced, as if his soul had departed. He had never witnessed such an extraordinary being as Yi Bei. Truly, the concept of being undying and unkillable seemed impossible. How could such a talent exist in this world? Chu Feng murmured in a daze. The dragon avatar, with its imposing vertical eyes, fixated intently on Yi Bei. Yet, rather than shock, a profound sense of dread enveloped it. It was inconceivable throughout the myriad realms. There had never been a being of such defiance capable of infinite resurrection. A mere illusion, surely. It had never encountered such a phenomenon, as it found itself unable to vanquish him. Thus, despite its superior strength, the dragon avatar was engulfed by an overwhelming fear of Yi Bei. Were it not for the presence of its offspring, it would have retracted its avatar at once, unwilling to be worn down by Yi Bei. For the demise of its avatar would also inflict significant harm upon its true form. Moreover, it sensed that with each death and subsequent revival, Yi Bei experienced tremendous growth in strength, speed, and constitution, all increasing dramatically. It could foresee that after a few more deaths, Yi Bei would be a force to be reckoned with. Why have you halted? Continue. Come, slay me. Upon reviving once more, Yi Bei grinned menacingly as he charged at the dragon avatar. At this juncture, his strength was sufficient to confront the dragon avatar head-on, though he still could not withstand its draconic magical skills. Human pest, release my son at once and depart, or I shall summon my true form. The dragon avatar threatened. It was genuinely beginning to fear Yi Bei. Yet, Yi Bei merely grinned, taking deliberate steps towards the dragon avatar. Summon your true form? Dare you? Do you think the warriors of my kind are to be trifled with? Spare me your words and continue to kill me. In a flash, Yi Bei lunged towards the dragon avatar, igniting yet another battle. Yi Bei remained undaunted, utterly indifferent to his injuries, relentlessly swinging his fists against the dragon avatar's scales. At this point, his strength had amplified significantly, causing each strike to tear through the dragon avatar's flesh, leaving gaping wounds from which blood flowed profusely, staining the ground crimson. However, such injuries were but a trifle to the gargantuan dragon avatar. Yi Bei continued to be mercilessly slain by the dragon avatar. Dragon's breath, dragon's roar, draconic magic, all struck Yi Bei's body with unrelenting force. Once again, he found himself unable to endure. He could only meet his demise. The 11th time, the 12th time. Yet, the time it took for the dragon avatar to slay Yi Bei was progressively lengthening. What once took mere minutes now stretched into over 10 minutes to bring Yi Bei down with draconic magic. After all, Yi Bei's constitution was extraordinary, and his recovery was nothing short of remarkable. The 13th time, the 14th time. Upon Yi Bei's 15th demise, the dragon avatar could no longer defeat him. Even when it managed to inflict injuries, Yi Bei's formidable constitution allowed him to swiftly recuperate. Put in more effort, just a bit more force, and you could kill me. Yi Bei's eyes reflected profound dissatisfaction. He yearned for the dragon avatar to continue its assault, so his attributes could experience another explosive growth. However, the dragon avatar ultimately disappointed him. It had exhausted all its means. Neither physical attacks nor draconic breath or magic could slay Yi Bei any longer. You have truly let me down. Yi Bei's eyes, once filled with expectation, now brimmed with disdain. This incited immense anger and frustration within the dragon avatar. Yet, it found itself powerless, as it could not summon its true form. Its true body was confined by the human warriors, trapped in a location from which it could not escape. Chapter 53. The 300-meter dragon god phenomenon. Who truly is the insect now? Yi Bei was genuinely filled with utter disappointment. He had previously thought that this dragon avatar could exhaust his death count by half. Little did he know that it could only manage to kill him 15 times before it was rendered incapable. A dragon? Merely a worthless creature. Yi Bei gazed at the dragon avatar, expressing unabashed contempt. Subsequently, he no longer anticipated enhancing his attributes through the dragon avatar, and instead turned his attention to his attribute panel. Yi Bei. Level, 18. Strength, 1, 568, 030, 650. Constitution, 986, 020, 220. Agility, 1, 156, 025, 470. Spirit, 49, 668, 346. Summoned beasts, Holy War Goblin, Epic. Holy Spirit Weasel, Legendary. Skills, Holy Light Healing, LV2. Wrath of Summoning, LV2. Exclusive skill, Sacred Temple Baptism Legend, Brief. Talent, Divine Bond, Unique God Level. His strength had surged beyond 30,000, His constitution reached 20,000, and his agility soared to 25,000. Even his weakest spiritual attribute was nearing 10,000. Such four-dimensional attributes filled Yi Bei with immense satisfaction. However, at this moment, he was only evenly matched with the dragon avatar at best. To truly dominate this dragon avatar, he would need to employ some strategies. With this thought, Yi Bei gradually opened a portal. From within the space, he retrieved a vial of dragon blood. This was something he had previously confiscated from Zheng Xian and his team of researchers, and it was now perfectly timed for use. He uncorked the vial, and before the bewildered eyes of the dragon avatar and Chu Feng, he drank the dragon blood down. Then, with a mere thought, he activated Dragon God Sacrifice. In the next instant, the dragon's blood he had just consumed vanished into thin air. Subsequently, an unmatched surge of power penetrated the barriers of reality and descended upon his being, enhancing his four-dimensional attributes by a staggering 200. His strength was on the verge of reaching 100,000. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that an extraordinary phenomenon was coalescing behind him. Moments later, a colossal golden dragon, towering 100 zhang, materialized in the air, akin to a primordial beast of immense majesty. It was significantly larger than the dragon avatar, which stood merely at 100 meters. This dragon manifestation approached a staggering 400 meters. The contrast was unmistakable. Now who was the insect? Yi Bei smiled serenely as he gazed at the dragon avatar, exuding an overwhelming pressure. At that moment, the dragon avatar began to tremble, the scales on its body rattling ominously. How can you wield the forbidden technique of the dragon clan? The dragon stared at the magnificent dragon deity manifestation. Its mind momentarily paralyzed. It couldn't fathom how Yi Bei, a non-dragon, could perform a dragon god sacrifice. Fool, it's merely an equipment trait. Have you never seen gear before? Yi Bei retorted with exasperation. Subsequently, he grew weary of bantering with the dragon avatar and raised a hand, pressing it down upon the dragon avatar. In an instant, the dragon deity manifestation followed his motion, its enormous claw rising to deliver a crushing blow upon the dragon avatar. With a thunderous roar, the earth shook, and magma erupted as the entire cave system began to collapse. The dragon avatar was forcefully driven into the ground, deeply embedded beneath the surface. Its scales shattered, wings fractured, and numerous bones broke in a devastating display of carnage. Then, Yi Bei grinned malevolently, extending 2 fingers and pinching the air. The dragon deity manifestation mirrored his action, grasping the dragon avatar's head and lifting it from the ground, suspending it in midair. At that moment, the dragon avatar was akin to a mere mouse in the grip of the dragon deity manifestation. Poor little insect, I shall gently crush you, don't fear. Feeling dizzy is perfectly normal. Yi Bei's smile turned sinister. With a slight increase in pressure, crack, crack. Gradually, the dragon avatar's head deformed beneath the titanic claw of the dragon deity manifestation. Finally, with a resounding thud, the dragon avatar was violently torn from its body, blood erupting from its neck like a colossal fountain, saturating the vast chamber with a pungent scent. However, as time passed, the blood transformed into specks of light, gradually dissipating. The dragon avatar's head was grotesquely misshapen, yet still capable of speech. Human insect, you have slain my avatar and stolen my progeny. I shall not rest until I crush you. My true form will come for you. The hatred in its engorged golden eyes was palpable. Enough of your noise. In the next moment, Yi Bei's foot came down, and the colossal foot of the dragon deity manifestation obliterated the dragon avatar's head. Silence enveloped the world once more. You have slain the royal class dragon avatar. Experience gained, 200,000. Upon hearing the kill notification, Yi Bei instinctively glanced at the ground, discovering merely a solitary orb of light. He frowned in disdain. While other bosses dropped multiple items, this dragon avatar was exceedingly miserly. However, upon picking it up, he was delighted to find a pair of legendary dragon wings. Not bad, this is a splendid find. He then examined the attributes of the dragon wings. Dragon wings. Level, 20. Quality, legendary. Strength, 800. Vitality, 300. Agility, 1,500. Mentality, 200. Traits, can activate a state of extreme speed, maintainable by consuming stamina, increasing speed by 80. Equipable classes, Summoner, Mage, Priest. After reviewing the attributes of the dragon wings, Yi Bei's smile widened even further. He anticipated such a delightful trait, which allowed for continuous extreme speed without any cooldown, enhancing his speed by 80. Given that his vitality was already terrifyingly high, exceeding 20,000. This meant his stamina was formidable and recovered efficiently. He could maintain the state of the dragon wings without any detrimental effects. Bouncing around all day was utterly unrefined. Now, he could finally soar. With a beaming smile, Yi Bei stored the wings into his spatial inventory. At level 20, they would be equipable, and he was merely 2 levels away. Moreover, he was on the cusp of reaching level 19, making level 20 just a matter of time. It's time to return to the camp in exchange for the summoning contract scroll. I can't sleep a wink until that dragon egg is contracted. Although I haven't opened the third summoning slot yet, contracting the dragon egg is still feasible. Once I reach level 20 and the summoning slot opens, I can summon the dragon directly. Yi Bei's anticipation for reaching level 20 grew immensely. After all, achieving level 20 would not only allow him to equip the dragon wings, but also enable him to summon a dragon, and he would activate a new divine talent trait. Chapter 54. The commander of the Dragon Lizard Legion arrives, awarding Yi Bei the rank of Major. With eager anticipation, Yi Bei hoisted the dragon egg and stone platform in one hand and proceeded towards the cave's exit. The notion that living creatures could not be stored in spatial inventory was rather absurd. Yi Bei mused. The dragon egg could neither be stored in his space nor in the summoning realm as it remained uncontracted. Thud, thud, thud. With the heavy burden in his grip, Yi Bei trudged forward. At that moment, Chu Feng was roused from his stupor. The sights of Yi Bei's immortality and the dragon deity manifestation had left him awestruck, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. Upon seeing Yi Bei carrying the enormous stone platform and dragon egg, Chu Feng smiled and spoke. Little brother, what is your name? Would you be interested in joining my Dragon Lizard Legion? The Dragon Lizard Legion is one of the most elite legions of the Dragon Kingdom, boasting formidable resources. With your talent, you would undoubtedly receive significant attention and resources would be directed your way. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei halted his steps and turned to face Chu Feng. Am I eligible to join even though I haven't taken my college entrance exams yet? Yi Bei was quite familiar with the Dragon Lizard Legion. It was nearly as renowned as the Sacred Temple Legion. The Sacred Temple Legion comprised a group of elite knights, while the Dragon Lizard Legion had its own cadre of dragon tamers, all of whom were highly skilled. However, the dragon tamers of the Dragon Lizard Legion were rare professionals, often unable to control true dragons, instead taming creatures infused with dragon blood, primarily dragon lizards, which gave the legion its name. Nonetheless, among the dragon tamers, there were a few epic-tier professionals who had indeed mastered the art of controlling true dragons, making them exceedingly powerful. Given the strength of such a formidable legion, Yi Bei naturally wished to join. He merely wondered if he could, considering he had yet to graduate university. Upon hearing Yi Bei's words, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. He instantly grasped the implication behind Yi Bei's statement and quickly seized the opportunity to persuade him further. Of course you can. It would be an absolute delight. My dear brother, upon your induction, you will at least hold the rank of Major, allowing you to receive a proper salary. Once you graduate from university and truly join the Dragon Lizard Legion, you shall be privileged with abundant resources that will undoubtedly cultivate you into a premier expert. Furthermore, if you occasionally return to the Dragon Lizard Legion to complete tasks, you will be rewarded with substantial resources. And of course, you intend to form a contract with this dragon egg you've brought back, don't you? Although you are a summoner, once you establish a contract with a dragon, what difference is there between you and a dragon tamer? It is clear that you are destined to forge a bond with our Dragon Lizard Legion. Chu Feng spoke in a rapid-fire manner, and upon hearing his words, Yi Bei understood. What Chu Feng meant was to first register nominally, and only upon joining the Dragon Lizard Legion would he gain access to resources for development. After all, it is unrealistic to consume resources without contributing. However, if he could accomplish some tasks within the Dragon Lizard Legion, that would indeed be advantageous. Thus, Yi Bei nodded without hesitation. All right. Ha ha ha, splendid. Once you join, we shall all be brothers. Chu Feng's face, hidden beneath his mech visor, radiated joy. He could hardly fathom the rewards he would reap for bringing such a prodigious talent into the Dragon Lizard Legion. Just the thought of it excited him. Moreover, once this individual matures, he is destined to become a commanding figure akin to a Legion commander, rendering the Dragon Lizard Legion even more formidable. He was eager to witness whether those monsters would still dare to provoke them. Brother, let me lead you back to retrieve the summoning contract scroll. Follow me. With a beaming smile, Chu Feng took the lead, clearing the path for Yi Bei. Laser cannons effortlessly melted away the boulders obstructing the cave. Upon their return to the Dragon Lizard Legion's camp, the immense stone platform and dragon egg in Yi Bei's possession stirred a great commotion. Even the guards could not help but glance over. The students from the genius training camp and other soldiers without tasks buzzed with excitement. What is that? Such a massive egg. And how is Yi Bei able to lift that heavy stone platform? Back in school, you were feeding pigs. This is a dragon egg. A genuine dragon egg capable of hatching a mighty dragon. Goodness, are we about to gain another top-tier expert in our legion? Is this little brother a dragon tamer? Wow. Wow. Yi Bei, will you sell the dragon egg? I'll offer 1,000,000 heavenly Dao coins. As the crowd rapidly gathered, Yi Bei remained silent. Chu Feng, however, shouted. Don't you have tasks to attend to? If you have nothing to do, run 100 laps around Demon Lizard Mountain. At the sound of their superior's command, all soldiers dispersed in haste. The students from the genius training camp, intimidated by Chu Feng's authority, quickly retreated. Following this, Chu Feng led Yi Bei into the storeroom and used his own contribution points to exchange for a summoning contract scroll for Yi Bei. Brother, you contract the dragon first. And after that, I will take you for your ranking ceremony. Yi-Bei nodded in response. He then placed the summoning contract scroll against the dragon egg. And with a thought, the scroll transformed into light and entered the egg. Contract successful. As Yi-Bei had anticipated, this unconscious dragon egg was the easiest to form a contract with. A mere summoning contract scroll had sufficed to establish the bond. Excellent. Finally, I won't have to carry it around. Yi-Bei smiled with satisfaction. He then stored the dragon egg along with the stone platform into his summoning space. Now, he merely needed to reach level 20 to unlock the summoning slot, at which point he could summon the mighty dragon directly. Upon witnessing Yi-Bei's successful contract, Chu Feng promptly guided him toward a secret meeting room while notifying the headquarters of the Dragon Lizard Legion. Once Yi-Bei entered the secret meeting room, he saw a middle-aged man in military attire waiting inside. His name was Cheng-Bai, the commander of the Dragon Lizard Legion. Upon hearing Yi-Bei's footsteps, he turned and regarded him for a moment before exclaiming, "Ha, truly, heroes emerge from the youth. You are even more exceptional than I was at your age." Yi-Bei flashed a modest smile and replied candidly, "Thank you for the compliment, Commander Cheng." Though Yi-Bei was not particularly adept at handling matters, he was never daunted by wealth or power. In his past life, he cherished martial arts, but he could not engage in visceral combat. In this life, Yi-Bei found himself drawn to the thrill of close-quarters battle. At this moment, as he gazed at the formidable middle-aged commander, Yi-Bei felt a stirring urge. A duel with such a strong opponent would surely be exhilarating. Chapter 55, Sweeping the Boss of Demon Lizard Mountain. What? A high school student has already become a major? As if sensing Yi-Bei's thoughts, Cheng-Bai chuckled. It is commendable for the young to be spirited, but when encountering monsters above level 70, it is advisable to tactically retreat. After all, your resurrection ability must have its limitations, right? Those formidable beings can easily obliterate you thousands of times. Can you still resurrect then? Yi-Bei's expression turned serious upon hearing this. He understood that the commander was speaking the truth. Any monster above level 70 could effortlessly dispatch him multiple times. After all, level 70 and above marked the third transition, granting them access to the laws, making it akin to mowing down those below level 70. I understand. Yi-Bei nodded solemnly. Cheng-Bai, seeing Yi-Bei acknowledge his words earnestly, felt a fondness for the young man. Each year, many top talents emerged, yet many perished due to their hubris. After all, one must know how to preserve their life to become a top-tier powerhouse. Excellent. Now, I shall personally confer your rank. I hope you grow to a point where you can shoulder responsibilities, allowing us old-timers a respite from our burdens. We are nearly worn out. Cheng-Bai was not a stern individual. Rather, he enjoyed jesting. After Yi-Bei changed into his military uniform, Cheng-Bai bestowed upon him his rank, followed by an oath. Once completed, Yi-Bei conversed with Cheng-Bai for a brief period before the commander transformed into white light and slowly vanished. This was merely Cheng-Bai's avatar. Afterward, as Yi-Bei donned his military attire and stepped outside, he astonished everyone present. Upon seeing Yi-Bei's rank, the soldiers saluted and respectfully addressed him as commander. The students from the genius training camp erupted in disbelief upon witnessing his uniform and rank. We all came to participate in training. How did you manage to become an officer in the Dragon Lizard Legion without us knowing? And you started as a major. With such a rank, you're bound to become a general in the future. This revelation left many green with envy. Subsequently, Yi-Bei, amidst the admiring gazes, proceeded to claim his reward for the rescue mission assigned by the Dragon Lizard Legion. He also exchanged the items he had recently acquired from monster hunts for contribution points within the military camp. As he was now nominally affiliated with the Dragon Lizard Legion, he was considered an internal member, allowing him considerable privileges. Using his contribution points, he procured better equipment for the Holy War Goblin and the Holy Spirit Weasel. Later, he visited the cafeteria, intending to buy some Fire Eagle chickens for the Holy Spirit Weasel and the Holy War Goblin. He discovered that the Holy War Goblin had quite the appetite as well. After all, the Holy Spirit Weasel and the Holy War Goblin had saved him numerous times. He ought to reward them properly. Master, I've died so many times this time. You must increase the budget. I want 10 Fire Eagle chickens. And they must be alive. It preferred them raw rather than cooked. Upon hearing the creature's demands, Yi-Bei glanced at it and replied nonchalantly, 5 will suffice. Take it or leave it. 8. The Holy Spirit Weasel insisted. As Yi-Bei revealed a cold smile, he unhesitatingly reduced the count once more, declaring, 4. The Holy Demon Ferret, upon hearing this, immediately bared its teeth in anxiety and exclaimed, all right, I shall settle for 6 at the very least. 6 is my bottom line. Yet, Yi-Bei was precisely the one to shatter that limit. 3. Take it or leave it. The ferret gasped sharply, taken aback by Yi-Bei's ruthlessness as he halved the number. Not daring to withstand further, fearing Yi-Bei would cut one more, it gritted its teeth and conceded. 5 it is. I want to ask for more. Just as Yi-Bei was about to speak again, he was interrupted by the ferret, which knew he intended to suggest 2. It hastily interjected, 3 will suffice. Just 3. As it uttered these words, tears unexpectedly streamed from the corners of its eyes, followed by a resounding slap to its own face. This is what greed gets you. You were too greedy. and now you've lost out. Observing this, Yi-Bei nodded slightly and said, "Let us go to the cafeteria and inquire if there are any live fire eagle chickens available." With that, he led the two beasts toward the cafeteria. Subsequently, they successfully procured 3 live fire eagle chickens along with 3 roasted ones. The Holy War Goblin preferred the cooked variety. Eagerly, the Holy Demon Ferret wasted no time and sank its teeth into the neck of one of the live chickens, savoring the fresh blood. A look of ecstasy illuminating its features. After rewarding the two beasts, Yi-Bei exited the Dragon Lizard Legion and resumed his journey towards Demon Lizard Mountain. With approximately 4 days remaining in this genius training camp, he needed to level up to level 20 within that time to be in optimal condition for the upcoming examination. Crucially, he also needed to complete as many quests for the Dragon Lizard Legion as possible, as fulfilling these tasks would yield reward points from the genius training camp. He required at least 60,000 points to purchase Imperial Flow Essence, intended for the Holy War Goblin and the Holy Demon Ferret. The Holy War Goblin, with its current epic level 7-star bloodline quality, had fallen significantly behind, while the Holy Demon Ferret had already attained legendary status. Furthermore, the dragon egg yet to hatch would, at the very least, emerge as a top-tier legendary entity. Legendary beings do not require Imperial Flow Essence, but both the Holy War Goblin and the Holy Demon Ferret did. Reflecting on this, Yi-Bei opened his phone and accessed the link sent by his instructor, beginning to accept the tasks within. He took on nearly every task of higher difficulty, accepting a total of over 20. He then stepped into Demon Lizard Mountain, simultaneously leveling up his character and accruing points. Meanwhile, the instructor who had sent him the link, Yu, was executing a covert protection mission for the students outside. Upon seeing the notification of Yi-Bei accepting the tasks, Yu was momentarily stunned. Has this kid gone mad, taking on so many high-difficulty tasks? After regaining his composure, he promptly called the logistics department of the Dragon Lizard Legion, ingratiatingly stating, "I apologize, but our student Yi-Bei from the Genius Training Camp has accidentally accepted numerous difficult tasks. Could you please cancel them? I truly appreciate your assistance." Yu had braced himself for a reprimand, but was instead met with a kindly response from the logistics department. "Hello. I am unable to cancel the tasks accepted by Officer Yi-Bei. Perhaps you could contact our minister? Officer Yi-Bei? What is going on? How did my student become an officer in the Dragon Lizard Legion?" He quickly inquired of the logistics personnel, only to receive a response of confidentiality. After hanging up, Yu could only mutter in bewilderment, "Good heavens, a high school student has become an officer in the Dragon Lizard Legion. This is simply unprecedented. No wonder he is hailed as a genius from our training camp." In a certain area of Demon Lizard Mountain, where white ghostly flames burned perpetually, countless skeletons gathered towards a specific location, surrounding a group of individuals clad in white garments, emblazoned with a white tiger insignia, rendering them virtually trapped. Panic ensued among them. "Have we contacted the Hallmaster? If he doesn't arrive soon, we are doomed." Their misfortune was palpable. Who was collecting intelligence on this boss? What was once a level 40 Lord-level boss had unexpectedly transformed into a level 40 Monarch-level boss. Surely, there was a traitor in the Guild's intelligence department. Yet, this was not the time for such concerns. Their primary focus was survival. If we can't reach the Hallmaster, we are finished. The group, as deflated as wilted eggplants, succumbed to despair. Some guild members even began inscribing farewell letters with special items. Despair permeated the crowd. At that moment, a radiant light suddenly appeared nearby. Under its glow, the skeletal monsters dissipated into black smoke. With a resounding crash, a massive goblin, aglow with holy light, charged in, scattering numerous skeletons and engaging in battle with the boss skeleton general. Shortly thereafter, a streak of golden light, akin to lightning, zipped in, joining the colossal goblin. And within moments, they vanquished the boss skeleton general. A young man, composed and unhurried, approached to collect the equipment dropped by the boss. This was none other than Yi-Bei, who had re-entered Demon Lizard Mountain. As he turned to leave, the members of the White Tiger Guild, regaining their senses from their stupor, could only bow in gratitude to his retreating figure. "Thank you, Great One, for saving our lives. Truly, this Great One is my savior. Descending like a divine warrior to rescue me. He is my Prince Charming, and I shall marry him." Silence. Do not repay kindness with malice. Kill, kill, kill. Yi-Bei, accompanied by the Holy War Goblin and the Holy Demon Ferret, rampaged through Demon Lizard Mountain. In fact, many monsters, upon catching sight of Yi-Bei and his companions, fled in terror. Soldiers executing missions within Demon Lizard Mountain, as well as guild members engaged in boss battles, frequently witnessed Yi-Bei's formidable prowess against bosses. Following his merciless displays, he earned the moniker North Star Demon Lord. Whispers spread that this North Star Demon Lord was incredibly ruthless, harboring a deep-seated hatred for bosses. It was rumored he had even swallowed one whole. I witnessed his ferocity firsthand. It terrified me to my core, reducing me to a quivering wreck as he pulverized the boss into a pulp. I fear he might devour me alive. The North Star Demon Lord was indeed a figure of dread. During his moments of respite, Yi-Bei stumbled upon the chat group where others had bestowed upon him this nickname. alongside their discussions. He was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, I merely dispatched a few bosses. And now I'm dubbed a demon lord? And some are terrified I might consume them? Is this a jest? He had never harmed anyone. Nevertheless, he found a certain fondness for the title North Star Demon Lord. South Star Master lives, North Star Master dies. Yi Bei contentedly switched off his phone and resumed his quest of vanquishing bosses. Days passed, and finally, after 2.5 days, Yi Bei successfully elevated his level to 20. Anticipation had lingered long, and achieving level 20 was no small feat. Yi Bei turned his head and glanced at a genius training camp member of level 12 in the distance, letting out a faint sigh. Subsequently, he retrieved the dragon wings from his backpack, an exquisite piece of equipment that had dropped when he vanquished the dragon avatar earlier. He had long desired to don this majestic gear. After all, flight has always been humanity's ultimate dream. Now, with the dragon wings equipped, soaring through the skies would become as effortless as a daily routine. Whoosh! In the next moment, with a mere thought, Yi Bei adorned himself with the wings. Instantly, 2 beams of golden light emerged from his back, gradually coalescing into a pair of colossal dragon wings, stretching an impressive 10 zhang in span. A wondrous sensation surged within him, as if the wings were an intrinsic part of his being, effortlessly maneuvered without a hint of awkwardness. With a gentle flap of the magnificent wings, he was propelled skyward with an astonishing lift. He soared through the clouds, reveling in the delightful sensation of touching the fluffy white vapor, akin to a celestial being gliding freely through the heavens. His heart brimmed with joy and wonder. After a brief trial of his flying speed, he swiftly broke the sound barrier, achieving several times the speed of sound. With the unique attributes of the dragon wings, he could easily surpass 10 times that speed. What a thrill! Was this the sensation of traversing the North Sea at dawn and the Kangwoo at dusk? An exhilarated smile spread across Yi Bei's face. This was indeed the aspiration he had longed for. Consequently, he frolicked in the sky for another hour or two before finally descending to the ground. Upon stowing the dragon wings away, Yi Bei took a moment to examine the notifications he had previously overlooked. Unique God-tier talent, Holy Bond. New feature unlocked successfully. Skill approach. Once the bond between the summoner and a particular summoned beast reaches 100, the summoner can freely extract one skill from that beast, which will be enhanced to a top-tier legendary skill. The new feature had finally been unlocked. A smile graced Yi Bei's face, as he was thoroughly pleased with this divine talent. After all, he had previously lacked any offensive skills, relying solely on his formidable attributes to defeat bosses, employing a method known in technical terms as normal attacks. However, the efficiency of normal attacks was undeniably lacking. Generally, a skill's attack power is at least double that of a normal attack, with more potent skills potentially reaching 3 times the damage. This meant that if one possessed a strength attribute of 10,000, utilizing a skill could yield at least 20,000 in attack power. Should the skill be of higher rank, it could even surpass 30,000 or 40,000. The significance of offensive skills was thus evident. Moreover, this skill approach feature not only allowed for skill extraction, but also elevated the skill's level to the pinnacle of legendary status. This implied that Yi Bei's attack power could potentially multiply several times. Although skills had cooldowns, they remained an invaluable trump card. Now, let us see the bond values with his 2 summoned beasts. In the next moment, Yi Bei directed his gaze towards the attribute panels of his summoned creatures. Holy War Goblin. Level 20, synchronized with Summoner. Quality, Epic. Strength, 660-850. Vitality, 360-390. Agility, 360-200. Mentality, 105-50. Skills, Holy Charge LV3, Holy Light Triple / LV3. Holy Light Shield LV3. Bond value 100. Holy Demon Ferret. Level 20, synchronized with Summoner. Quality, Legendary. Strength, 690-500. Vitality, 630-300. Agility, 1050-900. Mentality, 270-200. Skills, Bolt of Lightning LV3. Lightning Holy Fist LV3. Critical Strike LV3. Bond value, 88. After reviewing the attributes of both beasts, Yi Bei felt immensely satisfied. However, he was discontent with the bond value of the Holy Demon Ferret. This creature's bond value stood at a mere 88, rendering all those Fire Eagle chickens a futile endeavor. On the other hand, he was thoroughly pleased with the bond value of the Holy War Goblin. Though a bit dim-witted, this little fellow was genuinely loyal. With the bond value reaching 100, it meant the bond would no longer regress and would be permanently locked at its maximum. Furthermore, he could now extract skills from the Holy War Goblin, activating the skill approach feature to good effect. Extraction. With a thought, Yi Bei began the process of extracting skills from the Holy War Goblin. Suddenly, a large disc appeared in his vision, visible only to him, which began to spin. The 3 skills occupied equal thirds of the disc's area: a defensive skill, Holy Light Shield, an attack and control skill, Holy Charge, and a purely offensive skill, Holy Light Triple Slash. At last, the disc came to a halt, the pointer indicating Holy Light triple slash. Excellent. A purely offensive skill that could amplify his attack power even further. Yi-Bei nodded in satisfaction. However, he currently lacked a suitable weapon, possessing only a dark gold grade dark elf magic wand. Nonetheless, this weapon was still adequate for his needs. As long as he did not overuse it, it would serve him well for the time being. In the future, he would seek a melee weapon suitable for summoners or a blade staff hybrid. A wand is still a wand. Using it to unleash Holy Light triple slash would be less effective than wielding a melee weapon. Once an opportunity arises, Yi-Bei would undoubtedly seek out a true weapon capable of harnessing the full might of this skill. For now, he set aside those thoughts and aimed to test the skill's potency. An excited gleam lit up Yi-Bei's face as he stowed the two beasts back into the summoning space. With a powerful flap of the dragon wings, he shot into the sky, heading towards a lake beyond the magic lizard mountain. It was rumored that a level 40 boss named Xuanjia Magic Turtle, renowned for its formidable defenses, resided there. Yi-Bei sought to assess the skill's strength against such a formidable foe. Shortly thereafter, Yi-Bei flew 300 kilometers and landed on the surface of the lake, gazing at the massive Xuanjia Magic Turtle, which resembled a small island. With a flourish, he swung the magic wand, unleashing 3 golden beams of light. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of slicing flesh echoed as the sunbathing Xuanjia Magic Turtle was instantly cleaved into pieces. Its once legendary defense crumbled before the might of the golden radiance, offering no resistance whatsoever. Incredibly strong defenses? Merely a joke. Yi-Bei shook his head in disappointment, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. He had only exerted 1/5 of his strength, and the Xuanjia Magic Turtle had been obliterated. The concept of superior defense was rendered laughable. Nonetheless, this experiment left Yi-Bei thoroughly satisfied with the power of Holy Light triple slash. He couldn't help but wonder how much stronger it would become once he acquired a proper weapon. With a burgeoning sense of anticipation, Yi-Bei collected all the loot dropped by the Xuanjia Magic Turtle and stowed it in his space before settling down by the lakeside. He then pulled out his phone and noticed a message from Chu Feng. Pinnacle of the Peaks, proud of the world. Brother, where are you? Hurry back. The Legion commander asked me to deliver a good item to you. Pinnacle of the Peaks, proud of the world. Are you there, brother? Urgent, urgent, urgent JPG. Upon reading these messages, Yi-Bei paused momentarily. The Legion commander has gifted himself something? What could it be? Chu Feng remained silent, merely urging himself to return. Let's head back and take a look. After all, I've just reached level 20. Yi-Bei tucked his phone back into his bag. With a flourish, he unfurled his dragon wings and soared into the heavens, heading toward the Dragon Lizard Legion's sub-branch at the Demon Lizard Mountain. His speed was astonishing. In mere moments, he arrived at his destination. However, his arrival incited the vigilance of the soldiers in the camp. After all, the dragon wings were quite conspicuous, and his rapid approach produced a formidable sonic boom. It wasn't until they recognized Yi-Bei that the soldiers relaxed. Meanwhile, the trainees in the Genius training camp were left in sheer astonishment. Goodness, the North Star Demon Lord has become increasingly monstrous. He has grown wings. How incredibly powerful. That flight speed must exceed Mach 6. It's almost beyond the naked eye. How enviable. If only I had wings and such speed. I could flee from any formidable beast I couldn't defeat. Look at you, always thinking of running away. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Chu Feng transformed into a shadowy figure and rushed out. Upon seeing Yi-Bei's dragon wings, he genuinely exclaimed, Brother, those dragon wings are truly magnificent. It seems I must acquire a pair for myself one day. Yi-Bei inquired, what was the urgent reason for summoning me back? What exactly did the Legion commander gift you? Shu, there are too many eyes around. Come to my office, and I shall reveal it to you. Chu Feng hastily gestured for silence and led Yi-Bei into his office. As soon as they entered, he secured the door tightly. He opened a safe and retrieved an exquisite jade box. This is a valuable item, Chu Feng stated as he opened the box and handed it to Yi-Bei. This is dragon crystal, which possesses numerous significant uses, and it can provide ample energy to a dragon egg, facilitating its rapid hatching. I must say, your treatment is exceptional. You've just joined our Dragon Lizard Legion and already received such a splendid gift. As he spoke, Chu Feng's eyes gleamed with envy. Yi-Bei's eyes lit up at these words. After reaching level 20, his summoning slots had increased by 1, but he was still troubled by the dragon egg's delayed hatching. Unexpectedly, the means to expedite its hatching had just presented itself. Let me give it a try, Yi-Bei exclaimed with excitement, retrieving the dragon egg. Carefully, he placed the dragon crystal atop the egg. In an instant, the egg sprouted numerous magical tendrils, greedily siphoning the power of the dragon crystal as if it were a famished wretch. Moments later, a crackling sound echoed as the shell shattered, and a golden hatchling emerged from within. Chapter 58, The Unrivaled Attributes. The divine dragon is an adorable little lowly. This little creature, upon emerging, eagerly began to nibble on the eggshell, relishing it as if it were a delightfully crispy biscuit. Yi-Bei watched with a mix of excitement and admiration. He noticed that the appearance of this golden hatchling was almost entirely different from that of its father. Not only did its skin color differ, but its demeanor also exuded a more commanding presence. Although still in its juvenile state, it already possessed the majesty of a dragon king, its pure golden eyes resembling those of a deity. This hatchling, astonishingly, bore a divine essence. It was likely blessed by the dragon god, or had absorbed the divine blood of the dragon god. Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with awe as he observed the hatchling. His mouth agape. It was his first encounter with a dragon possessing such a powerful lineage. While he had seen dragons before, as the most elite members of the Dragon Lizard Legion each had pure-blood dragons under their command, this hatchling was on an entirely different level. Its bloodline purity was remarkably high, imbued with divinity, significantly increasing its potential for ascension. After hearing this, Yi Bei activated his eye of revelation to peer within the hatchling's body and discovered a mysterious force residing within its heart, undoubtedly the divine essence Chu Feng had mentioned. Indeed, Yi Bei smiled, reaching out to stroke the hatchling's head. Despite its height of over 2 meters, having formed a bond with Yi Bei, the hatchling instinctively lowered its noble head in submission. Subsequently, Yi Bei led the hatchling outdoors. With a mere thought, he pointed his staff, causing the golden hatchling to integrate into his summoning slots. In an instant, its form expanded as if inflated, growing from over 2 meters to more than 30 meters tall before finally halting. This transformation occurred because, upon becoming Yi Bei's summoned beast, it would synchronize its level with Yi Bei's. Now that Yi Bei was at level 20, the hatchling too had ascended to level 20. However, the elevation of its level was not the end of it. Yi Bei waved his staff once more, casting Temple Baptism upon the golden hatchling. Although the hatchling's bloodline was legendary in nature, thus preventing Temple Baptism from enhancing its quality, the spell had 2 key properties. The first was to elevate quality, while the second was to bestow a holy light buff upon the summoned beast, enabling it to inflict 200 damage against darkness entities. In the next moment, a halo of holy light enveloped its form, rendering it even more divine. Yi Bei then turned his attention to its attribute panel. Divine Dragon. Level 20, synchronized with Summoner. Quality, Legendary. Strength, 1,500. Vitality, 1,100. Agility, 1,000. Mentality, 700. Skills, Holy Light Dragon Breath LV3, Sacred Dragon Fury LV3, Sacred Dragon Sorcery LV3, Dragon God Sacrifice LV3, Sacred Dragon Martial Arts LV3. Bond Value, 70. Divine Dragon. Goodness, that name truly exudes grandeur. Moreover, Yi Bei noted that the 4-digit statistics of this divine dragon were astonishingly robust. Strength, vitality, and agility all surpassed 1,000, and this was without any equipment. If it were to don armor, its power would undoubtedly become extraordinary. It was no wonder that it was heralded as the apex bloodline beneath the divine tier. Furthermore, this divine dragon, endowed with divinity, possessed immense potential for growth. With each level gained, its attributes would substantially increase. Additionally, its skills were numerous. While the Holy War Goblin and Sacred Weasel had 3 skills each, the divine dragon boasted as many as 5. This left Yi Bei immensely satisfied. Excellent. A broad grin graced Yi Bei's face, as he felt an exhilaration akin to a rare treasure. With the addition of this divine dragon, his attribute enhancements would accelerate significantly. Moreover, the initial bond value of 70 with this divine dragon likely stemmed from their contract before its birth, leading it to perceive Yi Bei as family right from the start. Master. The divine dragon lowered its towering form, resting its head before Yi Bei. Its voice was as sweet as that of a little girl, utterly adorable, contrasting sharply with its majestic appearance. In its pure golden eyes, one could almost read the words, "Please pet me." Yi Bei smiled as he caressed its head. Meanwhile, Chu Feng observed the divine dragon's demeanor and found it difficult to assess. How could a dragon of such a top-tier bloodline possess so little gravitas? Unable to bear it, he turned to leave. As Yi Bei continued to pet the affectionate divine dragon, he addressed it, saying, "You are adorned with shimmering golden scales, exuding an aura of undeniable majesty. Henceforth, you shall be known as Little Golden One." Upon hearing this, Little Golden One nuzzled against Yi Bei's arm, clearly pleased with her new name. Subsequently, Yi Bei took a closer look at Little Golden One's gender and discovered, to his astonishment, that she was indeed a female. Previously, the dragon avatar had insisted that Yi Bei care for its son, leading him to mistakenly presume Little Golden One was male. It turns out the dragon had been quite mistaken. Very well, let us venture forth for a flight. You have yet to soar through the skies. With that, Yi Bei unfurled his dragon wings and ascended into the heavens. Little Golden One, albeit somewhat clumsily, flapped her golden wings and followed suit. However, after a brief period of flying alongside Yi Bei, she swiftly gained mastery over her flight. Your bond with the sacred dragon has reached a value of 10. Suddenly, Yi Bei received a notification midair, leaving him momentarily stunned. Turning to glance at Little Golden One, he noted the admiration in her eyes, clearly perceiving him as her father. This was quite understandable. Given that Yi Bei also possessed dragon wings, it was only natural for Little Golden One to misconstrue his role. After flying around for a while, Yi Bei summoned the sacred weasel and the sacred goblin, intending for them to teach little golden one the art of monster slaying. Ahem. It appears I have gained another little sister. The sacred weasel strolled around little golden one with a swagger, then raised its head and proclaimed loudly, "Little sister. Quickly call me big brother." In an instant, a torrent of golden flames erupted from little golden one's mouth, directed straight at the sacred weasel. Only the victor may claim the title of big brother. The dragon kin abide only by strength, not seniority. Little golden one declared in a childlike voice. The sacred weasel, upon witnessing the golden breath, transformed into a streak of golden lightning and fled. I concede. You are the big sister. Though it possessed superior attributes after donning its equipment, the threat posed by little golden one's golden breath was formidable. Once she donned her own gear, she would undoubtedly surpass it in power. Hence, it readily acknowledged its defeat. Chapter 59. The Imperial Syrup in Hand. The Gaokao approaches. After hearing this, little golden one ceased her fiery breath and proudly lifted her head. The sacred weasel scurried over to the sacred goblin and said, "Hey, you're now the third brother. Hurry up and greet your big sister." The sacred goblin paused for a moment, then, with a simple-minded grin, stood and called out, "Big sister." Yi Bei couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. The sacred weasel had finally encountered its match. Little sacred, on the other hand, remained blissfully naive when prompted. It complied without a shred of independent thought. "Master, am I impressive?" The voice of the proud little lowly echoed in Yi Bei's ears as the great dragon lowered its head to nuzzle against his shoulder, displaying affection. In response, Yi Bei affectionately patted her head, saying, "Indeed, you are impressive, but do not let pride consume you." Afterward, Yi Bei glanced at the monsters that had fled in fear from the earlier dragon breath, and calmly instructed the three beasts, "Go, eliminate them." The sacred weasel and sacred goblin swiftly charged towards the monsters, engaging them in battle. Meanwhile, little golden one remained airborne, continuously unleashing her fiery breath and casting dragon magic. However, her efforts were akin to using a cannon to swat a fly, employing overwhelming power to dispatch minor foes. Before long, she was panting, fatigued. Yet, under Yi Bei's guidance, she gradually learned to assess the strength of the monsters and how to conserve energy while dispatching them, allowing her to exert far less effort. By the time dusk fell, the three beasts had decimated their foes. Yi Bei finally returned to the camp of the Genius Training Academy. Upon witnessing Yi Bei's return, accompanied by a magnificent golden dragon, the soldiers in the military camp, the students of the Genius Training Academy, and the instructors alike were rendered numb. They had grown accustomed to the extraordinary occurrences surrounding Yi Bei. They felt that even if one day he were to bring back a goddess, it would be entirely within the realm of normalcy. In their eyes, Yi Bei was an anomaly, a being synonymous with the miraculous. After returning, Yi Bei placed little golden one into his summoning space and then returned to his dormitory. He opened his phone to check his sister's WeChat profile, which remained gray, indicating she was still trapped in the secret realm. It seemed a trip to Kyoto was necessary. Yi Bei felt that the search for clues regarding their parents should not rest solely on his sister's shoulders. He could assist in the endeavor. He could head to Kyoto first, as the Gaokao was scheduled to be held there in 2 days. Once the exams were concluded, he could venture into the secret realm where his sister was located. Having made his decision, Yi Bei retrieved his Genius Training Academy points card, which displayed the impressive total of 65,341. Satisfied with this number, he nodded in approval. This total, in addition to the previous 30,000 points, was a reward for completing the Dragon Lizard Legion's tasks. It was sufficient, just enough to exchange for 2 portions of Imperial Syrup. The remaining 5,000 points would be perfectly allocated for procuring star upgrading items for Little Sacred. The Sacred Goblin had already achieved epic level 7 star bloodline quality. This time, it must be elevated to the pinnacle of epic quality. Then, with the Imperial Syrup, it could be evolved to attain legendary quality. Ordinarily, the Imperial Syrup was quite costly at 30,000 points, as it only allowed the summoned beast to increase by 1 star. However, bestowing a hint of divinity upon a summoned beast at the price of 30,000 points was a significant bargain. If purchased now, it should arrive by tomorrow. With this thought in mind, Yi Bei promptly rose and made his way to the instructor's office. Meanwhile, many of the instructors had already stepped out, tasked with covertly safeguarding the students venturing outside, as the Demon Lizard Mountain remained perilously dangerous. As for why no instructors accompanied Yi Bei, it was simply because they could not keep pace with his swift strides. Inside the instructor's office, only Wang Lin sat at her desk, seemingly engrossed in her work. Upon sensing Yi Bei's arrival, she narrowed her eyes slightly and greeted him with a smile. "Ah, the great genius, you have arrived. Please, have a seat." She gestured towards the sofa opposite her desk. After Yi Bei settled down, she rose to pour him a glass of water, then asked, "You are here to exchange for Imperial Syrup, aren't you?" Yi Bei was momentarily taken aback by Wang Lin's accurate guess regarding his intentions, but he quickly accepted it. After all, Imperial Syrup was intended for summoned beasts, and as a summoner who diligently earned points, it was evident he sought the syrup. Thus, He nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, thank you for your assistance, instructor." After handing the water to Yi Bei, Wang Lin smiled and said, "Not at all. It is my honor to assist the great genius." As she spoke, she winked at him. Noticing Yi Bei's lack of reaction, she rolled her eyes, feeling somewhat disheartened. She then walked over to the office safe and retrieved 2 boxes, placing them before Yi Bei. "Here is the imperial syrup. I anticipated your desire for it. So I submitted a request 2 days in advance, and the headquarters sent it over." With that, Wang Lin extended her hand, signaling Yi Bei to present his points card in exchange for the merchandise. Upon seeing the 2 boxes, Yi Bei smiled warmly. His eye of deception could see through the box, naturally discerning that within lay the genuine imperial flow essence. However, he refrained from immediately handing over the points card, instead stating, "I also require top-tier, epic-grade star enhancement items. Let us settle the payment simultaneously." "Very well, the total comes to 66,000 points." Wang Lin nodded in acknowledgement, and then retrieved 2 star enhancement items from her spatial storage, placing them before Yi Bei. Yet, Yi Bei found himself at a loss. His points were insufficient, falling short by several hundred. "I just need a little more. I shall complete another task," Yi Bei exclaimed, attempting to rise to leave. However, Wang Lin gently pressed her delicate hand upon his shoulder, stopping him. "Consider the few hundred points settled. I wish to invite you to join a special team. Are you interested?" As she spoke, she took Yi Bei's points card, augmenting his balance before pocketing it. Yi Bei, upon hearing her words, looked at her with a hint of confusion. He had not anticipated that his simple exchange would lead to an invitation to a so-called special team from this instructor. Nevertheless, he was inclined to inquire further, curious if it might bode well for him. If it was indeed advantageous, he would certainly agree to join. If not, he would decline. After all, a few hundred points could easily be earned through another task. There was no need for her assistance. Thus, Yi Bei asked Wang Lin, "What sort of group is it?" Upon hearing his question, Wang Lin recognized that Yi Bei was intrigued. She glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, and then quietly confided, "Have you heard of the Abyss, known as Jianyuan?" Abyss? Yi Bei was engulfed in confusion. He recognized the characters, yet together, they conveyed a meaning that left him utterly bewildered. He had never even heard of it. It seemed likely to be yet another secret. He slightly shook his head and replied, "I have not heard of it. Pray enlighten me." Wang Lin did not respond immediately. Instead, she extracted a cigarette and lit it. After taking several puffs, she finally spoke with gravity. "You must have heard that our world has been invaded by the Abyss, resulting in widespread corruption. Have you ever pondered why the Abyss would invade our realm, or how practitioners came to exist? Where did the first practitioner originate? Why do dungeons manifest? And what are the monsters that roam the wilderness? Where do they come from?" Though it was Yi Bei who had posed the questions, she bombarded him with an array of inquiries. This piqued his curiosity, leaving him yearning for answers. "Why is that?" Yi Bei asked earnestly, eager to uncover the truth. For he understood that this world, long ago, mirrored his previous life, a realm devoid of magic, thriving on technological advancement, before it abruptly transformed into this bizarre state. Naturally, he was compelled to investigate the cause, and he too wished to know the truth. "I do not know." Wang Lin exhaled smoke, her tone nonchalant. Bang! The next moment, Yi Bei slammed his palm upon the table, his expression turning cold. "Are you toying with me? I warn you, do not let there be a next time, or you shall face the consequences." Yi Bei generally treated others with calmness, but when someone deceived him, he would not hesitate to show his ire. Even if she was an instructor, he regarded her no differently. Should she attempt to deceive him repeatedly, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Seeing Yi Bei's stern demeanor, Wang Lin became flustered, nearly choking on her smoke. As she witnessed him preparing to leave, she quickly grasped his arm. "Ahem, great genius, please do not be hasty. Allow me to clarify. This Abyss special team is tasked with investigating the truth behind the Abyss through unique means. We have obtained certain information from some abyssal creatures, leading us to believe that the truth lies within the Abyss. It is exceedingly dangerous, hence we require powerful talents like you to venture forth." Upon hearing Wang Lin's explanation, Yi Bei maintained his icy demeanor and coolly replied, "I decline to join." Indeed, he was not particularly invested in the truth, for knowing it would serve him little purpose. It was far more prudent to strive for strength, to become so formidable that the truth would reveal itself without his seeking it. Furthermore, he was disinclined to engage in endeavors that offered no tangible benefit. "What? Do you not desire a complete set of legendary equipment?" Wang Lin gasped, her mouth agape as she gazed at Yi Bei. Her shock concealed an underlying scrutiny of his expression. Indeed, upon mentioning the complete set of legendary gear, Yi Bei's previously indifferent demeanor softened, and his eyes gleamed with a glimmer of desire. "A complete set of legendary equipment? Would it be permissible for me to acquire 4 sets? One for myself and one for each of my 3 summoned beasts." Yi Bei had been lamenting his inability to afford fine gear, and now, someone was offering him an entire set of legendary-grade equipment on a silver platter. Such an opportunity was rare indeed, a stroke of fortune. At that moment, Yi Bei's gaze toward Wang Lin became considerably gentler. Although this woman had just deceived him, Being played by the goddess of fortune seemed a trivial matter. After all, one cannot hold a grudge against wealth. For sets? Wang Lin was genuinely taken aback. She had not anticipated Yi Bei's audacious demand. It was well known that a single set of legendary equipment commanded a hefty price. To offer one upon joining was already exceedingly generous. Yet Yi Bei had audaciously requested 4 sets. Such a demand was utterly outrageous. No. I am merely an external agent seeking talents. I lack the authority to grant you such requests. Wang Lin hastily shook her head. However, upon witnessing Yi Bei's intent to leave, she bit her lip and pulled him back once more, saying, I shall negotiate with my superiors regarding your value. They should be willing to grant you 2 sets. She was determined not to miss out on this prodigy, for Yi Bei's strength was remarkable. Losing him would be regrettable. Thus, she resolved to agree to his terms, intending to persuade her superiors with her silver tongue. Very well, let us await your superior's approval. Yi Bei replied with a smile. Departing, he understood that he had succeeded in negotiating for an extra set. Had he not made such a bold request, he likely would have received only one. After leaving the instructor's office, Yi Bei returned to his dormitory and promptly summoned the Holy War Goblin and the Holy Demon Ferret. Master, what are you doing? Must we not let the esteemed one rest? I was in the midst of a delightful dream. The Holy Demon Ferret complained, rubbing its eyes sleepily. Smack! The next moment, a powerful slap landed upon its head, instantly rousing it from its stupor, and it ceased its whining. Subsequently, Yi Bei tossed the star enhancement items and a portion of the Imperial Flow Essence to the Holy War Goblin, stating, This is the Imperial Flow Essence, which will elevate your bloodline quality from epic to legendary. However, you must first utilize other epic grade star enhancement items to reach the pinnacle of epic bloodline quality. Upon hearing Yi Bei's words, the Holy War Goblin was profoundly moved. Thank you, Master. I shall forever stand by your side, ready to face any peril. The towering figure wiped away tears of gratitude. Following Yi Bei's instructions, it proceeded to use the star enhancement items, ultimately consuming the Imperial Flow Essence. Instantly, a remarkable transformation occurred within its body. Its bloodline began to surge, shimmering with golden radiance as its physique expanded. Within its heart, traces of divinity emerged. Though not as abundant as that of the Golden One, it nevertheless sparked hope for ascension to divinity. Upon witnessing this, the Holy Demon Ferret became quite anxious. Master, what about me? I too desire the Imperial Flow Essence. It was well aware of the significance of divinity, for it represented everything it had ever yearned for. A mere bark and you shall have it. Yi Bei sneered, inwardly resolved to suppress this insistent creature. Woof, woof, woof. I demand 3 portions, Master. The Holy Demon Ferret not only barked but also stuck out its tongue in imitation of a dog. However, its words were far from pleasant. Get lost. A dog is merely a dog, and it has always behaved like one. Yi Bei expressed his disdain and tossed the remaining portion of Imperial Flow Essence to the Holy Demon Ferret. After grumbling about the inadequacy of just 3 portions, it quieted down upon receiving a glare from Yi Bei and promptly consumed the essence. Subsequently, its physique underwent a significant transformation. The faint golden lightning at its brow intensified in hue, becoming even more divine. Chapter 61, Journey to the Capital, arriving at the examination venue. Furthermore, within its heart, a trace of divinity began to coalesce, ultimately allowing it to emit a sound of pure contentment. Ah, I feel splendid. Bang. In the next moment, its form crashed through the wall, flying outwards. Yi Bei then disdainfully withdrew his foot. Foolish dog, go outside and bark. Moments later, both beasts completed their evolution. The Holy War Goblin finally attained legendary bloodline quality, and from henceforth, all of Yi Bei's summoned creatures would be of legendary caliber. This filled Yi Bei with immense satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. Subsequently, Yi Bei examined the attribute panels of the 2 beasts and noted considerable enhancements. Most importantly, with each level they ascended henceforth, their cognitive attributes would also increase significantly. At this juncture, the Holy War Goblin would gain 100 in strength, 65 in constitution, 65 in agility, and 10 in spirit for each level gained. Meanwhile, the Holy Demon Ferret would acquire 70 in strength, 60 in constitution, 110 in agility, and 20 in spirit per level. This was indeed a substantial enhancement, especially since they were only at level 20, merely at the initial stage of Tier 3. As they progressed to higher levels, the attributes gained would naturally multiply. Upon reaching Tier 4, the attributes gained per level would increase exponentially, moreover, surpassing level 40, which would signify the completion of their job transition tasks, and ascendance to Tier 5 would yield even more terrifying enhancements. Many initially weak professions had undergone miraculous transformations during this transition. Truly, diligence does not go unrewarded. All 3 summoned beasts possessed the potential for divinity. A smile adorned Yi Bei's face as he drifted into a satisfied slumber. The following day, Yi Bei opted not to fly directly to the capital. After all, the distance to the capital was considerable, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, with numerous forbidden zones along the way. Should he choose to fly, he risked encountering peril mid-journey. Although he was indeed powerful, He had yet to reach the point of recklessly traversing without fear. Thus, he decided to take a large aircraft, capable of accommodating thousands of passengers and operating on a secure flight path, with formidable individuals aboard to ensure safety. Upon arriving at the airport, Yi-Bei spotted many of his former classmates from high school, including some from his own class. However, these individuals had all heard of Yi-Bei's remarkable feats to some extent. Consequently, upon seeing him, they refrained from approaching for conversation, fully aware that his current status and talent placed him in a realm far removed from theirs. Hence, they greeted him with a polite nod before departing. This elicited a complex feeling within Yi-Bei. Just recently, they had been able to share laughter and camaraderie, yet now they seemed as distant as strangers. However, if this were the price of becoming stronger, Yi-Bei was willing to bear it. He was not one to be overly sentimental. Moreover, the existence of countless powerful individuals and elite beings was, in itself, a splendid prospect. After a brief moment, Yi-Bei queued to board the aircraft. As he approached his seat, he overheard a conversation ahead. "That's the North Star Demon Lord, right?" "Yes, that's your classmate Yi-Bei, utterly ruthless. Slaying bosses as easily as drinking water, even taking down dragons." "Really? Is it that outrageous?" "Haha, there's even more absurdity. Someone claimed to have witnessed the North Star Demon Lord devour a boss, blood splattering everywhere. They said if they hadn't run fast, the Demon Lord might have swallowed them too." "What? He eats people?" "Yes, it's rumored that someone went missing, and it was the North Star Demon Lord who devoured them." "Nonsense. If you keep spouting rubbish, I'll take action. My brother can't simply be slandered." Bang. Yi-Bei noticed a towering figure standing up, brandishing a staff, with magic crackling at the ready. It was none other than Dahu. He was red in the face, fervently defending Yi-Bei's reputation. Seeing this, Yi-Bei couldn't help but smile. A true brother stands ready to defend you at any moment. This one truly knows how to support. Just because you say the North Star Demon Lord is your brother doesn't he make it true. He is inherently ruthless. And I've said nothing wrong. At this, a cool female voice chimed in from another side. "If you continue to slander Yi-Bei, I will throw you off the plane." Upon hearing this, Yi-Bei felt a sense of familiarity. Turning to look, he discovered it was Lin Shi, whom he had encountered twice before, along with the wealthy JK girl, Zhou Tong. His brow raised in surprise. He hadn't expected that despite having extorted this young lady, she would still come to his defense. "Haha, if I tell you, you won't believe me, so I won't say anything. However, the North Star Demon Lord is indeed exceedingly ruthless. I advise you to minimize interactions with him or risk being devoured." Before he could finish, his words abruptly halted, his lips quivering uncontrollably. His body began to tremble as he caught sight of Yi-Bei, who now stood before him, grinning menacingly. "Do you believe I will swallow you right now?" Upon hearing this, the man became so frightened that he shrank back into a corner. "I'm sorry, my lord. I was just possessed and spoke nonsense." He was nearly on the verge of kneeling before Yi-Bei. "If you speak nonsense again, I truly will swallow you," Yi-Bei said, retracting his menacing grin and speaking coolly. Afterward, he took his seat beside Dahu. "Brother, I didn't expect our seats to be next to each other. It's been a while." Dahu patted Yi-Bei on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Yi-Bei returned the smile and started a conversation with Dahu. Meanwhile, Lin Shi occasionally glanced towards Yi-Bei, and Zhou Tong, noticing Lin Shi's behavior, frequently rolled her eyes, her demeanor adorably cute. "Oh no, how did I encounter Yi-Bei again? She is truly falling for him." Eventually, after several hours of flight, the plane safely landed after traversing tens of thousands of kilometers. Just as Zhou Tong thought they would part ways, Lin Shi spoke up again. "Hey, let us grab a meal and run dungeons together sometime. We can keep in touch via WeChat." A sweet smile graced her cool face. "Ah, she, you sly little minx." Zhou Tong mentally berated. "Okay." Yi-Bei nodded towards the smiling Lin Shi. He then glanced at the JK girl beside him, who was making exaggerated gestures, raising an eyebrow but saying nothing, before turning to make his way toward the examination venue not far away. The examination hall for the college entrance examination was already teeming with students from all corners of the nation. In pursuit of absolute fairness, all examinees would enter a unique examination instance to undertake the test. After waiting for 2 to 3 hours, Yi-Bei heard the voice of an elder from a platform towering 100 meters above. The high-stakes examination was about to commence in 1 hour. All candidates would be transported into the special examination instance, and he urged everyone to prepare accordingly. Following his announcement, a colossal scroll unfurled in the sky, enveloping the entire examination hall. Within the scroll, countless ink-wash paintings of fantastical creatures roamed. Clearly, this scroll was the entrance to the examination instance. As the candidates gazed at this immense scroll, their expressions varied greatly. Some appeared anxious, while others exuded confidence with smiles, and a few were in a state of frantic anticipation. However, Yi-Bei remained composed, finding a chair to rest. Just moments later, he heard the notification tone from his phone. Upon checking, it was a message from Su Xinyue. "Little moon, turn your head and look at the rooftop of the clock tower across from you." Upon reading the message, Yi-Bei glanced up at the clock tower directly opposite. Indeed, atop the towering structure, he spotted a figure adorned in a flowing white gown. Her graceful silhouette unmistakable, even from a distance. It was Sushinua. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders. Her features were breathtaking, and she stood atop a long sword, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Many others also took notice of Sushinua. My goodness, where did this fairy come from? Are we in the realm of the divine? She seems untouched by the mundane world, a celestial being gracing us with her presence. Who among us could possibly have the fortune to take her home? Hearing the murmurs around him, Yibei couldn't help but smile. The little enchantress Sushinua had indeed succeeded in captivating the crowd. They truly believed her to be a fairy. He then raised his hand and waved at Sushinua to greet her. Those nearby cast puzzled glances at his gesture. Hey buddy, a glance is one thing. But why wave? Do you actually think you can woo this fairy? As the words were spoken, others turned to look as well. Yibei, unfazed, replied coolly. Do I need to woo her? She is already my wife. The speaker's expression shifted to one of urgent dismay as he made a stop gesture. Wait. Don't say that. You're being too bold, my friend. Aren't you worried about inciting jealousy? What if someone falls for this fairy and takes offense to your words? Yibei, glancing at the crowd, noticed several individuals casting him hostile glares, evidently incited by his remark. Yet, he remained undeterred. Their animosity was inconsequential to him. In the next moment, he made an even bolder move, waving at Sushinua again and smilingly calling out, Wife, come here and let your husband give you a hug. The commotion that followed was palpable. Many gazed at Yibei as if they could slice him in half, as he had seemingly usurped the affections of the ethereal being they admired. However, their astonishment quickly turned to disbelief as the fairy they revered, upon noticing Yibei's gesture and hearing his words, soared towards him on her sword. She landed gracefully before him, stepping down from her blade and diving into his embrace, exclaiming sweetly, Darling, I've missed you so much. She was perceptive, even from afar. She could catch snippets of their conversation. This affectionate display was certainly meant to bolster Yibei's standing in front of the onlookers. Yet, unbeknownst to them, her hand was fiercely pinching his waist. Though Yibei maintained a smile, internally he lamented, What a little demon she is. Her grip is fierce. Given his current constitution, he could indeed feel the pain, a testament to Sushinua's mischievous prowess. The onlookers, however, could only witness the stunning fairy embracing Yibei, and many felt as though the sky had fallen. Oh heavens, why must you torment me so? How infuriating. This guy is just a nobody. Damn it. I'm going to confront him. Why should he have a celestial being at his side? Yibei paid no heed to the murderous glares around him, instead leading Sushinua towards a nearby bubble tea shop. Once seated, he lifted his shirt to inspect his waist, which was already red and swollen. Little demon, are you trying to murder your husband? Sushinua, with her fair and slender fingers, playfully flicked her hair and flashed a mix of innocence and allure, replying, I'm just helping you become the envy of others. What's wrong with a little pinch? Yibei was at a loss for words. He had indeed benefited from the little enchantress, and a slight pinch was hardly significant. His thick skin would recover shortly. Noticing Yibei's silence, Sushinua's demeanor turned serious. Xiaobei, your sister has found clues regarding your parents in that secret instance. You're aware of this, right? The leads point to two locations, one being the Yuhua sect, where your sister has gone, and the other being the Linglong sect. The latter is significantly less challenging, which is why your sister intends for you to enter. She asked me to hand you the entry ticket for the Linglong sect instance. As she spoke, Sushinua produced a scroll and placed it before Yibei. With a wave of her hand, she cast a skill that enveloped them in a shroud of invisibility, shielding them from prying eyes and ears. In this secret instance, there are not only clues regarding your parents, but also something crucial for your class advancement. It is of utmost importance, so after the examination, I will accompany you there. Sushinua rarely adopted such a serious demeanor. When she did, it signified that the matter at hand was exceedingly significant. Thus, Yibei nodded solemnly in response. After discussing the serious matter, Sushinua reverted to her playful self, chatting with Yibei for an extended time. When it was nearly time for the examination to commence, she allowed Yibei to depart, bestowing upon him a flirtatious kiss as he exited. Meanwhile, in the cafe across from the bubble tea shop, Lin Shi and Zhou Tong happened to witness this scene. Humph. This guy is nothing but a fickle heart, flirting with Cici even though he has a girlfriend. Cici, don't pursue him any further. Zhou Tong pouted, clearly irked. Yet, deep down, she felt a sense of satisfaction. With Yibei in a relationship, Cici would no longer seek him out, and Cici would rightfully belong to her. Is having a girlfriend doesn't he matter? They aren't married. Lin Shi remarked nonchalantly. These words sent Zhou Tong into another frenzy. But she was still dragged along by Lin Shi towards the examination hall. Yibei had also arrived at the examination site. Soon, radiant beams of light cascaded from the grand painting in the sky, enveloping all the candidates and transporting them into the instance. Yibei felt a brief flash before entering the world depicted within the colossal scroll. It was a realm of peculiar wonder, devoid of earth beneath and clouds or sun above, only an expanse of blankness. Mountains floated in midair, stretching infinitely above and below. Is this the examination instance? Then let the test begin. Yi-Bei's face broke into a smile. With a wave of his hand, the three beasts slowly materialized beside him. Chapter 63. Yi-Bei is the true dragon that escaped the net. Ranked first. After summoning the three beasts, Yi-Bei glanced at the mountain he occupied, noticing that there were still a considerable number of monsters present. Therefore, he directly commanded the three beasts, "Go forth and annihilate every monster you encounter." "Yes, master." The three beasts responded in unison, darting up the mountain. The swiftest among them was predictably Xiao Jinji, clad in equipment that matched the speed of the holy mystic weasel. Xiao Jinji, with its wings, naturally soared faster than those scurrying on the ground. Boom, boom. Soon, the entire mountain reverberated with the sounds of thunderous roars, all caused by the three beasts. They charged up the mountain in three separate directions. Killed elite-level white-haired corpse, experience 500. Killed lord-level purple corpse, experience 2,000. One by one, the monsters, predominantly of the zombie variety and belonging to the dark faction, fell prey to the three beasts, whose holy light attribute countered them effectively. The beasts unleashed damage of 200, rendering them nearly invincible. Before long, every monster atop the mountain had been vanquished by the three beasts. Subsequently, Yi-Bei did not pause, but instead recalled the holy mystic weasel and the holy war goblin into the summoning space. He then mounted Xiao Jinji's back and soared toward the next floating mountain. Upon arrival, he summoned the holy war goblin and the holy mystic weasel once more, allowing the three beasts to resume their rampage. Thus, in a mere 2 hours, Yi-Bei had obliterated 9 floating mountains. Meanwhile, a colossal screen in the outside world displayed scores and rankings. At this moment, Yi-Bei had ascended to the first position. However, his score was only marginally ahead of the top 5. On the high platform stood several white-haired elders, all presidents of the nation's premier universities. As they gazed at the first-ranked Yi-Bei, they appeared somewhat bewildered and began to converse among themselves. What on earth is happening this year? A dark horse has suddenly emerged, snatching the first place. There are only a handful of awakened legendary class professionals this year. Who is this first-place contender? I haven't heard of him. Xiaoma, find out about this Yi-Bei's background. I need it in 3 minutes. Xiaoma, the secretary, felt somewhat exasperated upon hearing the president's order. 3 minutes? Was he treating him like a domineering CEO? Nevertheless, he diligently began his search. Shortly after, he presented the findings. President, this Yi-Bei has transitioned to the class of Holy Temple Summoner, an evolution resulting from the fusion of 2 professions, classified as a hidden class, without detailed information. However, his subsequent combat performance has been remarkable, effortlessly achieving an SSS rating on the trial leaderboard. In the Genius Training Camp, he single-handedly overpowered all bosses in the Demon Lizard Mountain and even became a major in the Dragon Lizard Legion after acquiring a giant dragon summon. Notably, instructors have stated that he surpasses his summons. He once defeated a level 40 top-tier rare professional with a single punch at merely a dozen levels. Upon hearing this string of accomplishments, all the presidents were left dumbfounded. They could hardly believe their ears. This resume was utterly absurd. Each claim sounded fantastical. Is the Holy Temple Summoner class truly that powerful? Could this hidden profession possess a greater value than even the top-tier legendary classes? The square-faced President Taishan inquired uncertainly. Beside him, President Huabaiha shook his head, stating impossible. You must be losing your mind, Taishan. The lower limit of hidden professions is comparable to intermediate professions, while the upper limit aligns with epic professions, never reaching the strength of legendary classes. After President Huabaiha's words, the other presidents exchanged glances and then spoke in unison. Talent. Indeed, the only explanation they could conceive was talent, for it is talent that enables an individual to transcend the limits of their profession and grow stronger. It seems we have caught this elusive fish. We must recruit this genius into our school. They had initially intended to lure away a few legendary professionals from other institutions, only to discover they had overlooked a true dragon. With a few competitors eliminated, the rest could now vie for their own opportunities. The elders chuckled heartily. They had come with the intention of poaching others, but now had redirected their focus entirely to Yi-Bei. Meanwhile, at the bubble tea shop, Su Xinyue had not yet departed. She wanted to witness Yi-Bei's results. Upon seeing him ranking first in the college entrance examination, her face blossomed into a smile, akin to a radiant flower. My chosen little husband is truly impressive. It seems he is destined to be the national champion. He has outshone even his sister, who ranked in the top 10 nationally, while he has secured the first position. Su Xinyue delightedly sipped her bubble tea. In the special college entrance examination instance, Yi-Bei had already led the 3 beasts in overcoming 20 mountain peaks. Each peak presented monsters slightly stronger than the last. 25 peaks, 30 peaks, 40 peaks, 50 peaks. As the 3 beasts progressed to the 50th peak, they began to show signs of fatigue when facing the bosses. The combined efforts of the 3 beasts took considerable time. Unable to bear the sight, Yi-Bei directly unleashed a powerful punch at the monster. Boom! The creature was shattered in an instant, its fragments raining down upon the peak and causing a cacophony of sound. This boss could not withstand even a single punch from Yibei and perished instantly. Killed top-tier overlord level flying corpse. Experience 50,000. After swiftly dispatching the boss, Yibei pressed on without hesitation, soaring toward the next peak to continue battling. The 55th. The 60th peaks. Yibei, accompanied by the three beasts, charged forward relentlessly, resembling a relentless killing machine, leaving no trace behind. All monsters were reduced to mere fragments. The three beasts took care of the ordinary monsters, while Yibei focused on the bosses, their cooperation seamless. Meanwhile, from an external perspective, Yibei's score exhibited a dramatic lead. His score soared to 563, 289, while the second place lagged at 386, 542, a staggering margin of over 100,000 points. The onlookers were left astounded. Chapter 64. Advancing through 80 floating mountains, strength approaching 50, 000. The few presidents on the high platform were equally astonished, their mouths agape. After regaining his composure, President Taishan smiled and remarked, "Indeed, he is undoubtedly a true dragon." Other genius contenders of legendary classes began to slow down at the 50th peak, while he continues to push forward without any signs of stopping. It was normal for the pace to slow at the 50th peak, as the strength of the bosses would significantly increase from that point onward. As Yibei's pace did not falter, it became evident that his prowess far surpassed that of the other prodigies. Upon hearing this, the other principals exchanged knowing nods. Their agreement palpable. After all, they too had once faced the rigors of the college entrance examination and had traversed the formidable challenge presented by the 50th peak, a trial whose difficulty escalated abruptly, offering no semblance of reprieve. At this moment, Baiha stroked his goatee and remarked casually, "I surmise he will persist until at least the 75th peak." However, Bai Long countered, Old Hua, you are being overly conservative. I wager he can reach the 80th peak." Upon hearing Bai Long's rebuttal, Baiha's expression darkened, and he retorted, "Little Bai, are you questioning my judgment? You disrespectful rascal." Bai Long rolled his eyes and replied, "Old Hua, just because you are my mentor does that mean I cannot challenge you? I am a principal now, after all. What is this? Do you intend to use your status to intimidate me? That won't work anymore. How about this, Old Hua? Let us make a wager. Whoever guesses incorrectly must abandon any attempts to recruit him. What do you say? Are you brave enough to gamble?" Baiha, visibly irked, declared, "Let us gamble then." Humph. The two exchanged cold smirks and turned their heads away from one another, resembling two old children in a petty quarrel. Meanwhile, the other principals exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. This mentor-student duo was indeed a pair of antagonists. However, their wager would ultimately be beneficial for the rest, as one of them would certainly relinquish their pursuit of Yibei, thereby amplifying the opportunities for the others. With this thought, a glimmer of amusement flickered in their eyes. This was indeed a classic case of the clam and the snipe contending, with the fishermen reaping the rewards. While the elderly principals engaged in their scheming, Yibei was unwaveringly dispatching bosses without so much as blinking. He advanced steadily through the peaks, the 65th, the 70th, the 75th, and finally, the 80th. Yet, at this juncture, he encountered a formidable adversary, Black Iron Corpse King. Rank, King level. Level, 35. Abilities, blood-sucking from a distance. Physical enhancement, infection, corpse mist. Weakness, vulnerable to the powers of light and lightning. This Black Iron Corpse King marked Yibei's first encounter with a king-level boss. He had previously faced nearly every rank beneath the divine level, including royal-level foes, such as the avatar of a dragon. Let us have the little ones test their mettle. This king-level creature was exceptionally powerful, making it an ideal target for honing the combat skills of the Holy War Goblins and the Little Goldie. Previously, Yibei had taken it upon himself to eliminate bosses, fearing that others might surpass his score. However, having reached the 80th peak while others lingered around the 50 or 60 peaks, he felt no urgency. It was an opportune moment to refine the combat prowess of his three beasts. Furthermore, he understood that the challenges ahead would become increasingly daunting, necessitating the activation of his physical path to enlightenment to enhance his foundational attributes, thus facilitating a smoother progression through the subsequent bosses. Little Saint, Little Weasel, Little Goldie. Go and strike it, Yibei commanded, gesturing towards the three beasts. Instantly, they surged towards the Black Iron Corpse King. The Holy War Goblin charged headfirst, while Little Goldie unleashed a torrent of dragon fire from above, and the Holy Weasel, ever the trickster, executed a stealthy ambush from behind. Their coordination was impeccable. Boom. The battle erupted with intensity. Although the three beasts were not yet at the requisite levels, their holy light attributes offered a significant advantage against the dark entity of the Black Iron Corpse King, allowing them to inflict an attack power of 200. Thus, they were not easily overwhelmed and managed to engage in a fierce struggle for nearly 10 minutes before the Black Iron Corpse King eventually dispatched them one by one. With a mere thought, Yibei glanced at the 50-odd resurrection orbs remaining in his possession and promptly revived the three beasts. As the Holy War Goblin and the Holy Weasel charged again, Little Goldie hesitated, clearly intimidated. Observing this, Yibei refrained from admonishing the timid creature. after all. It was little Goldie's first encounter with death, and fear was a natural response. The initial experience could be painful, but with repetition, one would grow accustomed to it. Are you feeling cowardly, big sister? The holy weasel taunted, noticing little Goldie's reluctance. This provocation ignited little Goldie's indignation. I am not afraid. My master can resurrect me, little Goldie declared, summoning courage with a high-pitched, childlike voice. Then, unleashing a breath of dragon fire, it engulfed both the Black Iron Corpse King and the holy weasel, prompting the latter to flee in panic. Yi-Bei smiled upon witnessing this. Little Goldie's temperament was quite effective against the holy weasel. One creature subdues another. The three beasts re-engaged the Black Iron Corpse King in battle. After 3 rounds of revival, Yi-Bei finally called for a halt. He then surveyed his soaring attributes. Yi-Bei. Level, 22. Strength, 3, 077, 049, 190. Constitution, 2, 034, 033, 090. Agility, 2, 559, 040, 470. Mentality, 846, 614, 841. Summoned beasts, Holy War Goblin, Legendary, Holy Weasel, Legendary, Holy Dragon, Legendary. Skills, Holy Light Healing LV3, Wrath of Summoning LV3, Holy/LV3. Exclusive skill, Holy Temple Baptism, Legendary. Details omitted. Talent, Sacred Bond, Unique, Divine. All 4 attributes exceeded 10,000, with strength nearing 50,000 and agility reaching 40,000. Yi-Bei felt immense satisfaction. These powers should suffice to conquer the remaining 19 peaks. Closing the attribute panel, Yi-Bei turned his gaze towards the now fully restored Black Iron Corpse King. A sinister grin spreading across his face. Having slain my summoned beasts so many times, now it is your turn to meet your demise. His words ignited the fury of the Black Iron Corpse King, which unleashed a roar, expelling waves of black corpse mist that enveloped the surrounding kilometers. Kill! Kill! It bellowed as it plunged into the dense black fog, charging at Yi-Bei. The king sought to utilize the mist as cover to ambush Yi-Bei, sensing a significant threat emanating from him, thus exercising extreme caution. What the king did not realize was that Yi-Bei possessed the eye of disillusionment, rendering the black corpse mist utterly ineffective in obscuring his vision. What a foul stench! Yi-Bei grimaced, stifling his breath. As the Black Iron Corpse King charged towards him, he delivered a mighty punch. Boom! The Black Iron Corpse King was sent careening back against the mountain, creating a massive crater upon impact. Yet it was not dead. Its bones shattered, and its body twisted grotesquely, appearing a disheveled mess. Not bad, managing to withstand a punch from me, Yi-Bei remarked, observing the disheveled and muscular Black Iron Corpse King before him. After all, it was the first boss he had encountered in this special examination dungeon capable of withstanding a single blow. Yet, the Black Iron Corpse King trembled at the sight of Yi-Bei, having ruled as a boss for many years without encountering such a monstrous opponent. To be dealt a grievous injury by a single punch was nothing short of unprecedented. A decade ago, a brilliant genius once ventured forth and managed to vanquish it, though it took considerable time and effort. Unlike Yi-Bei, who effortlessly subdued it with a single skill, the creature realized it could not withstand Yi-Bei's second strike, and thus it turned to flee. The Black Iron Corpse King moved with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching the summit of the mountain, and then leaped valiantly towards the 81st peak, intending to ally with the boss there to confront the formidable Yi-Bei. However, as the Black Iron Corpse King soared through the air, it was met by the imposing silhouette of Yi-Bei, adorned with grand dragon wings, who had already positioned himself in its path. At that moment, a malevolent grin spread across Yi-Bei's face. It seems we are acquainted now. I even praised you, which must mean we are friends, right? Yet here you are, departing without so much as a farewell. As a friend, it is only right that I offer you a parting gift. Allow me to present the Celestial Path's killing strike. Holy slash! Instantly, 9 golden blades of energy surged forth, cleaving towards the Black Iron Corpse King. This holy slash, originally a skill known as the Holy Light Triple Slash from the Holy War Goblins, had been refined by Yi-Bei into a legendary technique, its power vastly amplified. Coupled with Yi-Bei's formidable attributes, it had become an ultimate killing move. The Black Iron Corpse King, upon witnessing this, was gripped by sheer terror and sought to change direction to escape, but found itself in midair with no leverage to maneuver. Thus, it braced itself, preparing to endure Yi-Bei's onslaught. Swish! In the next instant, a faint sound of a blade grazing its head echoed, and everything fell silent once more. The Black Iron Corpse King opened its eyes, bewildered. Had it grown stronger, managing to withstand a skill from the monster Yi-Bei without succumbing? Just as it began to feel a glimmer of hope and prepared to flee, it noticed an unsettling lightness in its body. Lowering its gaze, it realized its entire form had been shattered, even its head cleaved in two, leaving only a sliver of consciousness beneath its crown and around its eyes. In the next moment, all fragments of the Black Iron Corpse King plummeted into the endless void, signifying its complete demise. Defeated the king-level boss, Black Iron Corpse King. gaining 110,000 experience points. Without examining the spoils, Yi-Bei collected everything the Black Iron Corpse King had dropped and soared towards the 81st floating mountain, intent on continuing his rampage. Meanwhile, outside, onlookers were left utterly astounded. Yi-Bei's score had skyrocketed past 1 million, reaching an impressive 1.2 million. Far ahead of the second place. Old man, you've lost. He has long surpassed the 75th floating mountain, laughed the white dragon. At this, the white-haired crane seethed with indignation, his face reddening with rage. Were it not for his status as a practitioner with exceptional fortitude, he might have succumbed to an apoplectic fit. Yet, after a moment of fuming, he suddenly burst into laughter. Just as the white dragon believed his mentor had gone mad, the white-haired crane spoke. Do you think you have it all figured out? If he can reach the 80th floating mountain, why not the 90th? The 95th? Wake up, you've lost. We both lose, while those old geezers win. He gestured towards the several principals observing from the sidelines. The principals were taken aback. What the hell? Even lying down we get blamed? Yet, they refrained from arguing with the white-haired crane, recognizing that their priority was to devise a strategy to recruit Yi-Bei into their own institution. Meanwhile, the white dragon scoffed. Old crane, have you lost your mind? Historically, no one has ever reached the 90th floating mountain. You truly believe he can reach the 95th? Surely you jest. Let us wager again, with stakes that will make you think twice. In the examination instance, Yi-Bei continued to push forward alongside his three beasts. However, he occasionally permitted them to refine their skills by engaging with bosses. Particularly, Little Gold, still somewhat fearful of death, was not yet as hardened as the Holy War Goblins and the Holy Spirit Ferrets, who had grown accustomed to dying and reviving for battle. Little Gold's trepidation was perhaps due to her feminine nature, as it was only natural to fear pain, but with time, she would surely grow accustomed to it. Yi-Bei murmured to himself, even arranging several solo encounters for Little Gold against bosses, reviving her each time so she could try again. Master, Little Gold isn't afraid. Not at all, she declared, flapping her dragon wings and grinning bravely as she rallied herself. With renewed determination, she charged at the boss once more. For her master, Little Gold would become the bravest dragon. Time and again, she leaped at the boss, dying only to rise again and again. Her fervor left the Holy War Goblins and the Holy Spirit Ferrets astounded. Big sister is truly impressive, the Holy War Goblin remarked with a touch of admiration. Meanwhile, the Holy Spirit Ferret, cowering behind the Holy War Goblin, muttered, this dragon is insane. I must keep my distance. Once Little Gold's fighting spirit surged, and she no longer feared death, Yi-Bei decided to cease her solo battles. Instead, he swiftly dispatched the boss with a single strike before advancing towards the floating mountains ahead. The 85th floating mountain, the 90th floating mountain, and finally, the 95th floating mountain succumbed beneath his feet. Ultimately, Yi-Bei triumphed over the final floating mountain, the 99th peak's boss. At that moment, the outside world erupted into chaos. Whether it be the principals on the high platform, the parents accompanying their children in the square, or representatives from various factions, all were wide-eyed, fixated on the scoreboard displaying Yi-Bei's results. Chapter 66, The Hidden Divine Legacy. A 10,000-meter-high temple. First place, Yi-Bei. Score, 268, 941 points. Location, the 99th floating mountain. Progress, 100. These golden characters dominated the screen, nearly occupying half of its expanse. All present could hardly believe their eyes. Parents murmured amongst themselves. Whose child is this? So powerful. If only my child had half his prowess. Half? How greedy. I'd be satisfied if my child could manage a tenth of his score. As various factions began to mobilize their resources to uncover information about Yi-Bei, they sought to discern his interests in hopes of recruiting him into their ranks. At any cost, we'll offer him the finest treatment to bring him into our Lu family. I'd even promise him my beautiful triplet daughters. Humph. All you have left is your beauty ploy. Without resources, what does it mean to be a prominent family? Just leave, and spare us the embarrassment. Upon hearing the news, the leaders of numerous guilds hastily gathered, positioning themselves in the square, eager for Yi-Bei's arrival to entice him into their guilds. Meanwhile, those who had initially stayed away, the heads of prestigious schools, upon receiving the news, immediately teleported to the scene. The principals already present on the high platform began to argue heatedly. To hell with you, old crane. You and the white dragon are shameless. Didn't we agree not to recruit Yi-Bei? And you, didn't you already recruit several legendary geniuses? Why are you even here? How can you be so brazen? Who cares about shame? Can a face pay the bills? This is an unprecedented genius. What do I have to lose by being shameless? Indeed. How could we simply let a record-breaking talent slip away? This isn't merely about shattering the examination score. It's a matter of breaking through the limits of the examination layers. If there were 150 floating mountains, I believe he would conquer them all. As tensions escalated, the principals on the high platform nearly came to blows. Outside the square, in a bubble tea shop, Su Xinyue delicately cradled her drink in her slender hands, a radiant smile gracing her face without falter. She then turned her gaze towards the dessert shop across the way, recalling the two girls who had been fixated on Yi-Bei earlier. A mischievous smile crept onto her lips as she whispered to herself, "Dare to snatch my little man from me? Just wait until I turn you into sweet red bean paste." Yi-Bei shook off the dust from his attire, casting a disdainful glance at the disheveled corpse of the level 38 drought demon boss lying on the ground. "I've slain creatures of royal caliber at level 40. Why would I fear you?" He hadn't even resorted to the dragon god's sacrifice this time, for his power attribute had surpassed 50,000. Moreover, he had acquired the skill, Holy Strike, significantly augmenting his strength and enhancing his attack power. This drought demon was merely a level 38 royal entity, inferior even to a level 40 dragon avatar. Thus, he dispatched it with ease in less than a minute. After vanquishing the drought demon, Yi-Bei took stock of his spoils, noting that the drop rates in this examination-themed dungeon were quite favorable, yielding valuable treasures. However, after his inventory check, a perplexing thought crossed his mind. Several minutes had elapsed since he had completed the special examination dungeon, yet he had yet to be teleported out. As curiosity gnawed at him, the scenery before Yi-Bei suddenly began to warp and transform with alarming speed. The floating mountains he had been in twisted and blurred into oblivion, unsettling even someone with his explosive attributes. What was happening? Yi-Bei pressed his fingers to his forehead, massaging his temples, initially suspecting an issue with his own body. Yet, he soon realized it was not a personal ailment, but rather a complication within the special examination dungeon. Having conquered the 99 floating mountains of the dungeon, he should have been teleported out, as the examination had concluded. But now, as the scene sharpened into focus, he found himself before an awe-inspiring temple of immense proportions. The roof soared to an estimated height of 10,000 meters, and the temple's expanse covered hundreds of square kilometers. Remarkably, there were no pillars within this grand structure. At the far end of the temple stood a colossal statue towering 1,000 feet tall, while muscular stone figures wielding various weapons were scattered throughout the temple. The closer one approached the statue, the larger the stone figures became. At this moment, the three beasts lay dazed on the ground, evidently affected by the same phenomenon as Yi-Bei, albeit with less resilience. Where on earth was this place? Yi-Bei surveyed the depths of the temple, momentarily lost in thought, unable to grasp the current situation. Just moments ago, he had been in the examination dungeon, and now he found himself in this temple. Suddenly, a series of blood-red text prompts appeared before his eyes. The secret realm dungeon of the god of martial arts will commence in 3 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Upon completion, you will receive a portion of the god of martial arts legacy. Failure to complete will result in immediate annihilation. Seeing these ominous messages, Yi-Bei raised an eyebrow. The legacy of the god of martial arts? A chance to gain a part of it upon success, but annihilation upon failure? He was intrigued to discover the nature of this challenge. Yi-Bei activated his insight eye to survey the surroundings before kicking the Saint Demon Ferret awake, instructing it to rouse the Saint Battle Goblin. He then gently patted Little Gold's head, bringing the creature to consciousness. "Where are we, master?" Little Gold asked, a hint of fear in its voice. "There's no need to be afraid. I will protect you," Yi-Bei reassured, smiling as he comforted Little Gold. Meanwhile, the Saint Demon Ferret, neck retracted, cautiously scanned the area before settling behind Yi-Bei and saying, "Master, I too feel uneasy. It seems perilous here. You must protect me." Yi-Bei was left speechless at these words. Why was this creature, a proud royal ferret, so timid? Shouldn't it be the summoned beasts protecting their master? "You, a dignified member of the ferret royalty, have such little courage? Step forward and lead the way," he jested, a smile playing on his lips. After a moment of hesitation, the Saint Demon Ferret felt a pang of shame for its cowardice. Mustering its courage, it puffed out its chest and boldly stepped out from behind Yi-Bei. "Fear not, master. With me, the royal ferret, here, no one shall harm you." Yi-Bei couldn't help but smile at this display of bravado. It seemed this creature thrived on encouragement. He noted that in the future, he would need to employ this tactic to motivate it further. The Saint Battle Goblin, however, required no such persuasion. Having already positioned itself beside Yi-Bei to shield him, their bond now at 100, it would follow any command without hesitation. As Little Gold surveyed the ominous surroundings, still feeling trepidation, Yi-Bei shook his head and decided to employ a different strategy. "Am I the most important person to you, Little Gold?" Without a moment's hesitation, Little Gold nodded vigorously, "Yes. You are the most important being in my dragon life. No one compares." Yi-Bei smiled, satisfied with the response. "And if I were to be in danger, what would you do?" Little Gold sprang to its feet, unfurling its magnificent golden wings to shield Yi-Bei. With a determined voice, it declared, "I will protect you with my life, master. I will not allow any harm to come to you." Yi-Bei looked at his 3 eager companions with immense gratitude, feeling reassured that his efforts were not in vain. The secret realm dungeon of the god of martial arts has commenced. In the next moment, a prompt appeared before Yi-Bei, and he watched as many previously motionless stone figures within the temple began to stir and animate. Instinctively, he activated his inside eye again to examine one of the statues. Low-level temple attendant, rank, lord level, level 35, skills, formation, trample, inspire, low-level martial arts. Weakness, can be defeated using kite tactics. They lack ranged attacks. The lowest tier monsters in this dungeon were already Lord level. Yi-Bei's interest peaked as he found the situation amusing. He relished challenges. And given the skills of these creatures, it was evident they were well versed in martial arts. Since martial arts and combat were intertwined, he was eager to engage with these martial arts experts. However, for now, he need not intervene. Go forth, little saint, little ferret, little gold. Crush them. Yi-Bei smiled at his three companions. Upon receiving Yi-Bei's command, the three beasts charged directly toward the stone statues. Instantly, beams of holy light flickered. Golden lightning surged with wild abandon, and the scorching breath of dragons enveloped the area for hundreds of meters. A deafening roar erupted. Countless temple attendants fell, either shattered by the holy light, obliterated by the lightning, or incinerated into molten rock by the dragon's breath. One by one, they collapsed. Killed low-level Lord Temple attendants. Experience 4,200. Soon after, all the low-level temple attendants were thoroughly dispatched by Xiao Jinji and the other beasts. Their fighting spirit surged even higher. Upon witnessing the awakening of larger stone statues ahead, they charged forward without hesitation. Intermediate temple attendants. Rank, Lord level. Level, 35. Skills, formation, trample, inspire, low-level martial arts. Weakness, can be kite. They lack ranged attack capabilities. Intermediate temple attendants belong to the realm of 9-star Lord-level monsters, significantly more powerful than their low-level counterparts. However, for Xiao Jinzi and the others, such monsters were still manageable. Although these creatures reached level 35, their quality paled in comparison to Xiao Jinzi and the others. It is important to note that the legendary quality bloodline corresponds to royal tier monsters. Thus, the three beasts continued to advance with overwhelming force. However, Yi-Bei discovered something rather absurd. Despite the formidable nature of the three beast skills, they inflicted no damage upon any structures within the temple. For instance, the temple's floor tiles remained entirely unscathed. The massive torches within the temple also bore no marks after being struck by their skills. Upon closer inspection, Yi-Bei found that these materials were all quite common, indicating that the lack of damage was not due to the sturdiness of the materials, but rather other reasons. It was likely the divine power at play. The deities might envelop this place. Yi-Bei scrutinized the colossal statue, contemplating. Killed intermediate-level Lord Temple attendants. Experience 5,900. During Yi-Bei's moment of observation, the three beasts once again eliminated all the intermediate temple attendants and proceeded to confront the advanced temple attendants. However, these advanced temple attendants were clearly not easy prey, as their rank had escalated to monarch level, on par with the final bosses of certain external dungeons. This significantly slowed the three beasts' advance. After a full half hour, they finally vanquished them all, albeit with some fatigue. Then, Yi-Bei turned his gaze to another statue that had begun to awaken. Unlike the previous temple attendants, these statues were mounted by warhorses adorned with single horns. Yi-Bei peered through his eye of disruption. Temple Knight. Rank, Overlord level. Level, 35. Skills, formation, intermediate martial arts, faith charge, trample. Weakness, the horse's legs are exceedingly fragile. Severing them will greatly diminish their combat strength. Having reached the Overlord level, these monsters were over 10 levels higher than the three beasts, making them formidable opponents. However, with Yi-Bei's support, they could prevail. Rage of Summoning. In the next moment, Yi-Bei raised his staff and bestowed upon the three beasts a skill that would double their strength. At this point, Yi-Bei had already surpassed level 20, and his skill level had reached LV3, significantly enhancing the power increase for his summoned creatures. The forms of the three beasts instantly expanded. Their strength augmented by at least 200, rendering them immensely powerful. They surged forward with renewed confidence toward the Temple Knights. The first to strike was the Holy War Goblin, who silently executed a divine charge, crashing into the Temple Knights and sending them sprawling. Following this, Xiao Jinji opened wide her mouth and proclaimed loudly, "Embrace the sacred dragon breath of this dragon." A torrent of dragon breath, several times more potent than before, swept toward the Temple Knights. Subsequently, the Temple Knights were reduced to viscous, fiery magma, flowing across the temple's floor. Behold my lightning holy fist. Shatter the darkness with thunder. The holy demon ferret, ever the mischievous one, activated the skill of lightning speed and dashed behind the Temple Knights. Leaping onto a warhorse, he unleashed a flurry of punches imbued with golden lightning, obliterating the other Temple Knights. Chapter 68. Benevolence is the means of dividing a person in two. In a mere instant, the three beasts dispatched the group of Overlord-level Temple Knights, leaving no survivors. However, their rage of summoning had expired, and they found themselves weakened. Soon, they were surrounded and beset by the remaining Temple Knight commanders. Yi-Bei activated his Eye of Disruption once more. Temple Knight Commander. Rank, Overlord level. Level, 38. Skills, Formation. Advanced Martial Arts, Faith Charge, Trample, Summon Attendants. Weakness, the horse's legs are exceedingly fragile. severing them will greatly diminish their combat strength. These Temple Knight commanders possess the ability to summon attendants, with each monster able to conjure a multitude. Moreover, as pinnacle overlord level beings, they were immensely powerful, making them a threat to the weakened three beasts. However, after activating Rage of Summoning, Xiao Jinzi and her companions should be nearly equal to this group of commanders, providing an excellent opportunity for them to hone their synergy and combat prowess. With this thought in mind, Yi Bei made a decisive move, shattering 3 resurrection orbs to revive the 3 beasts. He then instructed them, I will hold off the other Temple Knight commanders. You 3 must coordinate to defeat these 3. Do you understand? Upon hearing Yi Bei's words, the 3 beasts nodded, realizing that he was refining their combat skills and empowering them with the same strength. Enhanced combat techniques could yield 120 or even greater prowess. Go forth. Yi Bei gently waved his wand, bestowing the state of Rage of Summoning upon the 3 beasts. Then, he slightly twisted his neck, unfurling the massive dragon wings behind him and soaring into the sky. He landed atop the heads of the Temple Knight commanders and effortlessly snatched up 3 of them as if plucking dolls from a claw machine, tossing them toward the 3 beasts. As he observed the other Temple Knight commanders charging forward alongside their summoned attendants, Yi Bei flashed a wide grin, saying, back you go. It's not your turn yet. With a slight flap of his enormous dragon wings, he exerted tremendous force, pushing all the Temple Knight commanders back. 15 minutes passed, and the 3 beasts finally managed to overcome the 3 Temple Knight commanders and their throngs of attendants with great difficulty. Their Rage of Summoning had also worn off, plunging them back into a state of weakness. However, Yi Bei showed no mercy, promptly tossing another 3 Temple Knight commanders toward the 3 beasts. Naturally, the weakened trio stood no chance and perished shortly after. Yi Bei then revived them once more, confident that the supply of resurrection orbs was still ample, with dozens remaining. After enduring 5 harrowing deaths, the 3 beasts finally annihilated all the Temple Knights. At this juncture, having faced death multiple times, their spirits were slightly dampened. Observing this, Yi Bei refrained from allowing them to confront even more formidable monsters, for their strength would render them easy prey in the presence of the stronger foes that lay ahead. Before the more powerful statues could stir, Yi Bei seized a moment to glance at his attribute panel. Yi Bei, level 22, strength 4, 919, 079, 890, vitality 3, 309, 054, 340, agility 4, 047, 065, 270, mentality 1, 484, 125, 466. Summoned beasts, Holy War Goblin, legendary. Sacred Weasel, legendary. Holy Dragon, legendary. Skills, Divine Light Healing, LV3. Wrath of Summoning, LV3, Sacred/LV3. Exclusive skill, Temple Baptism Legend, omitted. Talent, Supreme Sacred Bond, unique God level. With strength approaching 80,000, vitality reaching 54,000, agility at 65,000, and mentality at 25,000. Yi Bei's attributes were astonishingly formidable for a mere level 22. This realization brought him immense satisfaction. Even among legendary professionals at level 22, equipped with a full set of legendary gear, their attributes scarcely amounted to 1/10 of his. This was the essence of Yi Bei's terrifying prowess, an absolute numerical anomaly. However, Yi Bei was not so arrogant as to consider himself invincible. After all, upon reaching level 40, certain powerful professionals could achieve a second-class transition, resulting in exponential increases in their attributes. Currently, he estimated he could only rival legendary professionals around level 50. Such individuals, despite potentially lower attributes, wielded significantly superior skills, as he possessed only a single offensive skill. The others pertained to his summoned beasts. Thus, in a clash of capabilities, they would be nearly evenly matched. There was still much room for growth. He was far too weak. With a sigh, Yi Bei pondered. Meanwhile, even more formidable monsters had begun to awaken, standing over 30 feet tall. These behemoths were barehanded and bore no weapons. Temple Martial Fighter. Rank, King level. Level, 38. Skills, Martial Arts Master, Chi Armor. Vulnerability, its weakness lies in the absence of weapons. Depleting its Chi will significantly weaken it. Upon observing the attributes of these creatures, Yi Bei felt a surge of intrigue. A martial arts master. Indeed, a worthy opponent to refine his martial prowess. Upon their revival, the Temple Martial Fighters enveloped themselves in a gleaming aura of Chi, their gaze fixated intently on Yi Bei. The sacrilegious intruder shall face death. In an instant, they lunged at Yi Bei with reckless abandon, ignoring any semblance of chivalry. Yi Bei, perplexed, thought, intruder? I was merely transported here by the divine's machinations. The absurdity of their accusation left him both amused and enraged, a complete inversion of reality. Such audacity to slander. It seems I must teach you fools a lesson in righteousness. A predatory grin spread across Yi Bei's face as his muscles surged with power. He charged directly at the newly awakened statue monsters. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Yi-Bei delivered a swift hand chop, cleaving one temple martial fighter in two with a golden flash of blade-like energy. Do you comprehend now, foolish ones? This is the essence of righteousness, dividing a person in twain. Yi-Bei cackled. Kill king-level temple martial fighter, experience points, 50,000. Yi-Bei found the experience points somewhat disappointing. Despite being a king-level creature, it only granted 50,000 points. However, after a moment's reflection, he deemed this reasonable. After all, these monsters were not bosses, and although they held king-level status, they lacked the strength and experience yield of a king-level boss. Slaying more would surely yield greater rewards. Chapter 69, Zero Frame Initiation, interrupting the revival animation. Thus, Yi-Bei surged towards the next temple martial fighter. With an elbow strike, fueled by nearly 80,000 in strength, he smashed down upon the creature's head, driving it into its chest and ending its existence in an instant. This, my friends, is the righteousness of power, the force that drives a head into a chest. Understand? The cruel grin on Yi-Bei's face only intensified as he reveled in the carnage. The remaining temple martial fighters, witnessing Yi-Bei's expression and methods, were instantly filled with outrage. You are not merely a sacrilegious intruder, but a vile demon. To eradicate evil, we shall sacrifice ourselves, if need be. Each fighter erupted with chi, their muscles bulging as they prepared to unleash their fury. Since you are so eager for death, how could I deny you? Yi-Bei lunged forward, unperturbed by their numbers. After all, it was merely a matter of expending more effort in combat. Boom. The temple echoed with the sounds of devastation as Yi-Bei, like a wolf among sheep, struck with unparalleled force. Despite their mastery of martial arts, the temple martial fighters could not withstand Yi-Bei's overwhelming might. This was the principle of sheer strength overcoming skill. One by one, the temple martial fighters fell before Yi-Bei's fists. Kill king-level temple martial fighter, experience points, 50,000. Before long, Yi-Bei had dispatched all the temple martial fighters as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Without pausing, he charged towards the awakening statues. Temple Martial Arts Grandmaster, in the process of reviving. Rank, King Level. Level, 38. Skills, Grandmaster of Martial Arts, Chi Manifestation. Vulnerability, its weakness lies in the absence of weapons. Depleting its chi will significantly weaken it. Peering through the eye of disruption at the reviving Temple Martial Arts Grandmasters, Yi-Bei felt a jolt of astonishment. These Grandmasters possessed Grandmaster-level martial arts experience, and, most intriguingly, had the ability to manifest their chi, reminiscent of the formidable characters from fantasy novels. In such tales, to manifest chi, one must possess a profound understanding of martial arts. Interesting, indeed. Yi-Bei raised an eyebrow, yet his assault speed remained undiminished. In an instant, he stood before the still reviving Grandmaster. Then, with a zero-frame initiation, he executed a swift hand chop, the sacred slash, imbued with golden light, aimed directly at the Grandmaster's head. Sizzle. In the blink of an eye, the Grandmaster's head was marred by a deep gash, yet he was not dead, merely grievously wounded. A mixture of rage and disbelief flashed in his eyes as he muttered, "You despicable scoundrel, taking advantage of my incomplete revival to strike." Boom. In response, a fist the size of a sandbag met him. With a decisive strike, he shattered the already gaping head of his opponent, cleaving it in two and ensuring its demise. Defeated a king-level Temple Martial Master. Experience 80,000. After slaying the Temple Martial Master, Yi-Bei allowed a sinister smile to curl at the corners of his mouth as he gazed upon the lifeless form, remarking, "Isn't the prolonged casting time before your revival merely an invitation for someone to extinguish your lives? I am merely fulfilling your own desires. What is so despicable about that?" Upon hearing Yi-Bei's words, the remaining Temple Martial Masters hastened their efforts to fully revive, eager to retaliate against this unprincipled adversary. Yet, they found themselves powerless, bound by their own mechanics which dictated a minimum revival time of 3 seconds. In that brief span, Yi-Bei was capable of dispatching numerous foes. Had they not possessed such resilience, he could have obliterated them all in a mere second. Ultimately, over 30 Temple Martial Masters fell before him, with Yi-Bei ruthlessly eliminating 20 before they could fully awaken, leaving only 10 or so who managed to revive completely. "Accept our retribution, you shameless scoundrel devoid of martial ethics." The fully revived Temple Martial Masters glared at Yi-Bei, their faces etched with fury. Their fighting spirit surged forth, enveloping their bodies and transforming them into colossal, translucent beasts, behemoths, dragons, titans, each an extension of their physical forms, moving in perfect synchrony. This was the manifestation of their fighting spirit, a sight that appeared immensely formidable. Is this all there is? Yi-Bei felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that the manifestation would allow their fighting spirit to detach and morph into various combat entities, each possessing its own martial will. However, he discovered that this was merely an upgraded version of their fighting spirit armor, unable to separate from their bodies. Indeed, this barbaric martial art paled in comparison to the profound depths of true martial discipline. Prepare to perish. As Yi-Bei assessed the situation, the temple martial masters lunged towards him, their fighting spirit manifestations charging forth with massive claws and hands aimed to crush him into a pulp as punishment for his perceived transgressions. Yet, Yi-Bei remained unfazed. Just as their attacks were about to connect, a subtle thought crossed his mind, activating the unique properties of the wand he had yet to employ. His form transformed into a shadow, rendering him immune to their onslaught. In an instant, he leaped onto one of the fighting spirit manifestations and unleashed a barrage of punches. Within moments, all the manifestations of the temple martial masters were shattered under his relentless assault. As they weakened, Yi-Bei moved like lightning, sending all the temple martial masters flying into countless fragments. Their remains strewn across the temple floor, utterly defeated. Regardless of their martial experience, they were mere debris in the face of absolute power and speed. Defeated a king-level temple martial master. Experience 80,000. Upon vanquishing all the temple martial masters, Yi-Bei wasted no time in advancing towards the next wave of reviving creatures. This new batch had escalated to the Emperor level, boasting formidable power. Chapter 70. I shall claim both the divine artifacts and the martial souls. As Yi-Bei surged towards the newly revived monsters, he employed his eye of insight to glean information and weaknesses from these creatures. Goddess Warrior, in the process of revival. Rank, Emperor level. Level, 38. Skills, Divine Blessing. Martial Soul. Weakness, the martial soul within the brain suffers immense damage when shattered. To his astonishment, these were elite Emperor-level monsters, exhibiting a strength that could not be underestimated. Based on previous patterns, he had expected this batch of Goddess Warriors to be standard Emperor-level creatures, at most rated 1 star. Yet, they had jumped directly from King-level 9 stars to Emperor-level 9 stars, a significant leap in rank. It was worth noting that even the Dragon Avatar was merely Emperor-level 9 stars. Now, he faced a daunting assembly of 20 to 30 Goddess Warriors, all of which were Emperor-level 9 stars, an imposing challenge for him. Thus, he repeated his earlier strategy, interrupting the revival of several Goddess Warriors before they could fully awaken. Once the remaining few completely revived, they engaged Yi-Bei in fierce combat. While these creatures were not overly troublesome for him, one strike from his sacred slash could fell them. He chose not to employ it. Instead, he found their martial souls intriguing, almost precognitive in nature. This meant that while Yi-Bei was faster and stronger, he found himself at a disadvantage in direct combat. They seemed capable of seeing through his movements, neutralizing his attacks with ease. This was profoundly frustrating for him. In the words of Confucianism, these monsters had mastered the path of utmost sincerity. From the perspective of martial arts, they embodied the principle of sensing danger before it manifested, akin to a cicada sensing the autumn wind before it stirs, perceiving threats and evading peril. Individuals who have attained such a mental state can even sense impending danger from miles away, allowing them to dodge life-threatening situations. This level of mental acuity was indeed terrifying, granting the ability to avoid numerous risks. Thus, Yi-Bei aspired to learn this state of being. The prerequisite for mastering this realm was to possess a heart of innocence, fully dedicating oneself to their chosen path. Yi-Bei chose martial arts, his favorite discipline. However, in his past life, his martial practice was rather mundane, unable to reach such heights. Now, he had the opportunity to learn from the Goddess Warriors, fortifying his martial foundation and paving the way for future enlightenment in this profound path of sincerity. The exhilarating battle raged on for nearly half a day until, upon exhausting their fighting spirit, Yi-Bei reluctantly dispatched them all. Defeated elite Emperor-level Goddess Warriors. Experience 130,000. As notifications flooded in, Yi-Bei paid them little heed, focusing instead on digesting the martial insights he had just acquired. His understanding of martial arts deepened considerably, despite wielding the same strength. He could now unleash power that surpassed his previous limits. The path of martial arts required daily dedication. With a gentle exhale, Yi-Bei stepped forward toward the colossal statue ahead. However, this time, he did not employ his previous strategy of interrupting the statue's revival. For a towering figure, standing 10 zhang tall, had already awakened, observing the battle between Yi-Bei and the Goddess Warriors. Upon seeing Yi-Bei approach, the massive figure smiled and began to applaud softly, saying, "Such talent, such insight. When I was your age, I had not yet attained the martial realm you possess. You are indeed the chosen heir of the god of martial arts. His legacy is now yours." With that, the giant figure turned towards the statue and pointed at the immense altar beneath it. Upon the altar lay 2 radiant artifacts. The towering figure spoke in a gentle tone. "Do you see the divine weapon and the essence of martial combat over there? You may choose one to take with you." Hearing this, Yi-Bei furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you?" The colossal figure smiled softly and replied, "I am the divine messenger, the high priest of the martial combat church, the earthly representative of the divine." Oh, Yi-Bei nodded slightly, refraining from further questions. Following the direction of the high priest's finger, he indeed beheld a shattered spear and an invisible, intangible essence of martial combat. ethereal, yet profoundly perceptible. Is this the inheritance of the god of martial combat? With resolute strides, Yi-Bei advanced, disregarding the high priest and positioning himself before the altar. He scrutinized the two items for a moment before abruptly turning to the high priest and asking, "Am I allowed to choose only one?" The high priest, taken aback by Yi-Bei's question, quickly regained his composure and gently responded, "Indeed. The god of martial combat has decreed that there shall be two inheritors. One shall inherit the divine artifact, and the other the essence of martial will. Since you arrived first, you have the privilege of choosing first. Subsequent inheritors may only select from what remains." His voice remained soothing, exuding an inviting warmth. Yi-Bei pondered for a few seconds before suddenly looking up, revealing a broad grin as he asked the high priest, "If I choose first, wouldn't that be somewhat unfair to the next inheritor?" The high priest contemplated for a moment and replied, "In this world, fairness is a mere illusion. Just as these two items are presented together, the divine artifact far outweighs the essence of martial combat in value. To allow one person to choose first is a farce." Upon hearing this, Yi-Bei continued to smile and said, "High priest, since it is already unfair, why not make it even more so?" His words momentarily stunned the high priest, who gazed at Yi-Bei, seemingly guessing his intentions. Indeed, Yi-Bei's next words confirmed the high priest's suspicions. "I want both the divine artifact and the essence of martial combat. What do you think, high priest?" The high priest, unfazed by Yi-Bei's proclamation, had anticipated his thoughts. With a persistent smile, he replied, "Choosing one is the will of the divine. To defy this decree is to invite divine retribution." As he clasped his hands and slightly shifted his robe, his crimson, divine eyes gazed down at Yi-Bei. Emotionlessly, he cautioned, "Before you indulge in greed, consider if you can withstand the god of martial combat's divine punishment." In Chapter 71, are you done playing? If so, prepare to perish. Had it been anyone else who heard the high priest's words, they might have faltered, likely opting for the more precious divine artifact and departing. However, Yi-Bei remained undeterred. He merely raised his gaze to meet the high priest's eyes and, with a vicious grin, queried, "Is the decree of choosing only one truly the will of the divine, or are you merely deceiving me?" Yi-Bei had sensed something amiss with the high priest earlier, particularly after the declaration of the singular choice. His suspicion was now confirmed. After all, how could a true inheritance deny completeness? An incomplete legacy is nothing but a jest. Furthermore, he had continuously employed the eye of revelation to analyze the high priest's information, yet it seemed something was hindering the speed of analysis. The creature's information, which should have been deciphered instantly, took an astonishing 2 minutes. Imperial Peerless, Avatar, Rank, Divine, Level, 39, Skills, Sacred Arts of the Imperial Fox Clan, Phantom Kill Technique. Divine Manifestation of the Imperial Fox, Weakness, None Apparent. Utilize your absolute strength to crush it. Upon reviewing the revealed information, Yi-Bei squinted his eyes, feeling an unprecedented challenge. This deceptive entity, a trickster, was indeed of divine rank. Moreover, this was merely an avatar. The absence of weaknesses, or rather, the unavailability of weaknesses in its presence, rendered this creature a formidable adversary. Nevertheless, the more powerful the foe, the more exhilarated Yi-Bei became. His smile broadened, and his gaze towards the Imperial Peerless ignited with fervor. He yearned to vanquish it. Upon hearing Yi-Bei's words, the fifth avatar initially appeared taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, how amusing. A mere human from a weak world can see through my disguise? You truly are remarkable." Gradually, its form began to shift rapidly, transforming from a near-human stone figure into a colossal purple nine-tailed fox, its stature towering at 10 zhong, resembling a primordial beast. "How did you see through my disguise? Care to enlighten me?" The Imperial Peerless 9 purple tails swayed behind it, exuding a carefree and audacious demeanor, starkly contrasting the guise of the high priest. "Never mind. No need to elaborate. Since my true form is revealed, the reason is irrelevant. You, human, are quite impressive. If you grant me the essence of martial combat, I shall ensure you leave here unscathed with the divine artifact. How about sharing a drink when we meet again?" The Imperial Peerless regarded Yi-Bei with a hint of admiration. After all, in this feeble world, someone had managed to pierce through its crafted illusion with the divine artifact. Moreover, Yi-Bei seemed to possess considerable strength, suggesting he could become a worthy ally. Perhaps one day, he would ascend to godhood, escaping this meager realm, and they might cross paths again in a grander world. Yet within, the Imperial Peerless also held a sense of pride. As a child of the divine with a divine bloodline, to consider forging a friendship with Yi-Bei, an indigenous being from a weak world, was a considerable concession. Upon hearing the fifth avatar's words, Yi-Bei simply scratched his ear, his sinister grin growing more pronounced. "Face? What face? What are you to demand respect from me?" As these words left Yi-Bei's lips, the 9 purple tails of the Imperial Peerless began to thrash violently, its eyes ablaze with purple light, a murderous intent enveloping the air. "You insolent native, you are courting death." In the next instant, the 9 purple tails intertwined, forming a celestial canopy that descended upon Yi-Bei an overwhelming aura of malice emanating from this violet veil. In an instant, countless storms and bolts of lightning brewed within, descending upon Yi Bei's form. Within the canopy, numerous armored divine beings stood amidst the clouds, unleashing waves of magical assaults towards Yi Bei. Yi Bei narrowed his eyes, observing the unfolding scene. Having previously discerned the detailed skills of the Imperial Peerless, he was well aware that many of these manifestations were mere illusions. However, the skill known as Phantom Kill Technique evidently encompassed more than mere phantoms. It certainly possessed real offensive capabilities. Such theatrics. Bang! Countless storms and thunderbolts were shattered by Yi Bei, transforming into purple mist that spiraled upward, preparing for new assaults. Nevertheless, his form bore numerous wounds, though they were superficial. With Yi Bei's extraordinary physique, he could recuperate in an instant. Oh, to think you could effortlessly withstand my illusionary kill technique? Quite impressive. A cold smirk appeared on the face of Di Wushuang, standing outside the violet firmament. Subsequently, it deftly formed hand seals, conjuring a colossal thunder dragon that brewed within its sigil. Moments later, with a powerful thrust of its claws, the thunder dragon was propelled into the violet canopy, merging with the tempest of wind, rain, and lightning it had created, all surging towards Yi Bei. Roar! In the next instant, as Yi Bei shattered the oncoming thunder with a single punch, a gigantic maw suddenly lunged at him, devouring him whole. Observing this from beyond the firmament, Di Wushuang could not suppress a mocking grin. Indeed, merely a native of this feeble world, to perish beneath my sacred technique is a privilege for you. However, the next moment, its words were abruptly cut off, and its eyes widened in disbelief. For within the belly of the thunder dragon, Yi Bei had torn it asunder with his bare hands, drenched in its blood, resembling a deity of lightning. Yi Bei lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Di Wushuang's enormous violet orbs through the firmament. Then, with a single hand, he crushed the struggling head of the thunder dragon. Grinning malevolently, have you had your fun? If so, it's time to meet your end. In the blink of an eye, he slashed through the air, the golden radiance of his holy slash rending the violet firmament asunder. Immediately, the colossal dragon wings on his back unfurled, propelling him towards the stunned Di Wushuang, suspended in the void. Boom! A heavy punch struck Di Wushuang's head, sending its form crashing violently to the ground. The once indestructible temple floor, impervious to the previous onslaught of the three beasts, now bore a massive crater, spiderweb-like cracks spreading in all directions. As Di Wushuang rose, feeling the sting atop its head and the swelling lump, an overwhelming intent to kill surged forth, and it bared its fangs, roaring, "You, a feeble native, dare to injure me? I shall extract your soul and roast it in imperial flames for eternity." Chapter 72. The Artifact and the Soul of Martial Combat Acquired. Boom. Behind Di Wushuang's immense form, violet light coalesced, manifesting an enormous and awe-inspiring imperial fox deity, towering at 500 zhong, nearly half the height of a divine statue. Yet, Yi Bei, upon witnessing this, felt no fear. Instead, his fervor intensified. Now this is entertaining. However, you may have an apparition, but I possess one as well. In the next moment, with a flick of his wrist, Yi Bei produced a vial of dragon blood from his spatial pouch and consumed it. Dragon God Sacrifice. In an instant, the dragon blood was offered, and a surge of power from the void outside the world flooded into his being, amplifying his strength twofold. Moreover, a grand dragon deity apparition erupted behind him, now towering at an astonishing 700 zhong due to the significant increase in his power. His magnificent golden dragon wings spread wide, casting a shadow over the imperial fox deity's apparition. The pressure of his presence was immensely superior. Come forth. Let us see if this humble native can slay you, the otherworldly progeny. Yi Bei's face radiated excitement, his eyes ablaze as he charged at Di Wushuang with a sinister smile. As their bodies collided, the immense apparitions engaged in battle simultaneously. The once inviolable artifacts within the temple were easily shattered under the overwhelming force. Yet, it appeared as if the temple possessed divine protection, as the areas damaged by their clash rapidly began to restore, preventing the structure's collapse. With each blow exchanged, Yi Bei's power, augmented by the Dragon God Sacrifice, surged to over 200,000. He traded blows with Di Wushuang, who, bolstered by its own imperial fox deity apparition, exhibited considerable strength, likely around 70 to 80,000. Coupled with its other skills, this allowed Di Wushuang to hold its ground against Yi Bei for an extended period. However, once Yi Bei decided to conclude their playful duel, all of Di Wushuang's tactics became futile. In a mere heartbeat, Yi Bei executed a swift hand motion, unleashing the golden blade of Holy Slash. With his power already heightened to 200,000, the additional 200 attack power from Holy Slash propelled his output to an astonishing 600,000. This formidable force swiftly severed Di Wushuang's head from its body, rendering any defense futile. In an instant, torrents of violet blood erupted like a massive fountain, cascading hundreds of meters high before transforming into droplets that rained down upon the ground. Yet, Di Wushuang was not yet dead. As its head rolled, Its gaze remained fixed on Yi Bei, filled with a mix of admiration and defiance. I concede, you are indeed formidable, yet lacking a foundation. Overcoming the tribulations of ascension will prove exceedingly difficult for you. It is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. Today, relinquish the soul of martial combat to me. And on the day you ascend, I shall safeguard your path. Seeing Yi Bei remain silent, simply watching him, Di Wushuang earnestly continued. The soul of martial combat is not particularly precious. I speak no falsehood. Its worth is merely equivalent to that of top-tier legendary equipment. But it holds great value for me due to my current needs. I utilized great divine powers at a cost to transfer myself to this temple, awaiting the inheritor of the martial combat deity to retrieve the artifact. Once the temple's formation falters, I can depart with the soul of martial combat. Yet, I never anticipated encountering a prodigious talent like you. If I fail here, you shall surely become an enemy of my Imperial Fox clan. On the day of your ascension, many deities from my lineage will come to collect today's debt. Di Wushuang had resorted to emotional appeals and logical reasoning, employing both carrot and stick. However, Yi Bei remained unmoved. Do you take me for a child? I have already slain your avatar, and you still speak of resolving enmity? He stepped forward, crushing Di Wushuang's head beneath his foot. Kill God-level Di Wushuang, third progeny of the Imperial Fox clan. Experience 600,000. While others might have been swayed by Di Wushuang's words, Yi Bei held not a shred of belief, for Di Wushuang had been nothing but deceitful from the outset, never uttering a single truth. Trusting such a creature would only lead to a tragic demise. Moreover, he had been chosen as the inheritor of the martial combat deity. This dying fox attempted to deceive and threaten him, treating him as if he were mere clay. If he did not perish, who would? Today, he would slay its avatar. And in the future, he would eradicate its true form. Should it remain defiant, he would annihilate its entire clan. Did it truly believe its singular divine talent was invincible? With a swift kick, Yi Bei sent Di Wushuang's massive form tumbling aside. He then examined the spoils it had dropped, discovering they were primarily materials of no use to him, yet all were tainted with divine blood, suggesting significant worth. Thus, he collected them all before striding towards the altar beneath the statue, extending his hand to grasp the two artifacts of the martial combat deity's legacy. Gun of Stabilization, Fragment. Level, no level restriction. Attributes increase with the holder's level. Quality, Divine. Strength, 10,000. Constitution, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 2,000. Attributes, can reduce magic damage taken by the holder by 50, and can enhance the holder's attack power by 100. No cooldown time. Wearable by all professions. Martial Spirit, upon absorption, grants mastery of martial arts techniques, increases melee strength by 30, and the Path of Sincerity. 2 items of inheritance. Yi Bei analyzed the information with the eye of misinterpretation for a considerable time. After perusing the detailed information, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortuitously, he had not heeded the deceptive words of the Emperor Wushuang. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. With this divine artifact, a mere ordinary detection technique would reveal only that it was usable by all professions, failing to disclose the subsequent annotation regarding the requirement of the martial spirit. In other words, had he allowed Emperor Wushuang to take the martial spirit earlier, acquiring this artifact would have rendered it as useless as scrap metal. The fox's heart is truly insidious, he mused with a faint sigh. Subsequently, he absorbed the martial spirit directly and then bound the sea-stabilizing spear to himself. Chapter 73, A Surge in Power. Various academies vie for his affection. Once bound, this divine artifact ensures that even upon his demise, it will not drop, but rather vanish into thin air, only to reappear elsewhere, awaiting a fated individual. After acquiring everything, he sensed his strength surge once more. The enhancement of his 4 primary attributes, strength, constitution, and agility, each elevated by 10,000, had significantly amplified his prowess. Furthermore, this artifact does not require updates or replacements. It will augment his attributes in tandem with his level advancement. Additionally, it bestows an immediate increase of 100 to his attack power, with no cooldown time. Usable at any moment. It also provides a 50 resistance to magical attacks. The properties of this artifact are nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, this is merely a fragment of the divine artifact. Should he locate the remaining components, it is certain to become even more formidable. The martial spirit is equally remarkable. It enhances his melee attack power by 30, and most importantly, the Path of Sincerity allows him to sense most dangers in advance, enabling him to evade them. With this Path of Sincerity, combined with his indestructible nature, he believes he has become nearly impossible to kill. Time to venture forth. Yi Bei lifted his gaze towards the indistinct temple, resolutely closing his eyes. Moments later, when he reopened them, he found himself in the midst of the plaza. Instantly, upon his emergence, the heads of various academies, guild leaders, and influential figures turned their attention towards him, their interest igniting fervently. He has emerged. Fellow classmate Yibei, my long family possesses vast resources to offer you the best opportunities. Join us, and I shall even arrange for the next head of the Long family to become your wife. Should you desire more, even your sister-in-law can be yours. Classmate Yibei, over here. Our War Dragon Guild is one of the nation's elite guilds. If you join us, you shall become the guild leader. Classmate Yibei, my family boasts the enchanting triplet sisters, each more stunning than the last, all eager to be your wives. Come join us. As Yibei found himself encircled by these eager individuals, the heads of various academies grew incensed. They promptly activated the formation of the examination plaza to relocate these people. This is an examination plaza, and you lot are turning it into chaos. If you wish to recruit classmate Yibei, wait until our admissions are complete. After dispersing the crowd, the heads of the academies once again surrounded Yibei, each clamoring to speak. Classmate Yibei, come to Longshan University. I will provide you with the finest SSS resources, ensuring your rapid advancement. Cloud Immortal University, will assign 10 senior sisters to accompany you on dungeons. All of them are school flower level. Enough with the beauty trap, stick to discussing resources. Join us at Jing University. The cacophony of the academy heads left Yibei's head buzzing. He grew weary of their incessant prattling, leaping into the sky, unfurling his dragon wings, and soaring towards the plaza's exit, leaving behind a declaration. Put all benefits into a contract for me, and I shall choose freely. With that, he departed, leaving the academy heads exchanging bewildered glances. They had never encountered such a uniquely spirited student before. However, they understood that a student capable of shattering examination records was entitled to such eccentricity. Meanwhile, other students and parents gazed enviously at Yibei's retreating figure. How enviable it was that all the top schools across the nation were clamoring to recruit him. Indeed, if I possessed even half of his accomplishments, I too would receive such treatment. In a corner of the examination plaza, Lin Shi and Zhou Tong, who had just emerged from the special examination dungeon, were also observing Yibei's silhouette. How infuriating. How could he be so powerful, actually clearing the examination dungeon? She bit her small fangs, pouting in indignation. This guy is clearly a fickle-hearted rogue who even extorted them. What a scoundrel. Nonetheless, it's just as well. Such a strong individual is beyond her reach. Lin Shi is still mine. Meanwhile, as Zhou Tong gleefully bounced around, Lin Shi remained fixated on Yibei's figure until he vanished from sight, lost in thought. Why does she like him so much? They've barely interacted twice. Does he possess that irresistible charisma of a protagonist that makes female leads fall head over heels for him? Zhou Tong observed Lin Shi, who was lost in contemplation, and muttered with puffed cheeks. On the other side, Yibei had already met with Su Xinyue. The two strolled towards the city outskirts, chatting amiably while admiring the bustling metropolis. Undoubtedly, the capital city was far more prosperous than Rongqing. It is indeed the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, with countless towering skyscrapers and many floating cities hovering above. As for airborne monsters, there was no need for concern, as the entire metropolis was enveloped in a massive protective array, preventing any monsters from entering. Moreover, many high-level individuals could be seen. After only a short walk, Yibei encountered numerous individuals above level 60, even spotting several formidable beings exceeding level 70. As Yibei surveyed the scene, he suddenly noticed a group of people approaching. Among them was Baijia. Upon spotting Yibei, her expression soured considerably. However, gritting her teeth, she adhered to her previous promise, opting to avoid him by taking a different path. Yibei regarded her with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that she would indeed honor her wager and steer clear of him, unlike the villains he had read about in novels, who were always so confrontational. Is my dear husband smitten with Miss Bai? Would you like me to play matchmaker and have her become your concubine? Su Xinyue inquired with a teasing smile as she followed Yibei's gaze towards Baijia's retreating form. Yibei responded with a calm shake of his head. What is she to you? You know nothing of her. I merely made a bet with her. Upon her loss, she must avoid me. Su Xinyue nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. She had merely jested earlier, fully aware of Yibei's aversion to sordid women, particularly the likes of Baijia, whose very existence repulsed him. After taking a few steps forward and reaching the city gate, Su Xinyue produced an ancient map and addressed Yibei, saying, Your sister should be relatively safe for now. Let us proceed directly to the Linglong sect's secret realm instance today. While we investigate clues regarding your parents, we can also procure the items necessary for your job change. Your rapid ascent in levels has brought you to 24 already. It won't be long before you reach level 40, at which point you will require this item for your transition. Yibei nodded in response, and together they made their way outside the city. However, just a short distance from the city gate, Yibei halted, his brow furrowing as he gazed at a group of individuals ahead. Chapter 74. Are you tickling me? Among them stood Yuan Tong, the one who had previously wagered against him, a peculiar sycophant who was infatuated with Baijia. To his astonishment, this absurd sycophant had returned after having suffered defeat last time, proving to be a persistent nuisance. Yibei ha ha ha, you finally emerged. Today marks your demise. I have brought several level 50 second tier powerhouses with me. Even if you were a legendary class adventurer, you would be utterly powerless. There is no escape. Yuan Tang's eyes fixated on Yi Beibei as he burst into laughter. Yi Beibei was utterly speechless at the overwhelming sense of foolish villainy emanating from Yuan Tang. This insipid sycophant had been relentlessly seeking trouble, even dispatching individuals to assassinate him. Initially, Yi Beibei had intended to wait until he found the opportunity to crush this Yuan Tang upon his arrival in the capital. Yet, he had not anticipated the fool would come knocking on his door. It was simply absurd, with his previously calm demeanor beginning to twist into a sinister grin. Yi Beibei remarked, "Since you seek death, allow me to oblige." As he stepped forward, Su Xinyue tugged at his sleeve and, with a smile, inquired, "My little husband, would you like me to handle them for you?" Yi Beibei shook his head slightly. He felt confident in managing these individuals himself and saw no need for Su Xinyue to intervene. He then slowly approached Yuan Tang and his companions. Upon witnessing Yi Beibei's fearless advance, Yuan Tang felt a flicker of confusion. However, this doubt quickly dissipated, fueled by memories of Yi Beibei humiliating Bai Jie, which ignited his fury, especially since Bai Jie had grown unwilling to entertain his affections. In that moment, Yuan Tang had completely lost his sanity. Kill, kill, kill. Ha ha ha. Whoever takes him down will claim these dark gold pieces of equipment. Yuan Tang shouted madly as he watched Yi Beibei draw nearer. His eyes ablaze with frenzy. His companions exchanged glances, each recognizing the greed reflected in the other's eyes. Without hesitation, they surged forward to attack Yi Beibei, believing it would be an effortless victory to slay a mere student fresh out of high school. The prospect of such a simple endeavor yielding several pieces of dark gold equipment was simply too tempting to resist. Boom. In the next moment, a barrage of skills was unleashed upon Yi Beibei, fireballs, lightning bolts, slicing winds, and blades, each crashing against his form. The ground erupted in a colossal crater, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Witnessing this, Yuan Tang assumed Yi Beibei had perished, a manic smile spreading across his face. Yet, in an instant, his grin faltered. A fierce gust of wind dispersed the dust, revealing Yi Beibei, unscathed, with enormous dragon wings fanning behind him. "Are you merely tickling me?" he inquired, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded the assailants. The attackers stood frozen, their minds reeling upon witnessing Yi Beibei emerge unscathed from their onslaught. Panic set in as one of them attempted to cast a flight spell to escape. The others, seeing this, followed suit, desperate to flee. "If you don't run, you're just courting death." Yi Beibei's expression turned cold. With a swift motion of his hand, he wielded the sea-calming spear, unleashing a flurry of golden blade auras that sliced through the air, instantly appearing behind the fleeing individuals, reducing them to mere fragments of flesh. Yuan Tang, witnessing this carnage, erupted into a frenzied scream. "Impossible. This must be an illusion. How can a mere high school graduate annihilate level 50 professionals? It's all a lie. I will shatter this illusion and kill you." He charged at Yi Beibei, but halfway there, he felt a sudden lightness in his body, the world spinning around him. In the next moment, he regained his senses only to realize that Yi Beibei had effortlessly torn his head from his shoulders, along with his spine, discarding it onto the ground. He could only watch helplessly as Yi Beibei's foot crushed his skull, plunging him into eternal darkness. Let us proceed to the secret realm instance. After dispatching Yuan Tang, Yi Beibei calmly turned to Su Xinyue. Hearing this, she smiled slightly, drawing her sword, which transformed into a flying blade. Together, they ascended into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, those outside the city finally came to their senses. Initially, they had been spectators, believing they were witnessing a mere squabble between noble families. To their shock, a death had truly occurred, and right at the city gate. This was a grave matter. Soon, someone alerted the enforcement team, while others, recognizing Yuan Tang, hastily contacted the Yuan family. At that moment, Yuan Long, the head of the Yuan family, had just returned home with Yuan Xiao from the exam square. "Xiao, you and Yi Beibei have had quite the encounter, haven't you? Why not devise a way to draw him into our family? Perhaps marry him to your sister. If we could win Yi Beibei over, the Yuan family could ascend to become the foremost family in the Dragon Kingdom." Yuan Long said, excitement evident in his voice as he envisioned the family's prosperity. Yuan Xiao merely scoffed in response, as if, even if you managed to win him over, Yuan Tang would just ruin it for you. "Humph, if he dares, I will personally deal with him." Yuan Long let out a cold snort, feeling somewhat exasperated with his eldest son. Just then, news arrived. "Head of the family, we have received reports that the eldest young master was brutally killed at the city gate." A chill flashed in Yuan Long's eyes. Though he had little fondness for his sycophantic son, Yuan Tang remained his flesh and blood, and anyone who took his life was effectively striking him in the face. Yuan Xiao shared the same sentiments. Despite his disdain for his brother's sycophancy, the murder of Yuan Tang was a direct affront to the Yuan family. Yuan Long rose from his seat, his expression darkening as he demanded, "Who did this?" As he spoke, he grasped the legendary sword hanging on the wall of his study, intent on exacting revenge, not merely for vengeance, but to restore his family's honor. It was a student named Yi Beibei who killed him. Apparently, he had just finished his exams. Afterward, he fled with a woman. The The icy demeanor of Yuan Long shifted upon hearing Yi Beibei's name. He halted, returning the legendary sword to its place, and sighed. Let it be. He has rid my family of a pest. You may leave. The swiftness with which Yuan Long's expression transformed left those who came to deliver the news utterly astounded. You have lost your son, and you simply accept it? However, the messenger remained prudent and refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, it was not his son. Only Yuan Shao understood the rationale behind his father's actions. After all, that was Yi Bei, the one who shattered examination records and completely conquered the Gaokao replica. Such an entity would undoubtedly ascend to divine heights in the future. How could his own father possibly oppose a god for the sake of a foolish sycophant son?